You there, Jeremy?
So, is somebody's day on? Yeah, somebody just say my name. Say my name. Say my name.
Yeah, hold on a sec. So we were talking about pseudoscience the other day, and I was asking for examples of pseudoscience. And then we went into astronomy, and we kind of went into the why it is pseudoscience. And I just wanted to ask a general question on what are some other examples.
Bro, anything where they can't do an experiment, right? Anything they claim that is science, saying, hey, look at this science. And then they either can't do an experiment or don't have a viable hypothesis or whatever. If one of their parts is fucked up, it's fucked up.
Right, but I was looking for specific examples.
I don't pick anything from geology.
How about,
No geology.
okay, so astronomy and geology.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I'm with my family right now. Yeah, bro. Whatever they're gonna do, where they can't have an experiment or can't even have a viable hypothesis. Like, all right, say you want to say a Foucault pendulum is science, right? Let's just say that some crazy person might say this someday. Foucault pendulum science. Well, I mean, why does the Foucault pendulum deviate? What's the cause of it? Earth's rotation, right? Now you have to manipulate and vary Earth's rotation. You can't just change latitude.
Actually, you can't. Why? Why do you have to do that? Because the Earth's rotation is actually a constant. It's actually once per day, so it doesn't change. What you can change is your latitude.
Yeah, now we're into an affirming the consequent. This. Right? Because you're not going to manipulate anything. You're just going to move to some other location and suppose that it's rotating there too.
But you are manipulating something. You're manipulating your latitude. That's what you're changing. You're manipulating that.
Is latitude the cause of the Foucault pendulum deviation, or is it Earth's rotation? Because we need to manipulate the thing that is the cause. That's why.
But that's not the truth, because the thing is, it's what affects the pendulum precessing. The rotation is a constant on the precession. Doesn't change. It's once per day. The latitude is what will cause the change in the precession. That can change the precession.
Why does the pendulum precess? Because of Earth rotation?
Okay, so why does the precession change at different latitudes? That's also a question to ask.
Yeah, we can get into that, but first we need to know the cause of the pendulum precession, because you guys are claiming it's Earth rotation, not latitude. That'll give you a difference.
That's what changes. As you just said, you cannot change the Earth rotation. It is a constant. The rotation is a constant thing that cannot be changed. Therefore, you've got to change something else.
Why not science? Because you're claiming that the Foucault pendulum deviates because of Earth rotation, and you can't manipulate that shit. Obviously.
So basically, you can only prove that it's Earth rotation if you can change the Earth rotation.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you want it to be science, you're going to need to manipulate and vary your independent variable.
But that's the thing is, what happens if we don't choose the independent variable to be Earth rotation? We change it to something else.
Whatever, then Earth's not. That's what I'm saying. Then you can't say, I have science saying that Earth rotation is causing the Foucault pendulum to deviate. Because you don't have science for it. You have something else.
Okay, that's fine. And that's actually the whole point of the earlier question was really not any specific experiment. It was more of a general, what are some examples of pseudoscience?
That's an example.
Okay, well, I'm talking about like branches of science. Because, obviously, you've already said astronomy and geology.
I would say psychology. What else?
Well, all of the astronomy related, like cosmology, astrophysics.
Anything with space. Yeah, anything with outer space is going to be in it.
How about meteorology?
I have to hear something from it. Like, give me an experiment from it, and we'll see.
Well, I'm just thinking. I'm not into specifics. I'm just thinking: is the field of meteorology science or pseudoscience? I don't. You're overcomplicating.
I wouldn't always break it down by fields either, because there could be legit things in a field, and then other parts of that field could be bullshit. I don't know.
See, that's. You said what, like geology. To me, you can study the layers. I don't know if you consider it an experiment, but if you're studying the layers of the earth. You know, you go to those like the different mountain ranges, and you see the different layers of sediment and stuff, and you can see how different, you know, plant and animal deposits have been made over the eons. I mean, to me, that's science. Without, I mean, not just saying what is the experiment, just looking at it and seeing that there's different deposits of animal and plant life in the different layers. That's science.
I mean, you can look at things and study them and learn about the natural world, sure. But I mean, if you're gonna, natural science is hypothesis based. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying the only way we can know anything is through a hypothesis or whatever. Obviously not, but you know, that's just how natural science is. They laid it out very clearly. I didn't make this up, bro. QE didn't make it up. They made it up.
But so who is they?
The scientific community, maybe you want to call them, the people throughout history that have narrowed down our search for knowledge to make sure that we are getting the correct knowledge.
If the scientific community made it up, but the scientific community also says that astronomy and geology are both natural sciences, where does that leave you?
Who said that? I told you, show me the site. Show me the site that says that, and then if I can find them also saying that you need to have an experiment and a, you know, very manipulate independent variable, they're double speaking, aren't they?
So if that's the case, which way would you lean? Would you lean toward natural science as, you know, that's the truth, or would you lean toward the truth being astronomy and geology or natural sciences? Which way is the double speak, I guess?
I would lean towards the way I've laid it out, where you vary and manipulate your independent. Not me personally, but I mean the one I would go with is where you vary and manipulate your independent variable. So that way you know that what. First of all, you'll know the thing you're happening exists, right? Because you're going to manipulate it. You know, you can't manipulate something that doesn't exist, right?
Okay.
That's a huge first step. You know what I'm saying? Like
can you manipulate gravity?
I don't know. That is what I was thinking of, though, when I said that. I don't think you can manipulate it. I mean, maybe
if you scroll
you can manipulate mass.
So yesterday I posted, I think it was yesterday. No, 2 days ago. The 31st, 2020. I don't know. There's not timestamps on these, I guess. Here, let me find them again. There, I just posted the screenshot of 3 or 4 different sources, citations, that say that natural science, kind of go into details.
I mean, I really can't. I'm got the kid now, and I'm trying to get ready for work and shit. So
okay, well, let me just read the first one here. Astronomy is a natural science that studies celestial objects. There you go. That one is from Wikipedia for astronomy. Here's one from Science Struck. Hold on, I'm going to read just the headline of a couple. Astronomy, biology, chemistry, earth science, and physics are some of the main branches of natural science. That's from sciencestruck.com. For all natural science, celestial mechanics plays a role in the foundation without which the study of the universe and exploration of the cosmos would not be possible. That's a natural science. That's just a quote from a natural science page.
No doubt. The wiki one, we already know they're double speak. So you can find them saying that you got to manipulate and vary your independent variable, which we know they can't do in cosmology or astronomy or whatever.
So I thought about that, and I didn't go in, because you asked me you were asking for the experiment. I was thinking of, you can take again, is it an experiment? I don't know, but you can take you can do the spectrograph of stars, and you can look at the spectrograph of a star, and you can see what elements it's made of, and you can change. You can look at the spectrograph of a different star and see that star is made of different elements, and you can do that for every star.
I mean, that doesn't give you the cause of anything. It just tells you what something's made of.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing is, it
no
tells you that it's made of something. To me, that's a natural science discovering what it's made of. That's a natural science.
I would say doing that, you may be learning. Well, I mean, spectroscopy is a whole thing in and of itself, but I would say all right, you're learning something. I point my thing in the sky here, I get this reading. I point it here, I get this reading. Maybe that's what the stars are made of. Maybe it's not. However, there's no hypothesis there. Like you got to have a hypothesis. Otherwise, you're just doing a study.
That's part of the hypothesis is stellar evolution, in terms of, you can look at the stars, you can see what they're made of, but you can see what they're made of through the course of their lives. Now, obviously, the lifetime of stars is long, so you can't necessarily vary the lifetime of stars, but you can look at different stages of their evolution, and you can kind of, instead of looking at one star for the whole evolution, you look at a bunch of stars in different stages of the evolution, and it's kind of like getting just a plot line of the evolution of the star. And again, it kind of also, well, it goes back to, there's a lot of, it's not just physics involved, it's chemistry and, chemistry and physics, I guess. But both of these things combined, you're doing science.
See, I would disagree. I would say you're doing science, natural science, when you have a hypothesis. They've made it clear. Natural science is based around hypotheses. And like I said, you can learn things without a hypothesis. That's fine. I'm with that. You're just not doing science. You're doing something natural science. You're doing something else, some other kind of science.
Natural science seeks to understand the world and the universe around us. That seems like
it's a layman's definition, maybe. Yeah. When you do the hypothesis, you will understand. When you do your hypothesis experiment, all that, you will understand the world better around you.
Right.
And you'll understand the world better around you without doing that too. I would agree. Yeah.
So natural science seeks to understand the world around us. Is it necessary to do an experiment to understand the world around us?
No.
Can you just do an observation?
No. Yeah, absolutely. You can do an observation or just touch things. You can cut things open.
So that would be part of natural science. Just touching something.
I don't
learning about
that definition though.
But that is a definition.
Yeah, it's a definition, sure.
So why does your definition need to be so strict?
Because if you go look at the listen, I don't want to get into a definition game, but if you go look into the definition of pseudoscience, you're going to find that it's not following the scientific method, which we know has crucial parts like hypothesis, experiment, and all that. So
here's another. I just did a Google search. The definition of natural science is the empirical sciences that explain or predict natural phenomena.
Yes, and the science prediction is your hypothesis.
Right. And in that particular definition, you would have to do experiments and make observations in order to form hypothesis, and then you have to test these hypotheses, and then you have to make predictions that follow your hypothesis.
No, the hypothesis is the prediction.
Well, but
you're saying if I listen, the prediction is I think heat causes water to boil. Right? There's your prediction. And then you go do it and you're like, oh yes, heat does cause water. You know what I'm saying? That the hypothesis is the prediction. It doesn't come after.
But I'm saying, like, the overall, you have to make, so not only does heat cause water to boil, but heat causes lots of other things. And you have to understand what heat does, because it's not just about water boiling. It's about the entire concept of heat and what it causes, what it does to the world around it. So it's not just about water. I mean, that is your hypothesis. That can be one of your hypotheses, but that's not your end goal. Your end goal is not to say that and discover that that's true or false. Your end goal is
that is.
But that's not. I mean, that's to me, that's too simple, because that's it. That's all you know. But it's more about, not only does heat do that, but what else does heat do? And you got to extrapolate it. It's not just one thing that you're trying to find out. You're trying to find out a much broader pattern to what heat does. Not just causes water boil, but then it also causes other things to melt. It adds energy to the thing, and then this energy can, if you heat something up enough, it will cause nuclear reactions, fusion reactions. I mean, you're looking for a greater pattern than just heat causes water to boil.
You can do tons of experiments with heat, right? You can do tons of them, but you can't do them all at once. You got to do one thing at a time, right? To make sure that your thing is causing the other thing.
Right, and
you're going to do one with, yeah.
But again,
it's true. It's going to be a true or false thing, right? When you do your experiment and you set up your hypothesis, you're going to say, this thing is the cause, and then your null is going to be, this thing is not the cause. So no matter what happens in the end of it, it's either going to be true or false, yes or no, right? Because it's either either is or isn't going to cause water to boil. There can be no middle ground. There's no gray area, right?
So let's go back to astronomy.
Right.
All that what you said, that's fine. But I kind of had a slight deviation here because of what we were talking about, heat and stuff. So back to astronomy and the whole what is the stars thing. So you can't obviously manipulate the sun, but what you can do, and what they are working on, and that's the whole point of all these fusion reactions that they're trying to do in order to generate power, they're literally trying to create a star in a laboratory. And they're trying to manipulate the star literally on Earth, essentially.
That's cool, but what is the stars thing? That's you don't need science for what is part.
I think that's true. Why? Why would you say that? Because there's the makeup of something is very much a natural science question. What is the makeup of this, art? What are the
That'll definitely tell you more about the natural world. I agree. You're definitely going to learn something about that. What is this made of, or whatever? But there's no hypothesis there.
But to me, that's still. I mean, curiosity is an important part of natural, wondering what something does and what something is. Both of those are aspects to natural science. And I don't think you can limit yourself to just cause and effect. I think you're painting yourself into a corner, in that if you're just using that definition, you're missing out on half of the meaning.
The what is questions, super important. I agree, right? Those are huge. Those are great questions that we definitely, that benefit us greatly by having the answers for. But like I said, you're just not doing natural science because there's no hypothesis there.
Okay, so what is a star? If that's our question, that's the first question we start with is, what is a star? Now, the next question is, how do we answer that question? How would we answer that question?
I mean, I don't know. What something is, we got to touch it, cut it open.
Why?
Smell it, taste it, something.
We have to interact with it in some way. That's what you're telling me.
Well, I mean, I know you like the spectroscopy thing, but there's a lot of
I mean, the interaction with the electromagnetic field tells us a lot of things about the world around us. In terms of, you can get a lot of information from looking at something. I mean, literally, light, visible light will tell you a lot of things. Different forms of the electromagnetic spectrum, X-rays, gamma rays, these will all give you information about that object. It's not like it's just unknown. I mean, if you want to, you can use X-rays obviously in medicine. I mean, you can learn about something without cutting it open. Gamma rays, the MRI machines, all of these use the electromagnetic spectrum and interact with that object, but you don't necessarily need to cut it open and look at the inside. Now, combining both of those, that's kind of how they did medicine. They did, they used to cut people open, and then they discovered X-rays, and now they said, well, we can kind of do both and learn a lot more.
We do an X-ray or an MRI, though. We have them in a very controlled environment, very close. We're not millions of miles away. It's right there in front of us, and we can see it. So the same thing with spectroscopy. When they do spectroscopy here on Earth, it's in one of the most controlled environments you can get. And then you took that and you shot it millions of miles into the sky through tons of whatever, who knows what, and you came up with something else. Like, I don't like that.
That's kind of the thing is, in the model, if it's just a giant vacuum between here and us and the stars, there's nothing to interfere with the reading. I mean, that if there's nothing, literally, if it's a vacuum or if it's 1 atom per cubic meter between us and the sun, I mean, that's not going to change the results of your reading. And that's by the way, the thing is, if you do spectroscopy of a helium gas in a lab and you do it of the sun, they give you the same reading for the record. They show the same spectral lines. They're exactly the same. There might be redshifted slight, well, the sun won't be because it's close enough, it doesn't matter. But if you look at stars, they might be red or blue shifted slightly because of movement. But the lines will be in the exact same place on the spectrograph. So what does that tell you?
Tells us that there's probably helium or hydrogen or whatever coming out of the sun.
That's actually a very good conclusion. Now,
it doesn't. Hold on.
Go ahead.
It doesn't tell you what the sun's made out of, though. There could be, something else on the inside, or you know what I mean. Like, you can't just jump to a conclusion like the sun's made out of hydrogen because we get this hydrogen reading. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So back to my original question: what is the sun? Now, you take a spectrograph, you get the different elemental composition. That's great. You now have a pretty good thing. Is specific to the sun, you only get a few elements. You're not going to get, some of the heavier elements because it hasn't produced that. So you're only going to get the light elements: hydrogen, helium, oxygen. The 4 or 5 lightest elements because it hasn't done the rest. But if you look at a different star that's older, you'll get a lot more heavier elements. And if you look at some of the supernovas, you can look at where the supernovas have exploded, you'll see the heaviest elements there because that's, one of several different ways they were produced. But back to the sun, you look at it, the spectrum, that. Now, what are some other ways that you can interact? Now, you don't have to just use the spectrum. You can look at the sun in all the different wavelengths. So you can see its different wavelengths in terms of gamma rays, X-rays. So all of these different things, what that tells you is it's giving off the energy that it's giving off. So that gives you kind of an idea of how much energy the sun produces. By the way, you can actually calculate that number.
How much energy the sun produces?
Yes, and it's about 23 decimals of watts, something like that. Whatever you want to count that.
Cool
Number.
with that, yeah. It's massive amounts of energy come from the sun, no question.
Hold on, I'm late for something. I'll have to talk. I got a meeting I got to go to.
That's fine. Go ahead. I'll be here. We're here all day. I personally wanted to talk today about this whole vanishing point definition, because these guys were adamant that the vanishing point, had to be an infinite distance, because of that. They were saying, "Oh, you would never have a vanishing point unless the flat Earth was infinite or something." Yesterday, they were bugging about this whole infinite thing, and it's like, well, we have vanishing points. We know they're not an infinite distance already, so we know that definition is wrong. Travis was right on track with that shit yesterday. And we got the Snell's law with the refraction in the atmosphere thing. We gotta get Rumpus and Ruhif in here at the same time, get this shit sorted out. Ruhif won't talk to me. I think he'll talk to Rumpus though. Like if we could see a vanishing point on a railroad track, but the definition for it says it needs to be an infinite distance, I'm gonna have to tell you that fucking definition is just dead wrong on some biggie shit. That's common sense. Obviously, we know railroad tracks aren't infinite distances. We can get a tape measure and measure them. They were trying to play all kinds of weird games with me yesterday. It is silly. Some of this shit is just downright silly that we go through. I think it was Nidhug was trying to go, how do you know the distance? Well, I know it's not fucking infinite. All right? It doesn't matter if it's 5 feet or 500,000 miles. Either one of those numbers is not infinite. And we have a vanishing. All right? I mean, come on. This is
Tisk tisk. I just realized something. Oh man, I got smoke. I got super smoke. What's good, bro? What up, bro?
Talk. Right. What's up?
How's it going, Jeremy?
Good, good. Fighting the war on nonsense, one day at a time.
You working right now?
I mean, I'm home with the fam right now. Everyone's off still. No one. The
Nice,
kids
I'm
in
home too.
school. Yeah, my wife's off on vacation.
Man, something kind of just hit me.
What's up? What hit you?
How much does heat and water affect the magnetic field?
I have no idea. Water?
I'm thinking
I
about
don't
like,
know.
okay, so if I understand water to be an insulator and we could determine if there's water in the air somehow, like it rains, there's clouds, there's humidity, there's
Water's not
precipitation.
an insulator.
No? No? Okay.
Pure water. Yo, is my mic coming in? Hold on a second. Let me switch AirPods. I'm having some kind of fucking 6-month long AirPod issue here. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm just thinking really hard about one thing right now. I'm not
Can't hear
getting
me?
my answer from anything I'm looking at.
All right. So I think didn't Grim tell you this before? I could have swore,
Yeah, I feel like he did. Yeah, I remember he was talking about plasma being a dome.
but it's pure water though. Like there literally can't be anything in it. Like not even. I don't even think distilled water would work. You'd have to get some kind of special crazy water with like zero particles in it or some shit. I don't know. I don't know what that would do to a magnetic field though. If, you can't. Can you block a magnetic field with a Faraday cage? I don't know.
Hmm. Like, what do we say? Where do we say this magnetic field is coming from?
Magnets. Oh, of the Earth.
Yeah, is it coming from the Earth directly, like the ground itself? Like, is the ground
Well,
literally the ground? You know?
the mainstream theory is that word. I use that word theory very loosely, but the mainstream idea is it's coming from the liquid molten core that's
Liquid.
rotating.
They say a liquid molten core, but how much is water playing a part if there's like majority of water around?
I don't know because the ocean is magnetic.
Right.
Salt water is
All these
magnetic.
currents in the ocean, all these things causing. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm really
salt water.
thinking
You ever
hard.
put?
How much of water is affecting the magnetic field, or does it actually cause it? I don't know.
I don't know.
If there's water above and water below, and then it's like grinding against the air, and that is like the friction. I'm thinking really dumb. Like I just wanted a little help on this thing.
What water above?
Yeah, you know, I keep referencing the Bible when I think
Like
of
the
it. If there is
Bible.
water above, yeah. I do
I
imagine there would
mean,
be water above.
there could be. I like to think of the stars as sonoluminescence.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm
So,
wondering. Yeah, I think we went through this before one night with Jay Ace, because I was wondering, like, when you do sonoluminescence, and you do spectroscopy on it, what does the light give off? You know what I mean? Because that light is coming from sound, basically. So what spectroscopy reading are you getting on sound? They had it too. And he told me, I forgot though.
yeah, I remember that.
Oh, you heard that? Yeah.
Yeah, I
God,
do.
do you remember what he said? Do you remember what reading he said he got? Was it hydrogen or oxygen or something?
No, I don't remember that part.
Yeah,
You know what I was just
that's the
listening
most
to
important part.
though?
Okay.
I was just listening to Die Slow and Witsit have like a 10-minute conversation about light. It's at I could tell you the timestamp. I think it's a good conversation and I think I should like cut it, edit it, and upload just that 10 minutes because it's really good actually. It breaks down a lot of little things about light that's important. I'm gonna fucking do that. I'll do that.
I
It'll
like
take me
Witt's
about 10
idea.
minutes.
I like some of Witt's ideas on light about how it's a string on the other side of the room, and it's always there, but you're just like how long does it take for the string to get to the other side of the room? It's there. It's always there. Zero.
Right.
And
Liquid molten core. That's what they say causes the magnetic field. Liquid molten cores. Right.
the rotating, it's a rotating liquid molten core that's causing the magnetic field. It's something to do with a dynamo or something because the metal at that metal at temperature
Temperature.
can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, the metal at that temperature can't be magnetic, so it's got to
Yeah.
be something. I guess says it's something weird is going on, some kind of dynamo effect or something.
Yeah.
What up, man? So
There you go. How you going, buddy? Show us some molten metal in a vortex creating a magnetic field.
you couldn't even
That's
get
all.
it to spin like that. First of all, second of all, yeah.
Come on, it's practical. Like in your little lab, heat up some metal to about, I don't know, 2,500 degrees Celsius. Right now, make sure you put some welding gloves on because it'll be hot to touch. Right, so safety first, boys and girls, before you attempt this at home, and then yeah, put it in the centrifuge and spin it up, and yeah, get some nails and stick it to the side of your centrifuge. Easy, done.
Wait, what are you trying to do now? I'm sorry.
We're
You
trying
got
to
to make
create.
hot metal.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to make this hot metal spin fast enough to cause a magnetic field or some shit, whatever they say is going on.
And I'm just
Yeah.
giving them
Yo, you know what's funny?
an easy, practical way of doing it.
There was a dude on Shark Tank that proposed some crazy multi-billion-dollar invention to the sharks. He said he wanted to put a giant alternating current. No, he said he wanted to use angular momentum to generate energy in the ocean.
Hey,
The sharks had no idea what he was talking about.
you know how forces have a vector, guys? A vector, right? It's always got a vector. So, and like if you push something, right, that vector will be perpendicular, right, to how you're pushing it. Okay. You get what I'm saying. You push a rock, you hit a ball with a bat. That force will hit it generally at a 90-degree angle. So from directly behind it. We're all on board with that. Good. Glad we're all on board with that. So now,
The vector, yeah.
yeah. All right. So now we've got the Earth spinning and rotating, right, around the sun. We'll just take those two vectors for starters, right? So we'll disregard the spinning one, or it should be rotating actually, because it's only rotating at 1 revolution per day, not spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. But anyway, not to worry. They're just the small little details. But we got it's also too orbiting around the sun as it does. Okay. Now, as it's going in this forward momentum, okay, and we're rotating, when we're at the back of the Earth, so you've got all that force going forward, why don't we get flown off it? Don't worry about the spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, or 1 rotation a day, why we don't get thrown off it. Why don't we get thrown off it at the back of the Earth as it's moving forward? And don't you dare say gravity.
Bending of space time. Listen, you need to get a blue sheet, okay, and put it flat.
Don't you dare get your grandmother's knickers, right, and pull them over a big barrel, Jeremy.
You got to get a blue. Oh, I seen Don Pettit did one just like
Yeah,
that, except this
yeah.
time it had a screen and it had lines where the ball was moving. They got high tech with this blue sheet thing. They're not just using a blue sheet anymore. You got to get a monitor and some all kinds of shit.
So how does the bending of space-time overcome the vector of that force that's at the back of the Earth when you're on the back of it? How does it overcome that? Maybe I should wait for the smart people to get into the room.
Well, I'm trying to figure out why you're saying the back end, because unless are you talking about the rotation of the Earth or the like if you've got a ball or a marble or whatever, you just spin that. There's no back end. There's no back end. So I'm trying to figure out what do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, there is a back end at some stage, Travis, right? Because not only do you have the rotation of the Earth, but the Earth is also too. It's got momentum and it's moving through space, right? It's orbiting around the sun.
Okay.
Plus, it's moving. So at one point, right, in time, there has to be a back end, and then during the day there may be, or at least one.
You're talking about the second axis of rotation of movement, which would be the orbit around the sun, right? So like if you were so if you were in a teacup ride, you're spinning in the teacup, but then the floor is also rotating. So you're talking about that part. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah. So with that forward momentum you're getting, why aren't you thrown off it when you get to the back of the Earth?
Right. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, we have these questions that I think are just given ad hoc explanations, because you have to create an answer without actually having any way of testing it or verifying it. So then you just make up shit. So I think that your question is similar to one that I have, which has to do with our sense of orientation. Like if you're walking up a mountain and you stand still, you know that your body is adjusting to keep yourself at a 90-degree angle, right? You got to bend your leg and lean in toward the mountain, right? So right? So then imagine you are standing on a platform with your feet fastened to the platform, and then they raised that platform at an angle to see how long you would be able to maintain your position and your perpendicular relationship to that so you would begin to feel that disequilibrium.
Yep.
Okay, so that if we then got you to a 90-degree angle, you wouldn't be able to sustain your own body with your own strength. You wouldn't be able to stay at that angle. Plus, you would feel. Now,
Mhm.
not only are our bodies not tuned to
Oh.
sense the rotation 90 degrees sense that angle either. So then what's the right? So then what's the the scientific equation negate that sensibility as well? You understand what I mean?
Mm. Yep. And with that plank that you're standing on that is slowly getting lifted, you notice pretty damn quickly that you are on an angle.
Oh, absolutely. When I'm in my
Yep.
when I'm sleeping in my truck at night and the parking lot is not level, I have to adjust. Like, I don't want my head lower than my feet, so then I've got to turn around in my bunk. Like, even if it's just a slight degree,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But that sense has no bearing on an Earth where we're at cattywampus angles from each other all over the world.
No, because of scale, obviously, Travis. You just don't understand scale.
The great scale negator.
Yes, exactly. Where you at today? You working today?
Yeah. I'm just running local stuff. I'm in Maryland, headed up to Pennsylvania, and then back.
Okay. So you're just doing local work now, are you, or?
No, just this week, one of the drivers was on vacation, and so I was helping out with some of the local.
Yo,
Yeah.
you know what this says, bro? All right, so before I asked, I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. No, you can keep going. Unless you don't mind. Okay,
No,
thanks.
go ahead.
That's all right.
I jumped in because I was thinking so hard about water and the ground and the magnetic field and air and how they're all interacting with each other, maybe creating this magnetic field or whatever, right? Look at what I just looked up. What liquid creates a magnetic field? A tank of stirred liquid sodium generates a magnetic field even though it's highly turbulent. A condition close to real dynamos in planets, stars, and galaxies, but hard to simulate in a lab. Water with liquid sodium? Does that sound familiar to anybody?
Well, a bit like the water about 200 meters from me. Yep.
Salt water, bro. It's literally saying salt water can create a magnetic field. The
Yeah.
fuck are we doing? What are we doing?
What's the motion? Does it have to be a vortex, or does it just have to be?
Dude, what if the North Pole has a vortex? What if there's literally a point of gravitation due to water somewhere by the North Pole where we think that there's a lot of magnetization going on?
Well, yeah, there has to be an origin for this magnetic field.
They're blocking us from going to the south.
And
This is protecting some point of like we think this is like the border of more land. But what if this is the distraction? What if they're really protecting the North Pole?
well, they're protecting both. Actually, they both are protected.
What do you guys
you want to find out about the South Pole and Antarctica? This is like I don't know. That's a distraction. Who cares about that? But yes, pretty hard right now.
What are you guys busy lying about?
Lying.
Lying, yeah.
This literally says stirred liquid sodium generates a magnetic field.
Fibbing.
Reminds me of the ocean.
Lying, fibbing, untruthfulness.
What?
What is in there?
How dare you just throw out baseless accusations like that, Mike?
Yeah, baseless. I'm hearing we can't go to the North and South Pole.
We want to know
No.
what causes the magnetic field.
Yeah. They're protected.
What
They are protected.
what causes? You want to know what causes Earth's magnetic field?
Yes, I do. Yes, I want to.
Yes.
I've heard apparently it's due to Earth's molten core.
Ah, here's the man.
Oh, the molten core. Here we go.
What I've heard.
This is
I haven't
better.
really.
Better. I mean, we could think about it. Let's talk about it. Why not?
Because Nate is in the know, right? Nate is in the know, and he's probably seen one. Now, have you seen a molten ball of metal, Nate, in a vortex?
Like I said, this is what I've heard. I haven't confirmed it for myself. I wouldn't even know how I would confirm. I'm not a seismologist. I'm not a geographer.
Yeah.
But yes, if
Yeah,
you
but
have a molten spinning ball, you could generate a magnetic field.
right,
You
Nate,
could?
right. Wait, yeah, right, Nate. Yeah, how do you even know that, man? How do you know that?
How do I know what?
How do you know if you have a rotating molten iron mass that it will generate a magnetic field?
Because that rotating mass is made up of
Okay,
matter.
what
Matter
rotating mass are you talking about right now? You have something in mind?
like a iron ball. You know, if you were to rotate it, it would
Yes.
generate.
So you've seen this happen. You've seen this happen?
Yeah. Have you never magnetized something?
No. Don't ask me what I've done. I'm asking what you have done. You now. Not
Yes,
only are we
I've
talking,
magnetized something. I've taken a metal and turned it into a magnet. Yes. Oh shit.
Okay, great. Was it molten iron?
No, it wasn't molten iron.
Okay, so that's what we're talking about, Nate. So come on now.
I've never taken molten iron and turned that into a magnet. That's why, like I said, I haven't verified for myself that Earth's
Right.
magnetic field is created by our molten.
Right. So here we are.
Yeah.
So here all of us are back in school together, and we're being told the same thing, and we're kind of looking at each other, going, "Huh." So we raise our hands and we say, "How do you know, Professor Teacher? How do you know that this is what causes the Earth's magnetic field?" Are you going to tell me, Travis? Put your hand down, man. Just listen to him. He's got a white coat on. Are you just going to tell me to just listen?
That's not what I would tell you. I would tell you that this is the evidence they've provided.
No, they don't have
and then
any
what
evidence.
I would say,
they don't have any evidence.
They do.
They have evidence.
Just
They have
figure
evidence of a molten iron core.
Yes.
What is it?
It is the way certain type of waves, sound waves mainly, P waves, S waves, love waves, Rayleigh waves, travel from one part of the Earth to the other, and how these waves are refracted and reflected as they travel through different layers of Earth's sediment.
Great. So, are you telling me then that the claim that the Earth had a molten iron core didn't exist until they had P and S wave readings?
I would say so, yes.
That would be an interesting discovery. I doubt that.
Yeah, I would say that. You doubt it? Why?
Because I'm going to tell you why. Because from my experience, the majority of the heliocentric model is always an ad hoc explanation. It's always what they think possibly could be without having any evidence. They just think about what it could be, right? And then after that, if they have any technology that they develop, it's always developed in relation to that supposition. So this is always the chicken or the egg, right? Which came first? Did the idea of something come first, or did the discovery of an actual reality in the physical world happen, and then we then understood reality after that? Most of the time, based on what I understand from what I've seen, the heliocentric model is always an idea first.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really interesting personal experience you've had. I can't say that I've had the same experience, unfortunately.
So, again, just going back to it, right? You and I, we all heard that same story. Molten iron core is the cause of Earth's magnetic field. Well, you can't reproduce that. They
I
can't
can't.
reproduce that. No. They can't either. They can't give us a molten iron core blob rotating,
The
creating
size of Earth.
right.
No,
It's the great
I
scale
doubt
negator.
they
Right.
can.
The great scale negator.
Yeah.
So your system can't be tested or falsified. Guess what?
That's not
That
true. It
means
can't be
it's not science.
falsified. It
Why?
can't be. All right. So Travis, I'll respond to what you said if you'll give me the chance. To say it can't be tested or falsified isn't true. What is true is that on the exact same scale of Earth and its core, we can't replicate that. But just because we can't replicate it doesn't mean it can't be tested.
Okay, so now you're qualifying. I'm sorry about Bandsaw. Now you're qualifying your response to me. Okay, before you said you can't do it at all because of scale, and now you're couching it and saying, "Well, we can do it, just not to scale." So here we are again. Please show me where they.
So what I said to you, Travis, was I agreed with you that we can't recreate it, but recreating it is not equivalent to testing it or falsifying.
Okay. Well, if you want to talk about scale, that's fine. I'm happy to go into the great scale negator. Why don't we make a little molten iron core, right? Just a itsy bitsy wee little one, right? And then go, okay, well, that theory's now pretty damn sound. It's pretty solid. We have created a little one.
Molten piece of metal, rotated it at really fast speeds, and generated a magnetic field from it. I'm sure that's been done on the small scale.
Well, it hasn't, because you'd be able to find it, and it doesn't have
Have
to
you looked
spin.
for it?
Oh yeah, we definitely looked for it. You were here one day when we looked for it too, Nate. Right? We can't find it. We can't find it.
What?
Oh, you may not have been here. I thought you were here though, but we definitely did look for it one day.
Okay.
A panel, and you can't find a molten ball of iron or whatever metal that you'd like to use, creating a magnetic field. Not even a small one.
I literally just found one, Ben.
Huh?
I just found one.
Where? Let's have a look. A
I'm
molten ball.
gonna post the link. Yeah, this is from 2015.
Are you driving and Googling at the same time, Nate?
I am. My bad.
Oh, Nate, seriously, come on. Don't be doing that, buddy.
Bro, don't do that, dude. Don't do that.
Don't
Seriously, I just drove to Florida. It's mad dangerous all the way from New York to Florida, bro. It's crazy.
Here we go. All right, we're going to look at this. I'm going to look at this.
Is it
Hold on. Let me have a look.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time, Ben. So
yeah, no, I'll look at it. Yeah, no, I'll look at it, my friend. I'll look at it.
You haven't found something like this before. You must have not looked too hard.
Hey, well, I'm going to see if it feeds. Yeah, because most likely, once I have a look at it, I'll be able to debunk it pretty damn quickly.
Okay.
Where are we?
Jeremy. So while Bansaw's looking into that, what's so dangerous about driving from New York to Florida?
No, I'm just saying the roads are crazy. Like, you got to pay attention out there, bro. Pay attention. Safety, bro.
Yeah.
People's lives are in danger. Especially
I'm not driving to Florida.
in a vehicle. I know, but anyone driving a vehicle anywhere, lives are at risk.
Yeah, but
let's be careful.
I got a super safe car, bro. Like, I ain't about to kill nobody.
Is it
but what
driverless?
If you
it ain't driverless.
No.
That would be okay.
That
would be okay to do.
It's got like a super ABS brake system, very responsive. And I'm on cruise.
You got that adaptive cruise control?
Yeah.
The car I rented for Florida had that, the minivan. I didn't use it though. I don't know because I didn't know anything about it and shit. And I was about to like start experimenting with shit.
You should use it, bro. It really comes in handy.
I feel like on the way home I did want to try it, but I was like, yo, fuck it. I'm just gonna, you know.
But that's what the tech is there for, bro. You gotta trust it.
Now the only way I want people Googling stuff is if they have the self-driving car. Other than that, I don't want you Googling anything or looking up citations or watching videos. Like this isn't. I don't want anyone getting hurt over this.
Hey,
Yeah,
Jeremy,
but
did you guys?
I'm driving in traffic, bro. Like it's moving so slow. I ain't even gotta worry.
Travis, you were on the right track yesterday. I loved you yesterday. All right, the vanishing point. If the definition says infinite, says infinite, and we have them on Earth, we know that's not an infinite distance, right? You can be sure whether it's 50 feet or 50 miles.
So, did you guys have any family sing-alongs while you were driving?
No, the kids are all on their devices and shit.
Oh.
We were trying to get truckers to honk their horn. They wouldn't do it.
Man,
you know,
they
you
have,
put your arm out and go.
Oh yeah, I see it all the time.
You blow your horn, or is there some weird thing now where it's like illegal or DOT?
Yeah. I blow it, yeah. But what was funny was the other day a big black lifted Dodge Ram with a bunch of guys in it came towards me, and they all put their arms out the windows. All these grown men.
That's hilarious. Yeah, the kids trying to do it. That's funny.
But yeah,
Nate, sorry, Trevor.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Benny.
I was just going to say, Nate, seriously, I cannot believe you've done that to me, Nate.
I know, right? Absolutely. I knew that was going to happen.
What did I do?
I can't believe you have the audacity to steal like a bandit in the middle of the night 3 minutes of my life, right? You make me watch this clip.
What did I do?
You make me watch this clip, which goes for 3 minutes and 2 seconds. So I was being generous. You stole 3 minutes and 2 seconds of my life. Right?
What's wrong with? I
watched the video, and we very specifically asked for a molten iron core, right? So molten iron, and it's a solid ball. It's a solid ball of steel.
It's molten iron, bro. Like, what do you expect molten iron to be like? Like water?
It's absolutely solid, and it's attached to an axle.
What's the temperature of the iron? Right. If this is going to be analogous, it's going to be, what do they say the temperature of Earth is? 2,500 degrees or 4,500 or something?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So did you see a thermometer anywhere? Or any kind of temperature readings anywhere?
Yeah.
Nate didn't even watch the video. He just Googled and then copied and pasted.
So it's a 3 meter wide spinning steel ball, right? So
and there was no temperature. Was there no temperature reading?
Yeah, no. There's a temperature. So it's a 3 meter wide spinning steel ball that is filled with 12.5 tons of sodium. Okay.
This isn't even what?
Yeah.
So no molten iron.
Anywhere? A soft metal that melts just under 100 degrees Celsius. Okay. So it ain't even close, right? So the analogy isn't even close. They say it's 2,500 degrees or something in the iron core, which on first glance has got whiskers on it because metal loses its magnetism at about 900 degrees, I think, thereabouts. I could be wrong, but it's not all that high. It's about 900 degrees.
Jesus Christ, Nate. Come on, man. You waited you owe bandsaw 3 minutes.
Exactly.
Y'all are wild.
You give me all this stuff and you say that people won't look at stuff, people won't read stuff. No wonder, because you send them on down on a wild goose
What?
chase.
No. Bandsaw. You remember what Nate said as soon as he posted it to you? He
But
said,
he had read it.
no. He said, look how long this took me to find. Like, you don't even look.
Mm.
And it's a zero sum. It offers absolutely
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
It's such a waste of time.
Oh damn! I can't. I'm so miffed at you, Nate.
Same thing that happened with Zanuck yesterday. I asked Zanuck for definition of what he was defining the horizon as, and then he gave me one that was my definition.
Yeah.
Can I ask Bandsaw, what was that 3-meter steel ball with sodium in it? What was that supposed to be doing?
It was supposed to be spinning and creating a magnetic field.
It's supposed to, or did it actually?
Well, it does. It does spin and it does create a magnetic field. Like, I've got no dramas with that, but it's not even close to the 2,500 degree temperature of the core of the Earth. And it's
Yeah, it gets colder the deeper you go down in water.
yeah,
And there's sodium.
and also
What'd you-
too, it is contained within. It's contained within a solid steel ball. So it's actually its container, which is holding the melted sodium, is solid steel. So how have they isolated that in fact it's not the actual steel itself, the solid steel that isn't created in the magnetic field? But don't waste your time, peoples.
It's just containing it. I don't even know what that really means when I say that though.
Well, it's a metal sphere, a metal ball which is hollow, okay, and it's got sodium within it which they melt.
Did you say they got a ball with sodium in it?
Yes, I did.
Are they also made of chocolate?
Of chocolate.
Come on, man. Chocolate salty balls? Come on, man.
Oh, chocolate salty balls.
Any
Yes.
thoughts about that though? This says
Some
that
bandsaw probably missed that episode of South Park. All right, he was already 50 when that came out or something.
Oh, ouch. Ouch. Bugger you. Went fishing yesterday. Caught 9 salmon.
I was going to ask earlier, I was going to ask you catch anything, you son of a bitch. Set those fucking traps up. All right. I'll save you hours.
One was crazy. One was about 3.8 kilo. Dead set, bent my rod in two. I thought the thing was going to
Oh, what'd they say? It's $150 a kilo?
Yeah. Right there,
Damn,
man.
bro. Is there any fish markets that buy them near you?
That's like $450 right there.
That's what I'm saying. Is there any fish markets near? Because in America, there's fish markets where you can sell them. You can go catch something and then sell it to the fish market.
Then what am I going to eat? Because I just gorge myself on salmon, Jeremy. and I just gorge myself on it, and between each mouthful, I just go, Jeremy.
I know
Yeah,
you
I have to
bastard.
say, I love salmon. When I get it, I cook it in a smoker,
Yes.
and then I finish it off in the oven to make sure it's like really done in the middle.
Yeah.
And it's really, really good that way. Like smoked salmon is like it's the brisket of other meat. Basically.
Oh yeah. I've been smoking for about 6 months now, and it's the bomb, Larry. It's an absolute bomb.
Bandsaw, you son of a bitch. You need to see. Listen, you caught 9. You could have stayed out longer and caught 18 at $150 a kilo, bro. That's fucking. What's up?
Don't you worry. When it comes time for the apocalypse,
you'll be
what
good.
you got? Well, I'll be good. Exactly. There
The
we
rest
go.
of those bitches that are fishing at your fishing hole, they're not getting what you're getting.
Oh no, we're lucky where we live, Larry. We moved, and I've moved to a little fishing town that has about 100 odd people that live in it, and it's a good hour and a half from the closest town.
Hey, do you have to worry about a fishing license?
What fishing license?
Yeah, okay. Hey, do you have any lobster out there? Do you go
Yeah.
diving?
No, people go out. They have these little they're like a little tow-along breathing tank that just float on top of the water, and they just go along around all the rocks and all that sort of stuff and pick up lobster.
Well, they've got an aeration. They've got a hose that feeds them. Really?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Yeah. And these things, those I don't know, you've seen them in the movies or with your kids when they first learn to swim. Those blow up rings, and you put them around your waist to keep your
Yeah.
upright. They're about that big, and they've got a little compressor on them and whatnot. And yeah, they just tow them along wherever they go.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah. It's good.
Do your lobsters have claws?
Yep.
Yeah, the lobster that I grew up not eating. My mom, when I was a little kid, my mom would go diving off the Channel Islands, and they would get like 10-pound lobsters, huge. But the California lobsters don't have claws. They just have, yeah. So when I saw a lobster from the East Coast for the first time, I'm like, what the fuck? What?
It's like a big prawn.
Listen to me. At $150 a kilo, you need to just go catch a few extra. Set those traps up. You won't have to do anything. You could go catch your fish, and then the traps, I'll give you the fish you could sell to the market.
I could do that. Possibly.
How much electric? This will be more than the electric you're getting. How much you getting from electricity? Like $8 a day or something?
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
No, you get more than that. But still, though, you know what I'm saying. 150 a kilo, you get fucking.
Yeah.
You get like $1,000 in fucking salmon just from going. You set a couple traps up. Is there any fishing laws where you are? Or?
Yeah. You gotta have.
I mean, I know it's Australia and there's not many rules, but
you gotta have licenses and stuff.
Yeah, the market's going to ask you for your commercial license in order to buy it from you. So you may be screwed there.
No, there's places in America where you can just go sell it. Because you can do that. There's a place around here where you can sell fish. People go catch. People go ice fishing and catch. I forgot what they're called, perch maybe or something, and you could sell them to the market.
Yeah, but people who are in the commercial side, I think that they have to follow regulations, which would mean that they would have to require you to be, under the same regulations. I don't have a problem with people selling fish to whom I'm saying in terms of being in the fishmongering business.
That's some good bartering right there, though. You got in any kind of a cataclysmic apocalyptic situation, Banzai, you're sitting pretty. King of Australia down there, I know.
I say, is what it is.
You got a camera yet there, Banzai?
Not a good one. No, not a good one.
Why not? Yeah, no, man, you be out there all the time, man. It's so addicting.
I have a very addictive personality.
You have what?
I've got a very addictive personality.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I can see that.
$10,000 worth of cameras later.
Yeah. But yeah, we are thinking about getting getting one, so a decent one.
I would say if you're going to get a decent camera, might as well get a decent phone, because most phones these days, I don't need to record in 8K. I don't have an 8K television. But when I do record in 8K and take snapshots from that 8K, it's like some pretty high definition pictures. And
the wife just got herself a new iPhone. I don't know what model it is. I don't know, iPhone
13.
Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah, and the camera on that is insane, Larry. Like,
yeah, it's better than mine. The video quality is better than mine, but my snapshots are better than theirs.
Amazing. Yeah, absolutely amazing. It wannabe cost her about $2,000 or whatever it was.
Yeah, these cell phones are getting nuts, dude. Nuts.
Oh.
And the whole back of the cell phone pretty soon is going to be all cameras.
Yeah, yeah.
It kind of reminds me of that, like, one scripture from Revelation where it's like the beast is covered in eyes on all sides.
Yeah, bro. And Apple, the Apple logo is a bit an apple, like when they, the Garden of Eden shit.
Yeah, you want to know how the apple became the symbol of the fruit?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
In Latin, the the term for the tree is the knowledge of good and evil, right? So in Latin, the declension spelling for evil is malum, M-A-L-L-U-M, and the noun for apple in Latin is also M-A-L-L-U-M. So it just became an association of evil and apple because of the spelling in Latin.
There you go.
Otherwise, it would make no sense why it would be an apple.
Huh. Interesting.
Well, I think the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil was resting in Eve's. Never mind. But yeah, I think that they were a lot like children before that, and then after that, much like the Blue Lagoon movie, once you see a baby pop out of a human, it's like, whoa, that was intense. Let's do that again.
I never watched that. I was like 10 when it came out.
Soundly there. Hello, Soundly. Good morning. Now, your bridge picture is full of optical illusions, right? We know that when you go over those little humps, you're not going at a 60, 70 plus degree angle, whatever it looks like in the picture, right?
So he is.
Hey, I'm listening
Soundly,
to you guys, but I'm doing something else, so I can't really chat at the moment.
No doubt. Oh wait, we'll be here all day.
Yep. Shout out when you're free.
They were just ignoring Soundly the other day, all the Globers and everyone. I'm like, yo, you guys better bow down and kiss the Chucks. You don't know who this is?
The Globers don't like me either, dude, because I'm a Christian.
Yeah. Well, really? No way. Is that why, Soundly?
Yeah, that's why.
Damn. That's hardcore. Congratulations.
Yeah, that whole atheistic thing ain't gonna work for Soundly.
No,
Lemon can't come in here talking about your atheistic, satanic, demonic lineage, all that.
So you're hardcore, are you, with your beliefs there, Soundly? I'm kind of gathering you are.
Hardcore enough.
Obviously not. He doesn't believe the Bible's flat Earth.
Oh, really? What? That's sacrilege.
Well, there's Bible literalists, and then there's just Bible people, right? There's like two different categories of them.
Okay, he's just one of those Bible
like the literal people. Yeah, the literal people be like, the Earth is 6,000 years old, and you know everything's exact. Where other people look at it as fuck, I forgot the word for it.
Allegory.
Allegory.
I'm actually going to the Creation Museum, like next week, I think.
Why? Why would you do that?
Who created the museum?
Ken Ham.
Yep. I'm going because I find it interesting to look at perspectives I don't agree with.
Yeah, we got to get a flat Earth museum going then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the problem is it'd be empty.
Imagine how easy that'd be, right? You've got right angles, you've got straight edges. I mean, it'd be damn easy to build that one.
Like, I don't know if any of y'all have ever been to the Creation Museum, but the Creation Museum and Ark Encounter, I think the tickets cost us $115 for each of us.
Damn.
Wow. That's insane.
That'll buy you a place in heaven.
You get the shovel shit for that on the Ark?
Yeah, that's one of the things I'm looking at. I'm interested in seeing if they actually address.
Oh, oh shit, I lost the word I was looking for.
The hygiene and the
Yeah, but I was thinking of it in terms of toilets. What's the word I'm looking for? It's like not plumbing or anything like that, but just what is it called? What's it called? The waste management? Something like that?
Mm-hmm. That and the fresh water. My brain cannot figure out how they kept enough fresh water to keep everyone alive.
They didn't have to. They could have just stored up enough fruit.
Did you miss the part where it rained for 40 days?
Just put
a
couple of buckets out on the deck.
Yeah. Who brought the funnels? I thought you were going to bring the funnels.
Then it stopped raining, and it took them at least either 30 days or a year, depending on which
I think it was
you read.
I think it was 150 days, to be fair to you, since the time that he entered the boat.
Yeah. So, and there's really two flood narratives in the Bible, so which one are you reading?
Well, I can only think of one. Like, starts in Genesis 6, towards the middle or end of the chapter. What other flood?
There's quite literally two that are pushed together there. Look at the loading of the animals. One of the narratives say they came 2 by 2, and one says it came, was it 7 of the clean and 2 of the unclean, or I can't remember the exact numbers. But he loads all the animals. He gets on the boat twice. It starts raining twice. Everything happens twice because it was 2 narratives that were pushed together.
Well, I mean, if you had 2 historical books, right? One that was from, let's say, Harvard, and one that was from Austin about the Alamo, right? And you're using both of these to try to get as much information as you could, right? You may not know, back in the day in ancient Egypt, to, cite your sources. So you just write down both sources of what the best information you could, right? Because did the Prince of Egypt, known as Moses, know that he's supposed to cite his sources and explain to you that it's not 2 events, that it's the same events, but it's 2 records?
Then why are the numbers so drastically different?
You ever interviewed 2 people who saw the same car accident?
Yep, and they never disagree with how many cars were in the accident. One of them doesn't say there was 2 cars, and one of them says there was 9 cars. That doesn't happen.
Well, I think you'll find out that most history is kind of like this in a way, where it's not 100% this guy was the descendant of this guy and this guy was the descendant of this guy. Sometimes the milkman went and planted his own seed, in someone else's fields, and then, you know, he really wasn't the descendant of this guy, right? That's how history just is. It's not 100% like, you know, scientifically accurate facts. It's just his story, right? He didn't believe his mom was a whore, so he wrote down that his dad was his dad. But was he there the day the milkman came by?
Right. And if you want to take the Bible as as inspirational and even inspired, I don't have a problem with that. Where I come with problems is when you say it's literal. Then we're going to have issues because, first of all, the dimensions for the ark can never be built. You know, pi doesn't equal 3.
But do people round off sometimes in math?
Yeah, but if
you know,
but
when
if
someone says, sorry,
this
when
is,
some
if you're saying this is literally the word of God, why is God rounding to numbers that won't work?
so every time you've ever heard someone speak pi out loud, 3.14, blah 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 blah, they actually rounded, unless they're still talking to this day and still going through the number, correct?
Yep.
Right. So every person you've ever heard speak pi out loud rounded off, but you're pissed off that this one guy in the Bible rounded off at 3.
No, he doesn't even round off it. Do you know pi is not listed in the Bible? Just want to
I
throw
don't
that
know.
out.
I haven't read the whole thing.
Okay.
It's like, what's that got to do with anything?
Well, I don't know. The guy's arguing that pi is rounded in the Bible. Then he says he's never read the Bible, so I'm confused where the argument is even coming
No,
from.
I
So
think
maybe
Said
I
it was
misunderstood.
wrong in the Bible.
You said that the Noah's Ark couldn't have been built because they didn't know about pi. And then you said something about the
No,
number 3. What were you talking about?
no, that's not what I said. What I said was the dimensions listed in the Bible for the ark do not work in reality because pi is not 3.
Oh,
How do you know? Because people have like said that when you take the ark and the dimensions, it's the same ratio that we use in like shipping containers type ships today. That it's
No, it's not even close.
really. So you're saying
no.
you're saying the ark wouldn't float? Because I've heard other experts say that it absolutely would. In fact, we still use the same dimension ratio to this day.
Yeah, so the problem is, my problem, what I'm talking about is with the cupola of the ark. That cannot be built.
And I'm
with
not
the
a
dimension.
mariner. I don't know what that is. What's a cupola?
It's the round part.
The hull?
No.
What round part?
No, it's the part. It's like the lookout. It's like the part at the top that's roundabout. You can look on 360 degrees. It's,
Oh, the crow's nest.
yeah, something like that. But it's not a crow's nest per se. It's not up on a post.
It's more of it's like the dome that sits on top.
I've never heard anybody nitpick at this, Kool-Aid. I'm not sure what your point is. Does the narrative?
Guy, right?
No, I get that. Does the Bible describe the cupola as a circle?
It describes it as a dome. Yeah.
As a dome. I'd have to look that up again. It's been a while.
And then it also talks about the length and breadth of it, and if you use those dimensions, you can't actually make a circle in there because it just wouldn't fit.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
This
I
is where you can also say, and
Where did you get that information from? Where did you read that or see that?
This is where I say, if you want to say the
Hello?
Bible, yeah, I hear you. I'm ignoring you.
You're ignoring me asking you where. It sounds like you're just making shit up. Where can I go find it somewhere?
Yeah,
I'll go look. Just tell me where it was.
Sure, it's in the Bible.
It's in the Bible that they couldn't build the cupola on top. Is that what you're saying?
All
Hello?
right, you done asking? Can I Can I actually finish my sentence now?
You can actually answer a question that's on topic. You're
Right.
saying,
So
you're claiming
this
that it
is why
can't be built. Where did you get that information?
I say if you want to take the Bible as inspired and
No, we're
then
not talking about the
edited
Bible. We're
and
talking
changed,
about where you got the citation of where someone said
would
it
you
couldn't be
please
built.
act like an adult and stop
I
interrupting
am.
me?
I'm very calmly
No,
asking
you're
you
not.
on topic a question about your
All right.
claim.
I'm going to disengage. Thanks for
Yeah, see
playing.
you later. Another baseless claim. We don't. Who needs
I
baseless
love the
claims? I can
mod.
make
I
shit up.
love the
Let's.
mods in this
Yeah, I
server.
know. I know.
Can
I
I
just
at
Yeah,
least
I
finish what I'm
hold on.
actually,
saying?
Let's let everyone
I
finish.
love the mods too,
You know,
because I don't like it when people are muted all the time.
I love the mods here.
Let's just let everyone finish their sentences, please, guys. Come on.
Yeah, and I actually think it's a fair question, Kool-Aid. It was asked fairly and rationally and calmly. You know, what part of the Bible the that you got it
No,
from.
that's not what I asked. I asked where his
Oh, sorry.
citation, where he got his information from that it couldn't be built.
Oh,
Because
couldn't.
he's claiming that it can't be
Yeah.
built. That means the Bible is not true. The Noah's Ark couldn't have been built the way the Bible describes it. I'm asking him his claim on topic, very calmly, a question. Where did he
Sure.
get his information?
Where I first heard of this and looked into it with greater depth was when they were actually building the Ark exhibit and they had to change the dimensions because it didn't work. Or sorry, the Ark encounter, not Ark exhibit. That's where I first heard about it.
Oh, you're saying they couldn't build the
Post
ark?
that.
You're saying they couldn't build the ark because it wouldn't flow, or what? Like
No,
what wouldn't work?
because the cupola couldn't be a circle.
Yeah, post that citation,
Oh,
please.
it's not
I'll
a
read it.
circle.
Here's the real problem. That's only if you are a Bible literist. If you say it was inspired and edited and some things were lost and changed and the rounding came in later, cool. I can't argue with that. I don't have a problem with that. Where I have a problem is when you say every word is exactly literal. Then we can also get into how many. Go ahead.
Hold on a second.
If you guys want to have this conversation without me, go ahead.
No, I want to ask you about the circle thing and the cupola or whatever you said. Why would that not make the boat float or something? Like, why wouldn't it work if that's not a circle? That's all.
Are you suggesting, Kool-Aid, that the dimensions that are given in the Bible, someone's tried to replicate these dimensions and it hasn't worked out?
No, he said it wouldn't. He said it wouldn't work because this thing wouldn't be this cupola part wouldn't be a circle. So I'm wondering why.
I don't know. I'm just trying to find out, Jeremy.
Yeah, no, this circle thing is why it wouldn't work. And they went to took the dimensions from the Bible. This thing wouldn't have been a circle. So what? Does it have to be a circle for it to flow, or you can't build a boat unless this part is a circle, or like what?
No, it's a top. It has nothing to do with it floating. He said it's the top part. He says it can't make a dome with the dimensions given in the Bible, but he hasn't yet to post any dimensions, any citations where it didn't work. Nothing, just hearsay, just like a baseless claim.
I also want to point out
the Ark encounter is the citation. That's why they changed the dimension. It's listed on their website. Go for it.
Post it. That's your job.
Why? You're not going to look at it.
Yeah, okay. Here we go with the script. Post your citation.
Why? You won't look at it.
I will look. I'm trying to find in the Bible where it says anything about a dome on the ark. All I can see is that God says to build a roof, right? So I'll look. So just post it, Kool-Aid.
Which version of the Bible are you reading? Here's the next one. Which version of the Bible? Because they don't agree.
Okay, I know that. Listen. Yeah,
okay,
I know that.
Ahead. You guys enjoy your conversation. Go ahead. I won't partake.
What are you scared of, man? You scared you're gonna be found out to be wrong?
Look, my point is that I'm well aware of translation differences. Okay, so all I'm reading right now is that it's described as a roof. So
You're reading the wrong version.
Well, post a version, post a scripture and verse that you read it from, man. Back up your claim.
Yeah.
What version are you getting this from, Kool-Aid?
Yeah, what version are you looking up?
I'm not even a Bible person. This sounds like it could get interesting now. Start talking about circles and
Sorry
shit
to
and
interrupt
pie.
you. He said something earlier that kind of caught my ear. He said Bible literalist, like that takes the whole thing literal. I'm a Bible literalist. I don't think that every metaphor was like literal, like the
I don't
dreams of
either.
Nebuchadnezzar. Like those weren't literal; they were symbolic. So even a Bible literalist doesn't take every word as literal because there is symbology in the book, and then it's translated for you so you can understand what the symbolic stuff was. And also, there's writings in the New Testament, especially from Christ, where he said things in parables, just like Nostradamus couldn't say certain things about predicting the future because he didn't want the church to burn him at the stake, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they were written in parables so that the Romans couldn't understand that they were talking about them and the Roman Catholic Church being the Antichrist. Thanks.
Remind me, what book did Jesus write?
What? Come on, Kool-Aid.
Remind me what scripture
You
and
know that I
verse you got
misspoke.
that from.
Oh,
You know that I
he
misspoke.
he didn't write any books, and none of them were written for at least 50 years till after he died. Cool.
No, that's completely erroneous. That's all supposition. But listen, just give me, right? Because I was trying to look it up. Just give me the verse in the version that you prefer that uses the word dome. I'm trying to look it up. I don't want to look up
with dimensions
the New King
of
James.
the dome.
That's fine. What verse? Genesis 6 what?
I don't know. It's been years since I've looked at it. It doesn't really matter. My point, one more time,
Doesn't matter.
If you take everything literal, that's where I have a problem. If you say this is a parable, this is a story, that's cool. I can get behind that. I don't care. When you say that every word is literal, that's where I have issues.
Yeah, the thing that I don't get is like if you aren't
There's a
on
lot
board,
you don't get, Travis.
Oh, why are
Wow.
we making like
Who
I'm
is
trying to
this
have
dude? Who are you, dude?
yeah, we're the moderators. Look, I'm trying to actually have
moderators who continually overtalk me. Yay.
I'm actually trying to have a conversation with you, and there's all you can do right now is just come at me with an attack. Like, what's up with that?
Kool-Aid, you realize people that call themselves Bible literalists, that doesn't mean that they don't think that some of the things in the Bible are parables. You know that, right?
Yes, I do. But those same people claim that there was the flood was a literal story, including the multiple times the ark was loaded with different amounts of animals. That obviously cannot be real. You can't load a boat twice and only have it loaded once. You agree with that, right?
He cited both sources from the library in Egypt.
Yeah, I mean, do you have...
That I agree with. I agree that it was two stories pushed together. It was not one story.
Yeah.
Most
So
Bible
two different
literalists,
accounts.
including Ken Ham and Ken Hovind, whose museums I'm going to go see next week, which is where this conversation started, don't believe that.
Who cares what another man believes? I think it's really important to look at the evidence from all the continents of different variations of the story of the flood, right? Some of them, are like only like 15%, and then others are like 70, 80%. Like they talk about the 8 people surviving and the dove coming back with an olive branch, and some of them leave out that part while others, have the other part. But in Turkey, they actually found a boat like object in the ground with stones nearby, where they were like stones with a hole set in the top, which is what they used for anchors back in the day. I can't remember who discovered it, but it was I think it was in Turkey.
Is
Is
that
that
the
the
one,
one?
Larry? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, is that the one, Larry, that actually looks like part of the landscape now? It's kind of buried.
So the story goes that he was trying to get permission from the government to dig, and they were like, "Not no, but hell no. They'll come and kill you. Like we have to provide security for you just to be here with your ground penetrating radar." But there was an earthquake, which kind of opened it up to where they could actually look without digging. So they considered it like a miracle because they didn't have to die in order to dig.
Yeah.
The earthquake dug, or it kind of opened up the ground for them. So when they actually got down there and started looking, they actually found like, iron and wood, and
Yep.
shapes that, would have made like a boat basically. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's the ark. I don't know for sure, but there's stories from every single continent, right? So there's not just two stories, like you said, and there's different stories from different continents all over the world that are talking about the same thing. In fact, some of the Chinese lettering like matches up with like the Book of Genesis and the story. I can't remember what the words are. I would have to look it up. But if you were to type it in like Chinese letters in Genesis or something like that, you probably would see what I'm talking about. So yeah, these coincidences, I can't just overlook anymore. I'm not a coincidence theorist, right? So
I
for the
think,
coincidence theorist in the room, you have to believe in a lot of coincidences.
yeah. I think that one you're referring to, Larry, um, someone pointed that out to me maybe a month and a half ago. And the dimensions of this particular object that they've uncovered in Turkey, or haven't uncovered it actually, but they've gone. I think they've gone over it and taken some measurements. Seem to fairly closely match some of the dimensions that are mentioned in the Bible.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting watch,
Yeah,
especially the fact that they had to be guarded by the government, right? So that means the people of the area were like, we'll kill these people if they come over here and dig this up. Like,
mm.
we don't care. We will kill them. So the government's like, okay, we're not going to let them dig it up. So don't kill them. Like, we'll send guards so that you can just go look, right? Go look with your eyes, not with your hands.
What was the guy's point? Is this someone's like futile attempt to prove that the Bible isn't like true or real, or he doesn't believe in the Bible, or does he believe in the Bible? Like, what was
He
his
just
point?
don't like it when people take it literally.
Mm.
Oh,
But
okay. But
any
he
other
believes
historical, like, sorry, go ahead.
he believes in the Bible. He just doesn't think you should take it literally.
He's
Um,
probably like most people who don't read the Bible. They just try to find contradictions in the Bible or what they claim are contradictions so that they can say that it's incorrect instead of just actually like reading the scriptures themselves.
Yeah,
yeah,
try that
I,
with any other book. It's actually not a book. Try putting a compilation of different writings from 60 some odd writers over thousands of years from different areas together, and then have it preserved over a couple thousand years and see how many small errors that you get. But the translations and the interpretations come together in stories that couldn't be done by man, right? It had to be inspired by something else. Period. Thanks for playing.
Yep, the very first sentence of the Torah in Genesis. So in Hebrew, in ancient Hebrew, the letters have meanings like pictographs, right? And the letters spell out the story of Christ in the first sentence of the Torah. So if I was working for like the CIA, right, and I was one of their assets, like if I get a message, from my handler, like I want to make sure it's from the handler and not from some other like turncoat, right? So it's going to have like an authentication message built right in, right? And I and my handler are going to be the only people that know about this authentication. So I know where to look for it. He knows where to put it, but no one else knows. And I believe that's what that was. It talks about the nail in the hand, the Son of Man, or something like that. I can't remember exactly how it goes, but it's right there in ancient Hebrew when you read the Torah. The first, not sentence, but the first letters in that sentence, which have meaning, and that's why the Bible is. There's so many layers to it. As your level of understanding grows, your level of comprehension allows you to comprehend more things. And when you go back and read it after a year of, learning new stuff, you're like, oh, how did I not see that?
Yep.
That is, wow.
Read it every year, and it will tell you and teach you and show you things you didn't see the year before because you've grown in your overall knowledge. It's almost like it changes, right? Like it is. I mean, even if I didn't believe in the Bible, like didn't think it was true, the way it's written and the way it, you have to read it over and over again to interpret it is crazy. Like no other book is like that to me. Seems special to me, especially since so many people fight against it.
I would like to point out that Jesus actually does save. If you look at Matthew 17, he talks about agree with your adversary quickly, right? Lest they turn you over to the bailiff who turns you over to the judge and puts you into a prison till you pay back every last cent. I think that's some of the best legal advice I've ever heard of, right? And this is not legal advice. I'm not giving legal advice, so I'm not a lawyer. But the point is that if you cut out the middleman and you can do it, which is the lawyer, and agree with your adversary on the way to court, you remove yourself from the court's jurisdiction. Because if you have a contract and then you go to the court date, excuse me, Your Honor, we've already contracted and decided to settle this dispute outside of the court. And the honor was, the judge is going to be like, good, I didn't want to throw your ass in the pen anyway. So it's a good thing that you find, even a divorce court, it'll literally, Jesus will save you like tens of thousands of dollars. Easy.
I've never heard that, so I've learned something today. What I have heard is people like that guy, whoever he was, basically come in with that, I don't want to call it attitude, but it's just an ingrained notion that, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this, instead of just going, hey, man, this is just, this is how I take it. How do you take it? Instead of telling everybody else that takes it differently or interprets it differently that they're wrong. I mean, I don't do that. He could be right? But it's the way it's talking to me now. It's literal, and why shouldn't I take it literal? It tells me how to read it. It tells me how to interpret it, and it's never lied to me in that way. So I'm gonna keep doing it that way.
Yeah, I had this happen the other day where somebody just said the claim that when Pilate asked Jesus what is truth, he claimed that Jesus just couldn't answer the question. When you look at the various accounts of this situation, it seems as though Pilate asked him what is truth and then immediately turned and walked away out to the crowd to pronounce Jesus's innocence. And then the crowd, the Jews, were the ones that condemned him, right? And put the guilt upon Jesus. To me, that's a much deeper meaning, right? As opposed to the person's claim that Jesus couldn't answer the question, what is truth? As if Jesus didn't know what truth was, or that Jesus wasn't truth.
Yeah, there's a lot of things like that they're tough, right? Like I agree that they're tough, but you have to look at it back in that day. Like the crowds at his arraignment, like basically they had him and then just this terrible rapist, someone who was proven to be a criminal, a lifelong criminal who had done harm to the community that he was being judged in. And they had him and Jesus there. and asked the crowd, which one would you want me to release? And they chose to release the known criminal, the rapist. That's how you have to notice things, how things were back then, or, times are, he's just given a story on what to look out for and how things can happen.
So you're saying he was convicted because of mob justice?
Yeah, and I
Well,
think that
That's
was
right.
kind of the
proven choice, free will, basically. The crowd chose to let the criminal go and to put Jesus on the cross. That's how deeply they felt against religion, basically.
Yeah, but that choice was mob justice, really. He listened to the mob.
yeah, and I think
Well, he
that's
didn't.
kind
He
of
didn't have a
some of
choice.
the meaning that you can kind of think about when you think about the Pilate coming to Jesus, having this conversation, and the last thing he says is, "What is truth?" and doesn't expect an answer or doesn't wait for an answer from Jesus, but immediately turns away and pronounces his truth to the crowd, and the crowd chooses their truth, right? To me, there's some sort of deeper meaning or symbology within what's taking place there, as opposed to the gentleman who tried to make it out as if Jesus just couldn't answer the question, what is truth? As if Jesus had no answer to that question, which really wasn't the case when you look at the story.
Another thing I noticed: the Bible's a book about law. I don't know if you guys realize that. It's crazy to think about it, but
Oh, yeah.
the land, air, and water, right? Law, right? Those are the three jurisdictions. So when Jesus is being interrogated, they said, are you the king of the Jews? He was like, did you say that or did I say that? Like, that's exactly how you would want to respond to an interrogator, right? Like, someone's accusing you of X, Y, and Z, right? Rape and pillaging. Did you see that or did someone else tell you that happened? Like, you basically answer every question with a question because you don't want to talk to cops. And once again, that's not legal advice.
Yeah, that's a good point there, Larry. It's kind of like, if the cops are interrogating you and they're trying to say, you know, were you the one at the market who did X, Y, and Z? Or when you were at the market, did you see so and so and such and such? If you answer the question no, it doesn't necessarily mean that you weren't at the market. It just means that you didn't see so and so and such and such. But it could be inferred that you were at the market, but you just didn't see X, Y, and Z, even though you may not have been at the market, right? So that's why you
Right? They can twist
answer.
it.
Yeah, that's why you never talk to cops.
Well, I'll give
Because
you another
anything
good
you
reason.
say will be used against you, right? So
It's
you answer the questions.
not just not just anything you say, but every single little micro expression, micro gesture. If you watch the behavior panel, it's like four guys who are like basically retired from interrogation tactics and anti-interrogation tactics. And when you see these guys like break down like interviews, they'll say stuff. Did you like see that little minor shoulder gesture that he did right there? Like that by itself really isn't nothing. But when you compare it with him scratching his ear and then scratching his nose within 5 seconds, like that's definitely a red flag. And it's like, so when you talk to cops, they're not only like writing down everything you say, they're like looking at every single twitch on your face and, making like, as far as I could tell, baseless assertions of what they think that means.
I I don't know if it's my area or whatever, but I know sheriff's deputies. I do work with them. I was at a sheriff's, like at the firing range yesterday with the sheriffs and deputies and stuff like that. I know state policemen. I know city police, drug enforcement. I've grown up with these guys, right? They went to the military, usually came back, and a lot of them became policemen. I know some of my brother's friends. He's 10 years older than me. They're policemen, and they come to my brother's house and blah blah blah, and I talk to them. 90% of them, dude, I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them. Now, the other 10% are as good as gold, bro. They're there trying to do their best for the community, blah, blah, blah. But some of the other guys, especially 2 or 3 of the ones that I went to school with, they're meatheads, bro. I'm talking about the crazy ones from school that can't wait to rip an old lady out of the car and tase her. You know what I mean? That's just embellishing, but you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I've worked with one before.
nut.
I asked the cop, I said, what's your favorite part about your job? And he was like, fighting. Like, he instantly,
Right.
as soon as I asked the question, what's the favorite, I thought he was going to say, like, serving the community or helping people out. He was like, fighting. I'm like, wait a minute. Who the fuck wants to fight you? Every time we punch you, it's like an extra felony. What are you talking about, bro?
But they pick them, right? They know, bro. I'm telling you, if you could hear some of the conversations, they're like, tonight we're getting one, right? Like, tonight we're pulling somebody out. You understand?
Yeah. And the good ones don't advance. My father-in-law has been in law enforcement his whole entire working career, straight out of college into law enforcement. And he is genuinely somebody who wants to help the community and do right by people. And he was never able to fully advance as far as he should have throughout his career because he was not like the people you're talking about.
He wouldn't kiss ass probably and do stuff like that or what. And I'm not saying the mix isn't good. Like, I think you need that chip on your shoulder. If you're going to be, busting down doors and going into a dangerous situation, you probably are a little crazy and that's needed, right? I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just stating the fact of the ones that I know. It is way heavily weighted towards most of them being like, I don't want to use the word crazy, but you know what I'm saying? Like, stupid. Aggressive, like
stupid.
Yeah.
All right, so in my opinion, there's 3 types of cops. The first one is the majority, like you said, about 90% who just want to fuck shit up. They want to put on their gloves, protect their knuckles, and bash everybody in the face.
These people are in brotherhoods, and they're little fake test arenas. I mean, they probably fight each other more than they fight people on the street, if you think about it, because they carry these old traditions of fisticuffs, and you got to square up within your little circle.
They have IQ cutoffs, dude. They
you cut him off pretty hard.
Honestly, like they have IQ cutoffs. All right, Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. So the second type of cop is the cop that can't handle the corruption. So he immediately gets like blackballed and whatever as soon as he like tries to report his fellow officers. The third cop, right, is probably the 10%. Those numbers are arbitrary, right? But the third cop, he's the cop that sees the corruption but doesn't say anything and doesn't participate. So all cops are either guilty by association or guilty of the crimes.
Or fired.
They're protected from. Or fired. Right, that's right.
But dude, what's funny, bro, is like just really trying to fathom the fact that they literally have IQ cutoffs. Like just the principle of that is that we have to keep you really stupid so that you can do what we need you to do. So that draws the question, right? Begs the question, what is it that they're wanting them to do? That they have to keep them stupid to do it. And I'm not just saying that, like, they literally keep them stupid.
Did you read the rest of that policy where it explains why?
Yeah, sure. It says that because people get so disinterested with the profession of being a police officer that they have to keep the lower IQs so that they'll stay.
Yeah, so they told you why they did it. So why are you confused why they did it?
This guy. Did you find that scripture and verse of the version that you read it from?
No, I'm not at home. I don't have my Bibles with me. I will have to look it up.
Awesome.
So wait, just to clarify, Kool-Aid, you agree?
you're not going to look at it anyway. So
Kool-Aid, you agree with them keeping the IQs of officers who run around with unlimited power and are required to try to remember an immense amount of laws? And they walk around with guns on their hips, constantly engaging with people forcibly. You encourage them keeping those people with an IQ around 105 because of the justification being they may leave if they're too smart.
I agree with the justification that we should try to save our tax money and not be constantly training new officers.
So you just didn't actually address.
I think we have better things to do with our tax money. Our schools need more money. Our healthcare system is a fucking wreck. We need to spend money on other things that is, in my opinion, better than retraining somebody who's not going to stick with the job.
So what we should do is see if you can actually address the point. So because of tax money, which they blow on all kinds of things frivolously, far beyond police officers, we should, and by the way, America has like the most money put into their school system ever. It's not about the amount of money put into our schools, it's about how it's facilitated. So there goes that argument. But again, the question is, if police officers are supposed to have an immense amount of knowledge of laws, which laws are overcomplicated and you have to kind of understand law to understand what they're saying, and they're supposed to go around and enforce them forcibly with weapons and remember all of these laws, and we've created a paradigm in which we keep them around 105 IQ or lower and expect them to do their job properly. You don't see any problem with that?
That's false. I mean, that order that you're citing applied to one district in New Jersey or someplace. There's no IQ limit for police or federal agents or law enforcement. That just doesn't exist nationwide. That exists in that one small city.
Okay, actually, it's not even a definitive cutoff. It was just setting a legal precedent that.
No, in fact, the order from the appellate court even says it's not for presidential purposes. So it's not a precedent.
So it set a legal precedent, meaning that not that it literally set a precedent across the board. It's that no one's ever challenged it and it been ruled against. And so as of now, it's been set as the normal accepted procedure that you.
No, it's not set as the normal accepted procedure.
Do you keep cutting him off? What are you scared
he's
of?
wrong. He's absolutely wrong.
Can you rebut him after he finishes his statement like a human being? Or one of those low IQ that just can't do it?
So Steel City, I understand your argument. You're appealing to like an idea that you think that it's not like the other places, and you don't know that, right? Because it hasn't been challenged in the other places.
Nobody has to challenge it. It only applies to that one place.
Again, do we have any
reading it wrong.
Control by this one guy as we were having a great conversation until you came here and started cutting him off every time so far? 3 for 3, bud. Going for the record, huh?
To be fair, I think I just triggered them, bro. Like Kool-Aid jumped in and he jumped, like something about my voice like just triggers them. But
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so I'm just
explaining. Cut off number 4. That's 4 for 4.
Well, I think it's 100% 9 or 10. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to you, I know, but it matters to the audience, and it should matter to the mods here, which it is, but he's the one speaking. Like, if you're just going to cut off on purpose because you don't care, if you're going to cut off on purpose because you don't care, trying to cut me off right now, then why should you be allowed to be in here? You're cutting off on purpose and admitting it.
It's a lie. What he's saying is a lie.
I think it's because Witset's not built different or anything like that.
City, if you interrupt someone again, I'm going to mute you.
I don't think it's you, Witset, that you're built different or anything like that. I think these people just lack the capacity to like write down what you said that was wrong and then wait till you're like done talking before they bring it up.
Yeah, he might be a policeman.
They have personal disdain for me, Larry, I can assure you.
I'd like to say with it that I know. Yeah, I know some policemen that are very intelligent. Like two state troopers I know are like, they're with it, right? They know the law. They could be almost anything they wanted to be. They just chose to be that. But I do think the majority are the ones that couldn't be, the engineer in the plants or, whatever. They almost had to be a policeman, but they do enjoy it also, probably.
Yeah, like I was gonna try to say that. Like I actually, right. So they're not all like even in that ruling, it didn't say like that they keep them all under 105 or anything like that. It just said that they can choose not to hire someone because they have too high of an IQ, and it came out in the court that they usually keep it around 105. Now, like for supervisor positions, etc., and I'm sure there are federal officers that are smarter. I've talked to some officers as well that are definitely not dumb. I don't hate officers. I think that having police is not a bad thing. I think that the norm of them, it being normal that if they do too good on the test, they may not hire them because they won't stay. Like that even being accepted in America at all, anywhere, just the idea being normalized is very detrimental when you're asking them to do so many different things that require intellect, right? And I just think that that's insane to me. And so I don't think that all police officers are dumb. I just have met a lot of dumb ones, and I don't find it to be coincidental.
Yeah, I can see that point though, because someone with a higher IQ is going to get bored, right? The mundane, you know, I guess some departments are different, but that normal, just everyday walking the beat is just going to get unbearable, right? For someone who needs to be challenged more than others.
Yeah, I agree. Plus, it doesn't pay much, right? And plus, it's super dangerous. So, like, an intelligent person is going to use cost benefit analysis, and they're going to be like, is it really worth putting my life on the line for people that are like strung out on meth and just chasing each other with knives or whatever crazy? They have to respond to everything. Like, is it really worth me putting my life on the line for $45,000 a year every day? Like, a logical, intelligent person is going to be like, this is probably not a good decision. This isn't really like weighing out properly. So, I don't like. I understand the reasoning, but just the precedent, like the idea of it, is super super lame to me because I've personally interacted with a lot of really really dumb officers, and like I said, they're not all really dumb, but normally the really dumb ones don't get checked by the smart ones or anything. It's kind of like a football team, and like I didn't pick on the freshmen, but when I saw someone picking on the freshmen, like none of us really stopped them. It got to where I did actually stop them, but I'm just trying to give an analogy. It's like if I was on the football team and I didn't pick on people, but like I let them pick on people, like I might as well pick on them. It's kind of like a football team. They just let everyone run around and do what they want to. And it's unspoken that, well, they're above the law because they are the ones that enforce it. And so I just think that it's sad, bro. It's sad because then you get this false dichotomy of police or no police, and they get a bad rap when a lot of them aren't bad. Some of them are, pure intent. Some of them aren't stupid, but the bad ones really are the ones that stand out.
Well, it used to be prestigious, right? A policeman was, and it still is in my community. I mean, I buy them lunch.
Yeah, the sheriff badge is like, isn't that the Star of David? So like these people are part of an occultic order. Didn't it start with like the KKK were the original slave catchers, and this they created, I guess, like a secret underground occult around this capturing slaves. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I don't think most of them know anything about that. A lot of them are Masons, and 99% of Masons don't even know anything about it. Like they don't. I talked to a Mason. He told me, Austin, this is what we do, bro. We give them access to the libraries, and we sit back and see if they actually go read. And he said, dude, almost none of them go use the library. And so we'll never let them get to the 33rd degree because they're so it's the same thing. Like most of them don't know. I don't think that they've all agreed to be a part of the Star of David cult. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that having no police is viable. I don't, certainly with the amount of depravity now, I think we're kind of stuck here. The most ideal situation is like local, quote unquote, government. Everything's run locally. We have strong men that don't scream and freak out about things and are super emotional and stuff like that. And then they kind of police their own area, and everyone knows how to shoot a gun if you're a man, but that's not really realistic at this point. So we kind of need them. That's what I think. I think we need them and they should be held more accountable, but the dichotomy of police or no police is not a good one.
Who institutionalized the police in the 1800s?
I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't agree with the current structure of police. I just know that it's
No,
unrealistic.
I'm just asking the room in general, I guess. Yeah.
I think the police could benefit from a system similar to the EMS service. Your paramedic shows up on scene. They're not a doctor, they're a paramedic, but they can pick up the phone and call a doctor and get online medical direction. I think giving the police the opportunity to pick up the phone and call a lawyer or call a judge and get online legal direction would be a step in the right direction.
EMS services, you said?
Yeah, that's the way at least all the EMS I worked for works.
Yeah, that's interesting because they use the snake around the staff. I just think about how sheriff badges are kind of look like the Star of David, kind of look like the Ishtar. Yeah, I just think about that sometimes.
Dude, what I found out when I was traveling the US, bro, is cops just think they can do whatever they want to, like generally speaking. And I don't care what anyone in here has to say about it. I know for a fact that's the case. I got a very, thorough litmus test across the whole United States. And they would come up and they would tell me I'm not allowed to talk. And they would have no idea if that was true or not. They had no idea. They didn't actually know a law that said I couldn't talk, nothing like that. They just didn't want me to. So they came up and told me I couldn't. And when I told them actually I can, they would then attempt to intimidate me via threat of arrest or physically intimidate me, as they did in Cleveland, where they just like grabbed me. And none of them know the actual law. Then when you point out the law, or if you tell them just to like behave the way that the law says they're supposed to, like identify yourself, can you articulate a suspicion of crime prior to me identifying myself and me being detained? Dude, they literally get infuriated and they try to bully you around and tell you you're not allowed to talk if they don't like what you're talking about. But they don't actually know. They don't come and tell you the actual law. They literally just try to bully you, and that's what a vast majority of them do in the United States. And I know this firsthand.
Yeah, I love the First Amendment auditors on TikTok. A lot of them, and the cops. That's exactly what they try to do. They try to bully them. They try to tell them, they can't do things, like they're giving them unlawful orders and just all kinds of stuff. I mean, those
Well,
guys
they're
come
allowed
out
to
with
lie
all
to you, right?
stuff.
They're not allowed to break the law though. So like when you pull out the law, you cite the law, they're supposed to walk away. They're allowed to lie to you until you cite the law. They're not allowed to keep lying after that. But they do anyway. And it got to where I had to pull the law up for them, read it to them. They wouldn't understand it. And then as if I was their teacher, I had to explain to them what the law was saying. Then they had to run to their car and ask their supervisors if that's what it meant. And then they'd leave.
So do you agree with my suggestion of the online legal direction?
The online direction, I must have missed it.
Okay, I'm going to go through this again. I apologize for anybody who's here. I worked EMS for many years. As EMS, we were not a doctor. We couldn't do certain things like pronounce death. That must be done by an MD. what you would do in those situations where you had a body in front of you is you would call up the doctor and be like, hey, this is what I have. I have a patient with pulse rate of 0, respiration rate of 0, and his head is 5 feet away. And the doctor would then pronounce death over the phone with the EMS serving as their hands on the ground, so to speak. A similar thing for law enforcement where they have a judge or a lawyer or somebody highly trained in the law on the other end of that line.
I
Yeah,
love the idea of that.
I don't dislike it, but I can already tell you why it'll never happen and what the rebuttal would be. That it's not analogous because when someone's dead, there is no like urgency. They're just already dead. So if it takes 5 minutes to call an MD, I mean, whatever, they're already dead. But if you're
Yeah,
a police officer, you got to react right then. There is urgency, and that they would never be able to properly do their job if they had to call and wait for every situation, nor could you ever fulfill the demand of resources to be able to take the calls. So they would get out of that with saying urgency.
Hello? Hello?
They wouldn't need to for every call. I mean, you wouldn't need to do that, say, if you caught somebody speeding down the highway. That's pretty basic, right? You would only need to do that if things got a little more complicated and a little bit harder.
What's up, Wits? Kool-Aid, how you doing?
What's up?
I might be a little behind because I'm on the live stream, but I communicate with law enforcement pretty often, and it just seems like the responsibilities that they're given and they're basically told to strive to are unsurmountable tasks. They need to be superhuman mentally. They need to memorize about 20 different books that are constantly changing because of laws and whatever. They have management and peer pressure to deal with. Everyone's got to have the same story kind of shit. Just the upkeep and the mental fortitude required. I mean, I have total respect for people who even try to do that task if they do, but most people collapse under the responsibility, and so then they just kind of resort to brute force of the general direction of what they think they need to accomplish.
The only reason that everybody needs the same story is if somebody's corrupt. So, like, if I watch something happen, I don't need to, go to the other LAGO and make sure that we're on the same page, like Neil deGrasse Tyson said. Like, we're automatically going to be on the same page. What?
It is inherently corrupt, though. So, in order to get along, I mean, you have to get along with coworkers. They'll squeeze you out, or they'll set you up, or something. So it's inherently corrupt, and like I have respect for those people, but if you level with them, even they know that it's not possible to do their job to 100% or even close to like 20%.
Yeah, but I mean, to talk to his point, I mean, you got to admit, like, intentionally being deceptive and dishonest is not acceptable. I don't really care.
Yeah,
why.
I agree.
Yeah, like when we got in trouble in Florida, like what they did was they brought the dog around, but he didn't actually do anything. And then they had already predetermined on camera that they were going to go in there before they ran the dog. And he's like, okay, I'll bring the dog around. He'll hit, then we'll go in. And the dog didn't do anything. Then they went in. And anyway, and then they kind of realized that they messed up because you weren't allowed to use smell alone as probable cause in Florida at the time. So they got together and they started trying to work on their story. And then they don't expect you to ever find it because they cut the body cams off a lot and they're just hours. But anyway, then he goes in there and he's like, very clearly, like starts the camera and says, so they did this, they admitted it, right? Like coaxing the person into, and they admitted it. And then you took the dog around and he marked because of the smell of narcotics before you decided to investigate, right? They're setting up their story together. It's so ridiculous. I'm like, this is the most corrupt bullshit I've ever seen. You know that you broke the law. You know that you invaded someone's Fourth Amendment. You know that you were just doing whatever you wanted to. And then you realize you messed up. Then you guys all worked together to create a story to cover your ass and, accidentally got caught on body camera a few times.
Yo, did you ever
they do it all the time.
Did you ever beat that case in Florida?
No, I had to do time served, dude. I was in jail for I don't remember 18 days for that.
But it's over though, right? It's over.
Yeah, but not.
All right.
I think they're still dragging Chris along, but it's because they're scared because I sent them an affidavit of fact and a notice of claim. And I quoted a bunch of the stuff from their body cam and laid out how they broke the law and they're liable for damages and for false imprisonment. And so I think they're kind of scared to try to prosecute Chris now. So they just keep dragging him along, trying to make him spend thousands of dollars to where eventually he'll just like break and be like, okay, I'll take the, unsupervised probation or whatever it is. But yeah, I haven't pursued the civil yet, but I've set him up. It's very funny. Like just reading the affidavit of fact, it's like, oh my God, pay this dude and get him out of here. All I did was have to quote what they say on their own body cams. It's so bad.
I want to point out something, that if these people are as dumb as we're purporting, right, we all seem to be in agreement, right, then how hard would it be to go on a fishing expedition for cops? Like if I went somewhere and was like, hey, I'm standing on the sidewalk, right, just recording the sky, right, and Karen's going to be like, oh my God, call the cops, that's suspicious, right, and the cops show up and they're like, hey, what are you doing? And then all you have to do is, entrap them into saying something or doing something illegal.
Oh, those
Then
First Amendment auditors do that all the time on TikTok. I love that shit because the cops come up not knowing start asking them for ID, telling them they're going to arrest them, all kinds of crazy shit.
right, so what happens is the cops end up being the feelings police, and they're policing someone's feelings because someone felt like you were suspicious, or the cop gets in his ego and he feels offended, right? And then they start doing a whole bunch of stupid shit. But I've seriously contemplated like starting auditing myself, and I think I would just ask every cop I see, can you define the term driver for me? Like, surely, you're a cop, you've been doing this 20 years, like you just said, oh, you've been 28 years, thank you for your service, sir. Can you define driver? And then when they say, oh, it's a commercial term, someone, conducting commerce, then I'm going to be like, you, sir, are a good man. I don't care what they say about the rest of the cops, but how many cops are going to define driver and let the cat out of the bag that they've been pulling over everybody, assuming that they're doing commerce like me, right? I'm actually moving product from point A to point B. I actually I require a driver's license. But someone like Witsit, who's just driving to the store, he doesn't deliver pizza for a living. Like, what does he need license to do something that would otherwise be illegal without the license? Does he not have the right to travel?
It's hilarious.
That's why the Masons say, I'm a traveling man. They say over.
Sorry, go ahead. That was some gravy. I was gonna say, like, it's so funny too how they did it. They just decided to take it upon themselves that they own large stretches of land. They laid some pavement there, called it a road after making us pay for it. And therefore, if we're on that road that we paid for, then they get to just pull us over and have jurisdiction over us. What a joke. Like, that's why I have the same beef with the national parks. Like who told them that they get the national parks? They just got to decide themselves. They get to take the most valuable, beautiful pieces in America, then build a road through the middle of it, and you're not allowed to come off the road unless they built a little area for you to see. It's just theirs because they say so. And you can't speak there either, by the way, not in 2022. You can only speak in the woods where no one is. Weird. We just let all this happen.
I will agree with you about Rushmore Rangers. I have lost thousands of dollars of rock climbing equipment. I was not touching Rushmore, but there's a rock behind it where if you fall on the crux, you swing over and you break the laser fence that protects the monument. And when you do, they confiscate all your crap and charge you. I think the fine was only like $100, but they took all your gear.
Wow. They didn't return it?
No, I've never got any of it back. Not that I would trust it if I got it back, because you step on a climbing rope and it's no longer safe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a trip. That's pretty crazy. You tried to climb up near Rushmore. That's cool.
Yeah. So that area behind Rushmore is called the South Seas Climbing Area. It's an international, like, top 20 climbing areas in the United States.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to the driving thing. So driving is a commercial term. I'm a professional driver. I actually do need to sign a contract with the DPS to get a license to do commerce because, according to the Constitution, Congress has the right to regulate commerce. So I'm a pro-constitutionalist, right? Even though I wish that I was outside of the United States of America and didn't have to abide by all their stupid codes. Unfortunately, if I want to make money here, I have to be like partially in the system. So I'm in the system. I'm delivering pizza. If I get pulled over, I'm going to hand over my license. But what I thought about doing recently was taking the license plate off my motorcycle and kind of playing it by ear. Now, I know that this could end me up in a jail cell for quite a few days, right? It really could. I could be in jail for quite a while because I'm not signing anything to get out. So the way I see it, it's like this is something that we all should be doing because from what I can tell, you cannot convert a right into a law, right? So there's no, like, if I'm just protesting, exercising free speech, freedom of the press, and freedom of religion, doing street preacher on the sidewalk, like, they can't come and arrest me for disorderly conduct, right? You can't convert a right into a crime. So they would have to do something different, like get me talking and, get me to admit to some crime before they could even identify me. Well, in Texas, you have to be arrested in order to give up your identification. But if I get pulled over, in a car, I'm just going to hand over my license because they're going to assume, and I'm going to assume by my actions, that what I'm doing is commercial. When I hand them insurance, right, and then I hand them a driver's license, like, they're assuming, well, this guy's assuming it's all commercial. Here's his commercial driver's license. So they're going to treat it like it's commercial by default. And that's where everybody's fucking up.
They don't even know that though, bro. Like, they don't know that. The cops don't know that. They don't know that it's commercial and that they don't know that. They just know you pull someone over, you make sure their insurance is there, their registration. They don't know that they're treating you as if you're commercially traveling, selling goods and transporting goods. That it's commerce law. They don't know that. This comes back to them having low IQs. Of course, you can have a high IQ and be stupid, so it doesn't matter. I don't think IQs are really all that big of a deal, but they're ignorant of the law, right? So, Larry, how many out of, say there's 5 million cops, like, how many do you think know that it's they're pulling you over under the implicit commerce law that you're commercially traveling? Out of 5.
Out of 5 million, I would probably say less than 100,000, to be honest.
Easy, bro. Easy. And that's just because maybe they watched YouTube. They don't tell them. I mean, that's crazy, bro. That's why they're going to think you're wrong. It's like, they're not like part of some evil conspiracy. They just don't know. If you're like, I'm not commercially traveling, the definition of a driver, this is not commerce law. This does not adhere to me because I'm just a free traveler in my private capacity. They're going to be like, shut the hell up and give me your insurance, dude. What are you even talking about? You're one of those crazy conspiracy theorists. Like, they don't know. That's my opinion. And that's why I worry.
Sorry, as soon as you say the word IQ, my ears always prick up. And I did hear you talk about the cops having a low IQ and it not mattering. I think, so I don't know if you guys know about a psychological effect called the Dunning-Kruger effect. A lot of people do, some people don't. It's often misquoted, so I'll quote it properly. It's the tendency for a person who either has a high or low ability in a field to either underestimate or overestimate relative to the mean. So what that means is that stupid people tend to think they're more intelligent than they are. More intelligent people tend to think that they're less intelligent than they are, because, for instance, you might say, oh, well, if it's easy for me, it's easy for everyone. And that's actually the reasoning I just heard you use, Witsit, which is interesting. I don't think you deliberately did it, but it's like, well, if these things are obvious to me, then, you know, the cops should be able to do it too, right? Well, unfortunately, they're dumb. And that's why they don't find this easy. You know, they can't understand the things that you guys are talking about right now.
No, yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that point, because I think people, they kind of totally dismiss IQ. IQ, actually, no one cares about IQ. It's just a quotient for general intelligence. When you're talking about intelligence testing, they care about something called G, which is general intelligence, not gravity. And IQ is just a proxy for this G. There are other things like SAT scores and all the rest, where they're all just used as a proxy for G, right? And it's a lot more complicated than I'm going into here. But basically, if you do have what I call midwit syndrome, you have people who are just about intelligent enough to carry out like basic and I would say medium tasks, but they're not intelligent enough to understand, to really question why they're doing them, what they're doing them for, and then, you know, go to those levels. So this is kind of what they want with cops, is they want midwits. They don't want people who are really stupid, because they're going to get they're just going to get basically clowned on by everyone. But they don't want people who are clever enough to actually question what they're doing either. So you need the bulk of them to be midwits.
Yeah, I agree. Like 105 to 110.
Literally. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your
Like I said,
description
sorry,
of
go ahead.
Dunning-Kruger just made me think of it being similar to like intellectual refraction. There's a deviation towards the larger mass, and then there's like extreme intellectual refraction, where you have people at the very low end deviating so far past the mean that they think they're intelligent. It's kind of funny.
I would just like to clarify. So I don't think that IQ is useless. And like Crypto said, it's very nuanced. We use the word IQ. It's a little bit more nuanced than just saying the word or the two letters, but I don't think it's useless, right? I think primary components are typically processing speed and pattern recognition, and I think these are very valuable things. Like, I think that to be a truther, you have to apply pattern recognition. I think that's why truthers typically, generally, I would say, probably are higher on the spectrum than the average because of that. Yeah, that's just a generalization, but I think it's valuable, right? Like, I think it's valuable in the sense that if you have a high IQ, you have valuable assets and aptitudes. So I don't think it's that it's entirely meaningless. I just think that, in myself included, I've maybe overinflated its importance at times, because you could have, let's say, a 200 IQ just for intents and purposes of the conversation, and not have any wisdom at all, and you're still effectively stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, I think that you know, IQ isn't everything, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there are some really clever people who know things that just aren't worth knowing, to be honest. And they know things and I'll give you an example, right? So, yeah, most of the people listening probably have heard of 40K, right? Warhammer 40,000. Is it really worth memorizing every army book within Warhammer 40,000 and understanding how all of the minions or whatever, like which minions are better killing other minions and stuff? Well, that takes a lot of intelligence to be able to understand that and process that, but it's absolutely useless outside of wargaming. I suppose you could argue that using your brain in that way has kind of trickling effects into other areas, such as if you're regularly using maths, then, you know, your brain is then kind of being trained, or at least being exercised. And so you could say that that's the case, but that's a very kind of functional argument. The knowledge itself is useless outside of wargaming.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Which again, that would be a determination of wisdom, right? If you will, like wisdom to know what it is that's actually valuable to learn.
Yeah. I mean, you could say that the wise person wouldn't waste hundreds of hours getting to know that shit in the first place. I suppose, but yeah, comes down to what you find valuable in life and all the rest. But yeah, as it applies to what you're saying, I completely agree. Like, there are people who they'll know all of these like facts about, oh yeah, so they'll know all of the facts about, for instance, the 9/11 official narrative, and then they'll just kind of repeat them as if that means that it's true.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird to me. It's like, no, just because you can say things doesn't, and then repeat the same wrong thing doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Like, I think that's what there's definitely a line between what we call IQ and like wisdom or even logic. Like application of logic is not exclusive or proportionate to IQ, right? Like the adequacy of logical application is not proportionate to IQ. And we see this all the time, right? Like for example, like with the ether thing, like if someone really soaks in what I'm saying from the logical perspective, one can choose not to really care or about the phenomenon we're discussing, whatever. If they're like, well, if I want to hear it out and think, well, which one is more logical? I honestly think that if you really do that, one just clearly more logical. Maybe a better example is like with anti-flat earthers, they're not all low IQ. Like they're not.
Yeah,
Just
but
like,
a lot of them are the second kind of stupid. You know what I mean when I say that?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like just like Crypto said, there are people in here that can memorize every single globe Earth answer, no matter how desperate it is, no matter how logically bankrupt it is. They still have the ability to retain the info, right? So it's like that would be IQ, but they just don't have any logic. They're logically bankrupt. So they can't actually, determine. It's like, that's why I say science is just a thing. It gives you information. Information in and of itself is of no real value. I mean, it has value, but it isn't the real value. It's the interpretation. Like, you have to apply logic to actually attain the real value. You see what I'm saying? And like they don't do that. And that's like, then you get into psychoanalysis of Stockholm syndrome and cognitive dissonance and what combats their logic.
So for me, I'm not really good at math, right? I can do basic math, mostly in my head most of the time. But when it comes to the more complicated stuff like algebra, I'm not really good at it. But that's one language, right? I speak English very well, right? I would almost say that I have a silver tongue. And I can speak Spanish enough to get by. And I know sign language too. So I know 3 languages. Well, not fluently, but I know, partially 2 languages and then 1 really well, right? So it's like, but if you put me on a boat, right, and we're deep sea fishing, I don't know anything. Like, I got nothing to offer. Like, just tell me what to do, and that's all I know.
Logic's gonna take you way further. I think you could have 5,000 IQ. I'm just obviously joking, and if you have no logic, then you're the person that has like 110 IQ, but is very logically founded, is gonna be way better off. Like way better off. That's why I'm saying IQ's cool and all, but I think logic's hands down what's important. Wisdom and logic are significantly more important.
So let me give a perfect example of this that goes back to what Crypto was saying regarding like 9/11. Like I have a personal perfect example of this. One of my best friends is a very intelligent individual, was always in advanced placement classes when we were children, very, very book smart, very intelligent. And we would have conversations about 9/11. So he read the official 9/11 Commission report, owned it, had it, studied it, and that was what he used in his argumentation against me. Everything that he had, all the knowledge and information he had, was solely based off of what was reported in the 9/11 Commission report. So That was his idea or basis of knowledge for argumentation, and he couldn't think outside of the book. So this individual, and I'll give you a perfect example of why that intelligence that he possesses isn't necessarily real world intelligence. So he's the kind of person, one time I came over to his house and he had a handle for his dishwasher sitting on the counter and a sink full of dishes. And I was like, "Oh, is your dishwasher broken?" He goes, "Yeah, the handle's been broken for like 6 months." I was like, "Oh, did you just get the handle?" It's like, "No, I've had it for about 3 months. I just don't know how to fix it." So this guy literally hand washed dishes for 3 months because he was unable to figure out how to fix the handle on his dishwasher that took me literally 5 minutes to fix for him.
I love debating people like that. There's this one deleted scene from a movie called Due Date with Zach Galifianakis and Robert Downey Jr. It's absolutely hilarious. They're at the border, and the Mexican cop or the border patrol, he's saying, "Why do your eyes look so glossy?" And he's like, "What about the dog? Does he got glaucoma? Because his eyes are glossy the fuck too." But anyway, that's how I ask him. What about the hijackers? Did they steal the gold out from under the building too? Did they like leap through the firing jet flame and go downstairs in the basement and gather up all the gold? It's like, what about Building 7? Because the official 9/11 Commission report doesn't even mention Building 7. So what about Building 7? And they go, what about it?
So yeah, this is the kind of guy that can read information, retain it, and regurgitate it very, very well, which in our society is typically what we consider a mark of intelligence for some reason. But when it comes to actually operating within the real world, he lacks very basic skill sets.
He's a left brain prisoner, bro.
Yes. He lacks critical thinking, right? So he can read that 9/11 Commission report 1,000 times, but all he's doing is taking that as gospel and then regurgitating it. He's not thinking critically about what took place. He's not analyzing anything outside of the book.
Have you done that? Critically
read it.
thought about what took place?
Have I?
Yeah.
Yeah, years and years and years ago.
Can you give me your 2-minute spiel? Because I love 9/11 stuff. Like, I'll just tell you right now, I've been in construction all my life. Those steel buildings didn't come down like that. No way, no how.
I love that one night we went in depth in the 9/11 on every topic. That was awesome.
But you sound intelligent and well thought out. Like if you give me a 2-minute spiel, I'll be able to get the gist of where you're coming from.
You're talking about the 2-minute spiel? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just give you a quick one. To me, it's very obvious that what took place that day was not what we were told. Meaning, there's no way that when those planes crashed, if there were planes, I don't know, the explosions that took place, there's no way that would weaken the steel. If it did weaken the steel, there's no way that a collapse would take place the way that it did, like a perfect demolition. There seems to be obvious evidence for explosions taking place at lower levels prior to any of the levels above them collapsing into it.
Wow. What a conspiracy theorist, bro.
Right. And Building 7 to me is the perfect example of why the official story is incorrect. One, it wasn't mentioned. Two, when you look at videos of it, it literally looks exactly like a controlled demolition where you have the main columns that appear to dip first and then the building collapses right into its footprint.
So 9/11 is a perfect example of... Sorry, I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead. A
No, that's
preponderance of
it.
evidence and logic is all I was going to say. Like, it's a preponderance of evidence. See, logic understands that. Flat Earth is similar to that, right? We have like definitive evidence, but it's like it's a preponderance of the evidence. That's what logic.
Yeah. Keep going, dude. You were at the steel part. Like go back a couple steps.
Yeah, so just from the videos that we saw of that day, to me, it's obvious that it has to be some sort of controlled demolition, because there's no evidence in history that I've seen that would lead me to believe that any type of structure fire, even if the structure was slightly weakened, that you would see a collapse in the exact same way that a controlled demolition would cause a collapse. So yeah, for me, that's all I really need to know. And then when you go there into the details, you have the alleged claims that the hijackers' passports fell out of the fire, somehow fell out of the plane and onto the streets. I don't know how that could take place. The
But
first
3 out of
initial
4 of the black boxes were unrecoverable.
yes. The first initial, so just from like a observer standpoint, one of the first interviews with an average, quote unquote, average person on the street describing what was taking place was an obviously scripted speech.
100% plant. Yep.
Even
For the media.
Even the guy in studio, when they cut back to him, said, "Hey, I know that guy. He's a cameraman for us." Basically blowing the cover. And that gentleman exactly laid out what would become the official narrative within the 9/11 Commission report, where he said, obviously, due to structural fires. The building's collapsed, obviously due to structural fires. As if some average
When that's
person on the street.
happened 1,000 times before, and it's absolutely not happened.
Yep.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the
sorry,
gist
go
of
ahead.
it. No,
Okay,
that's
cool.
the gist of it.
Cool. I wanted to say that every 9/11, I usually find somewhere to debate 9/11, and I've kind of done it for as many years as possible. Probably not every year in a row, but so one of the things I like to do is I like to read the official 9/11 Commission report and get all studied up on their side, and then get all studied up on my side. For examples, watching movies made by the Corbett Report, stuff like the official narrative in 2 minutes. But here's the official narrative, and I think it's really interesting. So Henry Kissinger, right, aka the Angel of Death, aka war criminal that's been in the White House for the past 50, 60 years, right? This guy was the official head chairman over the non-official, the official commission report, right? So he was stepped down halfway through it was done. So his name actually isn't on the book. But if you look up the history, he was the official leader originally, right? And what the story was, okay, so this is Kissinger basically. What the story was is that Osama bin Laden didn't like Americans interfering in his Muslim countries. So what does he do? He eggs the police station because he doesn't want cops fucking with him, right? So there's no logic whatsoever in that. If you were, right, Tim Osman, a CIA asset, and you didn't want, them fucking with you in your Muslim countries, the last thing you would do is you'd go attack the finance headquarters of the world, right? Because that's going to lead them sniffing around into your country. But 15 of the 19 hijackers are Saudi Arabian, but we back Saudi Arabia no matter what, because without Saudi Arabia, we wouldn't have the world reserve currency, petrodollar. So basically, there was an IDF soldier on the plane. Now, I don't know if you guys know about martial arts, but Krav Maga is the bee's knees of martial arts. And apparently, 2 guys, I think with a couple of box cutters, took out an IDF soldier. Not likely. Not likely at all. But anyway, yeah, once they got the IDF soldier out of the way, then they flew a plane in a downward corkscrew maneuver, which is like physically impossible. Now, when someone says physically impossible, right, we're talking about physics. Like physics would say that's impossible. Pilots
Before
would.
you go too far, Hank, before you go too far, let me just take it back one step.
Yeah.
If there was me and any random bunch of dudes on there that had any kind of heart at all, I could have organized them to take these guys out. Like, there's no way I'm letting these dudes with box cutters, even if they had guns, I would have used someone as a human. I would have been like, bro, you got to just, I'll give my life. Somebody's got to give their life up so we could save these people. You know what I'm saying? Like, not even like special trained people, just regular dudes could have stopped these
Yeah,
guys. Anyway,
Jeremy, me and you on the plane would have been like, we're going to Valhalla, right? Because those Muslims ain't gonna know what Valhalla is. We're going to Valhalla together, bro. Let's go.
Hey, do you guys
I
agree
would
that?
have.
Sorry, go ahead. Okay, I was just gonna say, do you guys agree that like, if someone can't see that 9/11 is sketchy and that the story is sus, that's like, it's really not even worth talking to them about anything else. Truth
If they
related.
read the official commission report and then did like separate research and they still don't get it, I would agree they're not worth talking to. But I ping
Yeah,
pong off
that's a
of
good
those
litmus
dummies
test.
for the audience, right? So I don't mind talking about 9/11 to Jim Panda if there's an audience. But would I be just in the room by myself arguing at the top of my lungs with someone like Mark the Toolman Taylor? Fuck no.
Yeah, like
But
I just
That is a
mean, sorry.
can
that
I,
is a good litmus test to see if you should even carry on with
yeah.
people. Like, it's not even worth talking to them if they're
Well,
not willing to admit,
let me
that
tell you
that
though
it's
how.
fishy.
Let me tell you how this goes. Like I don't. This is the part I don't understand. My brother. I mean, he's been in construction longer than me. He studied structural steel, right? He did AutoCAD. He knows the design. When I showed him the inner core of that building and what the report said that the pancake scenario, blah blah blah. We've built these buildings right with with pans, laid the steel, poured the concrete, set the rebar, all of that. We've done that, right? We know how strong it is. We know where the weak parts are. That inner core would still be standing there today if no one put explosives or did whatever they did to it. Pancaking doesn't bring that inner core down. It just brings the floors maybe down so far, but wouldn't do it as even as it did. It would be strong on one wherever it was weakest at, that's where it would start, and then it would be strong on another point and go down slower, and then slower and slower, right? The way it fell
Anybody that's
uniformly and around that center core, and the center core fell too, no way in hell, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
any controlled demolitions expert, or they know that that's what it is. You can see that that's what it is. It's clear. It's crystal clear.
Your bro doesn't see it.
He agrees with the structure, right? He questions how the steel actually fell, but he doesn't question that it actually happened, right? The way they say it happened. It's
Show
so weird, bro.
Fairbanks, Alaska. They did like a 4-year study with like a Japanese professor from some other structural engineering college from Japan. And this 4-year study conclusion was that Building 7 did not fall down from a progressive fire. It was a near simultaneous collapse of all the structural beams, right? So a near simultaneous collapse led to a near free fall of the tower. So that right there completely debunks, right, what they said, right? That it was from a
Yeah,
fire. They didn't even mention it in the official 9/11 collision report, but
but
they did mention it later with the NIST, right? So NIST made the straw man version of the building so that they could make it like collapsible. But what they did, they actually went and like made an actual like steel man version of the building, and then showed that this is completely impossible because they left out this, they left out that, and there's no way that during construction they would have left out these like
Nope.
primary pieces that the NIST model had left out on purpose.
9/11, let's go. 9/11, let's go.
The congressional report, whatever it was called, I forget, concluded, not the congressional, I forget. The independent study concluded that, it couldn't be from the planes, from fires. But how does NIST like get away with that? Like that's what I'm worried about. Like that's the whole thing, right? That proves right there that they could be getting, the government gets away with a lot of other stuff that, they keep top level secrets from even the other people in the government that have clearance. There's different levels of clearance even for them,
Dude,
much less us.
I look at it
To give
like
my thoughts on 9/11
yeah.
for 30 seconds. We need to look at the facts when people want to talk about 9/11. The fact is that buildings get destroyed, people die, lots of people die. It was a big event, and a lot of people just suffer just because of the like, damn, it's sad, see these big buildings falling and a lot of people die. That's the fact that anybody disagrees with, and then you can go into the details. What do you think happened? Why did it happen? Because when I watch news, I don't care about watching news. There was a big accident and 3 people die in this crash. And the reason they die is because this young man was in this bar and he was drinking and he was arguing and then they got in. I don't care about none of that. I care about the facts that people die and there was a car crash. Do we agree
Good
with
for
that?
you. That makes you an independent. We all care that people died, but trying to figure out why they died or who was responsible so it doesn't happen again should be important to you as well, I would think.
Definitely very, very important. But
Yep.
at least
Okay.
agreeing in the fact that airplanes crashed in buildings fell, and a lot of people died.
Wait, how do you
That's the
know that?
facts.
Did you see that
I
on
wouldn't
TV?
say that. Yeah.
Did you
See,
see
that's
that
what he
on
was
TV?
that's what he was actually trying to say, right? Like yeah, you don't, when we ask you how do you prove it, how do you prove that planes hit the buildings and then they collapsed? You're going to appeal to a bunch of people saw it. And
Of
then we're going
course,
to ask
all the
you,
documented
what
visuals point to that.
what would you say would be convincing to you?
All the documented visuals, videos,
No,
pictures,
not
and
you, Jose.
okay, yeah, but my perspective, all the documented visuals, because I know, I mean, somebody tell me in the radio, I saw a UFO crash in the buildings. I said like, let me see it to believe it, and then I see dozens, hundreds, thousands of independent pictures, videos, and clips
that's not
of
what
people.
happened
I
though.
said, all right, now I can put
That's
together what
There
happened.
aren't hundreds and thousands of videos of planes hitting the freaking towers. That isn't what happened, okay? And one of the videos shows the nose of the plane go through the building. But to the truthers, I think you have to pick and choose your battles, right? You can, like we were talking about how this is a litmus test and it's about logic and a preponderance of evidence. And the question that should be on the table is the official story about 9/11 legit? And we were talking about if someone can't see that it's clearly not,
I thought that was a
then they're
question.
not worth talking
You're answering
to.
your own question. Thanks. Okay.
Then they're not worth talking to, right? Because they're not interested in truth if it's inconvenient.
Yeah, the truth is the airplanes crashed in the buildings and buildings fell and lots of people died. That's the fact.
Into a
And now you
character.
can go into the why did that happen.
So
Jose
show
plays
me the airplane in
a real
Pennsylvania.
person.
Show me the airplane. Because I can show you crashes all around the world, and I can show you nose, fuselage, wing section, tail sections, right? I can show you luggage,
Yeah,
bodies,
congrats.
butts. Hold
Not
on,
on the
bro.
9/11, right?
Hold on,
Not on
bro.
the
I'm not done.
9/11.
I'm not done,
No.
my friend. I'm not
So you
done.
can show me a lot of
I'm not
airplanes
done,
and
my friend.
crash and
I'm not
debris.
done, my friend.
Not on
I'm
the
not
You're hot,
done.
9/11. All right.
Jose. Why are you over talking him, dude?
Jose, can you keep it
I'm,
chill, man?
Well,
We
let's
were
let
having a
guys finish.
chill.
Oh, I'm chill,
yeah.
relax, laid
Yeah,
back.
but
Okay,
you're over
so,
talking.
yeah.
That's not
Let
chill.
No,
Hank
I was
finish,
just
please.
stating a point.
Guys, let's just
Yeah,
let
it
Hank
was,
finish.
it
Jose,
was
you're
explained.
next.
Yeah, I'm really good at muting myself when I'm done. If you pay attention, you'll notice that. All right, so
You're wasting time
corner.
in just a colorful
Jose, I'm going to
commenting.
mute you
Jose,
and
you're
interrupt
next,
him
bro.
again.
Maybe you make your point and
Jose,
start
you're
colorful
next, bro.
commenting is better.
Jose, you're next. Let Hank
Right.
go. You're next.
So the coroner shows up, and after like 10 minutes, the coroner says he couldn't find a drop of blood anywhere. There were no bodies, and he's left. So if you're saying there were planes, are you saying there were 4 planes? And if that's what you're saying, I would like to see the footage of the Pentagon, because obviously they have it. They just won't release it. So either A, the government likes conspiracy, a plane. They just don't want to show you the plane so that they don't discredit the conspiracy theorists, because all it would take was some footage of a plane hitting the Pentagon and it would discredit all of the no planers conspiracy. Or B, there was no plane, and they can't show you a plane hitting the Pentagon, and that's what the real fact is. So which one is it? Does the government like conspiracy theorists, and they don't want to discredit them, or there was no plane? You tell me. Was there a plane or no plane? A or B?
There was planes, the planes that hit the two towers. I don't know about no plane that fell in the field. I don't know about no plane that fell in the that crashed in the octagon. If that's what rocks your boat, if that's your focus of investigation, good on you. I focus on what I could see and can be cross-referenced with lots of independent evidence, which is the planes
No,
that
you don't.
crashed in the planes that crashed in the two buildings that later on they fell down and lots of people died. That's my point.
If you weren't a
Okay.
liar, you'd know about the White House plane and you'd know about the one that fell into the field. You're just a liar and you don't know anything.
What did I lie about? Did I lie about
This is the
me
type of
not
shit
being
that happens on the
interested
server
in
right
the
here. You just start
Exactly.
calling people a liar for no reason. It's ridiculous.
You
Okay.
call people liars
It
all
makes no
day here
sense
yesterday,
whatsoever.
Stanley.
Wait, let's
You
just try to bring it
hypocrite.
back. Everyone calm down.
Jesus.
Look, this is why I was trying to say it, and the truthers can't help it. They take the bait, right? As if you don't know who Jose is. And what he's doing is he's setting you up because he wants you to say that there were no planes and that no one died, so he can paint you as someone that doesn't care about people dying.
No, not my style.
Talking. So that's why I went ahead and
You're saying something that I am wanting to say. Now you're gonna mute me. When you're talking about me,
I'm
you're
gonna point it
telling
out
what I
every
say.
time. Every time
You're telling what I
Jose
think.
interrupts,
You're
so if
telling
y'all
my
want a shit
intentions when
show,
that's not
I'll
truth.
give you a shit
And
show.
then we
I'll
got the
point out
diva
every time
Rakia
Jose's
yelling on
interrupting
top of me.
somebody. Every
So
time
Rakia is
Jose
fine.
is gonna
Rakia
interrupt.
can yell, right?
I'm
Rakia
gonna
can
yell.
interrupt. I
If
cannot.
y'all
Hold
want
on,
a shit
guys.
show,
Yo,
that's what
everyone
you
needs
get,
to
Bob.
calm
temporarily
down.
mute
Everyone
Rakia,
needs
stop
to,
diva. Stop being
everyone
a
needs to
diva.
calm
When
down.
you
Jose,
stop
man,
interrupting
calm
people,
down. I need to stop interrupting people?
All right, what's it? Stop saying what I think and
I
what
was in
my
the middle
intention
of
is.
talking.
Okay, stop
Jose,
saying
listen,
what my
listen,
intention
listen.
is and what I think, what I'm made
I'm
of,
gonna
please.
mute you if you interrupt me again. Soundly?
you're a
Stop talking
terrible
about me. Stop
moderator, Wit.
saying what I think.
You shouldn't be a moderator on the server, Wit. You're terrible.
Dude, someone needs to mute Jose. He's just going out of control. Like someone needs to moderate him.
Relax.
Yeah, and then Soundly's
One
up
at a
here
time,
amping it.
please.
He look, this is what's so frustrating, right? So I was calmly talking. I was trying to calm the conversation down. Now Soundly's coming off mute to interrupt me again right now because they have to try to fundy mute me. Now, what I'm trying to say is we aren't being very wise if we're going to take the bait of planes hit the buildings and people died. Okay? Because the actual subject that they will not talk about with any honesty is the official narrative true? And you can go all day about all the discrepancies and the lies that the government told about 9/11, all the stories that do not work. And what they want to do is hyper focus on their one little remedial script about the planes existing. And so if you take that bait, then the whole substance of the conversation gets drowned out in nonsense, and then they start wanting to chant over you. Okay? The truth is they claimed a bunch of nonsense about 9/11. They used that to justify going to war, claiming there were weapons of mass destruction. And then they came out and said there were no weapons of mass destruction. And they blamed it on terrorists. They got everyone scared. And what they said wasn't legit. And right after that, they passed the Patriot Act, the most invasive legislation passed in American history. So these are the kind of people that won't address that. And you're feeding into their narrative to try to argue about if there were planes or not, which no one here can prove. And it's purely speculative. What we can do is point out that the government objectively lied numerous times. Their stories contradictory. They make claims that cannot be true. So that's my opinion. Apply wisdom to this and don't take the bait because that's what they want you to do. Okay?
And I appreciate that that's your kink and that's what you want to go about. And I am interested in listening to it. If I need to comment, I will.
Oh, okay. So, like, some of us don't agree that we know there were planes. Some of us are on the fence about the planes. There seems to be a video where the nose goes through the plane, etc. Okay, it's interesting. But what we know is that they claim that a passport popped out of a fire explosion and that fuel made a building free fall. Okay, and then they claimed that a plane hit the Pentagon on the same day, but we have no footage of it, even though there were 82 cameras at the Pentagon, and they even went and took the cameras from across the street. They claim a plane hit in the middle of a field, but there's no debris of the plane there. So they made up a story, and to talk about all the contradictions and coincidences would take an entire 8-hour show. And so this is why I said this is what it comes down to. It's a good litmus test of where someone is or if they're honest. That's all it is. And it's like it's a preponderance of evidence, right? And all we have to go off of is what they told us and finding the holes within it and then applying logic. And so if you're not honest and you don't want to actually apply logic, this conversation will be a futile pursuit. There is no empirical scientific method to prove
We
this.
were done. All right, I'll take 30 seconds only. You took 2 minutes. I'll take 30 seconds. If I gotta tell my little nephew, he's 10 years old, and I say, do you know what happened in New York a long time ago, 20 plus years ago, in 2001? All right, here goes. There are a bunch of people die because two big ass giant buildings fell down. How did they fall down, and why did people die? Well, some airplanes came and crashed in the buildings, and then the buildings started on fire. A lot of people was running all over the place, and then the buildings just crashed and crushed a bunch of firemen, and a lot of people died, and it was a big sad event. Thousands of people died. That I will tell. Now I would like to ask you, and I will pay attention. What would you tell somebody that have no idea about this, a little kid? How can you explain this event that took place in 2001? Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I'd tell them the story is that some planes hit a building in New York and only like 3 people caught them on camera and they fell down and they blew up. But then the government tried to tell us that it was because terrorists from another country, the bad guys with brown skin, did it. And they said they found their passport pop out of fire. So it looks like the government kind of lied and actually knew about this so that they could trick us into allowing them to pass something called the Patriot Act, little Johnny. And that's where people that are your elders decide to allow all your freedoms to be given away so you could be born into a slave state.
All right, point made. Now the people over here and the audience will just weight the two stories, told to a kid which one is more appealing and more easy to understand to a kid. Thank you very much. My point is made.
But wouldn't you want to tell? Hang on, wouldn't you want to tell your young nephew or son that it was the first time in history that buildings had fallen because of office fires? It was kind of odd that 2 of them fell within an hour and a half of each other, and that other buildings fell at breakneck speed, basically without being obstructed from falling straight down. Wouldn't you want to include all the truth and not just the minor details that fit a certain narrative?
Actually, the big picture is what I added. The big picture, what's important.
Of course, Jose's argument is that we should only discuss what you can tell a 5-year-old. That's Jose's argument.
How did Building 7 fall, Jose?
It was up and then it fell. It was up and then it was not. That's how it
fell. That's not even a 5-year-old description. Let me tell you how strong a steel building is. Strong enough to hold up to office fires. One section of the flooring and paneling may fall, but the beams aren't going to fall, and it's certainly not. You're interrupting, but certainly not corner to corner is the building going to symmetrically fall. Ever. Never. Not ever.
Anything against the yelling?
So somebody made a valid point earlier that if somebody's not willing to accept 9/11 wasn't what they tell us, then there's really no point in furthering conversation. And I think
right, I was somebody, but that's the litmus test. Jose, can you address my point of the building not falling corner to corner symmetrically instead of talking about what my tone is or whatever? Like your volume is up too high or something like that?
Can you ask the question again?
The Building 7 wasn't hit by a plane. No fuel, no jet fuel, just normal office fires, which doesn't melt steel. It can weaken it, but corner to corner. Like that building is 32 stories, I believe, and is huge. Every corner started falling at the same time. Can you explain that?
Is there a question there somewhere? Is there a question
there? Can you explain that?
Can I explain what?
Wow. How could
the 4 corners of the building falling symmetrically due to office fires? Not jet fuel, not airplanes hitting it.
Look it up. I'm not an engineer.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. There's the script right there. You notice who did it earlier? You remember the other guy talking about the Bible, and we asked him to back up his claim or to support what he was believing in, and he said, "What did he say? Look it up."
Yeah, that's what they say. But look, check this out, Jose. Why didn't you tell your 5-year-old?
Paragraph in my script. That's in my second page, second paragraph in my script.
Yeah,
bro.
we know.
Yeah, that's why no one cares about you, Jose.
Jose, why didn't you tell your 5-year-old nephew that there were actually 3 buildings that fell in New York? and the third one was called Building 7, and it didn't get
He
hit
keep
by a plane.
asking me. I'll tell him about the Pentagon. I'll tell him about the building that crashed in the field. I tell him about buildings. I tell him about all the details, but I gotta tell him the first one I'm gonna break through is a big event to happen. Buildings fell, planes crashed, a lot of people die. Very, very sad. Any more
Right.
questions? And then I will take it from there.
Gotcha. So Jose, is your argument that we can only discuss and should only discuss what you can convey to a 5-year-old?
Not at all.
So what's your point then?
My point is that the approach that you take attempting to explain this to somebody that have never heard it makes no fucking sense, and they will not understand what you're trying to say.
Well, see, if it's a person that's not 5, right, and they've never heard it, you can talk to them about all kinds of details. You've had to try to limit the conversation to what you can tell a 5-year-old so that you can tactically remove all the sketchy details and just state your one statement as if somehow that's going to make the rest of the conversation disappear. And Dyslow called it, as I did earlier, if someone cannot be honest about this conversation and they do mental gymnastics and they try to get you to...
Let's do to a 20-year-old some exercise. How will you explain this? I'll go first. How will
You're
I
not
explain
worthy.
this event to a 20-year-old? I'll take me less than a minute.
How about
the Larry robot?
Wouldn't it be better to just crash a plane into a steel building and then see if it really does it?
Just relax.
Never heard
Just
of
relax. Okay,
Never
hold on.
you
Relax.
first. Okay.
Can I be heard? Yeah. Okay, so this is from the Structural Engineering College, Institute of Northern Engineering, University of Alaska Fairbanks. Okay, this is what they said, right? And the principal conclusion of this is a 4-year study, is that fire did not cause the collapse of World Trade Center 7 on 9/11, contrary to the conclusion of NIST and private engineering firms that have studied the collapse. The second conclusion of the study of the World Trade Center 7 was a global failure involving near simultaneous failure in the building. How's that possible with a fire?
Was that a question? Oh, you're still talking. Robot in there?
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Oh, it's not like Jenga. Sorry.
It's all good.
All right, let me try. Do my 1 minute. I'm going to explain this to
So
a 20-year-old that
that's
never happened.
There you
All
go.
right,
20-year-old's never heard it. Go ahead.
Okay, here we go. I say, do you know what happened in September 11, 2001? What happened? Do you know about the terrorist attack? That's the first thing off the gate that you will probably disagree. They say, no. I say, all right. Well, a bunch of terrorists, apparently, I don't know, Arabs or something, they got into a bunch of planes. They hijacked a bunch of planes. They got one plane crash into the octagon. They got another plane, so people took over, and the plane crashed in a field. What happened to the people on the plane? Well, they died. They blew up. They died. The octagon, in the Pentagon, bunch of people died and got hurt, right? Now, 2 planes, they came in crashing down to the Twin Towers, the biggest Twin Towers. One plane, boom, in the middle of the building. Less than an hour after, boom, another plane crashing in the middle of the building. Fire, everybody all over the place running. It was chaos. A bunch of firefighters going in the building, dozens, probably hundreds of them. What happened? The buildings then just crumbled. They just disintegrated. They just crumbled, exploded. So there was, between the planes and the people in the building, the firefighters, there was thousands of people that died. Holy shit. Yeah, really?
Okay, I got a question.
Okay, wait, no. Go
Point, period. I'm done. Go ahead.
Wait, okay. Now, can I do it? By the way,
Yeah,
you didn't say the
please.
official. You didn't say the official narrative right.
I
It
don't
didn't-
have. That's the way I explain it. Now you explain
now
it
you're
your way.
interrupting me, man.
You
I'm just
explain
saying,
it your way.
calm down. I'm just saying they didn't claim a bunch of people died in the Pentagon. They said that no one was there where it got hit. But anyway, okay. So I'm gonna answer. The 20-year-old never heard of 9/11. He wants to know what happened, and I'm gonna do it in a minute or less. Okay. So on 9/11, they claimed that there were 7 terrorists that hijacked planes and ran them into towers, and that they collapsed at free fall speed, even though that there was just jet fuel that somehow burned the still. Now, there was also a third building that didn't get hit by a plane that also fell at free fall speed, and they claimed that office fires burned the still. They then claimed a paper passport popped out of the fire explosion, floated down, and an FBI agent found it. So that's how we knew who the bad guys were. Then they claimed that another plane hit the Pentagon, but there was 82 cameras at the Pentagon that didn't ever catch the plane actually hitting the Pentagon, and there was no debris of a plane that ever hit it, and the hole that it had couldn't even fit the plane that they said went in there. They then claimed that it was just a coincidence the military was running a drill at the same time where they were pretending that someone might hijack planes, so that's why they didn't notice that the planes got hijacked and they ignored them. There you go.
No further questions, Your Honors. Thank you very much. I'll mute
I
myself.
got one more question, Jose. Did the terrorists, did they steal the gold from under the building too?
Did they what? Steal?
There was gold stolen, large amounts of gold reserve that
That
was
might have
stolen.
happened after. Who knows what happened with that? People stole it, the rescuers and people that cleaned the debris? Yeah. Why is that something sketchy?
With all this crash. And see, a lot of people think 9/11 started on 9/11. It actually started on 9/10/2001 when Donald Rumsfeld announced that $1.3 trillion could be accounted for in the Pentagon budget. So they lost I've lost like a $20 bill before, right? Very devastating. But when you lose $1.3 trillion,
I'll say
and the people who are investigating
you know what?
it
I'm gonna keep listening
died
on
the
YouTube.
next
I did my case. Thank you very much.
to land in the office.
He left. And you're roboting again, brother. Anyway, you're roboting pretty bad,
Sorry,
bro. It's okay. I just want to say this though. I'm gonna have to grab some food, but again, like that's a perfect example of how like he doesn't have intentions of like honestly discussing like the intricacies of the story and if it's true or whatever. He predetermined what it is and that he's gonna just say the official narrative. It's so pointless to discuss 9/11 or any further truth with someone like that, bro, because they don't care about like the details and they're not going to apply logic honestly, and that's just my honest opinion. It's just it's a good litmus test. I think the second one is if they can't admit the moon landing is kind of sketchy, that's a good second one, right? And dude, we should kind of apply wisdom. I think they say, you know, to speak to a fool isn't wise, if simply, right? So like there you go. That's my opinion. That dude has no intentions. Like, dude, 9/11 is such a stupid lie. It's such an elementary level lie. It's so easy to see the government story isn't true that if you can't see it, you're just being dishonest and you're not in a state of mind to see truth. So it's like literally pointless.
Well, he learned it in like Ecuador somewhere, all these details under a Marxist government.
I just don't. I mean, I don't even understand how, like, the fact that a paper passport popped out of the fire and it floated down, and then they said there were weapons of mass destruction. Oh, never mind, there aren't weapons of mass destruction. And then they passed the Patriot Act, and then they claimed that the government was doing a military drill that same day, pretending that same thing would happen. So that's why they didn't know it was actually happening. And then the day before, just like he said, they said that there was like trillions of dollars missing mysteriously in the Pentagon budget. And then the area that was documented got hit by that plane, even though there's no documentation of the 82 cameras that were there that saw the plane. And it's been 20 years and we still haven't got the footage of that supposed plane. I mean, it's just insane. It's like we could talk. We would have to talk for an hour straight.
I like
easy.
I like how he's like, let's just stick to the facts. I don't know about any White House explosion. I don't know about any field explosion. Let's just stick to the facts. 2 planes. It's like those aren't the facts. You don't know anything about the facts. Stop trying to claim your knowledge here. Yeah.
Yeah, crazy. And
I mean, good job, Witsit. You did great there.
Thanks. The third building is what's crazy too. Is like Dave Weiss lives close. He said that most people in New York still don't even know there was a third building that fell. So that's perplexing. Mm-hmm. Like why does no one talk about that there were 3 buildings in New York that fell?
Yeah, let's talk about the facts. I don't know anything about Building 7. I don't know anything about the White House. I don't know anything about anything. Let's explain it to a 5-year-old and then an 18-year-old, because I don't know shit.
Yeah, that was funny. I don't dispute the planes, right? Because there are footage that does make sense that terrorists would want to take planes, and that would be the start of it. What I do dispute, and what I do agree with other people, is I know that they could fake that scenario, right? I think there's several different ways that it could have been done, drones or holograms or whatever. So I don't say any of those are true, but does it make sense that a plane hit the building and that would make the public think that planes took down those buildings? Yes, that adds up to me. So I think they would, of course, at least have hijackers do that or have drones do that. So that's fine. But there is no way in hell jet fuel and plane crashes into that building. Those planes are small compared to the size of that building, the floor plan, and how strong that inner core was. You could hit that inner core with several planes and it wouldn't fall, right? It would get damaged, but it wouldn't fall like it did. No way.
Yeah,
But the inner core isn't a design to stand on its own. And once the outer shell is destroyed and starts to collapse, the inner core isn't going to stand.
So it's going to fall from the top to the bottom in uniform fashion. Want to take that bet?
It wasn't uniform fashion, but it is going to fall down.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Almost free fall.
No,
yeah, almost free fall.
No, it was not free fall.
Yeah, it was. It's like 12 seconds.
Near free fall. Almost.
More like 19 seconds.
Almost.
Okay, well, 19 seconds then. I'll give you 19 seconds.
It was like 12 or 13.
It doesn't matter. Give him 19 because he's being a dumb. He said 19 like he had something.
You are so triggered. You are so
triggered.
I'm not. Jesus Christ.
No, I'm not triggered.
You're
that's your script. Yeah, well, turn me down.
You're screaming.
That's just my tone, dude. Sorry. I am not triggered. That's just your script coming out. When you know 19 seconds doesn't mean shit, even if it was true, which it ain't. Okay, show me where 19 seconds was free fall.
He's perpetually
play a video. It wasn't free fall. The towers were not.
I didn't say it was free fall. I said it was almost free fall, and it was around 12. I think it was 12 to 14 seconds. You added 19, which I'll give you, right? A steel structure like that with an inner core and pans coming out to the side. Now, let me back this up now. I build steel buildings right now. Okay, I erect them. I pour the foundations. We deal with the steel. I've done AutoCAD. I used to have a pipe fab company. I know how strong structure steel is. And when you combine it with an inner core like they did with the elevator shafts, the outer section is weak. The floor pans will fall because there's a lot of weight on minimum strength steel. So I agree that the pancake theory could happen to some degree, but that inner core ain't going nowhere. The floor plans are going to break free because that's the weak point. They're going to break free from that inner core, and that inner core will still be standing there today if it wasn't demoed.
The inner core is not designed to stand by itself. It doesn't have any lateral support. So once the outer part fell away, it collapsed.
No, it's connected together. It's like a building inside of a building. You don't know what you're talking about.
It's like a pencil on top of a pencil.
Yeah, no, it's not. You can build the inner. You're wrong, dude. You could build the inner core by itself, and by itself, just have elevators going up the center, and it would stand right now.
It's not designed to stand by itself. You're simply wrong.
Bet me. It's an inner core. It's a building within a building. It's connected together.
It's not designed to stand by itself. It isn't.
You've heard that somewhere, and you're repeating it like a fool. You sound like an idiot. What the inner core is?
The structural engineer who designed the building said that.
Fight it. Yeah, then someone paid him to say it.
Robertson. Okay, there you go. Hysterical. I'm right. You're wrong because
no, I'm not hysterical. It's like you're just coming up with shit. Post it.
No.
Yeah, no. There you go. There's another one. No, I don't want to back up my claim.
I'm not going to chase everything for you. You can chase it down.
It's not everything. It's just one thing. Your main point is that the inner core is not designed to stand for itself. That's the only thing I'm asking you to post. And you said, no, I'm just going to say that.
And if I post that, will you turn off your Discord for 24 hours?
I'll do that all the time. Sure.
Right now, you'll leave if I post the inner core can't stand by itself.
Do you hate me that much? You want me to leave?
We don't want people to leave.
I want you to pick up your shit.
I'll tell you what. Ask Jeremy if
an improvement to the server.
We don't want people to leave. We want people to be here and engage.
That's not true.
I'll tell you what, I'll leave.
What are you talking about?
Because I'm probably the most dangerous motherfucker.
I definitely want to
every
to leave.
time
He's
I have a birthday,
contributor to this.
Yeah, Soundly definitely wants me to leave because I'll tell everyone, even right now, that
people.
That Soundly thinks that from ground level you can see Earth curve with your 20/20 vision. That's why Soundly wants
can't help
me to
it.
leave.
He just screams at everybody that comes.
I'm not screaming at anybody. I'm sitting in my truck
this whole time, dude.
I'm not screaming, dude. This is not screaming. I don't know how if my microphone is good or whatever.
Then
This
turn
is
your
not
mic
me.
You
down.
got a
You're
good
screaming.
microphone. Everybody tells me my
You
microphone
turn
sucks and then
you
complains
turn
about
your
you being too
volume
loud.
down.
Yeah,
Turn
I
your
could turn you
volume
down
down.
to 0. That would actually work. I
That's
think.
fine with me, Stanley. Do whatever the hell you want, man. Doesn't bother me at all, and
But
I'll leave for 24 hours. No problem.
we don't.
Oh, don't
No,
leave.
it'll
Nobody
bother
leave.
me because we don't want to talk to this guy. We'd rather talk to someone competent and knowledgeable.
Okay, is it competent to say that inner core wouldn't fall symmetrically in on itself?
No.
From what happened at 9/11?
No.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So what would have been the force to bring down, like millions of pounds of steel, right? AAA grade steel.
In its own
That
footprint.
right.
In its own
Oh,
footprint.
it's gravity. So they didn't take gravity in consideration when they made the buildings?
Not when it has broken steel structures and temperature increase.
So it was designed
Yeah,
to
they take
withstand the
No, they
impact
that
did
of
into
take that
multiple
into account.
as
Absolutely,
well.
they took that
airplanes.
into account. He's either lying or not telling it. Like
He's
he's
ignorant.
Yeah,
misled.
Just assume ignorant, bro. I'm just going to say it's the best option. Just assume that
defending
they're
their
ignorant because they probably don't care about
egos.
the dead Americans that died and the subsequent 500,000 dead children in Iraq. So I'm going to say this. We can argue all day about what happened on 9/11,
Oh,
everything, but was it worth
oh,
We're just gonna make
guilty.
up
your
something.
consent for the blood of the innocent?
Yep, just make something up. Little
Oh yeah, you keep
you can play
defending
little
these
games
mass
like
murderers that
That was the
actually
question.
perpetrated the crimes.
you
Yeah,
can go
he
That
said
was the
make
pretend
something
question.
up, like
you
because he
play
just made
pretend
something
that
up.
there's some giant conspiracy above
Can you
and
guys
down
not
the
hear me?
conspiracy to fly planes into buildings. Then pretend your little
Can I
game.
not be heard?
They thought about planes flying into the building. You just said they didn't. It was in the
Moyak,
design.
I got a mic.
hold on. We hear you, Hank. Moyak, your microphone's very low, Moyak.
Okay, that's the question. Was it worth you, baller, giving the consent for the blood of the innocent that the military went over there and killed 500,000 children in Iraq alone? Was it worth the blood of the innocent? Was it worth 500,000 dead children? Their lives were terminated, aborted, right? Because of the war in Iraq. When 15 hijackers from Saudi Arabia and 4 others from somewhere else attacked us, was it worth killing 500,000 dead children in Iraq? Was it worth it? You giving your consent? The simple question, yes or
Was
no?
it worth it for God to destroy half all but 8
Not
on the
what
planet?
I'm talking about,
Every
sir.
human being except for 8. Was it worth it?
Can
What are you
you
talking about?
answer
Yes.
the
I may
question?
not agree with the war. That doesn't mean the buildings
We can
weren't
talk
thrown in.
about Noah later.
You
Can
can
you
be in the I
Hold
stay
on, guys.
focused?
Yo, let Moyak,
you cunt.
let Moyak finish, please. Go ahead, Moyak. All right, he doesn't want to go. Somebody else. Feel free.
I thought the whole point. People keep repeating this that they're not worth talking to.
Well, yeah, if you can't answer a simple question, was it worth
Yeah,
500,000
but
dead children? Did we
who
get them back?
cares?
Oh,
Oh
see
no, it wasn't
that's
worth
where
it.
that's what makes it
Here,
worth it. Everybody who just heard you say that it doesn't matter. Who cares? 500,000 dead children. Who cares?
No, I was talking about who
See,
cares about
that's
you? Who cares
worth
about
having the
convincing
conversation.
you 9/11? You're like I don't care how much older you are than me, but you've got decades of brainwashing on me.
I have to pop in for a second to mention that that what Ricky asked for is now posted in the chat.
Was it worth killing innocent kids in Iraq? Obviously not.
Yeah,
This
but we
guy's
gotta
just
get
robot me.
revenge, though, boy. We gotta get revenge back on them. You guys realize that almost everybody's roboting right now, right? Like, I don't know if you can tell.
Yeah, am I roboting or is that him?
I can hear you, but it seemed like Larry would talk for a second and then he would start cutting out, and then everybody else would talk and then everybody else would cut out too. It was weird. I'm just saying, it's hard to hear.
So you guys,
You're lagging. People want to answer you, but you're
Yeah,
lagging.
this sucks because I really want to talk about it and be able to hear what he's saying too. I think this is an important type of thing that we should do all the time, especially with people that we don't agree with. Because I think we find when we look at stuff that we all have a different attitude about, or that we're not arguing about, or don't, already think the other one believes something else, I think we learn a lot more about things and we can find the answers and the truth. But when all we ever do is argue about whether or not the storyline that we were given from the television is true or not, we're always going to go down the wrong road, because that was literally put up there just to confuse you. I mean, when you start with, the lie, which we all know they lie. I mean, look at every war we've been in. They lie to us every time. They always lie to us. So why would we believe anything else? Why would we ever believe anything they put out on TV? Why? There's no reason to. It's not real. It's all choreographed and taped and played out by actors. There's no reality of it. Give me a break.
Thousands and thousands of people witnessed the planes impact the towers.
Okay, then bring those people in here and let me talk to each one. But I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Yeah.
Right, because they're all dead, right?
No, I don't think it's possible to bring thousands of people in here and just have them all talk to you over and over again. But I know folks that witnessed it.
They should have done the day after this all happened.
Why?
But no, they didn't do that. They did a shitty ass, shoddy way. They did a crappy way.
Nobody asked that question.
And they all did it on purpose because they're liars. So why
Nobody
are we
asked
arguing
that
about it?
question.
We already know they lied about it. Who cares if a plane
Thousands
hit?
of people saw the plane.
230-story buildings turned into dust in less than 10 seconds. That's not fucking possible.
They didn't turn into dust. There's a lot of debris on the ground. There's a lot of steel on the ground. They were carting that stuff off for 9 months.
Only the first floor was still there, and the rest of the building is completely missing, bro. Give me a break, bro.
That's not true. That's a lie. What are you lying for?
Dude, I have photographs of the ground right after it happened and the dust settled. There's literally no pile of shit on the ground. It's dust.
Go ahead and post a photo.
They have fire trucks and fire engines right where they parked up next to the building.
The ambulance was parked in the fucking foyer right in front of the building, and it wasn't even crushed. It was covered with dust. How does that happen?
That's not true.
I'm sorry.
That's not where it was parked.
You're insane and ignorant if you really believe that crap.
Well, those photographs are fake, then. Because the ones I've seen are right up next to the building. Like the first couple of things of the outer skeleton are still standing right there in front of the truck, and there's no huge debris pile covering these ambulances and fire trucks. What says you now? I mean, are they fake? They could be fake, right? But you're saying they're not true, that he's lying. No, he's not lying. I've seen the same type of photographs where the building is still standing right there, the outer skeleton, the outer wall where the windows are, where the columns of the bottom floor. Yeah, if you don't mind me finishing, the columns that were
finishing actually, because you're supposed to check out the thing I posted.
You want to cut me out?
Yeah, I was reading it.
I was reading it. Right,
you have to keep your word. You have to keep your word, right?
Will you stop cutting me off since you're triggered? Am I yelling too loud for you?
Yes, you're yelling too loud.
Yeah, turn your volume down, bro. So
Calm down,
I
brother.
was reading your narrative, like it's narrated. It's a story. It says narrator on it.
Yes, that's the person doing the interviews.
Yeah.
You also have Robertson's word that explains how the building was constructed. And since you're a structural expert, you can certainly place all that
I never said I was a structural
together.
expert. Now you're lying about me. Never said I was a structural expert. I said I have experience. I said I have experience with structural skills. Yeah, doesn't make me an expert there, guy.
Well, there, I guess you're not an expert. Okay.
Maybe turn your volume down and open your ears more. I never said I was an expert. You're just trying to use a script to demean me or to say something that's not true about me for whatever reason to make yourself, your pitiful self, have to lie about
I couldn't hear you there. Can you speak a little louder, please?
Yeah, is that all you got, man? Is that all you got? Is that where you want to end
I'm the
this?
only one that brought any evidence so far to this discussion.
You
I haven't
haven't
seen you
brought
do
nothing but a
anything.
narrated, scripted deal.
Imagine
No
leaving it up to us to bring you evidence, huh?
Evidence of the claims you're making, like there's no debris on the ground? Yeah.
All
No,
you've done is said he was a liar about that.
your claims are wrong. You have to prove all of your shit.
My claims aren't wrong because you're
Who said
saying
there
I'm
was no
wrong.
debris? Who said there was no debris? We said there wasn't enough debris for 110 stories.
I heard no debris at all. It turned to dust. The building turned
Really?
to
Yeah,
dust.
see, this is
Yeah.
how you do
Wouldn't
it. You
dust
twist
be
around what we
debris?
say and you misunderstand
That's
it just
dishonest.
simply so you can argue with it and be
Ryan, you
dishonest.
actually said that. Ryan actually
Nah,
said there was no debris.
I did not say that.
You said they
I
turned to
said there
dust. The
was
building's turned
literally
to dust.
one story left of a 130-story building, and you're telling me that the whole
Okay,
building
one
just
story.
collapsed and melted on top of itself, but there's only one like little building part left, holes
That's
in the
not
ground
true.
next to it. What the hell, dude? You're
That
insane, bro.
that statement you just made is false. There was a lot of debris. It was piled high. They were
Maybe
removing
you
it
should
for
look at
months.
the photograph of the ambulance right in front of the building that's still sitting there covered with dust. Because it's not
Post,
covered with steel building. I'm sorry,
post,
dude. You're a
post
dumbass.
a photograph. Post a photograph and establish where that ambulance is parked. There are a lot of streets. There are a lot of buildings that were damaged. There's a lot of debris on the ground.
Well, you're just good at arguing about every stupid detail that might actually be something, but it never is. It's always just been bullshit.
So that ambulance wasn't parked next to World Trade Center? Is that what you're saying? Or you don't know where it was parked?
You should never argue.
You just
Are
saw
you
a picture.
retarded or something, bro?
So you don't know anything here. This is
Like, are
pretty
you
cool.
a psychopath or mentally or unstable or something? Like, I mean, I'm showing you the evidence is right there in front of you, bro. It's right there in front of you, and you're saying, "Oh no, that's not wrong. No, that couldn't be it."
What evidence did you
Of course
post it
not,
yet?
because you don't want to accept it. That's fine. Don't accept it, but don't tell us we're wrong. It's bullshit.
So I see a lot of debris behind that ambulance. I see a lot of debris.
I'll ask you then.
In fact, it's so high you can't even see the top of the debris.
So did the hijackers, did they steal the gold underneath?
I thought it was
the
only a
tower?
story high. That's got to be like 5 stories high.
Can you hear me, bro?
It's 10.
Can you hear me? I checked.
You're good, Hank. They're just talking over you.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, did the hijackers steal the gold underneath the building and the $1.3 trillion that was announced missing the day before 9/11? Did they steal that too? Hello? You guys were very vocal just a few seconds ago. Earth to ballers. Can you guys answer that question? What happened to the missing gold?
Don't lump us ballers in with this guy. This guy is just a sheep. He might be a baller, but he's 100% wrong about this 9/11 subject, and probably other subjects.
All right, so if you could just say, I don't know who stole that building, maybe we should investigate. I might take you guys a little more serious. Is that reasonable? To investigate the death or murder?
Yeah.
Is
Very reasonable.
that reasonable?
Instead of saying it's 15 Saudi
Okay.
Arabian hijackers and stuff, yeah.
Right, because how do we prove that? Do they stand trial? Oh, so they didn't stand trial? So does that mean they're like guilty until proven innocent? Like this is Saudi Arabia all of a sudden? No, they're still innocent. They never stood trial. So who did 9/11? The truth is, nobody knows. And if they do know,
true,
they're not speaking out about it. And the people that are speaking out about it, they may not have every single detail covered. But it is kind of interesting that there's a group of, architects and engineers who are going, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. And then even within that group, there's gatekeepers that if you start talking about free energy weapons, you get kicked out. So there's all these gatekeepers like, let's not turn this over to the conspiracy theorists because we don't want any independent investigation. Wait a minute, what? It's a terrorist event, so we can't investigate like murderer? Why can't we investigate it? What's wrong with asking questions about fellow Americans getting murdered. Like, if I die, please investigate my death. I'm not suicidal. I'm not going to kill myself. I've been speaking out against the bankers on the internet for a long time, over 10 years. So if I die, please investigate my death.
You mean and not just take the official story at its word?
Yeah, if I die in a car accident, just know that that wasn't my fault, because I've got like 1,000,000 miles under my belt. I can dodge people like I'm playing football out here. I can't dodge getting rear-ended at a light. That's why I've been rear-ended so many times. Because when you're at a light, you can't, there's nothing you can do. Just take it. So other than getting rear-ended, please investigate my death.
Yeah. If you rear end somebody, I'll assume that you had a blood clot.
Well, I mean, I drink lots of water, so that'd be very unfortunate for me to have a blood clot. So my blood's pretty thin all the time. I'm constantly drinking and sweating, so.
Roger. I was just making a shitty joke.
Fred, but you know what I'm saying though. Like, all those people died. All those people in 20 years worth of war, they died because we all had buildings that were 3,000 people. That's a lot of American lives, right? But was it worth it? All those dead children? Are we done now? Can we stop? Can we stop waging war on all of Israel and Saudi Arabia's enemies? No.
Well, none of those Iraqi children, none of those kids or any of those people deserve to die. They weren't guilty of the crime.
So back in the day, in 2016, in Flat Earth debate, every single baller like towed the line every single time on everything. And it was like, wow, we're dealing with a bunch of robots here. It's like, what do you guys think about 9/11? It's like, yeah, 19 hijackers were orchestrated by a guy in a cave. I can't even get fucking signal at Walmart. But this guy's getting internet signal at a fucking cave.
Yep. Well, don't let those gatekeeper globers like Doofus and Rakia like claim that this is how all globers, or don't let them give you that impression that all globers are sheep idiots who follow mainstream media's opinion.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I liked debating those type of globers with Tim Osmond on my side. He was telling the truth about 9/11, even though he disrupted the hell out of flat earthers in the early days. I do have a little bit. Go ahead.
He included my name in me doing that, or
You're
wanting me against
your top
it?
globe.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, I don't think all Globers are anything. I think it's just like Flat Earth or any group. There's a mix of people in every group. Smart, unintelligent, people who are trying to deceive, people who are trying to seek the truth. People who honestly believe what they're saying, but just are misinformed. I think that's in every group. I don't hold anything against anyone unless they're blatantly deceiving. The only reason I'm here, let me say it really slow, is to point out the total blatant deception by some people. That's it.
My bad, Rakia, if I mentioned you there.
Yeah, no problem. I was just making sure we were on the same page.
Yeah, I sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I'm here so that people can hear both sides of the argument. You know, I'll even take the side that I don't agree with, just so that people can hear the argument. In fact, you probably hear me doing that a lot, and a lot of flat earthers will be like, "Wait a minute, you don't believe in this? Why are you talking about it as if it's true?" And it's like, well, you kind of have to step into their paradigm to debunk it. It's like an old proverb, like you must first enter a room in order to blow it up.
I sometimes wonder with the people who believe every official narrative, what could the media tell you that would be so preposterous that you would start to critically think about it, maybe on your own, without accepting their narrative as truth? Like, how outrageous would it have to be in order for you to critically think about it? And on the flip side of that, if you believe every mainstream narrative to be truthful, to be 100% factual about what's taking place, do you have any thoughts of your own?
Well, Napalm, my friend, you got to think these people think that if you go up high enough in the sky, there's more dirt that you could stand on up there. And maybe it's not dirt like Earth, but it's dirt like Mars, like rust. So if you go up high enough and you head towards that, red light in the sky, there's a ball of rust up there that you could stand on. And maybe one day we could terraform and live on. Right? So if they believe that, like, they'll believe in anything, right?
It's not the same, man. What happens with these people is they don't hear the official narrative for months and months and months, and then they like overhear us talking about it or their friends talking about it, like months and months, maybe even years down the line. Prior to that, they didn't give a fuck about it, just like Trump or whatever. They didn't give a fuck about who was the president or anything until Trump was elected. Then now all of a sudden they're a political expert, right? So these people just they skate on by with blinders on, and they're going through school and getting jobs and whatnot, and they never actually hear the mainstream narrative until we have to fucking like tell them what the mainstream narrative is first. Then we tell them what the conspiracy theory is.
Wait a minute. In 9/11, both are conspiracy theories. The official narrative is just the official conspiracy theory. The
Well, with
conspiracy
9/11,
theory is
yeah.
19 hijackers got together and did it. That's their conspiracy theory.
Well, they hear that, and they also hear, oh, building 11 and 10 collapsed. I forget the numbers specifically, but they hear about those two buildings, and they never hear about building 7 until we tell them about building 7.
Did you say 19 hijackers got together and did it?
Yeah, are you not familiar with the official 9/11 Commission report?
Yeah, I thought I was. I missed that part because I definitely would
Yeah,
remember
19
that.
hijackers who were led by Osama bin Laden, who didn't want Americans interfering in his country because he wanted only Muslims in his country. So what did he do? He hypothetically egged the police station to make sure the cops don't come around. Like, if you don't want cops coming around, why would you egg the police station? If you don't want Americans in your Muslim countries, why would you blow up the Pentagon, try to get the White House and the Twin Towers? That would be the worst thing you could do if you didn't want Americans in your country.
Yeah, that always that never made sense to me. Like I always told people that even the whole motivation doesn't make any sense. But people they just say things like, well, like to them it's a victory because it's an act. It's a sign of I don't know, respect or something like that. Or it's a sign of that they. It's like them attacking us is a sign. It's a good for them in some way. But exactly like what you said, like all it's going to do is bring war to their country, like obviously. So the whole story doesn't make any sense. But
Right,
no,
but back
for
to Ben
a second ago, I
Osborne.
thought you said the hijackers, 19 of them got together and had sex.
Yeah, the official conspiracy theory is that 19 hijackers hijacked planes that they weren't really flying, and they did some amazing maneuvers that, like, highly experienced pilots said that they couldn't do. But somehow these inexperienced hijackers did like a 720 corkscrew dive into the Pentagon and hit it perfectly. And I did post that video. If you scroll up, you can see the video of the aftermath before it all collapsed. There was no wing section, no engine holes. It was just one big hole about 12 foot in diameter in the Pentagon. And I guess the engine, that's made out of like titanium alloy. It didn't make any holes, but it wasn't setting outside the building either. So, like I said earlier, A, there was a plane, and the government likes conspiracy theorists, and they don't want to debunk us, right? Or B, what's the plane? So, which
Yeah,
one
that's,
is it? Did the plane hit the
I
Pentagon or not?
I've said that in the chat that I used to make those arguments about no planes or about the Pentagon especially or Building 7. Like those two seem suspicious. But at this point, I do not use those in arguments because the more I've thought about it and have heard people arguing about it, both those things may be improbable, but they're certainly very possible. And whether somebody said that how it's a very difficult thing to do, it's somebody who's got a plane and knows how to fly a plane. They do have the capability of doing the Pentagon or any of those crashes. And
Do you
so
think
that's why that's the only reason I don't argue it. It's not because it's like it didn't happen, but it's just because there's no way to prove it one way or the other.
Hank,
Do you think something hit that Pentagon?
yeah,
Yeah,
something.
absolutely.
What do you think it was?
It's easy enough for me to say a plane. So
No, I'm saying
but
the people that don't think it was a plane, what do they think hit the Pentagon?
I
Who
think
knows?
Well,
Could have been
the thing
missiles,
is, George Bush's
explosions.
brother,
Right?
George Bush's brother or cousin, was in charge of the security. His last day was September the 10th, 2001. And when the new guy took over that morning, right, the attack happened. So they said, the people that worked there, that there was like an evacuation of the building. All the bomb sniffing dogs were removed. And a lot of people think that it was what is it called? Cordite that can like heat up. And, no, it wasn't cordite. What was it? What was that stuff that cuts the steel temperature,
Thermite.
non-explosion? Thermite. Thank you. So we've seen beams that actually had that, angle cut in the steel, right? The day that the buildings fell, you could see the beam sticking up that had the same cut in the angle of the steel. So we think that it was cut using technology. There's other people who follow the doctor who says that it was energy weapons, and that's how you get dustification of steel, which I have seen some of those videos, and it is very compelling because when you're looking at the outside of the building, all those columns are steel columns on the outside. So it's steel and glass, steel and glass. So when you look at the outside of the building, it's just like melting away and turning into dust. It's like, what the fuck? How is that
and
possible?
lava.
before I respond to that, Stanley did ask because I thought you responded to his question, but clearly did not. But yeah, he's asking you guys about like what do you think it was if it was a plane? Because I agree it could be a ballistic.
There's different theories. The missile, yeah, there's different theories. All it would take was one missile to kill the people who were investigating the missing 1.3 trillion that was announced missing by Donald Rumsfeld the day before. They died while investigating it.
Hey, Hank, you were talking about earlier, right? That the motivation or the alleged motivation by Osama bin Laden was that he didn't want the Western people meddling in the Muslim world, right? Something along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
So what I remember pretty distinctly from 9/11 and shortly after was kind of the official narrative being that they didn't like us because of our freedoms, right? Does anybody remember
Right, that's what Bush
hearing
said.
that?
They
Yeah.
don't like us because of our freedom.
Right. So let's think about this psychologically. So the president is coming out and saying this was done to us because they don't like our freedoms. And then roughly a month later, the USA Patriot Act is passed, which completely takes away a ton of freedoms from the American people. So think of the spell that's being cast there, right? These guys are doing this because they don't like our freedoms. And then the reaction to that is taking away Americans' freedoms.
Also, I'd like to point out Project for New America. It was the summer of 2001, so right before it happened, I think is when they did this. And they basically said that we're not going to be able to do what it is we want to do absent some Pearl Harbor-like event. So they needed a Pearl Harbor-like event in order to be able to get the funding, because before the Patriot Act, Congress had to actually say, yes, we want to go to war. After the Patriot Act, now we have something called like military interventions, right? That can just be popped up willy-nilly without Congress giving consent. So it was the images from NASA, right? The good guys, who were giving it to the government, and the government were saying, these are weapons of mass destruction. Now, if I show you a picture of my shed, how the fuck are you going to know what's in my shed? Is it a propane tank, or is it a couch, or is it a refrigerator that broke down? How the fuck do you know without taking a biopsy?
Yep, I agree 100%. I just find it ironic that you have the president saying that this act has been perpetrated on the American people because these people hate our freedoms, and then actively institute legislation that takes away the American people's freedoms.
That's kind of what they do.
It was the Project for a New American Century is the document you're referring to, Hank.
I wanted to respond to all the other things you said though, Hank, just because I wanted to initially, but I just wanted to make sure Sound's question wasn't or whatever. But anyways, yeah, the only reason, like I said, I don't argue any of that type of stuff, especially what you said about the directed energy weapons, is because the more, like, I think that there's truths. Hold on 1 second.
Yo, was Soundly saying that he believes in 9/11? Soundly, you believe in the official?
His wife saw the plane fly over or hit the building. I forget what he said now, but his wife saw it.
Oh, I mean, he believes that like jet fuel burns still and makes it fall at free fall speed, and that 7 terrorists hijacked planes with box cutters and their passport popped out and floated down, and then office fires made that their building collapsed at free fall speed.
Maybe he could come in and speak for himself, but I would say he believes whatever the mainstream told him. That would be my guess.
I believe my wife saw the plane hit the building. Yes.
What about all the other stuff, though?
I don't know. I mean, it seems like I don't have any reason to doubt the mainstream narrative.
Do you know that?
There you go.
Yeah, Henry Kissinger would never tell a lie. He's an angel of death, but he would never tell a lie.
Of course,
can we not skip over that his wife was there? I mean, I can understand not having a. I can understand. Yeah, she had to be there then. So I can understand not having a video camera and seeing the plane and getting your video camera out and filming it. But surely she has some amazing pictures of the day. Would you care to post those?
When do you think 9/11 was, dude? Everybody.
Well, I'm pretty sure cameras were around.
Okay.
Yeah, but to be fair,
do you think people were scrambling for cameras, or do you think they were just trying to get the fuck out of there?
It's not
a lot of people. Yeah, a lot of people.
There are plenty of pictures of 9/11, bro.
To be fair, it's not the same as having a phone in your pocket, right? Or
no, I'm fine with that. I'm not trying to be unfair. I'm saying if she had a camera, surely she has some amazing pictures. If she didn't have a camera, just say she didn't have a camera, dude.
But why we gotta attack the personal part of it, right? Because it doesn't matter.
I'm not attacking the person. I want to see the footage. Hello.
I'm saying the personal aspect, like the anecdotal personal. That doesn't change anything, even if she did say she saw a plane, right? Like, Stanley, I'm asking, what do you think about the fact that there was actually a third building that fell called Building 7? And
yeah, I know that. Literally everybody knows that. I don't know.
No, actually, that's not.
I'll take that bet.
That's not true, actually.
The majority of people know that. I mean,
I'll go 1,000 a person. I'll go 100 people, random people on the street. I'll go 1,000 a person with you, Stanley. You want the bet?
Dude, I don't gamble with.
Yeah, I know you don't want it because hardly anybody knows about this.
Generally, I don't gamble in general.
Dude, Stanley, if you could just calm down, I was just gonna lay it out, right? Because you said you know it, but you don't know it. So
I'm perfectly calm, dude. And you don't have to lay it out to me. I've already heard it before.
You're interrupting me, but Dave Weiss, he lives right beside New York City, and he actually walked around in New York City and asked people about Building 7, and roughly 90% of people didn't know about it. And that's in New York City, okay? So your claim is just provably not true.
Well, that's not proof. I mean, they have people do that all the time. People walk around and ask Democrats and make them look like idiots, and people walk around and ask Republicans and make them look like idiots. I mean,
This
that
has
happens all
nothing
the
to
time.
do with Democrats or Republicans. He just
No,
randomly.
what I'm saying is you can pick a bunch of people,
He
ask
didn't
a
pick
bunch of people
anybody, dude. It was
questions,
random.
and then you can edit it all together with just the people.
No,
He
he
didn't
didn't
edit
even
it.
record it, dude.
Oh
He
my
just,
God.
dude, he just told me that he went and did it. It has nothing to do with trying to make it look a certain way. But anyway, so this is the point.
Yeah, I would just rather see a more like official survey before we just go.
Okay,
take some
so
random
here's
person's
the
word for
point, though, Stanley. All I was saying was that they said that a third building fell, called Building 7, and that office fires made it fall at free fall speed. And that's the same building that housed CIA, FBI, and NSA information, which is kind of sketchy, right? And the news reported live that it had collapsed before it collapsed, and then the signal got cut.
Fun fact, Witsit, that's where the Enron files were for the case for Enron were stored. And after that collapse, no more Enron investigation taken to court. Same thing with the Pentagon. That's where the unbacked up files for the money that was missing. So once those files got destroyed, no investigation into where the money went.
Yeah, so Stanley, like, what do you think about the fact that the news reported that it had collapsed before it collapsed, and then the signal to the live broadcast got cut?
I'd like to see that, what you're talking about. That they reported it before it collapsed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was still
BBC.
standing behind her.
Oh, you haven't seen that.
How do you
haven't
not
seen
know
that
that?
the
Sam?
issue. Yeah, it's just a big issue that you're talking from a place of knowledge.
Yeah.
Or
I'm not
something.
talking from a place of anything. I literally
Why are
came here.
you?
I'm not in here disputing anything. I'm saying that it seems like engineers probably would know better than me. So I'm not going to be arrogant enough to say that I know better than the engineers.
So what about
But-
the engineers
but
who said
anyway-
it couldn't happen
anyway,
the way they said?
So anyway,
5,000
my
of them.
wife,
What
my
about
wife
those
10,000
engineers?
did see a plane. So if we can first start with that.
I don't think he knows about them. Do
Yeah,
you know about
No,
the
I haven't
engineers
really,
for
I haven't really
truth?
researched 9/11, so I don't even understand. You
No
guys do this.
problem.
You want to.
Well, at least you're
You want to
honest.
like try and pin me down, like I'm trying to make.
No,
an
no, I
argument or
think we should
something.
try to keep it
It's kind
chill.
of weird.
I think we should all try to keep it chill on
No.
both sides, and it's all good. I think
Honest.
we should just keep it
This
chill,
literally
right?
all started with Rakia doesn't like me, and I said my wife saw a plane hit the building, and that's all.
No,
My wife.
all I said was that she should have some amazing footage if she had a camera, and I asked you if she had a camera.
Yeah, and I
Didn't say
thought that
anything
was
about your
ridiculous.
wife. I'm sure she's a wonderful person. So are you. I'm happy for that. I don't know many people that saw the plane, and if I did, I would ask them the same thing. Do you have any footage, any pictures? It's the same question I asked you.
Go
It has
back up
nothing to do with
and
my
look at
like
your
or dislike.
message. Go back up and look at your message. That is
Okay.
not what you
Read
did.
it. Read it. Read it.
Like, can we just not make it so, like, you know?
He's making it personal. Like I don't like
Hostile?
him, or I'm not
Zizzle,
being
just-
hostile. I said I would ask the same person that was my family member or friend the same question. Did you have a camera? Do you have any pictures
Okay.
of?
Let me just clarify for the room what he said. The very first comment he said.
Oh my
to
God,
me
we're still doing it. We're
was,
still doing it.
"Wow, y'all must have some amazing vids."
Yeah.
That's what his comment was. That's not a question.
Real fast, can I say something?
It's
Pizzizzle,
just
so
you being
know,
a dick.
Pizzizzle, just so now, don't take the bait, please.
Mm.
Pizzizzle, just so you know, you were roboting, so I don't think people were trying.
I don't want to be called names. Are you a mod?
I'm a
Thank
mod.
you.
I'm
No
saying,
problem.
I don't want to be called names.
yeah, Stanley, can we please refrain from calling people names?
I'm
like,
making
not-
an
really
objective
gonna act like
observation that
8-year-olds
he's
and
being a
bitch
No,
dick.
he should be muted for that. Now that he's justifying it. See you,
Okay.
Soundly, or does Soundly own the room?
No, so this is what I think should happen. I think everyone should take a step back and calm down because Soundly is useful in this instance where we have someone that's going to try to fulfill the role. So if we wanted to discuss this, I mean, it's beneficial for the audience to have someone. So if everyone can
His
just
wife saw the plane. Let's hear what his description, like what she's told him. That's the most amazing part. Not what Soundly believes the mainstream knows. that his wife.
Well, I don't even think the statement about what his wife saw is important, because wasn't the points that Whitsitt brought up nothing to do with whether it was a plane or not?
Do you
So
realize? Do you
Townley
realize when
has
I talked
already
to my
admitted
wife?
he's not knowledgeable about the subject and only goes by the mainstream.
Do you
What are
realize
we
that?
asking him again?
Because Rakia, the
Do you-
reason that's important
Oh
is
my
because
God.
it elucidates that when people are so confident about it being the official story, or that they quote unquote have no reason to disbelieve it, but then they end up admitting that they actually don't even know what it is, right? Well, then it makes a lot of sense for the audience that the reason
Do
you
you
believe in the
know more
official.
about the mainstream? Do you know more about the mainstream than Soundly does, Whitsitt?
Yeah, of course.
Then why would we need Soundly again? The only reason we need Soundly in this conversation right now about this topic is because his wife was there. That's what we should be getting from him. That's what he would want. That's what he wants to offer. That's why he brought up his wife. He already told you he goes with the
So
mainstream.
I'll
He
go
doesn't
ahead.
have a lot
I'll
of
go ahead and
knowledge.
fill you in on the
Okay,
context here. So I wasn't
good.
talking to my wife about 9/11 truthers or any of that type of stuff. I literally just met her. She said she was from New York, and I was like, "Oh, were you there for 9/11?" And she was like, "Yes." I said, "Did you see the planes at the tower?" She said, "I saw the second one." I said, "Wow, that's crazy." And she said, "Yes, it was." And like literally, that's the extent of our conversation.
That's the
There
extent
was
of your
no, and
conversation with your wife that was there the day the planes hit, or did I mishear you?
well, she went on to tell me about like when the buildings collapsed and stuff like that. But we really, like, we weren't looking at it from the context of a conspiracy theory. Like, I didn't ask her. I didn't
I'm not
interview.
asking
I
you
didn't
about the
interview her,
conspiracy.
right?
I'm
No,
not asking you about
you're
the
acting like I
conspiracy.
should have interviewed my wife and
No,
really confirmed and proved that she was actually there, which is kind of silly to do, right?
no, I'm not. I'm asking you what she did. Did she have to run from the debris?
No, she was off at a distance.
Oh, I got you.
Can I interview her?
But her husband did have to run, or not her husband, but her ex fiance did have to run.
That would be frightening. Like that, I can't imagine that.
Do you know if she actually saw a plane, or she was just in New York when it actually happened on TV, or was she looking up at the plane hitting the building?
She was looking at the burning building as the second plane came in, and she saw it come in.
Yeah, he already said that she saw the second one hit. That's crazy.
That's it, and that's interesting, you know. So all I was trying to point out was that regardless of if your wife saw a plane, you know, we do have some information that seems sketchy, where we saw the video where the nose of the plane goes through to the other side, and that footage was also cut. And
They
so
said that's not viewable on television or something like that right after it happened. So they basically said, you know, like, don't show that again. Right? And then it never was aired again. Somebody had taken a clip of it and saved it on the internet. That's the only reason we have it, because it hasn't aired again since
Is
September
there
1st.
an archive of all the videos from that day? Like
But physically, I've got a whole bunch of tapes of it.
Yeah, but what sucks is, dude, the internet has censored it so hard. We were, I think, in here a few months ago, and we were actually talking about like all the details. We went in depth, like, because we were just kind of, it was like nostalgic for the truthers. You know, it's been so long since
That
we
was
looked into
great.
it. Yeah, and
That
we
was a
started
good
talking
night. I
about
remember that.
all the details, and we were like, and then we had some people in here that were just, you know, denying everything that they didn't know anything about. And so we were trying to find a lot of the stuff.
Wait, I don't mean to interrupt you. I got to go pick up my kids from school, but I am interested in any type of archives if you can link it to me.
Sweet.
I'll send you something, Stanley, and I'm gonna also send you this document too that's worth reading.
Cool.
There's a website that's got a lot of the first hand images. And
Appreciate it.
Hey, Jeremy, don't you live in New York? Or maybe I'm wrong. But
Upstate, not New York City. Upstate.
okay, let me.
He lives
in Canada.
Yeah, I think Jeremy can answer that.
It's like 3 hours. 3 hours north of the city.
I got you. I've been in that area. Actually, some of New York is unbelievably beautiful. I don't like the city, but let's say you live near. You saw the first plane hit, Jeremy. What would you do? Like if you weren't in any danger, you saw a plane hit one of the buildings and it was on fire. What's the first thing or second thing you would do? You think?
Oh, I'd start recording it.
Really? Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Me too.
That's odd.
I mean, this was
called my
2001. I had a camera personally. I personally had a camera in 2001. I don't think they were, as popular as they are now, but still, there was tons of cameras. That everyone had not everyone, but lots of people had cameras and shit. Like it wasn't like a crazy thing like it was decades before,
I
where
kind of
no,
gotta disagree,
But
man.
those cameras didn't have video. They didn't have video on those cameras. They might have had film or even digital cameras, but they did
So you
not
would
have
take
video
pictures?
capabilities like they do now.
You would
But
take
you would take a
pictures,
lot of pictures.
like if you had a camera with you, right? But like, say if I lived in 2001, like I would not have had a camera on me, like realistically. Like it just, I can see a select
I mean,
group
if you
of people, maybe. But.
if you could see it from your house, like yeah, no one was carrying like. I mean,
Hmm.
there was a lot of tourists in New York City. This is a high
Tourists.
tourism place. People did have cameras on them, but even
Yeah,
if
the
I was on
tourists.
a skyscraper, even if I
Wasn't
was
there a
in like the
newspaper like
projects,
down the street?
even
Well,
if I was
guys,
in like the
Jeremy's
sorry,
trying
Jeremy,
to
go ahead.
even if I was in like the projects or a high rise building where you could view the towers from, and I'd be like, oh shit, I would run to my bedroom or my closet or wherever the camera is and start recording it. Because I mean, Sony handy cams and all those little handy cams and shit were pretty popular back then.
Well,
Yeah,
there
I
was
wonder how
someone.
many film studios and video like places like model studios with cameras and news agencies with cameras there are in the vicinity of the view of the Twin Towers. I mean, because after the first one hit, it seems like everybody would be videoing that had a video camera, right?
Yeah,
Well,
I
I
agree
know
with
there was
that
one
part.
news group that was sent there to
I
document
think
the event. The Dancing Israelis is what they're called.
I think
But
you
they're
guys are
Mossad
missing a big
agents
point here.
who were sent there to document the event. Yeah, they're missing a big point. That's what I'm talking about. So when they were asked, what they were doing there, celebrating when the towers got hit, they said they were sent there to document the event. How did they know that event was going to happen? I wonder.
Did they have cameras?
May I say something?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Wow, amazing.
Rakia,
Go ahead, Silent. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you guys are missing a big point, which is that you guys don't think if they want to stop any recording from being out there, they are able to. Back then, it would be easier than now. If they can do it nowadays, right, with any information that you try to put out there anywhere, they can just take it down right away.
Okay,
you don't think they can do it back then? It will be really easy.
that doesn't really make much sense. Like we're talking about the lack of verification of it happening the way they say. So like they wouldn't prevent that from getting out. Like I'm not sure.
But that's my point with it. Let's say there's a lot of videos that should be out there about COVID nowadays, and you don't see them, right?
Of course, but I'm saying but we're talking about like, or you're saying that there would be video where it would debunk the official narrative, and they've kept that from getting out. I guess I don't. How would you debunk it, right? Like,
no, because they know that if this thing is not real, right, or it was made up, or it didn't happen as they told us, then they cannot allow any independent video out there to be in YouTube or whatever, because it can show something different other than what they show it to be.
Yeah, like we know for sure that there was like an explosion in some buildings and that they collapsed. And like, is there planes or not is an interesting conversation. And when I say we know for sure, it just seems that way, right? Like there's way too many people that like were there and know the buildings collapsed and that there was a fire and there looked like an explosion, right? I don't think anyone denies that part. Like when we're talking about are there planes, it's interesting, but you're really not going to know a definitive answer with that. And so it's kind of like, I think it does the conversation a disservice because there's so many parts of the story you can talk about that are just ridiculous. And I think that it's a tactic that they use so that you don't get into the real meat and they get you distracted. That's why Jose's first thing was he wanted to throw out the bait of, well, we know that there were planes that hit and then the buildings collapsed and people died, because they want the truthers to take the bait of no one died and there were no planes. So that way they can try to paint it as just like blatant denial of what happened instead of getting into the real conversation, which is that we were lied to about what happened.
I agree with you when it talks about the Twin Towers, but when we're talking about the Pentagon, I think my question still stands. Does the government, A, not want to decredit discredit all the conspiracy theorists, and a plane really did end up on film and hit the Pentagon, or B, there was no plane and the government can't prove it. That's why they haven't released any footage of a plane. And those 8 frames from the Pentagon that day don't show any plane.
I think everyone agrees with the Pentagon part, right? Like, I think everyone that's looked into it thinks it's weird we have no proof there was a plane at the Pentagon.
So many cameras around it, and then from the surrounding areas, the plane flying that low, someone would have taken some pictures or whatever. But I would like to add another little tidbit of information that a lot of people don't know, is that at the Pentagon there was construction being done at the place where the plane hit, and it was done by Turner. I want to say Turner Industries. I might have that wrong, but the point is the same group, the same construction group, which, oh, by the way, just happens to do a lot of government contract work, did the fireproofing on the very floors where the 2 buildings were hit by planes on 9/11. Same exact construction group.
Oh, I remember that. But yeah, I agree. Almost 100% with what you said. Some things I don't think it's just a problem that the people who argue against or for the mainstream narrative, they're not the ones who bring it up. But I think that it does a disservice to the real things that you can show to be true about what happened on that day, and the lies that the obvious lies. I think that it goes nowhere when you argue about the no planes or
Well,
buildings
what
that
are the obvious
collapsed on
lies?
stuff. I mean, there's evidence of people who were looked at by the DEA and the police for the entire year 2001. So it's kind of obvious that the people that they claim were the hijackers
What's
were
the
not
number
the
one
perpetrators.
obvious lie that you know about?
He just was trying to
I
say
just said
that,
it. Yeah.
yeah, he was
He
saying
said,
that
I didn't understand the DEA.
he was saying
The
that the terrorists they claimed weren't the actual perpetrators.
Oh, I
There's
got you.
direct evidence.
I got you.
Are you talking about
Yeah,
against the Israelis?
Yeah, well, that's the tip of the iceberg, because actually the DEA has not even that. So okay, so the DEA has record of over 100 people who they at least took into custody because they were doing suspicious shit around offices. But 2 of the places where they have arrested these people from, this is like the entire year of 2001, before 9/11. But the 2 big groups were in New Jersey, in the same building that the terrorists were supposedly in, and then in Hollywood, Florida, or Jupiter, Florida, wherever that was in Florida, where the other terrorists were. Supposedly, they were living on the same block as the terrorists. These Israelis, and so yeah. There's I have a document that has all the police reports and all the
Oh, that's
accounts of all
cool.
this stuff, and the people the dancing Israelis, they were actually a part of a fake moving company that was a front, obviously,
Yeah.
and yeah, the dude was able to leave. The dude who owned that moving company was able to leave the country the next day, and because they got a subpoena for everything, but yeah, they were all gone the next day. The only people who weren't gone were the dancing Israelis, but the
Kosho,
FBI
who do
released.
you think has the capability to pull that off, Kosho? Who do you think?
Mossad.
Well, yeah, obviously the Mossad, and then
So let's
there's
look at
agents
history.
that
Okay,
are
In the U.S., like, you know what I'm saying? Like, who do you think in the U.S. was involved? What agencies or whatever, if any?
CIA.
Check this out. Check this out. The good dude, remember the dude who was investigating Trump? Was his name Mueller or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. This dude.
Robert Mueller.
Yeah, right. He became director of the FBI the Tuesday before 9/11.
Yep.
And like I said, it's the FBI. The FBI, the NYPD got custody of those Israelis, like these obvious suspects, and the FBI released them from the NYPD custody, and then they got sent back to Israel or whatever. So I think
The
the
FBI
FBI
held those guys for a long time, though. They were held in custody for like over 2 months.
Yeah, they were held in custody, but like I said, they got released, and I don't
Only
think
a
that was
couple.
justification.
A couple were held in custody, and then like 4 of them were interviewed on Israeli TV like a couple weeks later. I forget how long later. They were interviewed. These like agents
Well, these
And this
guys
is back.
that
Right, and that's when they admitted they were
that go
sent
to
there to
hell.
document the event. Right, they were
Yeah.
sent there to document the event. That's what they said. They're Mossad agents. So either
Oh,
A,
ex-Mossad agents, but yeah.
if we take if we take what they said as true, either A, they knew it was going to happen and they didn't want to stop it because America could wage war on all of Israel's enemies, right? Or B, they orchestrated it themselves, wanted to document it so they could see how good of a job they did.
Well, those guys were held in custody for, like I said, like about over 2 months, and after they went back to Israel, they actually filed a bogus lawsuit against the government because I think they were making some noise about bringing them back, extraditing them, and the 5 Israelis got a New York attorney, and actually a good one, who filed a lawsuit against DOJ, Dick Cheney, everybody, but he never served it. He filed it in the courthouse and he let it expire, and it was just kind of like a warning, I think, saying, "Hey, we're going to make this look really ugly." But that actual complaint is public record, and it's pretty interesting. It talks about them being held and being pseudo tortured, that kind of stuff, but clearly, an experienced attorney knows how to serve Dick Cheney, knows how to serve the DOJ. It went unserved for a reason, and it was clearly just a ploy of hey, back off on this extradition shit, or we're going to make this look really ugly.
But we just look at it from a macro, right? If we just look at it as a big picture, they said that there were weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East. Where we got that intel from was Israel. Okay, so we got intel from Israel that there were weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East tied to the terrorist attacks, right? And then we find out that they had Mossad agents there. And then we look at it with the big picture, all of it together. Overall, who really benefited from the wars in the Middle East?
Israel.
Exactly. So, like, clear-cut motive, like as blatant as it could be, right?
And it can also be argued that the Saudis also benefited because they got the nuclear shield and the permanent presence of the U.S. military.
Yeah.
So there were two groups there were two nations that certainly benefited.
Well, and blatantly, I mean, it's just insane that what we just covered is not known by everyone, and it is of no coincidence. It seems that there's like immense Zionist control over the media, and like that's just kind of crazy. It's very crazy that no one knows what we just talked about.
I'll tell you who would have
No, and
benefited.
it's actually part of a lawsuit because the families have a suit against Saudi Arabia that's actually making some ground. It's an actual lawsuit that's actually making ground through the court system. They're the ones that had like the 28 pages produced and other stuff like this. Go ahead.
My bad. I'll tell you who would have benefited. Anyone that had a lot of stock in Lockheed Martin, right? Because I mean,
no, because their stock dropped.
They didn't make tons of money though. They didn't end up making tons of money off of the
not immediately
off of the war. But in the long run,
well, yeah, every defense contractor did. In that case, you go to those. What was that company that Cheney was on the board?
Getting off the point. The point is, anyone who had Lockheed Martin would have benefited vastly.
Right?
Yep, but anyone who had Lockheed Martin would have benefited vastly, right?
There's a lot of people that benefited vastly, and anybody in any defense industry.
Why does this question scare you? Lockheed Martin would have benefited greatly, right?
It's obvious, yes.
Several.
But he's just making the point that a lot of companies would have also benefited, but Lockheed Martin is actually like the government or the taxpayers on the hook for their debt in the Federal Reserve. So that they get contracts from the government purely because of that.
Okay, so anyone who had Lockheed Martin would have benefited greatly, right, Kosho?
For sure, but like I said, we're all on the hook for Lockheed Martin. So even if
I didn't make a lot of money. I didn't make a lot of money off Lockheed Martin. Did you?
The taxpayers on the hook for for their loan to the Federal Reserve. So if they can't pay it, it comes out of our tax.
Why does this question scare you? It's an easy question. You have to
I
know.
already answered the question. I said
Okay,
yes.
you know who had? Okay, so you know who had a bunch of Lockheed Martin stocks? So many that he was on the board.
You?
Bush family. Lockheed
Bush.
Martin stock.
Which Bush?
Does it really matter?
All of them. They're all
I'm
one.
not aware. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, they're a group. They're a family. Do you know how these families work?
Marvin Bush was a director of a World Trade Center security company, but I've never heard that one of the Bush families were on.
George Bush.
It was Reggie Bush.
George Bush was on the board.
So
Lockheed Martin out. They have so many stocks. They have so many stocks in Lockheed Martin. Now tell me that's not a huge conflict of interest.
You know how colleges have got like fraternities that like prank each other and steal their fucking mascots? I think that this was the Skull and Bones' largest prank ever in the world.
Supposedly George Bush Sr. for Skull and Bones. Supposedly he stole the skull of Geronimo, like the Native American.
Wow.
The point is, you got the president. You got the president of the United States who stands to profit immensely if the United States goes to war. Right? That's a huge conflict of interest, right?
Yeah, I think you might want to find out who actually was on the board, because I don't think the president can be on the board of any company and be the president.
Dude, it doesn't matter if it was his dad was on the board, all right, or his brother. That's how they keep Wu-Tang money all up in the family, bro. You know how these families work?
Hey, have you guys heard of that? It's like a animation. It's called like Pet Goat or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Is that the name? Does anyone know anything about that? There's like, it's got all kinds of predictive programming in this little My Pet Goat. Okay, now think about this. I did not know this. I just found this out. So, you know how George Bush was reading to the children on the morning of 9/11, right? And it sounds like they're reading like a little like spell, and I can't remember. There's some misinformation here, but it's like plain and still, plain hit still, or whatever. So that exercise is called My Pet Goat, and it was composed by American educationalist Siegfried Engelmann, and it's literally called My Pet Goat or The Pet Goat, and it achieved notoriety for being read by George Bush with a class of second graders on the morning of September 11th. I just thought it was interesting because I remember someone's told me about that animation, and it's got all kinds of like encrypted predictive programming, and apparently like that little like exercise, that's the name of it. Anyway.
What stands out to me the most about that whole George W. Bush thing, when the second plane hit, the guy reached over to him and whispered in his ear, "We're being attacked." That shit never would have happened in real life. The Secret Service would have grabbed him by his short hairs and drug him out of that school and put him in Air Force One, and they would have been flying around the country with like 50 other Air Force Ones that are just not carrying the president's family and loved ones and everything, and you wouldn't have known which one was which. Right, but instead he was allowed to sit there and continue reading the book because he didn't want to scare the children. You think the Secret Service cares about scaring children?
Yeah, that's just creepy to me. They're like reading.
I'll answer his question. No, they don't. They would have rushed the president out of there if they thought he was in any danger whatsoever. And America being under attack, the Pentagon being hit, or two planes flying into New York City, no matter what building they hit, would have been a direct attack on America, and they would have gotten the president to safety as quickly as possible, no matter who they put in danger or who they scared.
Well, they did just point blank tell the whole country on national television in an interview that both John Kerry and George Bush are part of Skull and Bones. And he said, "What does that mean for America?" And he like didn't answer. He said, "It's like it's a secret." He said, "It's so much of a secret that we can't talk about it." So they told everyone, and then they run this little ritual where he's got children chanting. It was the most blatant. It was like sloppy, honestly. I guess to pull something off that big, it has to be sloppy, but it was sloppy. Like, it's not just sketchy because Israel had something to do with it. Dude, it was an orchestrated plan, and it was known about all throughout the freaking government. Like
They know they're above the law and have total control over the public. They don't care. Like they told you what happened and who did it and why, and the American public still stands behind it. Like it's a weird thing, right?
well, this is how I was looking at it earlier, so I was bringing it up. I think it's a good thing to talk about this with someone like a litmus test, like, and then you can go to the moon landing. And I look at it like when I say if someone doesn't think that 9/11 is suspect, then you really can't have any conversation with them truth related after that. You can't have any expectation of fruitful, productive conversation. But it has a nuance, of course, right? It's unspoken, but being that they know these things. So like if someone hasn't heard all this information, that's totally different. If someone like hasn't heard all the details about the Earth or the moon landing or 9/11, but they believe the official narrative, then that's one thing. And that's why I did think that the Soundly part, him being in here, was an interesting example of that, because it seems that some people will even be around the truth communities for such a long time, but they won't even allow themselves to know the information because, as they say, ignorance is bliss. Although I would disagree. I think it's terrible. But you see what I'm saying, right? Like they are intentionally keeping themselves from actually hearing the information so that they can remain comfortable within their cognitus. That's crazy, bro. Like, to really just think about that. People do that with flat Earth too, because there are many globers that will still tell you all the like the really easily falsified globe claims that are like on the mainstream top 10, whatever. So it just seems wild. Like it's a very interesting phenomenon, I guess is all I'm saying. And I think that's what's important is talking to someone like my dad's like that, right? Like if I was talking to my dad about 9/11, and it's just like he just wants to prevent hearing the info.
What are some of the easily falsified globe claims?
Yeah, like the mainstream stupid claims. Like
which just
yeah.
a couple of them.
Yeah. Like if the Earth was flat, you'd be able to see Mount Everest across the entire Earth.
Given the right conditions, but yeah.
See, dude, and it just insane, bro, that you would even say that.
Well, I mean, as far as angular size, it should be visible for tens of thousands of miles or something like that.
You're
I like
roboting.
how they try to make it sound like as if it makes sense, even though they're saying a complete lie that everybody knows is not true. But they say it like as if it's really golden and it's really meaningful.
Well, see, Moyox intentionally, bro, and I'm not trying to personally attack. I'm just saying you're intentionally misrepresenting the situation, right? Because you're smart enough to know that it isn't just about angular size. But you say that for what purpose?
Well, there's turbidity.
Exactly. You've been here long enough to know that that's not what we meant.
There's turbidity. So you have turbidity that's going to affect it, and that usually does limit us to a couple of maybe a couple of 100 miles tops. But if it was a lit building, like when it comes all the way down,
Silent.
and it doesn't shrink, it doesn't change shape, it isn't much.
Silent. Your keyboard's hot micing, bro.
So I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to see it if it was lit bright enough. Mount Everest, yeah.
Okay.
Plus a nice strobe light up there. You'll be able to see that for a couple hundred miles, maybe 1,000 miles.
Can I be heard now?
Yes.
And how does an airplane ever?
Right.
How does the light from an
So
airplane coming over you from a distance and flying past you? How does it ever disappear eventually if you can
Bro.
see forever in the sky? It doesn't make sense.
Bro. Larry was trying to talk, to be fair.
Sorry, Larry.
yeah, so if you guys are saying that you can see Mount Everest, right, on a flat, you should be able to see it on a flat Earth. Well, if the Earth is curved and the light is refracting down 8 inches per mile squared, then you would be able to see the back of your head, right?
Yes, but that is at best a almost never happened circumstance, and I dare I say does never happen.
Okay, but just
It seems like it's extremely rare where you see refraction shows flat. All
personally,
we see with refraction is typically a reduction in curve.
okay. So I was trying to make a bigger point. I'm not trying to get all the Globers and Flat Earthers to talk about day one Flat Earth arguments with someone that is obviously going to go down swinging. I'm making the bigger point because it's important, which is people don't want to look at the information honestly, like with 9/11. Now Stanley said he didn't know anything about it, right? They do that even with Flat Earth, where there are people, and not all the Globers, but they still parrot all the like mainstream, easily refuted and rebutted globe Earth arguments. And like Moyak just demonstrated it in spades, where like he's like talking about angular size. Like, dude, yeah, there's angular size change with distance, right? And there's something called atmos, and you can't see through the atmos forever.
That's called turbidity. Use real words.
Well, the atmos, and of course we have
no
like
called atmos. I don't think is it.
So it's just objective. I don't say atmosphere.
You know what he means.
Anyway, so everyone gets the point, right? Like when you say, "Oh, well, yeah, well, angular size." No, and then you had to go through all these different things where you're like, well, and if we do this, and if we do this, and well, I don't think refraction would ever do this, and this, and this. That's not what the mainstream articles say. You know, the mainstream articles just say you'd be able to see Mount Everest from across the entire Earth. Just like one of them will say is, we know the Earth's a ball by looking at the moon. Like, even if the moon was a ball, that doesn't prove that. And we don't even have evidence it's a ball. Right? So it's like, that's also an example. Another one is, you can see further from higher up. As if that's... See what I'm saying? And he still says it.
It totally makes sense on a globe, doesn't it?
No, it's not that it totally makes sense. The claim is that it can only happen on a globe, and that isn't true.
Well, you shouldn't. On a flat surface, I mean, tell me the mechanics of it, but on a flat surface, you should not see more. It should just change your angle too thick. So, basically, the only thing more you'd be able to see is that last, millimeter of paint that's painted on the ground, like the chessboard. Anything that stands up above that doesn't come into view suddenly.
Right. So this is just subjective.
A childish, immature argument.
All right, Moya, this is just objective, right? If you're laying on the ground, you stand up, you can see further. If you increase height, you can see further, even on a flat surface. I don't care to debate it with you because these are just objective things. And
not objective at all.
It is objective, though.
It's not objective.
And so,
What mechanism? Tell me.
Look, I pulled up one of the articles to give you an example. So it just says, like, the fact that you can see further when you stand up proves the Earth's a ball. That is so retarded.
I understand that, but I'm asking what mechanism on a flat surface lets you see more when you stand up? There is nothing except for nearby obstruction.
Eye to the ground. So you can see tall buildings, right? You see the top of the building, no problem, right? There's no obstruction. The sky goes on, hypothetically forever, right?
Sure.
Okay, here's another one.
Trying to look at the bottom of the building. The angle is so acute between your eye and the ground that eventually it starts like causing you not to be.
That's not a real thing.
It is a real thing. We've gone through it a million times. We're not here to get into the details. It's totally obfuscating away from Witset's
main point that he was trying to talk about. Now we're in the
And you
weeds.
guys use 101
And
arguments.
to be
That's
fair,
not
flat
good.
earthers can't really help but take the bait. Just like when Jose came in here, I think when he brought up the no one dying thing, I think that truthers fall for traps a lot. That's just my opinion. But so yeah, another one, like this is the mainstream article, like 10 ways that we know the Earth's not flat. It says ride a plane. Now, it says planes can travel in a relatively straight line for a long time and not fall off any edges. They can also circle the Earth without stopping. That proves the Earth's a ball, according to this article, right? Now, objectively, that's not true. You can go in circles on a flat Earth, and planes literally fly assuming that the Earth is flat. And then it has a second section, and it says that you can see the curvature from a plane. And we know that according to even like the mainstream physicists and model, you don't see the curvature that low, dude. Right? And that we're not seeing curvature in a plane. So it's like, my point is that the main thing that they do is they give people a misrepresentation of it. And it's a very fascinating phenomenon right there, because if the Earth is so easily debunked to be flat, in 2022, the first article that pops up wouldn't be these stupid, easily refuted straw men. So that's kind of sketchy, right? Using pattern recognition. But in addition, the point I was really making is there are people that will still say them, even though they've been in this conversation in the intricacies of it for like 7 years, right?
But don't you think it's funny that in all these years, you guys haven't made any kind of explanation for southern polar, the two polar, God damn it, circumpolar.
Yes, I have.
I
Yes,
have
I have.
many
You're
explanations.
ignorant.
I have many explanations of that.
I have as well.
Really? Okay, I've
Yes,
never heard one that made
really.
any sense. Let's hear it.
Oh, now it's any sense to him.
Well, you have a dogma inside of you, bro. So nothing is gonna make sense to you.
No, he changed his statement in like 10 seconds. I've never heard anybody explain this. And then when we said I've never heard anyone explain it that makes sense to
Right,
me.
so it's subjective now.
Things that like say that I'm trying to think what like a lemonism is. Swirling ether and stuff like that have no
No,
supporting.
he never said that. Lemon doesn't say that. Lemon
I've never heard swirling ether in my life.
And Lemon doesn't say that to explain this answer. So, but like you nailed it on the head, Archaea nailed it. He immediately switched over. It's just, you're elucidating my point, which is the dishonest tactics. Because that shouldn't be necessary if the Earth is a ball. It shouldn't be necessary to be dishonest. And the explanations, there's a lot of explanations. There could be two sets of, there could actually.
Crazy things said.
Moyak?
There's all sorts
Moyak.
of crazy things that have been said. I'm not going to say, if you say unicorn farts make the sort
Calm down.
polar stars.
He's trying
then
to
I'm not
dilute
gonna
it
believe
still. He doesn't
So,
realize he's dealing
I
with
did
people who
clarify
know
it.
all his
Shut the
tactics.
fuck up,
He's
Rakia.
still trying
Shut
to use
the fuck
tactics.
up, you
And when I'm
All
pointing
right,
out
calm
he's
down.
using tactics,
Later.
he immediately
Have a
gets
good time. I'm
triggered
not listening. I'm not
and
listening.
insults
Rakia,
me.
so have a good
Yeah,
day, gentlemen.
see you
Wait,
later.
Moyak doesn't want to hear it because I was about to obviously give like viable explanations for the stars. Yeah, so there's like magnetic holography that could result in that. Number two, there could literally be two sets of stars moving over top of us like a magnetic field. Number three, you can take a dome paperweight, put it over concentric circles, and you can get that exact same effect on the edge of the paperweight, meaning that if there is some type of like dome structure over top of us, it would do that to the stars.
It's amazing that dome theory keeps coming back and forth, right? It sure makes sense. That would be the container. That would make the stars, with maybe the medium being different, because I think the medium is different above us. Make the stars do that, appear to do what they're doing. It's just it could be an optical illusion. I won't state that it is because I can't prove it one way or another. But how can they prove it?
Yeah, like it's just funny because they're gonna see. Look, now Earth is Life is talking about, really, what's it? Oh God, really, what's it? You can literally take the paperweight, move it over the lines, and you can get the exact same effect, the apparent convergence around a central point on the outside of the paper plate, the paperweight, and it looks like the star trails are going in opposite directions based on the dome that's over top of it. This is just objective. Now, We don't have to prove that there's a dome. That's just one of the many options. But you guys are going to literally claim you know for a fact that's not possible. And you're going to laugh because it's a paperweight. And that just goes to show, again, you guys are just dishonest. And you just have a script to try to call people stupid and ridicule them and dishonestly misrepresent. Right? And that's the point I'm making, because any truther can see, just like with people that defend 9/11, there's a reoccurring theme here, right? And you have to be dishonest, and you have to avoid seeing the actual information for what it is and create a narrative that it's something other than what it really is, just like the mainstream has to straw man flat earth.
You can get in a conversation with 9/11 like there had to be explosions or prior to this, that, and the other. And they'll say, oh, there were no explosions, right? And then you show them on video where firefighters are calling people and there's explosions in the background. They're ducking. They're telling you there were explosions. And then they'll say, right? And then they'll say an excuse for the explosion. First of all, they'll deny and say you're an idiot for saying there was explosions prior to the building collapse. Then when you show them the proof, they'll say, oh, well, there was this, that, and the other happening, right? This was exploding. These containers of gas were exploding and, blah, blah, blah. But it's just a tactic, right? I think it's to frustrate people and to really, try and trigger people where the conversation is lost or the information is lost.
Yeah, it's like, this is crazy. This is the mainstream article. This is because it should be so definitive, right? And this is the best that they have, the top 10 reasons that we know the Earth's a ball. And number 1 is the moon because of lunar eclipses, and that's the planet's shadow. So it's great evidence that the Earth is spherical, right? When, of course, we have a lunar eclipse called the Selenilian eclipse where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth, right? And that's a geometric impossibility, and they claim, well, actually, the sun is below the Earth. It just looks like it's above it because it's refracted up, right? And so lunar eclipses do not prove it. We have a lunar eclipse that disproves it, and that's the number 1 proof they have. Number 1, and that's why when you hear new people, they always bring up the eclipse because this article tells them to. Number 2 is ships and the horizon, right? And so they tell you whenever you see a boat disappear on the horizon, it's because it's going over the Earth curve. But then when you actually test it, you can zoom in and see the boat again. And then it disappears and you can get a better zoom and see the boat again. That proves that the boat can look like it's disappearing, but not because of the curve of the Earth. And it looks like it's disappearing bottom up, but it's actually not, because you just zoom in and you can see it again. Eventually it gets so far that you can't zoom in and see it anymore. So their number 2 proof is easily debunked. This should really perplex people, right? Even if you've gone through all the intricacies and you think you've found a way to justify in your mind with Cogdis that actually the Earth can't be flat and it has to be a ball because Kosh has explained GPS to you or something, right? Dude, if that was actually the truth, the top 10 reasons that the mainstream articles post out whenever the government claims this is dangerous misinformation that must be censored would be legitimate arguments that actually easily debunk them. It wouldn't be easily refuted nonsense. Number 3, varying star constellations. Right? And we just explained that. We just explained it. Of course, actually seeing two different types of movements in the sky from one location debunks the globe. The globe can't be spinning 2 directions at the same time. Stars reset for all recorded history around Polaris. When you take time lapse, it just keeps on setting. When they say that we're shooting through space, it should be like an etch-a-sketch. Right? And they say that it's one of the best geocentric proofs there is, and they say that it proves that the Earth's a ball. This is crazy. And of course, number 4, shadows and sticks. When we know you can literally get the same thing mapped out on a flat surface, and you can take a flat table with 100 nails on it and then make it a ball with math. And they say, oh no, just after 2 doesn't work. But then they're just showing 2, and then they tell you about Aristophanes, which is just a made up story. How is this not weird to a truther? Every one of the things that they claim are nonsense. If the Earth actually is a ball, you would never have to do this. Am I tripping? Number 5, seeing further from higher. We just covered that. That's like elementary dumb. Elementary dumb, bro. But since the article says it, these anti-flat earthers that have been here for 7 years still have to argue it. Again, number 6 is ride a plane, which literally assumes the Earth is stationary and flat. And according to Neil deGrasse Tyson and many others, and just geometry, you could never see the curve from that height. And it says, since you don't fall off the edge because you fly in a straight line, Planes don't fly in straight lines. You can't travel in straight lines. You use a compass. It says, oh, they go in circles also. So that since they go in a circle without stopping, that proves the Earth's a ball. When literally you can just circumnavigate on a flat surface in a circle. Number 7 is look at other planets. As if whatever's in the sky must be what we're on by necessity. As if that's logical somehow. And there's no proof that they're even static or spheres or solid or terra firma at all. But even if they were, it literally in no way proves that the Earth is a ball. That's number 7. This is the top 10 proofs, bro, if you Google. Number 8, the existence of time zones. The existence of time zones. Time zones, a construct that we use to quantify time relative to your location. And on the globe, there's actually a section where, based on the time zones, there is an island that is about 30 miles away from another island. And there's a sunset that occurs, right? And they're 3 hours apart on the time zone, but it's only 30 miles away. The time zones don't work at all in reality, don't match reality at all. And they think that the time zone proves the Earth's a ball, when it's just a construct, and it works fine on a flat Earth, and it doesn't work in reality, objectively.
What are you talking about? It doesn't work in reality. Are you listening to yourself?
Did you not just hear what I said?
I did. It doesn't. You can't have the time zones. It's not a construct.
How do we have an island?
The sun is in one spot, and the sun will track around the Earth.
Okay, how do we have it?
Why would you pick something so complicated as the Earth somehow being on some tether that's going around in circles, which would create a massive amount of centrifugal force based on even your presumed size of the sun?
You're still not going to address the argument.
Hold on.
You're a liar.
Why don't you listen to me and then respond back?
You're not responding to what I said, though.
Let me just finish. Let me just finish what I'm saying. So you got this ball that is huge. Obviously, it's maybe 3,000 miles away, maybe 93 million miles. Who knows? It's going in a circle. What forces it to go in a circle? Because you need a force when you change direction. Why do you want to assume something more complicated than something that doesn't need all these forces, that follows all these natural laws that we fully understand? I don't get it.
Sorry, did we make up like 95% of the universe, or did you guys do that?
Austin, can you answer that question?
This is what Zanuck wants. He wants.
I just want to answer that. Why would you go to one model versus the other one? The other one makes a whole lot more sense.
Look, Zanuck, when I respond to that, it's not your turn to talk after I respond to it, because I'm going
with me,
because you jumped in on the topic and didn't actually address what I said. Okay, so you're asking me why I would do that. You're the one that claims a mechanism of the bending and warping of space time.
No, we're not. I didn't defend that.
Wait, time out. If we're talking about the movement of the sun relative to the Earth, you are defending that if the Earth's a globe.
No, you're not. That's just orbital mechanics. That's not bending and warping of space-time.
That's how the sun and the Earth move relative to each other in your paradigm.
No.
Now, we could just use like electromagnetic phenomena.
Okay, I think I know what you're saying. So you're saying gravity caused by bending. Hold on.
I don't care to debate you.
I'm not going to raise my voice. I'm just going to talk to you like a normal human being, just like two guys talking about this. So all I'm saying is that the Earth revolving on the sun, based on those forces that may be caused by warping of space-time or magnetism or whatever you want to call it, we know those forces exist. So it's very easy to understand orbital mechanics without worrying about where it all came from, what the theories are behind it. That's where you and I probably are on the same page. But you're saying that we don't have a round sphere, we don't have attractive forces, which we know are true. You're saying we have a flat plane and the sun is traveling a circular path, which creates all sorts of problems of why it's making a circular path. We know things going in a circle take forces because the definition of a force is a change of momentum. And in order to change direction, you have to change momentum. So there's a force. What causes that force? Is there a string?
I bet you're just going to keep talking.
You weren't even listening. You're just trying to.
Yeah, I was listening, and it's a bunch of straw man fallacies.
It's not straw man. I asked, why would you assume something that is much more simple than what you're proposing?
So when I tell you straw man me, then you still don't let me correct you. So this is why people don't like talking.
I know why you're saying it's a straw man, because you don't get it. But go ahead. Maybe you do. Let's hear it.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a straw man because you said that I claimed attractive forces don't exist. What a moron. Okay, first of all, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, and yeah, the Earth doesn't move. So that means that the sun moves. Now, I don't even claim a physical, spherical, solid location that is actual, but I could, but I don't. But it could be magnetic holography. No, you don't understand how that would work. There's a vortex within an ether. Oh, let me guess, you're going to spiral and try to divert into me having to destroy you on that as well, but pretend that you won. I'm not interested in it, though.
Dunning-Kruger
I
personified.
would tell you that if the sky was moving around a stationary Earth, there would be a translation of motion to the interior of the system, and you would experience centrifugal and Coriolis effects. And the only difference would be that it would be actual as opposed to fictitious if it is actually the Earth that is moving. Now, here's the problem, though. I was going through the article. I'm almost done. And we were at the time zones. They claim that's a proof of the globe. I explained it's definitely not a proof of the globe. It's a construct we came up with. In fact, they're currently considering getting rid of the time zones or the day-night change, right? The daylight savings.
Not right.
Yes. Oh, and there is an area on the Earth where there's an island just 30 miles apart. But according to the time zones, they have a 3-hour different sunset.
The time zones are a man-made construct. It has nothing to do with whether the Earth
Yeah, the
is a globe or not.
yeah,
I just said that. I just said that.
They're done for convenience. They're done for the convenience of those inhabitants and set by, and that is that's the one thing you're right about. One thing, the constructs of time zones.
So you jumped in.
Not actual.
I said
they're
this
not
article.
actual.
I said this article's claiming that time zones prove that the Earth is a globe.
Listen, Austin, please. We know that there's a 1 degree change for every 60 miles that you travel.
Now you're changing the subject. Now you're changing the subject.
That's where the time relative to one revolution comes from.
Okay, stop, Zanuck. So I'm reading the article. It claims that time zones prove that the Earth is a globe. The discussion was how, if the Earth is provably a globe, why would the top 10 quote-unquote proofs on the internet that pop up be strawmans and easily refuted that don't give you full context and they're dishonest? That's not really making a lot of logical sense. One of them claims time zones. I explained that that's not legit. It's just a human construct. And even beyond that, within that construct on the globe, there's an island that's 30 miles away from another island. Just 30 miles. Yet there's a 3-hour difference.
Yes, there are big cutouts in the time zones. We just got done telling you that. There's big cutouts in the time zone. We incorporate certain islands or positions on the Earth, especially islands because it's in the ocean, and those time zones are constructed by man, and they've all been agreed upon to put that island. Hold on.
So you're not even disagreeing with my point, which is that the article is claiming it's proof of a globe, but that isn't true.
It is. The time zone is the fact that the time changes precipitously as you move around the Earth and for a specific distance, generally, except for those few exceptions for obvious reasons that I just mentioned.
Witsit, please, did you post that article somewhere in the...
No, I'll post it.
Please.
It's just stupid, and my point remains.
It's not stupid. What's it? Why is there that's and this is not a straw man. The 60
Why are you cutting him off, Static? Like it's been like 10 times now, so I didn't say anything. Just blatantly cut him off.
Actually, Witsit's been cutting him off consistently too.
Well, because what this all started was
Justin
it was
It
was a chill vibe.
That's not true. But I will be respectable. I will give Austin the benefit, and if he starts talking, I'll try to withstand.
It was a chill vibe, and I was in the middle of finishing the point about the time zones. Zanuck frantically and impulsively jumped in and started saying that I was stupid and didn't understand that time zones do prove the globe. They're not just constructs. They are reality, and that I can't explain it with the more complicated need for motions, and I don't believe in attractive forces and all this bullshit. And
have we even gotten to number 10 yet?
No. And now it's...
Yeah, because that's Zanuck cut you off.
Exactly.
No, we're talking on the way. Come on.
No, we weren't. He was going through all 10 until you came.
It's not... I don't need... Look, it was a
we can go back and discuss any one of them. We can go back and discuss all 10 if you want. But the point is, it was calm and still until you came here, and you're now still just going to overtalk when I'm trying to explain that it was calm and chill, and he hasn't got to number 10 because of you.
I was just reading the claim of the 10 that are easily refuted. Zanuck, calm down. Okay. Number 9.
You're cutting me off. That's making me upset. Not you. But go ahead.
You jumped in and talked over
Hey,
me.
don't be a baby. You're a tough guy. You played football before. Just take the shot and move on.
I know, and I would have laid you out in
No,
football.
dude, you'd have no idea who you're dealing with here. You wouldn't have.
I bet you
Why would
didn't
you
play a
say
skill
that?
position,
I
so we
ran a
probably
10
never would
I
have.
ran a 4.340. It was 195 pounds. It was freaking light. I'd roll
Wow.
you over.
This guy
I
just
fucking
claimed
clean-
he
I have
ran
a
a
video I can share right now of
4.
me, a military pressing 275 pounds over my head.
This
Dude,
dude
you
just
and your
claimed
friend
he ran
over my
a
head.
take the
So
bet
why
right
you
now. You
saying
didn't
shit?
run
You
a
have no idea what you're
4.340.
talking about, Witsit.
Dude, I bet you
I'll take the bet right now. You
$100,000.
have no proof you
Run
ran a
circles around
4.340.
you. Anybody knows me knows I
No
can do that,
way
Witsit.
you ran a
guys,
4.340.
I promise you it's the
Make
truth.
stupid
I
shit
know,
up.
Zanuck.
Oh
You
yeah, you know
promise?
Zanuck
You
ran a
promise it's true because
4.3.
you know that.
Yes.
A 4.3?
I promise you.
Yes.
That's world
Dude, I was
class
world
speed.
ranked in track and field, all right? World ranked.
Post it. I want
And
to
I was
see it. I want to
195,
see it.
and I was a deep, and I was a fucking free safety, and I was a wide receiver, and a halfback. So listen,
Okay, cool. That's what I said. I believe that.
I knew you were a wide receiver. I know you were a wide receiver.
And a
I saw
safety,
you.
yeah.
You're an athlete. You should get this.
Okay, listen.
I was a
would
slot
not,
receiver and a
you would not
safety. I would
lay
have laid
me
you
out.
out.
I'm
You would not
actually
lay
more
me. You said you'd
interested,
lay.
guys.
You said you'd lay. Look, lying. You
Zanuck,
said you'd lay
hold
me
on,
out. You're
Zanuck. Come on, man.
175 pounds. You were half the strength and a quarter of the speed of me. You could not lay
You
me
guys
out.
are never gonna go toe to toe. Let it go. Listen, Zanuck,
Yeah,
I would
you would
love for
never
us.
lay me out, Witsit. That's all
I was
fucking lie. You're making
185,
shit up.
Zanuck. 185, buddy.
On topic, please.
Hey, hold
So,
on.
yeah.
You
Yeah,
were not
listen,
195, Witsit. You were stiff.
I was
I'm gonna try to get
185
back.
when
Yeah, I
I
know,
played football.
185. I was
Maybe stop
195
with the dick
and ran a
Who
measuring
cares?
4.3.
Who cares, Zanuck? Who
500
cares?
meters. Dude,
Zanuck, I'm
run
standing up for you.
circles
Let's
around
move
you.
on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
who cares?
I'm standing up for you, Zanuck.
That
Substantiate
was
what
too
Zanuck said, but
easy.
still
That
keep
was just too easy, Zanuck. You are a
Who's got the
psycho,
biggest
man.
No, I just don't like people making up shit. I wasn't the baddest ass in town, but I'm definitely the
Now,
baddest than Witsit was.
can we move
So
on
he
now?
says I'd lay
world
you
class.
out.
That
When
is
he
the
said he'd lay
baddest
me out.
ass.
He said he'd lay me out. That's all I'm talking about is him. He
A
would not lay
4.3
me out.
is the
He was a
fastest
Okay,
person
wide
on the
let's
receiver.
just
team.
I
let's just
leveled
move
halfback.
on.
Your
Let's
head
Not
just
move
you were
move
wide receiver.
on. God.
And you were not a $185.
And
That's
you're
for
still.
sure.
I literally was a $185 in college. I'm not
Maybe
talking to
you
you
were,
anymore.
but I don't. You
I'm
don't
not
look
talking
like it
to
in
you
your
anymore.
pictures.
Stop.
But anyway, no matter what your weight was, you would not have laid me out. That's just bullshit.
I don't
You made that
care.
up.
I don't
What
care.
college was that,
You
Zan?
made
I'm
that
really
up. Why would
interested,
you
bro.
say that? Just to assert your fucking alpha male dominance attitude and
Panic,
persona?
chill, bro. What
No, but
college
he
did you go
said that.
to?
Rakia. I'm competitive. I don't
Chill,
like people
man.
saying shit. Now, if you were like, what's that guy, Broomy? Broomy was a
Dude, this is
boxer,
what's
right?
going
Broomy's
on.
a tough ass. If he said he'd lay me out, I'd say you
Zanuck,
probably
you're
would.
such a pussy, man. You are such a pussy. Let it go.
No, I'm not a pussy. I don't like people making up
You
shit.
are.
This is
You
all
are.
part of
Zanuck,
the bullshit. It's all part of the
Zanuck,
bullshit. You don't make
I will
up shit.
kiss your ass,
Oh, you are.
Zanuck. I will never say anything bad about you again if you tell me what college you ran a 4.3 40 at, because I'm interested. I'm a track and field guy, man. 4.3 is amazing.
Yeah, I ran 10.57.
Yeah, okay. Just tell me the college.
What college?
What?
And 10.57.
What college, you moron?
I don't need to do that with you, but I'll give
Oh
you.
my
I'll give you a
God.
PM.
Can
I'll
we
give you a
move
private
on? No
message
one
if you want.
cares.
Yeah,
No
send it to me, Zanuck.
All
I'm
right.
really interested. Thanks, man. I won't send it. Just send it.
Dude, 4.3 for anyone running under 10.5 is
Oh
normal.
my God, Zanuck.
Because it's
No
hand
one
time. It's not
cares.
electric time.
Yeah, we
And it's
know you
on your
didn't actually
movement,
run
too,
a
by the way,
legitimate
Racky. Did you know that?
4.3.
It's on your movement.
Stop. No one cares. You claim to be faster than the fastest receiver in the NFL in 2022.
No, I ran against Dale Green.
Story.
I'll send you the video of me beating Dale Green in a relay in the NC2A championship.
Okay, we don't care. We don't care. We don't care.
Dale Green, and I beat him. All right, Rakia? You know who Dale Green is?
Dude, what is your deal, man?
No, you asked me who I
You
was.
blatantly
Dale
said
Green.
you
know
ran
Dale
a
Green.
4.340.
Play for the-
That doesn't mean
play-
hand time. That doesn't mean anything. You said
I'm
in
telling
college
you, I ran against
you
Dale
on a
Green in
national track team
all
and ran
I
4.340.
beat Dale Green in a foot race. All
We
right?
just gotta let
called
it
you
go,
out
dude.
on the
The fastest
4.340.
man in football. The fastest man in football. All right?
Okay, now
Dude, it's so
Zanuck,
full of
listen,
shit.
please stop so we can move on, okay? Look, I shouldn't have taken the bait. Do not interrupt me or I'll mute you, okay? So I shouldn't
don't
have
say
said...
you're gonna lay me
Shut
out again,
up,
ever.
Zanuck. I shouldn't have said that I'd lay you out. It was just a joke. You brought up
Okay, then I think
football.
the joke is funny, and I'll move on. Sorry.
And you
Go ahead.
freaked out. Oh my God! I
No,
was
because I don't like
known for
bullshit. I
hitting
don't
people
like
really
bullshit.
hard. It was just a joke.
I don't
So
like
number
bullshit.
9.
You're serious. You're a tough guy.
Oh
You're
my
trying to be
God!
tough on me.
Number.
Don't play that game with me.
You said you can take a joke. You're a tough guy, and I said anyway. Number 9. Number 9.
my
They
God.
claim proves. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
I didn't say anything.
Well, someone's saying, "Oh my God," because I'm trying to do the same thing I've been trying to finish forever now. So, go ahead. You got something more important than the last two. Okay. So anyway, the whole point of the argument that has devolved into nonsense was that if the Earth is actually a ball, you wouldn't have to put easily refuted nonsense as the top 10 proofs of it. We've been going through them. They're all easily refuted, stupid strawmans. Number 9 is the pull of gravity. It says, here's an interesting fact about mass. It attracts things to it. The force of attraction, or gravity, between two objects depends on their mass and the distance between them. Simply said, gravity will pull toward the center of the mass of the objects. To define the center of the mass, you have to examine the object. So, since the sphere has a constant shape, you're able to get this effect, blah, blah, blah. So basically, they're saying that because things go down, and we have a downward acceleration average, that proves that the Earth is a ball and cannot be flat.
I have a question about that one, Witsit, if you don't mind.
Mhm.
If the Earth was a flat plane and gravity existed, and it was mass attracting mass towards the mass, right? Like towards the Earth, wouldn't you still have a downward acceleration? Like,
Well,
I know
they're
other
saying,
things may be different, but
yeah, well, yeah, but see, what they're saying is that because the center of mass, you try to put the center of mass on the flat Earth, and then you're going to have a problem with the gravity distribution. So they're putting gravity and the center of mass on a flat Earth straw man and explaining how that proves the Earth is a ball.
no, but if you're above the flat plane, the closest mass would be directly below you, right? So it would
Yeah, but
accelerate down.
the only possible way would be an infinite Earth. That would be the only possible way to get anything close to consistent in both of them. Anything that's not an infinite Earth would have a very strange
You would
mass
also,
distribution.
even with an infinite Earth, you would notice a difference as you got further away from the center.
If
Yeah,
you
but infinite
reify
Earth
and
is no center.
assume, if you reify the center of mass stupid construct, which is why my point still remains
Actually,
that
an
the
infinite Earth would
mainstream
have no center of
article,
mass.
has to straw man the position, pretend that gravity and the concept of the center of mass of a sphere has been proven, and then try and impose it on a flat Earth. Their objective here is clearly just to keep people away from really looking into the actual argument. And whether the Earth is flat or a ball, that's very suspect to
So
have to straw man the flat Earth.
where do we go to see the actual article, the argument?
I posted the article.
No, I mean your actual argument. Like, where do we go to see your actual position on the flat Earth?
Yeah. Well, we've been so heavily censored. You got to go to places like Discord and find flat earthers and be able to talk to them. But then we have viewers like you guys in there just constantly going crazy.
Well, where is like the actual source? Like, who should we go to?
You think that we need like
actual
an organization? If we don't have an organization, then somehow we can't give information.
Shut up, Beabrick.
But where do
Okay.
we get the actual information though? Like, who? I mean, is it you?
Well, no,
Is it-
not just me,
Yeah,
right?
I've got a better. I've got a better
Censorship right there.
He's breaking up really bad.
question, Austin. I've got a better question. So, didn't me? Hey, Austin, can you guys hear me yet?
Yeah. No.
Go ahead, Travis.
We move on with number 10.
Yeah, so anyway, obviously, downward acceleration doesn't prove that the Earth's a ball. That's just an effect. And then we assume that the cause is gravity in the globe paradigm, right? And gravity has to exist.
How does it not prove the Earth is not a ball?
How does it not prove the Earth is not a ball?
Yeah.
Reconstruct that sentence, would you be so kind?
How does downward acceleration prove that the Earth is not a ball?
No one said that. That's called a straw man. And this is once again elucidating my point that the only way that they can present any type of argument against the flat earthers is to straw man them, which is called lying.
All right, number 10.
Okay. Number 10. Images from space.
Okay. So which all have to be fake, right?
They're admittedly composite computer generated
wait.
images.
It has to
Can you guys hear me yet?
What is
Yeah.
a composite?
You're a robot in Copernicus. Yeah, composite. What they do, and we all know this, and you've been in this for a long time. This just goes to show that you're being dishonest on purpose.
I'm just asking the
They
question
take
because you're
they hit,
saying
they take
does
high altitude pictures and
is
planes. They're called cartography planes. I used to work at an airport. I know all about them. They're very heavy in the back end, the tail end of the plane. They have tons of
wait, you
equipment
were
underneath the plane, and they take pictures at high altitude. It takes months to survey big areas, so they compile cartography plane data. Then they put that on a flat surface. Now, this is what NASA says. And then they get the map put out with the composites of the flat images. Then they wrap it around a ball. And then they bring an artist in to match what the observer expects it to look like.
4 o'clock.
they take high altitude. You said you worked at an airport. What did you do at the airport?
I fueled the planes and
Oh,
landed
okay.
them.
So you don't know exactly how they took these images with high altitude planes. You kind of just fueled the airplane and you just looked at it.
Did I claim I flew the plane?
Well, I mean, you claim that you worked at an airport, like you knew it, you know everything about this process, right?
There's another straw man. That's all you ever got. So what I said was I worked at the plane. I worked at an airport. I know what cartography planes are firsthand, and they're just these smaller planes that are very heavy in the tail end. They have tons of equipment underneath them
What do
taking
you know about the
pictures.
equipment? What do you know about the equipment, though?
Guys, he's bringing it up.
I'm just curious.
There
I
are
thought we were
cameras.
talking about pictures from space. How do we get on
Yeah,
Airplane.
because he's
cartography?
claiming
Because when I said he said
no, hold on. I asked.
Yeah, let him
What?
answer the question.
Let me get through this real quick. I asked what was a composite. Is it now also is a composite and CGI, are they the same thing?
did I say they were the same thing, or did
I
I
don't know,
literally
That's why we
distinguish?
ask. I mean, he's asking, right?
Well, if people maybe weren't so retarded and dishonest, then they would have
we're not
heard that
dishonest.
the
I'm
first
asking
time.
an honest question.
Shut up. That the
I'm
first
asking.
time that I responded, I answered it and said that they're composites and CGI. So they use the composites, they lay them together, stitch them together with a flat map surface, then they take the composite images, all flat images, and wrap it around a ball. Then they apply CGI, and an artist makes it look like what it's supposed to look like.
All right, quick question. So if I take 50 pictures of my car from different angles and I put those together, does that mean my car is fake?
There's another straw man,
It's not a straw man.
because
It's
your
a
only
question.
tactic is
I'm
to
asking you a
straw
question.
man me with
I'm
your
not
stupid
strawing you.
script and then
I'm asking you a
fundy
question.
mute me when I expose you.
Oh, because you don't want to
All right.
actually answer the question, honestly.
Yeah, I know, but I think just in the interest of keeping the conversation going, let's just let people finish, just keep it easy, because it will devolve to chaos.
I never said that if you take different pictures of your car from different angles, that means your car's not real. That's called a
Did I say
straw
that?
man
No,
fallacy.
I asked you, do you think that's fake? That's a yes or no question.
No one said that
Okay.
those weren't real.
I didn't say that you said. I'm asking you yes or no.
What's it if you don't mind?
No, it doesn't mean the car is fake. That's
Okay,
a
thank
straw
you.
man fallacy.
Thank you. Thank you. The car's not fake. Thank you.
Now, you think that's somehow analogous to taking an outside view, an orthographic view of the Earth in entirety, as if they go out there and they take little pieces of pictures from the Earth from space, but that's
Yes.
not what they do. They
That's
take
exactly
high
what they do.
altitude pictures on a plane
Well,
over top
yeah,
of
they
the
do that
Earth,
too.
and then they stitch them together, wrap it around the ball, and then an
Do you
artist
think?
comes in.
No. Do you think that if they flatten those out, would all of those pictures match, or would there'd probably be spaces where they wouldn't be able to fit those pictures in, right? If they try to flatten it out onto a flat plane.
They don't flatten it out into a flat plane. That's how they take the pictures in the first place. They put it
wrap it
together
onto
as a
the
map.
wall, right?
They piece it together like a puzzle. Like they map it together. Then they wrap the pictures around a ball.
If they, if the Earth was actually flat, don't you think if they tried to wrap it around a ball, it wouldn't fit?
Well, they just make it fit around the presupposed ball, don't they?
How do you think they make it fit? What do they do? Let's hear your explanation.
They just wrap it around a presupposed ball. What are you talking about?
Can I
It's
ask
not
a
like
question?
Go ahead.
I've been
if
very
you're going to be
patient
as
trying
dishonest as this guy, then it's going to be
Well, what's it?
pretty.
It's not up to you to decide who's honest or dishonest. It's
Well,
up
you're
to you to
dishonest.
answer the question. If you think I'm dishonest, you can tell me after I ask my question. All right, based on what you're saying, which is basically you have aircraft up there taking images of the ground, and then eventually they process that image by stitching it together and putting it and wrapping it onto a globe in some kind of 3D software. There's one problem, and I'll give an excellent example of an image that could not possibly have been done that way. If you go back to 1972 to the image of the blue marble, and you just look at that blue marble itself, they couldn't have gotten all the cloud patterns correct on that very same day at that very same time, including all the weather patterns, by sending up just 1 or 2 or 10 or even 100 airplanes to take pictures on that day. They would have had to send up tens of thousands of airplanes to cover all of that sky to get that mapping done. And everybody would have noticed that many planes going up. So that argument kind of falls apart as far as that one image. Can you explain to me how that image was made?
Okay. So again, this article says images from space. And so now you've brought up one particular one claimed from 1972 because how I defined how they make the images we see now was from NASA themselves. So now you've gone to 1972, a picture of the Earth in the distance, tiny, supposedly being a picture of the real Earth. I don't believe in the stupid moon landing. And no, you didn't actually match the clouds from that exact day to be what it is.
You're not answering the question.
It
What?
actually is matched. It's exactly matched. You can look it up in the weather data and see where the tsunamis were, where the or not tsunamis, cyclones and so forth in the Indian Ocean.
Are you actually serious?
Yeah, you can see.
Okay,
the
cite
weather
it.
systems.
Cite it. You're making stuff up. Cite it.
I'm making it up. Okay, all right. I will go ahead and pull that all together for you. It'll give me a little while. But
Yeah,
in the
you've
meantime,
never actually done it.
No, I know I can do it.
But you've never done it before.
No, I know people who have done it.
Oh, who did it?
Well, I tell you what, I don't think you're going to like my reference. Simon Dan did it in his just most recent video about that blue marble, so-called debunked blue marble.
Okay, so first
He
of all,
even gave the reference. He even gave the reference of all the weather, the weather sites that he went to show that this was accurate.
So it's not the so-called debunked blue marble because they're the most infamous one from 2002 that everyone's seen in modern times is also called blue marble, and that's the one that everyone's talking about when they cite NASA. But again, in the globe earthers' only tactic is to be dishonest. So then they want to straw man what we talk about with the 2002 blue marble to the 1972 blue marble because they're being, again, dishonest. Now, either way, an image from space where we have to trust one agency or a space agency. Oh, I knew what you're going to say before. You know that I could be a better glober than you, right? I can argue your side better than you. So I don't know why you're so deluded you think you need to interrupt me.
Go ahead and finish. Just ignore
it. Okay. So now because you just wanted to say there's other space agencies. Wow, so profound. So it's not actual exclusive proof the Earth's a ball because certain agencies claim they have pictures. Now, they all admit they're not actual real pictures, except for one, which they claim was from 1972, which anyone that actually honestly looks into the moon landing knows there's definitely no way we can prove that moon landing story is real because it is super suspect, and they claim themselves they lost all the proof of it. So we don't believe in that picture.
Well,
that doesn't prove the Earth's ball.
Your disbelief. Okay, your disbelief in denialism is actually a form of dishonesty. What you have to do is have a reason for disbelieving, and a legitimate reason for it. Just saying that the government organization might be corrupt or might be hiding something without any real reason for why they're doing such a thing kind of makes your argument fall apart. getting back to the picture itself, you can actually go down to the Manned Spaceflight Center down in not the Manned Spaceflight Center, but the Air and Space Museum down at Cape Canaveral, which is the one small portion of Cape Kennedy that has the museum. They have the actual negative from that shot, and it's not a long distance shot. The Earth fills out 3/4 of that negative. So as a result of it being only, because the picture was taken from only 25,000 miles away, which is very close. And that's why it's very hard for me to believe that a bunch of airplanes took that picture and they stitched it together. And even with that technology back then, that would have required a darkroom with an enlarger that probably was as high as the rocket itself in order to make those images. And the number of airplanes make it impossible. I'm not jumping back to that picture just to hide from the one done in, well, I forget what year you mentioned, 2010 or whatever. But I'm just saying there's an example of one that was done on film that's going to be hard to explain. There were other pictures of the Earth, by the way, that were done on film. The one over the moon, the one that was on the way back from Apollo 11, the one that was on the way back from Apollo 13. They even took a picture while they were busy trying to, save their asses from dying. So all these images are there for you to look at, and you have to explain to me how did they manage to stitch all those images together?
Yeah. So you see how even though you did just scattergun all that, I let you fully finish. So try and show me the same respect, okay?
No
so
problem.
the first point that you're making is I can't just disbelieve for no reason. That's dishonest. When we all know I don't just disbelieve for no reason. I looked into the moon landing and it is sketchy. They claim that they themselves lost the actual telemetry data that was literal miles long that would allegedly prove it. And then one of the pictures that they say has the Earth in the background from the moon was contrasted to show a Photoshop. NASA admitted that they added an Earth into one of the pictures from the moon. Admitted that they did that they added a fake picture of the Earth. Okay, so no, I don't believe in the claimed pictures from the moon landings when I don't even see substantial evidence for the moon landing claim itself, and NASA themselves have admitted that they added a fake picture. I did not claim that those were from planes because we also have a video of the quote-unquote astronauts, because you can go higher in the air, just not up in a vacuum hundreds of thousands of miles away, and they're clearly messing with the camera through a circular window to make the Earth look like a ball, and it's caught on camera. So trickery from NASA in the 70s doesn't in any way prove that the Earth is a ball, which goes back to my primary point that the top 10 reasons that Google gives you in this article that we know the Earth's a ball are all dishonest, not actual conclusive evidence of anything, and they're straw mans and they're stupid.
I'll address just a couple of the things that you said. The data that's missing won't have anything to do with proving whether the Earth is round or not. The data that was missing, by the way, is telemetry data, which is things like, the condition of the spaceship, its location, it's possible the heart rate of the astronauts. All that stuff is in the telemetry data, and not all of it was lost. Just certain portions of it. As far as the picture that NASA had doctored, which photo are you talking about, and what year was it that they added the Earth, and was it done for just aesthetic purposes? And then the last thing is I don't see any references for this, or you haven't really given me. I have to believe you that this is all happening. You asked me for references, I gave you one, and I'll give you more as I come along with the references on the weather and stuff. Can you give me more references to so why this is your reason for not believing in NASA?
So I didn't claim what you said I claimed about the telemetry data proving that the Earth is a ball or not. See,
you said it
one
disproves it. You said it would prove it. That's exactly what you said.
No, what I was talking about, what we were talking about, was the moon missions themselves, because you critiqued me and said just disbelieving with no reason is dishonest, which was another straw man, because I do have reasons. I just named a couple of them, and I started to explain one of the primary reasons I don't believe in the moon missions is because they themselves claim that they lost literal miles long of telemetry data that would give evidence towards the fact they actually went to the moon, and they accidentally recorded over and or lost them. Okay, so I don't believe their story, bro. That's such a simple, objective thing. Now, when they photoshopped the Earth, they didn't come out and say, hey guys, look, this is just for aesthetic purposes, right? This isn't actually the Earth. They left it on the website like it was legit until flat earthers went and contrasted the image, showed that there was a Photoshop box around it, and then they admitted that one was Photoshop. Okay, now what we have on our surface here is all the alleged evidence that should be there to support the moon missions were lost and recorded over. And this whole entire argument about they took real pictures then, because we have to go back to 72 to invoke the real pictures, because for the 50 years after that, we just have composites that are then turned into cartoons with CGI and artist renderings. We have to go all the way back to 72, and they actually showed us a fake image, a fake Photoshop picture. So it doesn't in any way look like this is valid evidence that the Earth is a ball, if anyone's being even slightly honest. But if you're being biased and you just have a desperate need to confirm your bias that we know the Earth's a ball and we know NASA's real, then you'll ignore all of that preponderance of evidence. You won't apply logical consistency or intellectual honesty, and then you'll just try to strawman me for like the 17th consecutive time, which the audience can of course all hear, that every time that you do that is because you're being dishonest and there must be a reason you can't respond to what I'm actually arguing.
Okay.
So
What you're
which
actually arguing is that the data basically being lost means that the Apollo mission didn't happen. The only data that was lost was only for Apollo 11. Apollo 12, Apollo 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, all their data is there. You can see it. You can see it over any time. You can actually access it probably online. But the point is that that data is not missing. So one out of all the Apollo missions is missing data, and you say that's the reason why you don't think it's possible they went to the moon. Maybe on that mission they didn't. They faked that one, but they didn't fake the others. It's going to be hard to say that they did. As far as being honest, I think what you're trying really hard to do is you're trying to hang on to your idea of what you think the Earth is based on your observations or what you believe in, and you refuse to allow anyone else bring any kind of information forward that would say otherwise, whether it's photographic, whether it's observations that they've done, or any scientific journals. They're all lying according to you, and that mass conspiracy is on such a scale that it boggles my mind. And I'm a scientist. I literally would open my mind up to any kind of questioning at all if I could find evidence to show it. And so far, you brought no evidence to the table.
Wow. Okay, so that was once again, Phil, with strawmans. It's very unfortunate that that's all that you have. But I never claimed that there's this massive conspiracy where everyone is in on it. They believe the story as well. Okay, so they're not in some conspiracy with a concerted effort to lie to people, and there's millions of people that have to keep a secret. That's a straw man, okay? And it's just so far from what's actually being proposed, it makes one wonder, why do you have to do that? You said, oh, all the other ones have the telemetry data, just not Apollo 11. Oh, you mean the one they claimed that people walked on the moon in? The actual important one they claim that people walked on the moon, they lost all the evidence. Also, I didn't claim that that was the only reason. I'm just not going to sit here for 3 hours and talk about all the absurdity within the moon landing claims, like how, oh, they said that they had moon rocks and they tested it, but it was petrified wood. Then the Globers say, no, well, that was actually, they got lied to and they didn't know it and accidentally put in the museum. That wasn't NASA that lied. And then I say, okay, how do you know that the rest of the moon rocks are real? Because they claim that all the moon rocks are identical to rocks that have been found on the Earth, and that 70% of the moon rocks we have actually were found on the Earth. So how do you know that they weren't just Earth rocks? And then I get no rebuttal. Then we of course have Gus Grisham coming out saying, there's no way we're going to the moon next year. We can't even communicate in our own building. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. Then he hung a lemon on the module. Then he mysteriously exploded along with 2 of his fellow astronauts in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities just a few days after he came out and said we couldn't go to the moon. Just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. And this was all headed by an SS officer of the Nazis. The Nazi regime, who was infamous for propagating rocket propaganda films to Germany just before this. So the amount of things that come with the moon missions being sketchy, just even the slightest bit of doubt being cast on the moon missions, immediately excluded as any type of proposed definitive proof that the Earth is a ball, right? And it doesn't matter. It's just a story from the government that can't be verified, even if there wasn't all these problems, which there literally is. And again, you're claiming a picture of the Earth from space, from the moon missions, and we caught them in a lie, faking a picture.
You haven't caught them. You're just assuming that you caught them.
Yeah.
Did they come out and admit that they photoshopped it?
Again, show me the picture. I don't even know what picture you're talking about.
When Earth is Life, did they come out and admit that they photoshopped it?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, so what are you going to think so whenever I show you that they came out and admitted one of the pictures weren't real and that Earth wasn't actually there?
I misunderstood. I misunderstood one thing, Whitson. And what I misunderstood is I guess I have to believe everything you say and take it for a fact, even though you present no evidence or no any links to these photos that you're talking about, nothing. And I'm sitting here quoting directly out of things, like EOS and other magazines that basically have shown articles talking about those moon rocks, by the way, that came from not the Earth, but from a 4.5 billion year old source that was very similar to the Earth when we had a big impact with a Mars-sized planet that created the moon. That's the general going theory. But the rocks themselves show that they're very different from the Earth rocks. They're not at all like the rocks found on Earth.
Well, that's not what NASA says. NASA says that there are moon rocks that are on the Earth, and that they're identical to the moon rocks, and that 70% of the moon rocks that we have fallen down to the Earth and been found on the Earth. That's what NASA says. Okay? And it's not that you just have to take my word for it. My point is that if there's even the slightest bit of doubt that their story's legitimate, we don't have to believe it. And just on its face, they claim that I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
So what are they doing right now with Artemis 1 then?
Not going anywhere, huh?
Right. Not going anywhere.
Where'd they go?
Yeah, I guess we'll find out tomorrow.
We'll find out in about 24 hours.
Pretty sure you guys were saying that Sunday too, huh?
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, you guys are clowns. How many times have they said that they're going to go to the moon?
It might not even get off the ground tomorrow, but it's a.
And you guys will just keep saying it like it's going to happen definitively. Right. They've claimed that they're going to go to the moon for decades now, and they always push it back every single time. So that's not a lie, dude. Every single president has said we're going back to the moon.
Really?
Yep. And did they ever put it into the budget?
Yeah.
Wait. So what about for the last 20 years? What about for the last 20 years? Earth is Life.
It didn't get budgeted until 2012. So
that's 20 years, right? Hey, is 2012? No, that's 10 years. Hey, so 10 years.
Okay, go ahead. Then let me know when you're done.
Okay. Do they always cancel the missions and push them back since 2012 at least?
Yeah, sure. Things happen. But have they ever gotten to have an actual rocket on the launch pad about to launch? Have they gotten this far?
By the way,
well, that's what they're claiming, yeah. And does NASA say the reason we can't go back is up to this point is that we destroyed the technology and it was a painful process to build it back again?
Money.
It was because it's different technology now.
But he said they destroyed the technology.
Sure, and we built it back.
There's no Saturn V's laying around to launch, and why would you want to rely on a rocket that's already over 50 years old? Why not rely?
He said that we destroyed it. He said we destroy the technology, and it's a painful process.
You understand what that is? You understand what destroying the technology means? It doesn't.
Yeah, but listen.
It doesn't
he said
the technology. We've heard that same claim many times. With the technology, yep, but now we've built it back. So now what?
So, but wait. So he said it was a painful process to build it back.
It always is.
He invoked emotion, and we can't replicate technology from the '60s in the 21st century. And then. Wait, and then NASA said that we can't get humans past low Earth orbit because of the danger of the Van Allen radiation belts.
No, he never said that either.
No, that is what they said.
So what are they doing? Is it just one big theatrical presentation they're going on right now? What's going on?
When you say that they're going on, you mean that they haven't actually done anything yet, right? That's what you actually...
Do you know why they're taking their time? Because if you think about it, back in the 1960s, the space race was driven by political motives. In other words, two ideologies that were trying to get to the moon first.
Boomers, man.
They were hurrying it up. Yeah, I'm a boomer. Okay?
I know.
Now, the second half of it is in this particular instance, we're not racing against anybody except maybe China, and they're certainly not ready and don't have a heavy lifting rocket capability to go to the moon. So what we have here basically is only one country that's back working with the, its European partners and so forth, taking their time building a moon system, in other words, a system to get to the moon, which doesn't include directly going there and landing. It includes a space station around the moon that they can go to first and then go to the moon's lunar surface. They plan on staying there a long time. So when you sit there and say they're pushing it back and pushing it back, there's a reason for it. They want to make sure they get it right.
Okay, so I would just like to point out that the stories always change. It's like defense attorneys, right? So for many years, what the Globers have said is there's no reason to go back. That's what they haven't gone back because there's no reason to go back. There's nothing there. But now that they've come out and said that they are going to go back, now you guys are saying, oh, yeah, we're going back. We're going back. And then they keep pushing. See, you guys impulsively interrupt.
I'll wait.
And you guys, and now they keep pushing it back, and now they're claiming they're going to go back, right? But the point is, we've already discovered that this is not a reliable source of information. So we're not gonna pinge our whole worldview on NASA claiming that they're doing something, no matter what they show us. And I know that you guys don't like that, but I don't blindly believe the government. I don't blindly believe them. But here's the point: do you guys not realize that we are well aware that they have a story for all this? We are not presenting this stuff like they have no explanation for any of it. This is the government, dude. Of course they have a story, just like they had a story for Gulf of Tonkin, where they claimed that we were attacked by Vietnam and we had to go to, but guess what? We weren't attacked by Vietnam, right? So the government can say a story that doesn't make it mean it's real.
How long is going to kiss
If you don't mind, hang on. Let's get back on topic. What's the real question here is you said there's no reason for going back. The reason that came up after 2012. They discovered that in the south pole of the moon, there are craters that haven't seen the light of sun at all. And they suspect that there's probably frozen water there that hasn't evaporated and is still there for billions of years. If that's a water source, that's also a source where they can make fuel. It's a source where they can actually have a long sustained station down on the moon. And that's where they're going. So there is a motivation and a reason for going back. And the people who are interested in not just the government, but there's a lot of companies, private companies, that want to establish maybe mining on the moon and other things. And that can only be done in an area where there is a water supply to allow them to build rockets and make fuel to fly things back. Because it's very expensive to fly stuff to the moon. It's really cheap to fly stuff back from the moon.
Yeah. So they've been saying that one of the most valuable elements that exists is in abundance on the moon for many, many years now, right? So as to their motivation, we don't really care. The point is that the objective recollection is that they claim they went in 1969, and this was after JFK said we're going to go in 8 years. And then after 7 years, Gus Grisham came out, who was an astronaut that was supposed to go, and said, we're not going to get to the moon next year. We can't even communicate in our own building or get to low Earth orbit. There's no way we're going to go. Then he coincidentally died in a freak accident where the door was locked from the outside and they accidentally pumped 98% oxygen into the module. And in a routine checking of wires, he incinerated and died, okay? Right after he called out.
Hey, Winston, I hate to interrupt you here, but you know what? I'm an expert on the Apollo program, and one thing I do know about is that 98% oxygen was what they had planned to use in the lunar in the command module on all of their spacecraft up until Apollo 1's fire. And the door wasn't locked from the outside. It opened from the outside inward. And they couldn't open it because of the pressure inside of from the flames. And by the way, he made that statement that you're talking about just about 3.5 seconds before the fire was noticed. That wasn't them killing him because he made that statement.
What NASA engineer screwed that up? Because surely if they knew they had a fire at the landing pad, that the pressure would build up and the door wouldn't open, right?
Exactly, and that's why.
So what engineer screwed that up?
They fired that engineer, by the way, and they fired a lot of other engineers who basically did a very poor job in developing that particular model of the capsule. That's why there was a coincidence of almost a year before they sent Apollo 8 into orbit. And
so it's just
no, it's not a coincidence. Or Apollo 7, I'm sorry. They basically redesigned the capsule because they realized it was terribly designed because of the rushing they were trying to do to get the launch done by the end of the decade.
So this one they took the Artemis. They took their time so much that they had a crack in what? Are you an expert on Artemis too?
No, I'm not.
Yeah. What was
So
the
they
crack?
The crack
Where
was
was the
up on
crack?
the the crack was up on the tank up at the top, and it was leaking. The crack was in the foam. It wasn't in the tank itself.
Don't they pressure
The,
test this stuff
they
first? Like,
did, they did, and
Pressure
there
test
was
issue.
nothing wrong. There was nothing wrong with the actual the
Tank.
actual tank. There was a problem with the foam that was supposedly to help keep the tank cool, and so they fixed it. What's the problem here?
no, you're just saying it. They're taking their time. They're doing it right.
That's what the testing is all about.
So,
That's awesome.
so,
I
so I'm
can't
pretty
wait.
sure this launch cost something like $18 billion, and they say the mission's going to cost
That's
like
cheap.
That's cheap. Yeah, that's cheap when we have children dying of hunger. Yeah.
The defense
So
budget's
anyway,
at another $100 billion.
Another
You'll have
fish
plenty.
barrel.
No. Cut the defense budget $100 billion. You'll still be number one in the world because you'll still be outspending everybody by about 70%, and you'll still have money left over to feed the starving children. Anything else you want to add about budget?
well, I will say, like, the government wastes way more money than just NASA, but
I agree.
yeah, I know all your scripts. I could literally
Oh,
be
yours too.
a much better glober than you, bro. Literally.
How do you know I'm a glober?
Because you're way too fanatical.
Maybe I'm a digital guy. Maybe I believe that this is all a simulation.
That doesn't mean you don't think it's a globe. You just claim we saw pictures of it.
No, then it's a nothing.
No, he just claimed we saw pictures of a simulation. That's your argument? We saw pictures of a globe simulation? Is the moon a simulation? What about the space between us and them?
Yes,
Everything's a
if the
simulation.
world is a
You are a
simulation, the moon is a
simulation.
simulation.
Go get your microchip, bro.
No, thanks. I by the way, I did get my shot.
I know. I'm sure you're waiting on the fourth one.
Fifth one, actually.
My goodness, bro. I'm surprised you're even on here. Whenever you get a text message, does your body vibrate?
No, not
If
at all.
four of them didn't work,
That's what
what
an idiot
makes you think
I've got.
Hold on, I'm asking a question. If four of them didn't work, what makes you think the fifth one's going to work?
They do work.
They do work. I haven't been sick since.
Why do you need another one? Why do you need another one if it works?
I'm waiting for the one that's supposedly for the. I'm old, so I'm waiting for the one that's basically for the latest variation of.
What about my 20-year-old friend who has like
COVID.
reparable freaking
Before
health?
I got my injections. Hold on. Before I got my injections, before I got inoculated, I had gotten COVID, and I almost ended up going to the hospital. I literally, because I'm smart, I knew exactly what to do. I immediately got to the pharmacy and got my prednisone, and started doing everything I could to abate the symptoms enough so I could survive it. And then my doctor prescribed an antibiotic because he saw that I had an infectious pneumonia, and he said that's going to kill you with COVID. There, you need to get that worked on. And then once I recovered, down here where I live, basically they finally got the vaccine, and I was able to get inoculated. And
All right, don't take the bait. Don't take the bait.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. You're alive and safe.
Yeah.
Thank
First
you.
100% synthetic mRNA, you're probably for sure it's going to be safe, even though it hasn't been long-term tested and shown like the biggest amount of percentage of ill side effects ever in any shot ever facilitated. So we can move on now. We're not talking about how you want to turn into a robot. We're talking about with your little nanoparticles. So
yeah, that makes such sense. What a child you are.
they admit there are nanoparticles in there. Take it up with them. So anyway,
yes, that's gonna make you a robot. I get it. Yep.
it was just hyperbole. So
Okay, let's get on back to our subject.
yeah, okay, you graphene oxide nanoparticle robots. So
Right.
and anyway, by the way,
You
your
brought
boy
up the
Elon
shot.
Musk wants to put a chip in everyone's brain. You know what I'm talking about? He said that you can attain the same effect via inoculation to bypass the blood-brain barrier, and you just have to create a network that can conduct the electricity and the signals through to the neural pathways, and that you can bypass this with injection, but it may just take a few of them. Sounds familiar. So anyway,
No, on this subject, what happened to the moon?
yeah, the moon, whatever. That actually the subject was.
He's Mr. Gishgallop. He can't stay on topic. He's a little retarded.
He's the one that brought it up. So the subject is actually that even though it's 2022 and that people claim that flat Earth is stupid, easily disproven, If you Google the mainstream articles, they still show stupid straw man arguments where they claim that flying in a plane proves that the Earth is a ball because you can, quote unquote, fly in a straight path for a long period of time and never fall off an edge. Even though in reality you can't fly in straight paths. That's not how we navigate. You don't fly in straight lines. That's impossible. We use a compass. And then secondly, they claim that it proves the Earth is a ball because you can fly in a circle on the Earth, which obviously doesn't prove the Earth is a ball because you can fly in circles on a flat Earth.
Well, what proves the Earth is flat?
No. This was the actual point, right? Is that if the Earth the Earth is a ball. I already said it, but you guys don't seem to listen. If the Earth is a ball and it's so easily proven and flat Earth is so easily disproven, then why are the mainstream articles that give us evidence of this not giving us actual evidence, and they're straw manning the actual flat Earth position?
Well, why? Because those simple explanations should be enough for some people.
But the explanations are logically bankrupt.
For people like you, B-Brick, they are simple.
But they're logically bankrupt. I just explained how it isn't true. It's logically bankrupt.
Refuting things by just making stuff up is not actually refuting.
Okay, wait. So are you saying that you can't fly in a circle on a flat Earth?
Sure you can.
Straight line.
So then I didn't make anything up then, did I? The article's wrong, right?
Sure you can. But I'm sure, if the Earth were flat, you could still fly in a straight line, could you not? Could you fly from one place to another on a flat Earth?
No one can travel in perfectly straight lines. It's impossible to maintain a straight line.
That is actually factually true, though.
Pretty close to straight, right?
No, actually, it would be drastic. Depending on the distance that you go, you're going to be way off a straight. Everyone knows. That's why we use compasses.
Okay.
Which brings me to a question. If you want to talk about compasses, how do you get these two polar poles? In other words, a north and south magnetic pole on a flat Earth. How is that possible?
Compasses don't actually really work in the south, but I have a question about compasses. How do you use it work on a globe if you have to hold it horizontal?
Okay, I live in the south. You're telling me my compass is not working, the one I'm looking at right now?
When you live in the south, it's probably barely past the quote-unquote equator, not way in the south towards the quote-unquote South Pole. But you're not going to answer my question. How do compasses work on a ball if you have to hold them horizontal?
Are there not southern hemisphere compasses?
So there are different types of compasses. Interesting. And by the way, we have a quadrupole on the Earth, quadrupole data, which perfectly explains any phenomenon with the compass. We have a quadrupole on the Earth. Okay, but hey, how do you use a compass on a globe?
They don't just use a compass. They use
GPS, how do we use a compass?
They use,
all sorts of ways to navigate. Trying to Google it? You trying to buy time to Google it?
How can I be Googling it when I've got my hand on my mouse? I'm cleaning it right now.
How do you use a compass on a globe if you have to hold it horizontal?
Horizontal to the ground, you mean?
What does that fucking even mean?
So what?
So you have to hold it horizontal, parallel to the ground.
Because otherwise the gravity is going to cause the bottom of that compass to resist the turning as it tries to turn and face the pole. It's just.
I'll ask again. How do you use a compass on a globe?
Holding it horizontal, because the pole is not directly under your feet. It's deep inside the Earth, and the magnetic signal it's picking up from is way to the north of you and way to the south of you. So it definitely will work if you hold it, and it works best if you hold it flat so that the Earth's own gravity doesn't fuck with it. That's just simple logic.
Simple logic, yeah. Simple logic is that you have to use a compass horizontally, parallel to the Earth, which is horizontal, towards the direction of north. And if there's a globe, the North Pole is going to be down through the Earth. And yet we use it horizontal, where on a globe that would be faced out to space. So to even
that the magnetic pole is in the center of the Earth. Is that the claim? Is that what you're trying to say?
Everything you say is a straw man, dude. Everything you say.
Okay, yeah, the pole goes through the Earth, but that's not where the signal. It does. It just wants to line itself up with the direction of that pole. It's trying to line itself up, and that's why you hold it horizontal, so it can line itself.
Let me interrupt for 1 second, man. Austin, flat's always Flatzoid. I just listened to the show for Nathan Oakley's from the other day, and I'm like fucking nauseous, dude. But Flatzoid's about to have a show, and I'm not trying to take away from this show because I was gonna come back right after, but in like 15 minutes, Flatzoid's Perspectives having a show on the ether, and he invited you to the last one, and I don't think you got the invite, but I think it's a chance to state your case since you wasn't able to talk on the Nathan Oakley show. You at least get a chance to state your piece, man, because I don't think they realize they're defending atoms and photons. And I think if you so join us.
Hey,
Man.
Brian, can you send me a link to Flatzoid's server, please? DM me.
I just need
This
to
is
picture, please.
Napalm.
Who said
Drop
that?
in the chat. So is it like
Napalm.
Yeah, or just drop in the chat, Brian, so I can
What's
go
up?
to it. So is it on like
Roger that.
Discord?
Yeah, Roger
there's
that.
no tip on there.
Is it on like Discord? He's wanting me to jump on StreamYard's Discord.
He has
one in there if
Discord.
you want to.
Discord.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll jump
There's
on
a
there.
place for it right above where you sign.
I think you're hot mic and my brother.
Right there.
Hey, can I go back real quick to the second point that you brought up in your list where you were talking about gravity being
Well,
improved?
we get 33 cents a mile. And
Got a hot mic, 33 cents a mile. Got a hot mic. Just real quick, one of the things that I caught was that they said that the Earth was a constant sphere. I thought that was an interesting slip.
Constant sphere?
Constant, yeah. They didn't allow for it being an oblate spheroid. They called it a constant sphere or some kind of language like that made it sound like...
Neil deGrasse Tyson said that if you were to shrink the globe down to the size of a cue ball, even with all the mountains about it would be smoother.
More precise.
Than a cue ball.
More smooth.
Yeah.
No, I know. I'm just saying that the way that
it says
the point that go ahead.
It says since a sphere has a consistent shape, no matter where you stand on it, you have exactly the same amount of sphere under you. The shape of the surface would not change at all.
Let's assume the Earth is flat then. Let's just start from there.
Okay, there's a topographical plane that's
let's
stationary
go.
based on all intrinsic evidence that we've ever had, and that's how we have to treat the Earth for all practical use cases. And then what you call gravity is nothing more than an agreed upon average of downward acceleration, but not everything goes down. Sometimes things go up. 9.8 meters per second squared is always electrostatic acceleration because all matter is intrinsically electrostatic. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. The Earth has a negative surface charge. We have equipotential electric increase, 100 volts per meter going up from that. So we have positive to negative, creating the up and the down, and we have everything that's electrostatic, creating electrostatic equilibrium being set.
So just do me one.
He asked about flat Earth. And
I'm not debating you. I just want to go over to
I would also add.
So just do one simple thing, right? I want you to demonstrate or make a model that can explain a selenelian.
Also add that, yeah. If we could get the Globers not to be so triggered from the answers that they get from the very precise question that the hell just happened.
Yeah, that was Gish Gallop. Anyway,
no, it's not Gish Gallop. It's very precise answers to your question. You just don't like it, and I'll add to it. We have a line.
Yeah, none of that stuff has ever been proven. So
we get our elevation changes from, and that's over a flat plane. You would have that. You would have a base point, and then measure elevation change based on that, and you will find that it rises, right? And water also proves it. It will go from high elevation to low elevation, which also works on a flat plane. There's just so many. It's not Gish Gallop. It's just so many ways to prove that it's a flat plane with elevation change.
You want us to Gish Gallop the globe now?
That you can do whatever the hell you want, but when I ask the question, I'm going to answer, and so is Witsit.
Yeah, allow somebody to respond at some point.
Sure, go ahead.
All right,
ready?
So
I'm going to go on mute. You know how you know when I'm done? You know how you know when I'm done? You don't have to interrupt me ever. I go on mute. Isn't that something?
Never seen it.
Someone said none of that's ever been proven. What a clown.
What you can do simply, right? If you could just do something really simple, right? Make a small scale model and show me how a selenelian eclipse would work on a flat Earth. Simple.
Okay, yeah. So there's some type of other obstruction or effect going on in the sky, independent of the Earth. It isn't the Earth's shadow with your reification that you're trying to straw man me on. But ironically, the Selenilian eclipse literally debunks the globe because the geometric impossibility for the sun and the moon to both be above the Earth during the eclipse when you claim that the Earth is physically obstructing the sun and casting a shadow, when in fact it comes from the wrong direction. Yeah, you claim that actually the sun looks like it's above the Earth, but it's actually just being refracted. It's below the Earth. That's a cool story, bro.
Can you make,
Is
can you
that
make
the
a
model?
small
Why did you
model?
give us the model?
Show you a small model of anything when you can't show a small model
Can
of a
you
ball having water stick to it. When you can
you
show
make a
that, then we'll
small?
talk about models, okay?
Can you demonstrate this on a small scale a Selenilian eclipse?
Can you
Or
demonstrate a
something close
Selenilian
to it?
eclipse on a globe on a small scale?
No, I asked first.
Yes.
Can you do that?
Yeah, because all you have to do is bring in an additional
Oh,
obstruction. Wait, listen
something
carefully, buddy.
He
You asked the
immediately cut
question.
you off.
Yeah, because he's scared. 'Cause
Immediately cut you
he
off.
thinks this is his home run. He sees that I didn't even
He doesn't
hesitate to
like the
answer.
precise answers to his
Yeah.
very ignorant question.
Well, when they think they have a home run, and then they see that I don't even have to hesitate to respond, they're like, "Damn, this isn't a home run," so they want to interrupt, so they
Go
don't let
ahead.
me get it out.
Go
So,
ahead.
like, yeah, you asked if you could give a model; it'd be super easy. You would just have a flat surface with something representing the sun and the moon, whatever you want to have, and then you would have an additional obstruction that you put over
Like,
top of the
what would that
sun.
additional
Over top of the moon. Oh man,
What
that
would
would be
that
so
additional
complicated.
Wow,
obstruction
he
be?
cut you off again, even after being
What would
made to look like a dickhead and then
what would that
admitting that he
additional
should shut
obstruction
up.
be?
He
What
couldn't
would
help himself. These
what would
people
that
can't
additional
control
obstruction
themselves.
be? What would that additional obstruction be?
Well, that's a good
And where
question.
would
And
the
we
moon?
have
And
observations
hold
of
on, real quick. And where would the moon be at in relation to that additional obstruction?
behind it.
The moon would be behind what?
What do you say? The moon's behind the moon?
Moyak, you're
No,
such a fucking
you said
child.
you said some addition. There'll be an additional obstruction.
Yeah.
Okay, what would that be?
Okay, so we have observations of where there seems to be a little orb. We have all kinds of astronomers that have documented additional bodies that act as quote unquote moons or satellites around the Earth, according to their like reification of what's up there. But that we spot something else in the sky, and also for many years, for like thousands of years, the eclipses have been well known, and they said that there are dark bodies up there that occasionally eclipse. Now the problem is, I don't actually have to replace your story. I just did. But the problem is that you can't explain it. So can you model a Selenilian eclipse on a globe?
Sure.
Really? Can you cite it?
Sure. You have this. You have the sun, and then the moon in the middle, and then you have.
No, he didn't say explain.
Yeah.
He did not say explain. He said, can you cite it?
Cited how?
Like a model.
Do
You
you know
said
what
you
a
asked me to model.
citation is?
Yeah, you
So
said
you're
you could.
going
You said you
to
could
pull up a
model it.
citation that explains it.
You said you
Either,
could
okay, look, all you're doing right now is replacing an explanation for an explanation. You are
So
asking
you
for a
want me
model.
to
You are asking for a
go to
model. Either model it or find a citation where someone else has modeled it. Don't explain it. We know how to explain it.
So you want me to pull up something that explains something in the eclipse? Is that what
No,
you're
not explains. No, we are
So
not
what is a
asking for an
citation then,
explanation.
Travis? What is a citation then? Does a citation not explain it?
No,
Wait,
a citation is evidence that someone else has modeled this
When I bring that,
claim.
what are you gonna do with it?
I didn't hear what you said.
When I bring that citation to you, what are you gonna do with it?
You don't
I'm
have
going
it.
to look at it. I'm going to read it. I'm going to
No, that's the
evaluate it.
script. No, that's the script. That's three people use the exact same thing over and over again.
He's gonna say, look it up. Look it
Third
up.
person.
When I bring you the citation, you're gonna look at it like, oh yeah, okay.
Your script is boring. We told three people the same thing today when they said the same exact thing.
Yeah,
Kool-Aid, Stanley, and you have repeated the exact same word for word script.
This is what we do, right?
Yeah, I know that's what you do.
guys
Follow a
don't
script.
have a model, and you can't explain. You can't even
Dude,
explain.
we just precisely explained every question you put forth, and you're going off.
Am I going to moderate and let anybody speak or what?
And you
Yeah,
guys
so-
don't have an explanation for it. All you can really do is you can make stuff up about what you see in the sky.
We didn't make anything up.
Oh, it's gotta
Oh,
be
look, Marquis talking again.
or it's got to be. It can't be the moon. It has to be something other than the moon that's blocking the sun, right?
Okay, so
Well,
you
that
don't
would be-
even know what happens during the eclipse. What an idiot! You just said,
yeah,
yeah,
dude. Selenilian does not have the.
Yes, I know. The Earth comes in between the sun and the moon. I understand what a solar eclipse is.
You
And they're
missed.
both
You just
at
said
the same time.
you said something
How does
else
that
has to
work?
be.
How does
Anyway,
that work on flat Earth? Please explain how.
okay, now I clearly just did, right?
Oh no, you made
Now you're
something up.
interrupting again, and I'm about to leave, go to Flashlights anyway. But the point is, I did explain it. I explained. I did explain it.
You
I
made it up.
explained that for many years there has been acknowledged that there's an extra body up there.
Where? Who
We
acknowledged
have a. Stop interrupting me. I'm
Wow,
talking.
listen to this guy.
So we have footage from a plane and different, like 7 different or 3 different seats on the.
Image from the plane.
Wow,
He's going on the record.
dude. So we have a plane. We have footage from a plane from 3 different seats on the plane to eliminate the idea that it's just based on a certain window.
Okay.
And we have orbs that are seen right around it, the sun, during the eclipse, or right around the moon during the eclipse. And so what this shows is that there's potentially another orb in the sky, as have many astronomers throughout the years. Have denoted that there is, in fact, these things that can be spotted.
Can you
been called? It's been described for thousands of years now.
So show me.
Now that's the point. I'm about to leave. Go to Globebusters and watch our last show. Maybe you'll learn something. But anyway, the actual problem is that you're saying we're just making stuff up and we can't explain it. No. The globe made something up and said that the Earth blocks the sun and then casts a shadow of a ball onto the moon. But there's eclipse where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the eclipse, and the shadow comes from the wrong direction.
So how does that work on flat Earth?
And the Glober's claim is that the sun is actually not above the Earth. We just see it above the Earth. And falsification is independent of replacement, even though I did replace it. Thanks for playing.
You still haven't explained it.
How would you ever bring this up?
You still have not explained how a flat surface with the sun and the moon above it, somehow the Earth gets in between. How does that work?
I never said that, though. So all you have is a straw man fallacy, like a 5-year-old trying to argue.
Did he just say you said the Earth got in between on a flat plane?
Exactly.
He is a moron. I always thought it, but now I know it if he really thought that's what you said.
But he didn't. He's being dishonest on purpose because he has a script.
He said it was another orb or another object would have to get in between, not the Earth, not the Earth, B-ball. Did you hear it?
Like 5 times I've told you the evidence. I said that we've spotted. You're interrupting again. This is the 5th time that you've asked for the evidence, and I told you. This guy is such a loser, man.
Listen, Globers. Listen, this is your guy right here, B-ball. This is
hey, you know what?
Your guy right here.
Another B-ball that's for shit sure.
Let's talk about Southern Hemisphere flights.
No. So what happened was you asked me. Now you're trying to fundy mute me, right? So we talked about the Selenilian. You brought up the Selenilian eclipse. I explained alternative explanations. And now you're trying to fundy mute me because as I gave the alternative explanations, I then asked you to explain how it works on a globe Earth, and you still can't address it.
No, you made some shit up. That's what you did. You didn't explain anything.
Okay, so you made some stuff up. So can you explain it on the globe?
Let's see this evidence.
Can you explain it on the globe?
Yes. There's refraction, and the sun is over the horizon already.
Why does the shadow come from the wrong direction?
It doesn't. Look at 3D shape. Figure it out.
Why does the shadow come from the top down?
It doesn't.
It does.
It comes exactly the way it should. Go ahead and look at the 3D models of it.
Why does the shadow come from the top down?
Look at the 3D models of it. It'll be self-explanatory.
If the sun's going down beneath the Earth, then the shadow cast onto the moon above the Earth should be coming from the bottom up.
According to 3D models.
According to basic geometry. In addition...
Okay, so how does that work on flat Earth?
A 3-body relationship or a syzygy, whenever in fact the sun is up above the Earth, Moyoc said it's actually below the horizon, but it's not. We can literally see it above the Earth.
Okay, so how does that work on flat Earth?
I'm asking you how it works on the globe.
Right here. This is our explanation right here.
Okay, so there you go. So we see the sun above the Earth, but actually the sun's not there.
Okay. How does that work on flat Earth?
Do you think that's legit? Do you have any
How
actual?
does that work? No, see, you don't want to answer the question because you know there's absolutely no way that it can work on flat Earth.
I answered the question.
Absolutely.
Everyone in the room heard me answer the question about how it would work on a flat Earth like
That's not an
5
explanation.
different times.
Yes,
to make
but
it
you didn't demonstrate in any way.
Well, he said I didn't even explain it at all. I did.
No, it was
I
an
actually, I
explanation.
just got invited to go to Flastoid. I'm not going to go look up the picture.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
said that you can. I said that you can go to Glowbusters last
Well, I
video.
haven't
We literally show the
explained it.
videos. Oh, dude, you know, like, and this is what's funny. You would never do this to me in real life. Never,
Why wouldn't I?
ever, because you're
Why
not
wouldn't I?
actually
I'll
tough
come
like you act like
wherever
you
you're
are.
at. I'll come straight to where you're at with a bullhorn.
Good one. So, I just explained how it could work on a flat Earth. There's numerous different ways, right? It appears that it could be an effective magnetic holography, but actually,
What the hell is that?
there's lots of evidence for dark bodies in the sky. There's evidence for other orbs in the
Dark
sky.
bodies
There's
in
a
the
lot of
sky,
astronomers. So
What
this is what happens, though. If I go get the evidence and I cite the like 7 astronomers in the last 150 years who have claimed to have spotted this and claim it's in there, you'll just say that they're stupid and they're
okay.
wrong, and you'll
So
say
you're
it's
gonna
just anecdotal, and you're still interrupting me. And then when I go and show you the video,
Any other
when I go,
mod here?
when I go and show you the video of them seeing during the eclipse that there are orbs around, 2 different orbs around the body in the sky that is additional to it, and it's from all these different angles, including even from the surface we see this additional orb, and it's ruled out that it's based on the lens, because when we move the camera, it moves with the sun. It doesn't move relative to the sun, doesn't move, and it stays beside the sun instead of moving around like a lens flare. So we see there's this other little orb in the sky, which would explain it, right? And now you'll just hand-wave dismiss all that, and for this row, you didn't offer an explanation, but I'm asking you to explain how it works on a globe. And what I've got is a cartoon showing the sun above the earth with another sun below it. And you're saying, oh, well, it looks like the sun and the moon are above the earth.
What it says,
But
the
actually,
atmosphere attracts the light. The sun and the moon appear higher in the sky than they really are. That's an explanation. Is it
so
not?
does this happen every day?
Yes.
Every day. So we
So
never see the actual sun. Is that what you're saying?
You're asking, does a selenilian eclipse happen every day?
No. Does the sun get optically lifted and we're not really seeing where it is every day?
Yes.
We see it slow down as it approaches the horizon every day.
So the sun gets. So we never see the actual sun.
No.
Nope.
Okay, so when we're seeing a sun in the sky, there's actually another one that's below it that we can't see.
Yes.
That's stupid.
Why can't we see it?
That's
Because
stupid. We see refraction.
This is just to
no,
throw
it's
away
just the
from
same
flat.
though. It's 8 minutes ahead of where you're seeing it. That's all it is.
At all on flat Earth.
So no one can actually ever see the sun, and during the sunset, even though it looks like it gets dark right when the sun sets, actually the sun was down below it 8 minutes before it got dark.
Yes, that's their claim with it. Yes.
I know. I want them to absorb it.
Half a degree of refraction.
Can't explain this
The
on.
sun will be relatively correct position when you look straight up at it at noon.
How did you measure that?
That'll be
How did you measure that?
With the sound though. You know, the sound.
How'd you measure that the sun is? How did we determine that the reason the selenilian eclipse happens is because that the sun is optically lifted via refraction? It's not actually where we observe it. So according to you guys, we never see the actual sun. Oh my God! So how did you determine that? How did you measure that?
Because we know that refraction is minimal when you're looking straight through a medium, which the atmosphere would be relatively straight through. So from up, when it's over our heads, straight up, we can say that that is the actual position of the sun. Then when it comes down to the horizon, it starts to slow down, and it comes to a creep as it gets to the actual horizon. In the worst case, where the refraction is the most demonstrable.
Yep, it's the most.
See the difference.
Didn't answer the question. I asked you, how did you measure it?
The angular velocity. The angular velocity of the sun.
How did you measure the refraction?
Angular velocity change.
Oh, the angular velocity change is how you knew where the sun actually was.
Mm-hmm.
So,
because we know that the angular velocity is not going to change.
So what we did was we assumed the Earth was a ball. We assumed that the sun was down below the ball. We assumed based on how high that we saw it above the ball. Then we did the math and we determined that actually this is how much it would have to be refracted or it would debunk the globe. Is that right?
No, let's assume the Earth is flat. Let's assume the Earth is flat.
You always come up with non sequiturs. You always come up with non sequiturs. So how you're measuring the refraction. Now here's my next question: does the refraction of the sun ever change, or is it consistently the same exact thing?
A little bit.
A little bit. How much?
When it gets to the surface.
I don't answer that off the top of my head.
All right. So
It's somewhere around half a degree normally.
how do you know whenever it's the little bit different than the other time?
Oh my God.
You can do it by looking at the 15 degrees per hour and just find out with survey equipment you can determine where it should.
So if we just assume that the sun is moving around a ball, then whatever the difference is, we can just automatically attribute that to refraction, and that's how we know how much refraction is happening. So did we ever look at the actual conditions of the atmos that give us the refraction? So I'm asking you, time out, calm down. I'm asking you, so you're claiming that the sun is being refracted up above the Earth during the eclipse, and even though it looks like we're seeing the sun, we're actually not seeing the real sun. It's down below the horizon of the Earth, the curvature of the Earth. And then I asked you how we measure that. And then you said the angular velocity of the sun. I said, does it ever change this refraction? And you said yes. And then I asked, how do you determine that? You said you can just look at 15 degrees per hour. So I asked, are you looking at the actual atmospheric conditions to see the actual rate of refraction relative to the atmospheric conditions? Or does the atmospheric conditions not actually matter when it comes to the refraction of the sun?
Interesting you say that, Witsy, because actually,
They just
hold on. Hey,
Witsy.
Silent, is me talking your cue to start talking?
Sure. Sorry.
He's not going to answer.
Awesome.
We all know he's not.
So I'm going to answer.
No, you're not.
So how do you know? What am I going to say?
Guaranteed, you're not going to actually.
What am I going to say? Why don't you, since you're a mind reader, why don't you tell me what I'm going to say?
You're going to just keep talking about reifying the angular velocity and the size of the sun and the distance. You're not going to talk about the atmospheric conditions. So let me
finish. So since you're wrong, and you prove yourself being wrong, say. So if you look at the Black Swan Day, you can actually get a sense that if you just turn right a little bit and you can see the sunset through that same situation. All the oil wells are illumined upward, and you'll notice that that is the actual sunset because it is. The horizon is level with your eyes, which does not comport with a flat or a round Earth. It comports more with a convex Earth, actually. But in that situation, you can see the sun not change angular velocity and actually set exactly where it should be angularly in your field.
So I told you wouldn't answer the question, which was, what do you do to account for the atmospheric conditions to show the rate of refraction of the sun?
Yeah, so that day we know the temperature of the water, 68 degrees, 67 degrees, and we know the temperature was 90 degrees. So we know there's a temperature inversion, and that gives you the looming effect, which looms the sun upward.
So the only thing we need to determine the rate of refraction is a temperature differential?
No, you need more. Temperature is a small factor. It's actually in the but it is one of the factors that can indicate you if you're flying an airplane, you can do things with temperature at certain altitudes and get a rough estimate what density altitude is going to be based on.
Can you please cite where they factored in the atmospheric conditions of the refraction of the sun for the Selenilian eclipse? And then can you also cite where it's different than that based on the direct correlation proportionately to the change in those atmospheric conditions? Or did you just make a story up reifying your model?
No, I'm giving you how refraction works. We understand very well that is a temperature inversion that allows things to be loomed upward.
I just now said so. The temperature inversion alone doesn't help you because, say, the temperature is different, or the temperature is the same. The temperature differential is the same, but then the refraction in your model is different.
Yeah, there wouldn't be much refraction. Therefore, the sun would act more like and actually be at the position that it would be found at.
So when you made the claim that you did factor in the atmospheric conditions to determine the rate of refraction of the sun so you can bail your globe model out for the Selenilian eclipse, can you please cite where you did that? And then you cited the proportional change to the atmospheric conditions to be proportionate with the rate of refraction that changes.
I never said the rate of change would be proportional to the temperature. You said that. Why are you making things up?
So you guys claim that the sun is being
I just
refracted
told you
during the
that the
stellar
temperature
eclipse,
factor
and it's
refraction.
based on refraction
I
within
just
the
told you the
atmosphere. Then
I
I
just
ask
told
you, is it always the same? Then you say, no, it's not always the same. I said, okay, so how do you determine the difference? And you said it's based on the atmospheric conditions of the temperature. I then said, can you show where we've actually mathed out and predicted exactly what the change is based on the atmospheric conditions and how much up or down the moon is or the sun's being refracted? And you don't have that. I know you don't have that. All you did was reify the model, and then you said, okay, wait, I'm almost done because I got to go, Zanuck. This is what actually happened. You guys reified the model. You assume that the sun is what it is in your model and the earth is what it is and that the moon is what it is. And then you're like,
anything.
Let's assume the earth is flat. Let's go from there.
We don't verify anything. You can do with there's no. You can look at object. Witsit. All you gotta do is do one thing. Go look up, like I told you yesterday. Look up at a star. Let's say the North Star, and you tell me the degrees it is from you, and I'll tell you the degrees from where I am, and I can tell you where we change in latitude based on that differential, based in 60 degrees per degree, 60 nautical miles per degree. Now that would only happen on a sphere. That's not reification. That is a measurement. And you
now
can say,
you're changing the subject because
there's no. Hold on. There's no.
refractive.
Hold on.
Now
Hold
you
on.
talking. I went
Hold
to
on a second.
Now you're
There's no refraction
immediately
looking straight up or at a 45-degree angle.
Now that's a non sequitur.
It's not a non sequitur.
We're talking about the atmospheric conditions that you're invoking to say that the sun is actually being refracted and lifted up optically during the stellar eclipse to where it looks like it's above the earth, but it's actually below the earth. So I'm asking you, what are the atmospheric conditions that cause that refraction exactly? Can you show me where it was predicted and mathed out? And can you show me where those predictions match the change in the angular refractive effects based on the change in those atmospheric conditions, so we can validate your actual methodology to determine this? But I happen to know that doesn't exist, and all you did was reify the model, and you're like, okay, that means the sun must have been lifted this much because it's supposed to be here.
Would you agree that we as people that believe the Earth is spherical, which is pretty much everyone except for heads, would you agree that the sunset at 6 foot off the beach will happen at 3 miles? Would you at least agree that happens?
Once again, you're not addressing the claim.
No, I will get to it. If you just answer the question, I will get to it.
No, I'm not answering questions until you provide the evidence for the atmospheric conditions actually refracting the sun. I'm not answering questions.
So we know that the sun sets.
You all just got destroyed.
3 miles. No, I didn't get a.
All of you guys just got destroyed.
Wait, so you're so Austin. You're so delusional. You really are. I'm just saying the sun sets at 3 miles. You're 6 feet off the ground. Now,
hey, Zanuck,
will it be a little further? Hold on. Will it be a little
changing the subject
on a heavily refracted day, i.e., where the water is very cold and the air is very warm? Yes. Sometimes we'll see it.
Please cite the predictive equation that shows the relationship between the refraction of the sun and the atmospheric conditions that you're claiming. Zanuck, can you take just a break for just a second? Because Earth is Life brought this up, and I want to see if he's going to answer the question. Now, he asked if I could explain the selenium on a flat Earth. I don't know why he'd ever even bring that word up. It's very stupid.
I've been asking for the longest time, and you want to obfuscate and you talk about refraction and all this nonsense. Can you make this happen on a flat Earth?
The whole room heard me answer about the flat Earth and how it would work 7 consecutive times. Every single Glober, as you can hear, audience, has to fundy mute me as I go to explain it because they cannot debate.
In the middle of my sentence.
What could you be talking about, Earth is Life? He's trying to explain to you how it happened on a flat Earth, which is what you want, and you're talking through him.
It doesn't happen on a flat Earth.
You're not adding anything else. You're not. You asked the question. Shouldn't you be quiet now?
He hasn't answered the question.
So Earth is Life.
He's trying to.
Yeah, so I already did answer the question about 7 times. Now he's interrupting me again.
This has got to be a record.
That's a robot. Everyone should just realize
they can't. That is a military-trained robot right there.
They actually can't debate me right now. This is why they're trying to.
That is a military-trained robot, no doubt, without a doubt. Exactly right when Witsit tries to talk, he has to talk, even when made a fool of.
And they've been doing it 3v1, attempting to not let me say it. I'll say it all again. He asked me, how does the stellar eclipse work on a flat Earth? I said, okay, well, it appears that there would be an additional obstruction, something else other than the sun and the moon, right? So there's astronomical evidence. There are astronomers who have said that they've spotted this extra orb in the sky that acts as an additional satellite in addition to the moon. We also have it's been documented many times over the last 200 years. It's actually been referenced for thousands of years as two dark bodies in the sky, as the eclipse were mapped out accurately for thousands of years. We also have within the last few years someone being in a plane and recording these orbs in the sky close to the bodies in the sky during the eclipse, and from 3 different angles in the plane to eliminate the fact that it would just be from the window. We also have this observed from the surface, so we have a good amount of evidence that there's an additional body up there that seemingly is invisible, but it's an orb, and once it goes in front of the sun, and you can only see it based on its reflection, we can isolate it and it'll actually obstruct what is going on in the sky and give us an eclipse. Now, I gave him all that information. He said, how could you model this out? I said, you just have a flat surface with an additional obstruction. He then came in and said, I can't explain it. I didn't even try to explain it. I still won't answer the question. I keep changing the subject, although I said what I just said 5 times in a row. Then he said, oh, please explain to me how the Earth, a flat Earth, is going to somehow block the light from the sun and make a lunar eclipse, which is a straw man. I never said that. So then once I addressed it like 7 times and he kept spiraling, I went back to the other point and said, okay, now I've explained it. Can you explain it on a globe Earth? And then he didn't answer, but then Moyoc came in and tried to answer for him, where they say the sun is not actually in the sky, although we see it in the sky, it's actually below it. I said, can you please cite the evidence of the proportional relationship between the refractive rate of the sun and the atmospheric conditions you claim are causing it? I asked if it stays the same. They said, no, it changes. So I said, okay, if it's changing, can you still cite the proportional evidence? Has the atmospheric conditions changed? This is how much it changes with the refractive effect with the sun, and you can see that this prediction's accurate, and no one's going to ever respond to that.
Okay, listen. Now I got a question for you about this.
Wait. Are you doing that?
All right, you guys, let's let B-Ball respond.
Please, Jesus. So what I actually asked for was an explanation, right? Yeah, you gave me an explanation. You made a bunch of claims, and you claim that you have all this evidence and all these sources. And I asked simply, do you have any of these sources, or can you produce any of these sources?
Yeah, so I can, but I guess Gio's saying that Flatsoid's not doing a show. If he is, then I'm not going to have time to try to find it. But I did tell you where you could find it. If you go to the last Glowbuster show, we covered this very thing, and we have 2 different videos from the plane and from the ground, and we have all the data of the actual astronomers that recorded as well. I can find a video for you that has all the data in a second. Okay, but now I've explained it. You said there was no way it could work on a flat Earth. That's wrong. You would agree that if what I'm saying is true, it would explain it on a flat Earth, right?
Not really.
No,
why not?
Basically, the proximity of, and you got to actually explain how it does this obscuring from multiple locations, how the path works. I don't think that those answers exactly work. But the question I had was more specific to your claims of this body in the sky. Does it exist all the time? I mean, because I don't see stars blinking out for half a degree in the sky all the time. So, I mean, this body has to just cease to exist. Does it only block moons?
You're assuming you know the distance to the stars and the orbs and the sun and moon.
Well, the astronomers claim that it's based
First
on a
of all-
polarization effect because the sun is a polarization light effect, and so that it acts like a polar lens. Like if you put a polarized lens over light, and it'll turn black. So that it's just the polarization of the sun that gives you this effect. And yes, it's always in the sky. It doesn't quote unquote cease to.
That's not what polarization means. It doesn't mean you put a polarized lens and it turns black. It means
You're saying you can't put a polarized lens over light and turn it black?
If you have 2 polarized lenses and you make them opposite 90 degrees, then you'll see black. But that's not what the sun is, and no one's.
Okay, we're claiming there's an additional orb that goes in front of the sun and acts as a polarizing lens that causes it to turn black.
And it seems to always happen when the moon is on the opposite side of the sun, right?
And something has to rotate 90 degrees. The polarization has to be rotated. So there's something, a lens in front of the sun rotates. As Gino put down, Gino, that makes your case weak because it shows
doesn't always.
Hold on, dude. It's not other people talking over you. It's you talking over them. Just let me finish the sentence. 2 polarized lenses have to be aligned. You can't see any difference through them. When you rotate, because they're polarized, if you rotate 90 degrees, you will black. And Gio has a great video of what that polarization effect is.
Okay, thanks for playing. You just made my point stronger. So the point is, he said it always happens to happen when the moon's on the other side. No, we're literally talking about, first of all, you're reifying the other side, but we're literally talking, it happens sometimes during like certain cycles within the moon, but we just are literally talking about the selenilian, which is where the sun and the moon are both above the earth during the eclipse, and you're claiming that they're actually just not there. So that's a cool story. You have no evidence for it. We had to go through excruciating detail why you have no evidence for it. So we're probably hyper-focus on the other part, which I've already explained, and falsifications independent of replacement anyway. And this is a geometric impossibility within your claim, and you have to not have evidence to support your accusation.
I can model it in my kitchen. Can you model a solar eclipse in your kitchen?
Can you show me where you modeled it in your kitchen, please?
Sure.
Okay,
You
thank
got
you.
those
We're all waiting.
refractive effects. You were able to move the sun and bend it and warp it around something in your kitchen?
No.
I can have 3 balls, right, and all in a row, and have one ball block the other ball.
It's not a
That's not
That's
modeling
not
the selenilian eclipse. This
pretty
guy is
simple,
a
man.
robot, man.
It's pretty simple. Now
That's
let's
not a
now,
selenilian,
hold on, let me
B-ball.
finish.
That's a regular eclipse.
No,
Oh, hold on, Gio. Hey, he wants you to hold on while he explains how
Yeah,
it's
because I
not
wasn't
or how it
finished.
is.
Yeah, because I wasn't finished for you. Yeah, because I wasn't finished. Now let me hang these balls from my ceiling, and somehow make one ball something out of nowhere block one ball without actually
No.
the time.
Wow.
We're talking about your model.
Yeah, you claimed you could model it in your kitchen, but you brought up a normal eclipse in your model. We're talking about the selenilian, where you would need to show a geometric relationship of syzygy, but where the sun is like refracted up above the earth optically during the eclipse.
Yeah, which cannot be modeled on a flat Earth with a flat surface.
You keep on now reverting back like a robot, shutting down to the flat Earth, but
sides. Hold on, especially with the sun and the moon would have to be on opposite sides of the Earth, right?
so you agree you can't actually model it out for the globe model.
I can do it. During a solar eclipse, right? The sun and the moon are opposite sides of the Earth, right? Of the flat Earth.
So you agree you can't actually model it out for the globe Earth.
I'm asking you a question now.
No, you're ignoring the whole question. We're not going to play this game anymore. You're wasting my time.
No,
so.
you're
You're gonna overtalk him every time.
Yeah.
In your kitchen, dude. No, he's avoiding the question when we asked him if he can model in his kitchen. He said yes.
All right, hold on. B-ball, make some hold on. B-ball, whenever you're talking.
Question without saying how you modeled it.
I was just gonna say, B-ball, whenever you're talking at the same time as someone else, your mic is like totally muffled, so it just sounds like a mess. So if we could try to do one at a time. B-ball, you just threw out like 10 things. So which one? Where are we at here? Can we do
he made a claim that he can model it, and we're asking him to explain how he can actually model the selenilian eclipse according to the globe model. Can you substantiate that claim that you can model it?
It's simple. It's you have 3 balls in a row.
That's not the selenilian, though.
Why is it not? In our model, that is.
Because you have to show where the sun would be optically above the Earth.
In our model, it is.
I guess let's start here, B-ball. Do you know what a selenilian eclipse is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you know it's when the sun and the moon are visible both above the horizon when the eclipse is occurring.
Yes. My question is, how does that work on flat Earth? We understand how it works on the globe.
No, listen to this guy. Gio, come on, man.
Yeah, B-ball, now you're jumping to something else. We can get to other things in a minute. Hold on, we're getting to the first thing on a globe. You keep saying the selenilian is 3 balls lined up on your globe and that you modeled it in your kitchen. That wouldn't give the sun and the moon above the horizon at the same time.
We understand how it works on the globe model. There's plenty of explanations out there for you to Google. My question is, how does it work with a flat surface and a sun that is a specific distance above the flat Earth and a moon that is a specific
distance? Can he back up his claim or not, Gio?
So your rebuttal is that we can go look at other explanations on the internet. So what you're saying is you actually can't model it, though, right?
I can. Sure. 3 balls in a row.
Once again, that doesn't actually model it because it's not what the selenilian eclipse is. You need the sun to be every time.
That's our model.
You need the sun to look like it's above the Earth optically during the eclipse.
Okay.
So can you model that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, can you please cite it or show us where it's at?
Yeah, you can look up all the different things on the internet.
Well, hold on, B-Ball. We're just trying to start on this one thing. We can talk about other things about other,
Why is
but
it that I gotta be on the
He's
spot?
even
No,
over talking
dude.
Geo.
but you guys don't
Hold on,
want
B-Ball. The question is,
Let's over
B-Ball.
talk
The
Geo
question is,
just to enforce the point.
B-Ball. The question. What if you can't do it? That's fine. You can just say I can't do it. The question is, can you model it? What you showed was a picture with warping, bending, curved positions of the sun and the moon. That's what you showed so far. The question is, can you model it?
Yes, 3 balls in a row.
3 balls in a row does not give you a sun and the moon above the horizon.
I'm sorry you don't accept that, but that's what it is.
Well, even you don't accept it because you have to make the moon and the sun bend and curved and refracted for it to work. So even you don't agree that it's 3 balls lining up, but somehow now you're saying it's 3 balls lined up.
Yes, that 3 balls lined up. That's pretty much, it's like that. That's what it is.
So the Selenilian, you're saying the Selenilian eclipse is identical to every other lunar eclipse?
Refraction involved. We understand there's a refraction involved, but basically the sun, the earth, and the moon.
So we're asking if you can model out that claim that it's refraction causing the sun to be above the earth.
Yeah, do you agree that refraction is a thing?
Can you model this out?
Oh my God.
I just reposted your picture. I just reposted your picture. That's not 3 balls lined up.
It's not?
No. There's nothing in here that's 3 balls lined up in this picture you showed. Do you see any 3 balls lined up in a line in this circle in this picture?
Yeah, so this is a not to scale explanation.
It's a deceiver is what it is.
You posted it.
Farther away, right? The sun will be a lot farther away, and the moon will be a lot farther away.
Non
But it's
sequitur.
3 balls in a
It's
row,
still
right?
not 3 balls lined up.
Why is it not?
Do you see 3 balls lined up in that picture you posted?
I see the sun, I see the earth in the middle, and I see the moon on the other side. It's not the scale, of course.
That's not, there's no. Do you know what a syzygy is? It's when the 3 objects are lined up in a perfect line. There's no syzygy in this whatsoever.
Okay.
Why do you say that, Gio?
3 balls lined up.
There's no 3 balls lined up in a line in this image he showed.
Well, you got to realize the sun is 400 times bigger, or I mean, thousands of times bigger, and you got the moon a third of the size of the Earth. So, yeah, roughly, this is just a diagram of what relative position of these, but it's not the scale, as was mentioned. If they're the scale, it would be very difficult to show the effect of what we're showing here.
I think you could reasonably reproduce this in a model where you put the 3 balls in a light, in a line, and then what you would have to do is take something that is a heavy gas like butane, pour it over it, and you could probably demonstrate it loosely. Yeah, it's not going to be an exact reproduction, but it would you would get elevation of the objects in the distance, and you could definitely reproduce it in a 3D model when you model the refraction of the atmosphere.
You can model anything on the computer. If you're just going to model refraction, you can make something go 1,000,000 miles if you wanted to. That's a non sequitur to reality. We're asking you to show and demonstrate it's even possible. And even if you did, it wouldn't actually answer the question, which is how did you determine that the sun was being refracted this much? If you're claiming it's based on atmosphere, what are those conditions specifically that cause it to be refracted that much? If you claim that it's constantly changing, and it's not the consistent refractive rate every time, can you please show what the atmospheric conditions are that make it change, and can you cite it?
I don't.
Approximately 1 bar in a gradient atmosphere.
You said it's not always the same, though.
Yes, I said approximately. There is variation. There's weather. There's moisture in the air that varies it by a couple of percentage points. But
so how much does
always for the gradient?
How much does the sun's refracted position change based on atmosphere?
I would have to talk to somebody who's more of an expert on that.
Yeah, at higher altitudes, it's generally about a half a degree.
So it can vary by half a degree?
Hold on. No, not vary.
Well, that was the question.
Can you just listen for a second?
Can you answer the actual question?
Yes, I'm going to answer it. Generally, if you're up above the surface at a substantial elevation, it'll always be about a half a degree fraction up, always, because you're going through a lot more atmosphere. And then that atmosphere, regardless of what's happening in the weather beneath it, generally over long distances, it will have refraction of about a half a degree. And that's why we generally see the sun set a half a degree later than it should.
So you didn't answer the question. For one,
I
we're
did
not
answer
at,
the question. There's
for
no
one, we're not.
variance. It's
For
it's an average of a half a degree, very small variations of a half a degree because you're going
for
through so much atmosphere.
For one, we're not at very high altitudes. We're observing the eclipse from the surface of the Earth.
Yes,
Secondly, your side just claimed that it does change. It's not always the same. So we're asking you what specific atmospheric conditions make it change. Can you please cite where you mapped out the atmospheric conditions to give you the refracted effect of the selenium and the measurement of the different changes in the atmospheric conditions that are proportionate to the change of that refraction? Am I not being understood?
So
You're definitely being understood. They just don't have that, so they're just gonna
No, I just
dance
had to
around and
tell you
jump
that we
around all over the
always
place.
see a half a
Gio, can
degree
I
change.
real quick?
And I'm not talking about astronomical. Hold on, real quick. I'm not talking about in space or in an airplane. Just like on a mountaintop, just something above the surface of the water. If we're above the surface of the water, generally the refraction will be a half a degree, plus or minus maybe 5 or 10%.
All right, thanks for repeating what you said.
Can I come in real quick?
Actually, he added plus or minus 5 or 10%. Did you actually hear him?
But he didn't tell me how, with the atmospheric conditions, proportionate to the change.
It's not proportionate. It's not really proportionate at all. It's got a complicated equation.
All right, yes,
Temperature is one
Travis
small
was trying to get
factor
in.
in the denominator. I can give you the equation for refraction. Look at it. What's it?
Boring.
What's up, Travis?
You are.
Okay. Just real quick. I'm trying to be as concise as possible. So, Zanuck, if you could just answer my question and not extrapolate. Okay. When the selenelian occurs, about how high is the elevation of the sun and the moon?
The center point of both objects are about 1.1 degrees.
You're telling me that the selenelian only occurs at 1.1 degree above the horizon?
Very close. Otherwise, you won't get a complete selenelian.
Near the horizon, yes.
Okay, can anybody else confirm that? Because the images that I've seen, I've thought that.
It's higher.
Hold on.
Part of. Let me finish. Part of the moon will be exposed. You'll see.
No.
Exposure.
I didn't. I did not. Again,
completely covering the moon.
Again, I didn't ask you to extrapolate. Right? I had a follow-up question.
No extrapolation.
Right? Yeah, you're continuing to explain
No,
something when all I wanted you to do.
You made a comment adding color, and I recolored your comment.
Okay.
No, you did exactly
again.
what I did.
So the Zanuck, I'm the one who brought in this discussion. I'm trying to explain the basis for my question. Did I drop out?
No, you understand that the Earth is blocking the sun on the moon, right? You get that, right?
Zanuck, it wasn't your turn to talk.
Okay, again, my point in asking was the images that I've seen of the selenelian, the moon and the sun were, in my opinion, higher than a degree above the horizon. Like they were up in the sky still.
Yeah, I just posted a video. Definitely way more than 1 degree. Yeah.
Okay, great, right? So, as far as I understand now, from what Zanuck said, that the actual physical positions of those bodies is very slight, so that it's just off by a few degrees, right? So that would mean that the physical object is still above the horizon of the Earth. It's not down in a syzygy. It's still not down. That would require if the sun, the moon, and the sun were supposed to be in a syzygy, that would mean that the line of the moon and the sun were at 90 degrees from my position at wherever I'm at, because they have to be farther away over the curve at a 90 degree to be in a syzygy, but they're still above the sky, above the horizon.
Now, if they're above a degree, you won't have a perfect blocking of light of the sun onto the moon. You'll see a little bit more of the moon than normal. It's very close to a full eclipse, but it's not. You only get a full eclipse when it's very close to about a degree above the horizon. And yes, because of refraction, we're able to have both bodies above and still have a full blocking, because they actually are blocking because they're both below the horizon due to refraction. It's real simple.
No, they happen higher.
That didn't make any sense.
They happen higher.
The moon and the sun have a line of sight on each other. Hold on. The moon and the sun have a line of sight on each other. We can see it.
I said about a degree above the horizon, and that's being generous.
I know, but
because,
we
of
can
course,
see that the moon and the sun have line of sight on each other, right?
no, you see the bending of light that has been loomed up. So these objects are
see that
actually lower; they're below the horizon. That's why you get a complete blockage of that light from the surface.
Son, let me ask you something. It's real simple. Can we look at something and see if they have a line of sight on each other or not?
What does that even mean?
Not
Can we
necessarily.
look at two objects and see if they have a line
No,
of
you
sight?
can't. Of course not, because everything light bends. Light bends. You
Of
don't know
course,
the
you can
position.
look at two objects and see if they have line of sight on
No,
each
you
other.
can't,
That's
because light can
crazy.
bend. Does light not bend?
Yeah, no, you're
Refraction
so
doesn't
crazy,
exist.
Zanuck.
Okay,
I
you
can't
know more
even
than
deal with
everybody
you.
else.
You know what another huge issue with this idea? So let's just say, okay, Earth is globe. You got the sun and the moon, and they're refracting and bending, like in B-Ball's image that he showed. You know, that huge kind of frown shape. You know, that much bend and so on. I know that's sort of an exaggeration. However, here's the problem with that: is the sun and the moon are in a particular position within the zodiac, a particular degree. So the zodiac being a 360-degree circle, and you have 12 sections. Each section is 30 degrees, and so these are the zodiac signs, you know, Aries, etc., the actual star constellations. So let's say the sun is at, let's just say 10 degrees of Aries at the moment of the eclipse, meaning we know the sun is at 10 degrees of Aries because the pace that the sun moves, you know, is like a clockwork. It's like the hands on a clock. So if the sun is at 10 degrees of Aries and the moon would be, like in the terms of a Selenelian eclipse, the moon would be 180 degrees opposite. And so when you have that occurring, let's say Libra is the sign that's opposite of Aries. So basically, let's say the sun is at 10 degrees of Aries and the moon is at 10 degrees of Libra. That's what would be required. For you guys to say that they're bending and warping, that would mean that the sun would not be at 10 degrees of Aries. The moon would not be at 10 degrees of Libra. They would be in a totally different position. And
they are.
That doesn't.
And they are.
The sun and the moon are like a clockwork. They're in a very specific.
They're not in
position.
clockwork, Gio. You can
hang
measure
on.
them.
Let me just finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying before you interrupt.
Right.
They're in a specific clockwork, meaning of that 360-degree circle, they're at a specific degree. And they don't just bend and warp. It's not like all of a sudden the sun goes from 10 degrees of Aries and it just warps to 18 degrees of Aries just for the eclipse, and then it warps back. That doesn't occur.
Yeah,
so
I said,
concept is just null and void.
It changed, Gio. It changes only a half a degree.
But they're not moving in the zodiac. It's like the hand of a clock.
Because it's above you. You're right.
For example, let's just say it was
move at the surface. Hold on, Gio. You're missing a key point. They do move in the zodiac at near the surface, at the horizon. They will move. Things aren't the same as they are above you.
Okay,
zodiac above you, nothing changes.
Show any indication of the sun not being in its actual position, because this is like clockwork. It's like on the hands of a clock. If it was
clockwork. Exactly.
Gosh, dude, I don't want to have to mute you in the middle of talking just so I can finish.
I mean, is it the norm now that we overtalk so much that we overtalk the owner of the server? Jesus, man.
Gio.
I think it's ideal that we like.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Gio. Go ahead. Finish your thought. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Well, I think ideally we shouldn't really have to mute anyone. We should just be able to be respectful and let people finish, because I mean, no one likes to be muted, and it's ideal just not to have to mute people. So if you could just not do that. Anyways, just to finish my thought, I was just going to say, in the same scenario, just another example. If it's like 12:30 on the clock, and the hands are roughly 180 degrees from each other, I'm just saying that those are in their particular position. So the sun and the moon are in their position. You claiming that they're bending and warping, you would have to show a time in which you're showing an apparent position of the sun that is not actually in the degree of the zodiac, which is a clockwork.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I am sort of repeating, but you interrupted me originally, which is why.
But that's exactly my same comment to that point. Yes, we can actually see.
Gio, him again, dude.
Gio, we actually see the sun.
Why do we let you interrupt the answer?
You got Ramsey or whatever.
No, it's you interrupting when the audience wants to hear what Gio is saying, and then
he was. I want to respond. Yes, Gio, we do see.
No, we don't want you to cut Gio off.
Gio, do you want to hear the answer or not?
I want to hear Gio's total thing.
He stopped talking. That's why Zanuck.
Yeah, we have. I want to hear what Gio is saying, not Zanuck interrupting to give his answer of an incomplete statement. The audience wants to hear both sides.
No one wants to hear your mouth.
I wouldn't be talking if you didn't interrupt.
Stop it then.
He was done talking, was he not? Gio, were you finished talking?
Honestly, I was interrupted originally. It threw me off, so I ended up kind of repeating what I said. I wasn't really in the flow, but I guess I'm done now. So just go ahead.
All right, sorry, I disrupted your flow, Gio. I really am, but I just couldn't wait to just tell you. Yes, we do see the sun and the moon's movement change the angular velocity as they approach the horizon. It does slow down. That position does not follow the exact positions due to the zodiac, but they do when they're in the sky. They don't near the horizon because of bending of. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
And I was like, just one other thing. When have you ever seen the sun in Libra? Because you never see Libra when you see the sun.
I think you might have been talking with. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? If the sun is already set when I still see it in the sky because of refraction, wouldn't it have to speed up as it approaches the horizon to get that way?
No, it slows down. You got it backward in your mind.
Wait a minute now. It's going at constant speed, and then all of a sudden it's hidden. Like it has to be.
Yes,
it has to speed.
So the actual sun
cut me off too. I mean, I don't know.
I'll explain it.
It might be the same person cutting people. Everyone off in the conversation every time someone
It's going
speaks.
to take forever. All right, go ahead.
Thank
you, Rocky. I
So,
want it.
no, not you, Zanuck. You're the one that cut me off. It's me that needs to go ahead. As the sun is going a constant speed or a constant degree change across the sky, like however you want to say it, if it has to get lower in the sky, like I don't get that. Wouldn't it have to speed up at the horizon?
Let me explain. You said the question twice. I totally understand it. Let me explain. As
other people are here, right, Zanuck?
Okay. Yes. Let me explain. It takes 2 seconds. I have the answer for you. Just shut up for a second. I'll tell you, because you have it backward in your mind. The sun is moving at a constant angular velocity. You know what that means. You explained it pretty well in your rudimentary work. As it continues to go, it now passes the horizon, but we still see it, meaning apparently it will slow down to what it was doing angularly. So its angular velocity will slow down at near the horizon and then be gone. But that difference is because it's been loomed up. You're seeing the apparent sun versus the actual sun that is already beneath the horizon because it's been loomed up. As it gets close to that looming corridor, it starts to slow down its angular velocity, which you see, but the actual sun, continues at its original angular velocity. I hope that's back here.
Oh, yeah. So hang on. Can I follow up with him? Wait, hang on. That's my question. So you're saying we can measure the sun slowing down and giving it time to loom up?
Yes.
Okay. So would that happen over a plane?
No, it would be an infinitely smaller and smaller dot that you could zoom into.
Wait, we're not talking about the size of it. We're talking about the slowing down at the horizon.
No, it's not going to go. No.
So it wouldn't do the same thing over a plane.
Okay, I don't know what to do with you.
Well, you're clipping a little bit for me. Let me ask the question. Would it happen over a flat plane? Your answer was what?
No.
Okay, thanks.
A reasonable person, not Zanuck.
May I say something?
Can we look at two objects?
God got you.
You cut out a little bit, Jeremy. Go again.
I didn't know if it was me because Zanuck's cutting out from the...
Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
Hold on, I'm going to change.
Oh, can I say something?
Change my AirPod real quick. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Silent.
I just want to say that I don't know if you guys realize that they're happy to argue about the sun on which position it is, as long as you guys concede the premise that the sun is actually the 8 minutes ahead. I think you should argue the premise, not what is already like conceded after the.
And that's what we see.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing. I'm getting them to say their ridiculous model.
Isn't it funny how everything's?
All right. So here's what I want to. Here's what I want to ask. Not somebody.
Why is this not easily calculable in your brains that you?
It's Jeremy's turn, Zanuck. I don't know if you can keep up intelligently, but it's
I just want to ask someone reasonable, not Zanuck. Look at two objects and see if they have line of sight on each other or not. Kosho, Moyak.
When you first said that,
give you a quick answer on that, which is when you look at the laser fish tank, you can see that light can bend over an object. So no, you cannot determine whether you can see something.
No, but that's not exactly what he
But
asked.
we
He asked.
can't.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I got
Go
to
ahead,
answer it, but you
Coach.
gotta say it again. Well, I was just gonna
Go ahead.
say
Let's hear it.
he's saying specifically about two people observing each other. So it's true that there's a line of sight, like two people having a line of sight to each other. So one person can definitely see this other person, and the other person can definitely see the other person. He's at least the way I was thinking
No, that
about it when you
wasn't my
first asked it.
question.
Yeah, you
That's
said
not
can
it.
two
That's
people
not it.
can you
Listen,
can
can we look at? Listen, I'm gonna say it again. Can we look at two objects and tell whether or not they have line of sight on each other?
Wow, dude.
I gave an answer.
Was that so different than what I said?
Yeah, you were talking about two people looking at each other. I'm
You're
talking
not
about one person
listening,
looking at.
Jeremy.
You're such a
You're not
doofus, dude.
listening, Jeremy. It's
You're
not
talking
that
about two
hard to
people
understand.
looking at each other. I'm talking about one person looking at two objects and
No, if the
being able to
light
tell
bends,
if
those
those two
objects will not be in
objects
those positions.
and being able to
They can be
tell if
refracted
those
upward.
two
Oh
objects have line of sight on each other. Xanax.
Downward refraction would cause
I don't know why this is a hard
Jeremy,
question. I can
Zanuck
do it.
talked through your whole deal right there. Zanuck clipped you the whole
No, man.
time.
Come on,
I still
Xanax.
have the
This
answer.
ain't
I'm
even
having
for you, bro. I know,
but
Xanax,
dude,
relax. You already gave your answer. You said no. You said no. We can't tell if two objects have line of sight on each other. I disagree with that. Well, let's see what Kosho thinks.
no, listen, dude, because I understood the question, but I definitely repeated it wrong. But it doesn't matter. The answer I was going to say though, was at first I agree with you because when you said that I was like thinking about it, I was like, yeah, it makes obviously if the refraction is allowing one person to see the other object, then the other object should be able to see that person. But I know that from modeling it, that's not how it works. Like at first I agree with you, but I had to really think about it, and it actually doesn't work like that. You can certainly see, like something can certainly be refracted in such a way that you can see it, but from its perspective, it not be able to see you.
So I wanted to say that it depends.
Can't look at two things and tell if they have. What's up, Hank?
I was going to say it depends on your perspective, right? Like if you're like over the shoulder of one of the objects and you're looking and you can see like it's got a direct line of sight because you can see it and you know that it's in front of you. But like if you're like halfway in between them and you look to the left on the Pontchartrain Bridge and you see one, and you look to the right, you see the other. How do you know that they can see each other? Like you wouldn't know. So it depends on your perspective where you're at.
So in that case, you couldn't put two cameras back to back. You couldn't put two cameras back to back and see if they both could see this thing to know if they had line of sight on each other.
I have an input, Jeremy. That's a good question, I think, but I question is line of sight being able to actually visually see the other object or have that capability, like nothing's obstructing in the way. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, you could stretch a cord, you could stretch a string to each other, and that would be a straight line, but there might be atmosphere or whatever in your way, that you wouldn't actually see the other person or object.
I see what he's asking now. He's you're gonna make this about the sun and the moon.
Kosho, well, I think what to know is there some type of wavelength get refracted? So some kind of way you can see that in some kind of light. That would be the very, very super long wavelength light. That would be less refracted, but it still would be refracted. Super high frequencies are more refracted, so that would be a problem worse. So you just can't, you're seeing things, you're using light, whatever that frequency. And if it's being bent down because of refraction, because it's a property of light, then all bets are off. You're always going to see something not in a position that it actually is in.
Yeah, not actual position. Absolutely.
No, if I can look around a corner, if I have something that reflects the line of sight to my kitchen, and I'm seeing around the corner, if I'm seeing a buddy, it would be right in front of me. I'd see it, but I know it's around the corner. But I'm seeing because the light is bending. So how am I supposed to see that person actually? The light is bending around that corner. Diffraction is a good example of this. Diffraction is not refraction. Diffraction is the bending of light for a different way. Effectively, you still can see around corners or see things you shouldn't see. Light is bending.
The water, as you're standing on a rock above a fish 6 feet below you, proves that as you're looking longer distance through like an atmosphere that's almost like liquid. I mean, I would say it is water, but y'all would disagree with that. But
it's not
when
water.
you look long distance over water, I mean, long distance through the atmosphere over water, you're really damn close. And like I said, that fish is not in its actual position, and it's only 6 feet away from you. Think of like hundreds of miles. It's nuts, man.
That's the basic Snell law principles. Looking air medium going to a water medium, and whatever that angle of those two factors determine exactly where that fish will be. And many animals have figured out what fraction
well, the
is.
two mediums makes it extreme, but one medium you would get it over distance, right, Zanuck?
Only if there is some differential change in that medium.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's going to be no. I'm not talking about Snell's law. I'm talking about the going from air into looking down into water makes it extreme at short distances. But when you increase the oh my God.
No, I was just going to
when you increase the distance, you're going to get similar effect.
No.
Yes,
that's not how
absolutely.
It works.
That dude is wrong. Wrong.
So is there? So
wrong.
Tell me that you're done saying wrong. So now I'm going to show you how you can be wrong. Because if you look at through the atmosphere, 30,000 feet straight down, you're not going to see any refraction. Go 20 degrees off the intended target, there'll be no refraction. You won't get until you get into the almost a 60-degree change. You could see some refraction to that object.
I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about looking over.
Yes, looking down,
like shore to shore.
Water, looking down through air. Refraction. You're totally confused. You really are, and I don't have time for it.
He's disagreeing.
Okay, so we have. No, I've explained it to you in simple terms, and you're just refuting it. You're just denying it. So I can't. I'm not going to talk to a denier. Okay, you're just denying.
I know, but Jeremy was trying to make a point a long time ago.
He's obviously dominating the room. Why don't we just stop that?
I don't know. I've been asking that for a while, just pointing out how Zanuck. I mean, it's not just Zanuck, but it is him primarily. I mean, he's over talking mods, dude. I don't get it, man.
Oh, would you stopping a crybaby?
Not really. This is your script here, but I'm just. I mean,
no one else is crying except for you.
Yeah, that guy just said, "Why are you getting to dominate the room?" Like you
asked the question, I was answering it. You denied it.
I think you're on drugs right now, dude. You need to get drug tested before you come in here.
Yeah, I'm crying, and you guys are both winners. So, I mean, Jeremy was making a point one time.
Just like Winston wasn't dominating the room when he was here, right?
Great input, B-Ball. Jeremy, do you want to go? And if Jeremy is going, I want to make a bet with anybody that Zanuck will interrupt him.
It's not a problem if somebody wants to do like a 1 or 2 minute, talk for an amount of time. The problem is all the interruptions and all the chaos, Zanuck. That's if you want to speak for a minute, that's fine. We can listen. But the problem is you'll go on for beyond minutes, and it just ends up being.
Or he finishes his minute, and then as soon as somebody starts answering, he interrupts to try to counter what he's listening to the other guy.
So I mean, I don't know. I've always thought my whole life that I could look at two objects and see if they have line of sight on each other. I guess there's nowhere to go with that then if we can't.
I have too, Jeremy.
Well, it depends, right? So let's say you're looking at two objects, right? And they're both in the fields, right? Can they see each other? Like you might be above both of them, right? And you're looking down and you're like, wow, they got line of sight. But you can't realize how tall the grass is, right? Because you're directly above it. So when you realize that, oh, the grass is go ahead.
Yeah, but that's not what you're asking, Jamie? That's not how I would determine if something had line of sight on each other. I would look at something, do a full rotation. Not a full rotation. I would do a 180-degree turn and see if I could see the other thing.
All right. So, Jeremy, I posted a picture.
That's not bad.
You've seen the fish tank, right? Where you can see the laser light bends in water. And so this is just an example that's similar to a fish tank. These two people have line of sight to each other.
So let's say you had to do it more precisely than just turning your head. I don't know. I can't look at your picture, but to do it more precisely, you could take a theodolite or something. Take a theodolite, and if the theodolite can see the one thing, and then could see the other thing, you know, crosshairs right on it, I would suspect that they have line of sight on each other, but
yeah,
No,
I guess not.
I can see over it.
Moyak, what does the fish tank represent?
Hey guys, can I say
Moyak,
something?
what does the fish tank represent?
Okay, the fish tank represents that light bends.
No,
And
no.
if light
What
bends,
medium does the
light
fish
bends
like? What
over
is?
oh, I
Hey,
see
Jeremy,
what
let
he's
me
saying.
address your question.
Fuck him.
Is there
Little
water
white
in the
bitch,
fish
and he
tank?
fucking talks over me.
Dude, wasn't answering the question I had answered, so it was a waste of time. What does the fish tank, the medium in the fish tank represent?
I will not talk to you.
Is there a medium in this fish tank? I don't get it. Why
Can
you
we
won't
get a
talk?
baller that can back up their claims and just, I've seen 3 ballers today come in here and make some claims and then tuck their tail and wag their mouth while they're walking away.
Hank, Jeremy, can I respond to you, Jeremy? Yeah, you made an interesting observation. I think I understand. Jeremy, let me speak real quick. So, Jeremy, you said, can the two people that one person sees the guy onto the right and the same person in the middle sees the guy on the left, can those two people see each other? I didn't really think about what you were saying. I didn't respond to it. Understood. Yes, that would actually make sense. If the light is bending, it's just like the fish tank thing that Moyak posted. The two people on the ends would see because the light is bending around that center point. So yes, you would be, if those two people, if you can see a person and the other person, you can see the other person and it's been refracted, then theoretically you could possibly see each other even though you're behind the object. That's not that far of a stretch. If that's what you're asking, John.
Yeah, so but we can never be sure. But we can never be sure if they actually do have line of sight on each other.
No, because you're actually proving the refraction.
So no, we don't know.
If I can see an object, if it's bending down around me, and I can see the object to the left, those two objects, you're saying, can those two objects see each other? Is that what you're saying?
You haven't heard the example by now. I don't know what to tell you, but
yeah, it sounds like if I see
from the sounds of it, you guys.
If I see a ship out in the ocean, and the other ship I'm seeing to the left, I can see that ship. Can those two ships see each other? Even though
is there a lag? Because Moyak was telling me to F off, and I wasn't trying to interrupt. I think Zanuck was flipping in, actually. I was just asking him. I'm on the road here, so I chimed in.
He said, I want to talk to you because you're
I
being
went back and
obnoxious
listened to it, dude.
You're obnoxious. You just can't help yourself. I get it.
Dude, what is the personal shit?
What I'm saying is...
Yeah.
What I'm saying is,
I like you. Just relax, man. Just talk like normal guys, all right?
Dude, I'm as chill as
Dude, guys, Jeremy's making a point. Dude, have some awareness real quick.
Yo. Zanuck, it's like you just don't care. If you haven't. What I was saying is, if you have a theodolite and you point it at something, and the crosshairs are right
You're a robotic dude.
Yeah.
And then I turn it 180 degrees and the crosshairs are on another thing, I'm going to go with those two things have a line of sight on each other, right? Can you hear me? Check. Mic check.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Hear
we
now.
heard you.
You broke up for a little bit.
I want to answer your question. So you're looking at that.
Hold on, let me just reiterate real quick, Hank. Real quick.
We got the whole thing.
We have a theodolite. We have a theodolite. These things work at infinite distances, right? According to you guys. We look at something, we got the sun. It doesn't matter what it is. You look at something, there it is, right? There's your horizontal. Turn it 180 degrees. If something's in the crosshairs, those two things are going to have line of sight on each other. Let a baller answer it.
Not necessarily.
No, I agreed at first. Like
theodolite. What's the range on a theodolite? What's the range on a theodolite now? Not to the sun, because I've had a lot of theodolite observations to the sun, and the Glober's telling me there's no range on these things. They can work for infinity.
Refraction is real, though. It has to be accounted for.
What's the range on a theodolite?
It's not a limitation on the range. That's a limitation, or that's something that must be corrected for.
I think there's two problems, dude.
range on where my crosshairs are on the thing, and then there must be a point to where they're not on the on the thing.
The range is 0 for perfect. If you want to talk absolute.
So we can't use theodolites?
No,
what are you saying?
Adjust for it. If we're looking through an atmosphere, we're stuck in an atmosphere. You want to go suck all the air off the earth and try and use it, then you could use it.
Yeah, but the fishbowl. Hold on. Let me say this something. The fishbowl example is like you saying that you're going from the non-atmosphere to an atmosphere. That's what you're doing.
Somebody's echoing or weird. Do y'all hear that? Is it me?
I think someone's hot micing.
The fishbowl is just an example, is an exaggerated form of what refraction does.
Well, yeah. It's just refraction basically. But regardless, I think there's two big problems with Jeremy's observation, because somebody else had already brought this up about perspective. Like, you could be viewing two things, and you could be on the corner or something. There could be something blocking those two objects. So just because you can see two objects, but you said they were 180 degrees opposed to each other. Did you say that, Jeremy?
Kosho, it's a trick question. You got to think about it.
No. I know. Trust me, that was the other point, was the refraction. You made a good point about the refraction. I'm saying there's two problems though.
Kosho, what's the medium in the fish tank? Is it sugar water?
It's like sugar water, yeah, something like that. Salt water, sugar water.
That's all I was trying to ask. Thanks, man.
Yes, we all know about that experiment, and it's embarrassing that you're asking about it.
If I got a theodolite and I turn it to two objects, we don't know if those objects have line of sight on each other or not. We're gonna have to calculate for it. You said we won't know until we calculate for it, right?
Well, it's not our fault you guys get embarrassed when you try to use a false equivalency and pass it on as if nothing's wrong, and then we ask a question, you get embarrassed. That's not our fault.
Who's getting embarrassed?
You guys not hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just didn't want to answer your question.
No. Somebody else said something to us, but what's that thing called in surveying again, when you have the person, the two people, and he looks both ways every time he crosses over? That's called backsiding.
Backside foresight.
That's not two people.
Differential leveling.
That's what it is. They do sort of the same thing, where they have the person, they go and they look at the person, they make the measurement, then he looks back, makes a measurement, and then he stays exactly right there and just turns around and has the person, it's called back, whatever it's called. Backside. Yeah, but wouldn't that be the same thing? And if you did that, it's not 100%. You're not going to be 100% sure that there's the same refraction from both sides. So one side could see the other side, the other might not see them, and they might not be 180 degrees opposed to each other, unless you're doing something like I just said, the backside force.
Well, y'all know that
backside foresight has nothing to do with refraction, dude.
How I usually explain things to kids is I say go with what you know. So let's go with what you know. If you're standing there 6 feet and your horizon's 3 miles away, say you got a guy sitting 6 feet tall, 3 miles, standing on the horizon, you're going to see all of them, right? Down to his feet. Everyone agree? And if you now moved 3 miles further away, would you see that guy? No, he'd be gone. But the guy in the middle, between these two people, can see the guy's feet. The guy, he can turn around 180 and see the guy's feet at the other 3 miles away. Now it's 6 miles from the guy on one side, looking 6 miles to the other. He's not going to see any of him. Even
why would you expect to?
Hold on,
why would you
build on that. I go with what you know. So now if there's refraction, suddenly we can see the guy and guys in 6 feet high. We can also see 3 miles past him. Well, if that's the case, if there's enough refraction where you can see him at 6 miles, then the guy behind you at 3 miles can see the guy at 3 miles from you, 180 degree opposed. That's how to break these things down so you can logically understand what. Did you follow me or not?
Yeah, but your angle changes.
Sorry, go ahead.
So think about it.
Well,
Refraction was
I can't go ahead because Zanuck is now going to go.
Well, no, we talked
you.
about. Gio said you could talk for a minute. It was about 35 seconds.
Dude,
Say it
you
one more
stopped
time.
Kosho and I talked at the
If you have
same time.
refraction, if you have refraction,
He said go ahead, which means he was going to let
damn
me
it, Racky,
go.
why do you have to be like
Manning,
this?
we haven't had a chance to
started
respond
talking
yet.
again, dude.
Reset the timer.
I mean, Kosho should be able to go if anything else. I'm fine with that.
I already forgot what I was going to say, to be honest.
Yeah,
I was letting you go. We hadn't had a chance to respond yet.
I know, because Zanuck jumped in. That's the hilarious part, man. But anyway, you change your angle. Of course, you're going to get down to an angle due to distance that you're not going to be able to receive the information now. That's how I put it. Receive the information because it's reflected light, right? Information, it gets distorted. It gets in the turbulent air or in that more dense air, and you don't receive that information. That's why the feet disappear. That would happen over a flat plane or whatever. Now, if you had a hill in between you, well, of course it would disappear, but over a flat plane, that same effect happens. I don't care what anybody says, especially Zanuck.
I got a question for Coach.
Well, yeah, let me just say one thing very quickly, just because I just want to. I just reminded. I think Jeremy said because we're talking about the person being in between the other two people, seeing if they have line of sight. But he's talking specifically about viewing something like from what I understood, it's like 9 degrees post them. So it's like he's looking at a side view of these two objects and determining if they have line of sight. So that's why it wouldn't matter if there's a hill between you or whatever, because if you're not viewing them from in between them, you can't even be sure that they're there's not something blocking them or they're even looking in the same direction.
Are you done, Coach? Does anyone desperately need to respond? Because I have a question for you, Coach.
Oh, yeah, by all means, man.
Cool. All right. So, refraction happens due to the atmosphere, right? Because you guys say that if the atmosphere wasn't here, then the refraction wouldn't happen, right? And it's due to temperature and density gradients, right?
I wouldn't have said that actually, but yeah, maybe for the density gradients, but sure, let's just go say yes. I mean, we still get heat from sources, we just wouldn't persist. But
right, we've all seen heat waves, right? So, and glass, right, like from a fish tank or eyeglasses, this also can cause refraction, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, the atmosphere, in a way, is kind of acting like a lens, right?
No, I wouldn't say that because a lens is a specific shape it's purposely shaping the refraction in a way to give you a. So yeah, so for it to be a lens, it would have to be perfectly, it had to have a purposeful thing like that. You know what I mean? Like shape to either be convex, concave.
Gases have no inherent shape, right?
Yeah.
But the light does travel through glass and it does magnify, right?
Well, if you have a magnifying glass, it has to be a magnifying glass specifically. Though.
So, is atmospheric magnification a real thing?
I think when that term's used, it doesn't mean shrinking or getting bigger, though.
Well, when I say atmospheric magnification is happening, right, and you probably wouldn't be able to see buildings from 60 miles away without some sort of magnification, right? But I've heard from people that live in Michigan, they can see Chicago from the beach, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. They can see, but that's not magnification in the sense of, in the way that we know the word magnification. Atmospheric magnification is talking about moving in one direction, so one vector. Not talking about it moving closer. So it could be moving upwards, and that's called atmospheric magnification.
So does an image hit your eye because the light reflects off of the building or image or whatever, and then it goes through the atmosphere and then hits your eye, right?
And an infinite number of other places.
Right. So my question is, it's pretty simple. Like, does the light travel in perfect collimated beams, or does the light like tend to spread out as it travels over a long distance?
The latter.
Right, it tends to spread out. So, yep. So if it's spreading out, then it would be, stretching out in all directions, up, down, left, and right. And if that's happening, that would kind of cause like a magnification effect where the image is actually getting bigger because light doesn't travel in perfect collimated beams, right?
Yeah, but you're also farther away from it.
You have to realize that when you look at something in the distance, you can actually measure the size of that thing. If you know its distance, you can tell how big it is. Perspective is pretty damn uniform.
So if the atmosphere is like a little bit wonky that day, like it's a rainy or foggy day, that's not going to affect the apparent size of an object.
I can look at it left to right and do my measurement that way, because vertically will be quite a bit of stretching and stuff like that. But horizontally, typically things remain pretty damn uniform.
He's saying forward and backwards.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if I look at like the Sears Tower from Michigan, right? It's going to appear to be like pretty good size, right? If I can see it. But when I'm like 20 miles, like when I'm in Rockwall, right? Like 20 miles away from downtown Dallas, I can see the skyline of Dallas, but the buildings are actually very small, right? They're very small from where I'm at. And I'm actually very high up in the air until I go over the bridge. And then I can't see it anymore for about 30 minutes worth of driving, right? So my question is like, if the atmosphere is doing all this refraction and everything, but you guys don't accept that light is diverging or spreading out in all directions because of the magnification effect, like, isn't that like a double standard? Like, it works for you, you get to make sure that, you guys get the refractions. But when we say, hey, the reason that the bottom of the buildings are disappearing is because the image is stretching out in all directions, one of those directions being down, and as the image is diverging down, it eventually reflects off the water and never actually hits you in the eye, because after it reflects off the water, then it reflects off somewhere else and never hits you in the eye.
But that effect doesn't happen left to right. So it's not a magnification.
Yeah, but the magnification he's talking about, like I'm saying, I think would be forward and backwards. You know what I mean? Yeah, but if something's getting bigger, then it's actually being refracted to look like it's coming towards you.
It's not getting bigger though, because we can measure it. The angular size keeps in keeping with perspective, left to right.
I know, but that's his claim. I'm saying that's his claim that was about to die.
So is the atmosphere acting like a lens, or is it not?
It's not acting like a lens. Yeah, and then it's not, like I said, that magnification that you're describing, forward and backward, it doesn't do that. It doesn't appear to get bigger or smaller. And if it does, it's not by. It's usually something that's like some sort of, what do you call that? Optical illusion. Like, because it's close to the horizon, it appears to be bigger.
It's really funny because every time you guys talk about, like something that disagrees with your model, and it's like negligible, and if it's like something visual, then it's like, an optical illusion. Like the sun's really set already, but there it is right there on the horizon. You guys think that's weird, or is that just normal?
Like I said, you
measure
can
the
look
angles.
At the tower, and I can tell you that the tower is 210 feet wide from 60 miles away. I can tell you that. I can, just tell me the distance to it, and I'll tell you how big that tower is wide. The length of it will change because, well, refraction.
Because the view of it is angling towards you, like from top to bottom. The bottom appears closer to you sometimes due to atmosphere than the bottom does. But that's what's being called magnification a lot of the times, I think. Would you agree with that?
When you say angling away from us, what do you mean? I mean, we're not the Earth. That'd be 1 degree. It'd be imperceivable.
But can you say it again though? Because for a second I felt like I was agreeing with that. What you said, Ricky, about the top and the bottom being.
Yeah, it's just an angle. Like you think it's closer to you or magnified because the angle, the reflection, you're getting less of, however the atmosphere is acting. I think it's acting like a lens at certain parts, but at the lower part, it's a different layer of atmosphere than the top. So you get this appearance of it angling towards you, but it doesn't. You can't see the angle, but that's the appearance that it's giving you, and that makes the object appear larger up and down, like more so than left and right.
Yeah,
I don't think
I was
you're
thinking.
talking about.
No, I was thinking about it. I was like, that makes sense. But I think it's again. I'm thinking about refraction now, and when they say magnification, I'm telling you, they're talking about it moving in one axis, and it could be the case that it was, because even like if Rakia said, it was like making me think, because if it's doing different things at these different paths towards you, then it would appear weird. But it does seem like the only axis that refraction generally appears to shift in is the vertical one.
Well, that's
Right?
also why the bottom would be more blurry, right, Kosho? Because it's at a different angle. Like you know what I'm saying? It's a more acute angle than the top portion. It hasn't,
By
what I
what,
see, but
1/10 millionth of a degree?
whatever it is. I mean, we're obviously seeing things that aren't their apparent shape in the distance. So something's causing it. I mean, and then you can change the focal length with these cameras, and it makes objects appear so magnified they appear like they're 100 feet away from you, whether they're and they're 1,000 miles away. I mean, I think focal length has something to do with it too.
That is true, but that's usually but you can usually you can tell when that's not happening though. But yeah, that you definitely can do that though, for sure.
Well, I think because you're viewing an object that you've been to, and you know what it looks like in close up. So if you're seeing it from far away and it looks very similar, you're going, oh well, there it is, right? But if it's all screwed up and it's like the bridge I just posted, it's straight as an air and above the water. But on that day, the atmosphere caused it to curve towards me, no matter which side I was on. That's an optical illusion, right? That's not actually, on another day, or you go closer to the bridge and you're going to see it in a different view. It looked bigger. It was curved towards me. It looked like the water was over it. Those are not, what that bridge looks like from that location. It was the atmosphere, what I'm looking through, making that bridge appear that way.
I see what you're saying. So you're saying it's actually straight right there?
Absolutely, it's straight, and it's not below water. That's only about 6 or 8 miles. You know what I'm saying? But that day was so refracted, like it was so mirage, whatever. It made okay. On that first picture, I was on the east side, right on the south shore, Metairie, near the Marriott, but on the east side of the bridge, and I took that video and picture, and the bridge appeared to curve towards me. And then I walked towards the other side, which is the west side, still on the south bank, right in front of the Marriott, and shot towards the bridge, and it appeared to curve towards me again in two different directions. You see what I'm saying? Like it's curving one way, when I'm on the other side, and the other way on the other, when I switch sides, and it's just the atmosphere doing that. That bridge is straight as an arrow.
Reflection, dude.
Yeah, I get it. That's what I'm talking about. I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, I know it's reflected light, but it's reflected light being distorted by the atmosphere in great, like huge proportions from 8 miles away. Dude.
Yeah, that's interesting because I really want to see what's going on there, because that definitely I can't tell which way the road's supposed to still be going. Like, because I guess it would look like it's almost going like horizontal or 45-degree angle. But
Kosho, though, the trick for you is get a camera, find some place out where you're at, a lake or some large expanse without trees and hills, and just make as regular observations as you can of the same target with the same focal length. You will see this for yourself, man. Listen, when I first started photography, I had no clue what to expect. I didn't know what I was going to see or why I was going to see it. So I had to process this stuff all on my own and then go research refraction and find out. And for me, I found out that what I was reading was much more confusing than when I was just looking at what I was seeing, and it didn't match up. what I was being told and what I was observing. But Rakia is describing exactly, the atmosphere is a lens. It changes the entire field of view.
All right, so I'm the one that started this conversation, so I'm gonna butt back in. So this whole thing for me started with Rob Skiba, and for most everybody else, it started with that news program that said what you're seeing here is the mirage, and that guy 1 year later to the day, he had a specialist come on from some college, right? Some hoity-toity professor who was a professor in light. I can't remember exactly. It doesn't say that on his degree, obviously, but I'm layman,
Zanuck?
right? No, it wasn't Zanuck. He wasn't the. He wasn't the guy. Yeah, that was a good one. But yeah, the professor said, right, in the interview when the guy came back a year later and said, I was wrong, it wasn't a mirage. And he asked the professor, is the atmosphere acting like a lens? And he said, yeah, the atmosphere is acting like a lens. And that's when Rob Skiba kind of demonstrated that when he was really close to Chicago and he took a picture of the buildings, like they're really big, right? So when he was like all the way back in Michigan, he took like a photograph of Chicago buildings and they were still really big. And it was because of the atmospheric lensing. And this is what kind of helped me kind of understand a little bit better the physics of light. Because when I saw like my first images of Lake Pontchartrain way back in like 2015, 2016, I was like, man, that looks like curvature, right? How do I understand what's going on here? Is it curvature? Is it not curvature? And I think everybody knows I was on the fence for like a year and a half trying to figure this shit out. Trying to be as honest. Good for you, sir. Good for you. I'm trying to be as honest as I could and collect as much information as I could. But when you listen to me debate in those days, I was definitely geocentric. I was just unsure about the shape of the Earth. But from what I come to realize, if all this refraction is going on, right, then you never can measure the horizon like Al Baruni and say, yep, that's it. Because we measured it, it's at 10 miles, the Earth must be this big. Or we measured it this day and it's, 1.225 miles, and that's how big the Earth is. No, you're not measuring the size of the Earth, right? You guys don't have a geometric horizon. The only thing you're measuring is the distance to the horizon. So you guys don't have
on that day. Yep.
Yeah, on that day.
Yep.
So that's
If
a
I can
snapshot
follow
that
up,
changes.
if I can follow up with Kosho and just tell him that I posted a picture of what the bridge looks like on a normal day. And by the way, that's Soundly, that's the bridge that Soundly took a picture of. It's straight. It's parallel. There's two bridges right next to each other that are parallel. They don't curve and they don't go underwater. So thanks, Kosho.
Okay, so was this? Let me just real quick because I just got to look at this one and I'm recalling what the last one looks like. So you're telling me that you're at the same position viewing this bridge, or this is a different position?
I'm on the same side on that. I'm just keep in mind I'm on my phone. I don't have all my photos, but I have photos and videos from the same exact position, 6 days difference, right? Because that's what we do. We go to the same spot on different days with the same focal length and try and get different results or see what the atmosphere is causing on that day. But you see how different, right, the bridge is. I'm no further away, I can tell you that. On that picture I posted, I just found it really quickly to show you that it's a straight portion of the bridge. It's not curving, and it's above the water, of course.
No, okay. Yeah, this is exactly what I was asking for. Yeah, because that's what I was asking. I was trying to see where the roads actually go to. If you were to complete them, without
it goes right to the Marriott. Yeah, you can watch the video that portion of the bridge is 8 miles from the Marriott, and it just goes straight. Like there's two bridges right there that are parallel that go from the north shore to the south shore, and when they hit the south shore, they're right near the Marriott. At that picture, I'm the top picture that's all wonky. I'm on the east side of the bridge, so the Marriott is on the west side. When I switch to go to the west side, it starts curving that direction. You see what I'm saying? Optically.
Yeah,
but it's actually straight. It's actually straight.
Okay, so now you get confused again. So these are two sides. These are two different sides then, because you were on the west side and the east side.
The top picture that's all curved and underwater, that's on the east, right? That's on the east side, and then the other one that's curved towards me, right to left, that's from the west side, but it's on the same South Shore, right in front of the Marriott. The Marriott, I'm right in front of the Marriott when I'm on the west side of the bridge. Now, the top picture, I'm on the east side, so I'm further away from the Marriott, but I'm on the same shoreline, like, you know. But the point is that it curves towards the viewer, no matter what, you know, when you change sides. Now, that's, you know, a straight bridge is apparently curving towards the viewer, and it, like he said, it's just mirroring, it's just reflection. I agree with that, but that's caused by the atmosphere of that day, because on another day you can go to the same spot, go to the east and west side, and you can see the bridge in normal condition, like it's straight and it's above the water.
I mean, we see this on the highway. I mean, where is the confusion about mirage?
Well, you would be surprised how many people, when I post that picture, say that's Earth curve. So
I mean, every time I've seen it, I've not understood why you're asking the question.
That's why I said you would be surprised how many people, when I post that picture, say that's Earth curve. So when we get the same optical effects that Soundly shows, that when you're looking parallel down, so you're going to get that curve up, that arc shape, he calls that Earth curve. No, that's just an optical illusion caused by the angle that you're looking at a parallel bridge at over, you know, a toxic place, like a, you know, turbulent air, that's causing all these optical illusions. Very simple.
Actually, it's probably not turbulent is the problem. It's actually pretty stable. That's why
Not
you're
really.
ending up with that.
I'm sorry, say that one more time. I didn't hear.
That's probably not very turbulent, because you basically, what do you have there? I'm guessing you have a particularly cool day, and warm water.
No.
I don't know what you're talking about. And when you said guessing, you lost me.
How about he answers, not you?
Yeah, I can answer. I quit listening when you said you're guessing.
No need to call names, Moyoc. Be a big boy.
Yeah, you can't help it. Yeah, so that would be even what you're saying. Okay, let's say I agree with you. You're completely right on your guess. So that would be an atmospheric condition causing the view that we have. That's called a mirage, sir.
Sure.
Yeah, mirage,
and mirage
right?
happens typically in those conditions.
Right. A mirage is an optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions, correct?
Sure.
There you go. Thank you.
Yep, we live in an atmosphere, dude.
Yeah, I've said that for like 6 years, and people have called me so many names I didn't even hear of. I can post the definition from there. You cut me off. Are you all right, dude? I mean, you've called several people names, and now you're cutting me off on a simple, chill statement. Like, we're not even debating.
I was just agreeing with Dick.
Yeah, there you go. Nice. Anyway, so if you look up the definition of a mirage, you can Google it. It will say the exact words of optical illusion caused by atmospheric conditions. Pretty simple.
I don't know many people will disagree with you on that.
Okay, would you disagree with me that Soundly's angle, that like, or you can take anyone and go to a parallel bridge like the Lake Pontchartrain, get at a certain angle, and it would give you one effect, and then change your degree of angle. Like if you're on the right in front of the Marriott on the west side of the bridge on the South Shore, and you look down at a certain angle, it's going to appear to ramp up and then ramp down, give an arc. But if you just go further west by about 10 degrees, that all goes away. Would you agree with that?
You're saying go west? You're saying
yeah,
go
I'm saying,
west?
yeah, go further away from your angle of bridge.
You're going to clip me, huh? Huh?
Well, you were asking me a question, sir.
You're clipping me, huh?
Okay. What the fuck? Like, can we get a moderator here, because Moyoc is the only one who acts like a child.
We've been having a chill. No, you asked me you're going further west, right? You asked me a question, right? Yes, I'm go further west away from the bridge. So that was your question, and I answered it. So go ahead. Yeah, so I'll explain it since he wants to be a child. Yeah, if I'm at 10 degrees away from the bridge to the west, and you're looking parallel down the bridge, basically, you're going to get one optical illusion. And if you just increase your attack, your angle, and go further west by 5 or 10 degrees, that optical illusion is going to either increase or decrease depending on the conditions of the day. And if you go even further, it's going to look different. Distance, angle, your sun position, your light source position, what you're looking at. If you're looking at a parallel versus something that's curved, if you're looking at something that has elevation change in it and it's parallel, it's going to be different. There's just go on the internet and look at all these optical illusions caused by certain conditions, like looking down a corridor at a building and it looks huge and in front of you, but it's actually around a curve and it's very small or something like that. I forget the one, but there's several optical illusions and it's everywhere, especially when you look long distance.
Hey, can I ask Jeremy a question very quickly? If you're still there, it's about this.
Yeah, what's up, bro? You want to ask me something?
I'm here. What's up?
And that's pride, dude.
Hurry up.
Okay. Anyways,
We'll smoke.
So anyways, listen to me. I need to know something because I feel like the way I understood you to ask this question when you began is different than some of the scenarios that we've been talking about. So, does it matter if you have two people? If you're viewing two objects, right? Two other objects, you're trying to determine if they have line of sight. Is there some restrictions on, how far around you they are? Like, do they have to be 180 degrees in your field of view from each other, or does it not matter?
I'm saying if it's exactly 180, right? You got your theodolite, you turn it 180 degrees. You turn it 180 degrees. And the crosshairs are on each other. They should have line of sight.
Okay, so I just want to make that clear because then it doesn't matter if there's an object blocking them or something. Yeah, okay. Does it matter how much higher or lower?
Well, no, if there was an object blocking it, your theodolite would pick it up, right? Because those positions are what you guys go off of.
Yeah, but does it matter? Right. Like if you turned around and you're looking 180 degrees, does it matter if you have to look down or up and still see them?
No, I'm telling you, obviously that's not going to work, dude.
Yeah, I know.
I tried to explain this, Jeremy, to you.
You could be on top of a mountain. Hold on, now Xanix's gonna.
You
could be on top of a mountain and look down.
The first thing he does is interrupt.
Hold on, you could be on top of a mountain, look down at something, and then turn around 180 degrees, look down at another thing. Obviously, those things don't have line of sight on each other, right? That's why I said 180. Crosshair to crosshair.
Yeah, okay, so this makes sense. Yeah, so you got to make 180 degrees turn, and you can't change your elevation. It's got to be right. You can't be above or below the center line of sight. Okay.
That's what I was going to say, but all three objects or whatever people are at the same height, right, Jeremy? Line of sight.
No, they don't have to be.
Yeah.
Okay. They don't have to be. As long as you can turn it in one axis, 180 degrees, and you can see both the objects, you're good.
Yeah, but if the restrictions are the center of your screen, then or the center of your field of view, then they can't be above or below the center line. So that's what I'm saying. If it's restricted.
Listen to me. Say we're on top of a mountain, and we're looking down at a flower in the valley below. Beautiful pink flower, okay? And there's an airplane behind that, 180 degrees up in the air. You know what I'm saying? Like they have line of sight on each other. If you can turn your theodolite from the flower to the plane, only 180 degrees in one axis, that flower and the plane have line of sight on each other, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would. The only problems would be refraction, but
yeah. So you guys are saying no, that's not true. They might not have line of sight on each other. So which theodolite reading is wrong? I'm wondering, the one on the flower or the one on the plane?
Then they're not, first of all, just because they're theodolites.
Jeremy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You hear me, Jeremy?
I can't hear you.
I went over this in detail earlier. Listening again. First, go from.
Zanik, I can't hear you.
You hear me now? Can you hear me now?
All right. I hear you now. Okay.
What you do is go with what you know. So start with those two objects from the center point outward 3 miles. and see if one can see the other, and you can see the other as well, the two objects, one to the right, one to the left. Then you can see whether the one on the far side left can see the far right one, which is twice the distance away. The answer would be no. However, if you have refraction, there would be a situation where, and this is using a theodolite, using a center line, something that's so high that's reaching the center line, both objects. If you then turn it around and then use refraction, what happens then? In one case, you wouldn't be able to see the object. In the other case, you could with refraction. And I can tell you how much you'd be able to see the object.
Okay, I gotcha. So you're saying when I look at something through a theodolite, that's not its actual position.
If there's no refraction, that would be its actual position.
Well, that's never the case. There's always refraction, right?
Well, let's
just
say.
Hold on, man. Nah, hold on.
I'm trying to help you.
Hold on, I'm trying to ask a very
asked this question 8 times. I'm trying to help you answer.
I'm asking a very simple question. When we look at something through a theodolite, we're that's not its actual position, then, right?
Of course not.
Okay, why are ballers?
Yikes!
Well, let me finish. I am confident if you let me finish and you listen instead of talking, you might understand what I'm saying.
Change that answer pretty soon.
Oh, Rakia, you know what?
5
I was
minutes.
muted for like
5
half
minutes.
an hour, and all I heard was your mouth. Take a break for a second, right, Rakia? Seriously, I heard you for nonstop 30 minutes yelling into the microphone. So, Jeremy,
I got a funny story for you, Zanuck. Really, I got a funny story. We gotta talk later. All right, don't forget.
All right, got it. So, Jeremy, if we're looking at an object now with refraction, and we're seeing something that normally you see the bottom of the guy's feet, remember I mentioned that earlier, but now you're seeing well beyond him, because with refraction, you can see that same guy like 6 miles away. And you put the theodolite on him, you might see his eyes on the center line of the theodolite. And if you spun it around, you see the eyes and the other bloke that's 3 miles away. Say you're on an island in the water area. Now, those two blokes, because they're on the center line, would definitely be able to see each other. But because there's so much refraction. But without refraction, they wouldn't. Because they wouldn't be on the center line. So you're talking about the center line, you're talking about the theodolite, but you're not using it correctly. Center line tells you what is at eye level. And when you look at something 3 miles away and without refraction, it is a drop below level. Thanks.
Everything that guy just said is bull crap.
Okay,
cool. Check this out.
Every single thing I said was true.
Guys, let me address Zanuck very quickly because I think I just want to make this clear because I think what they're talking about is if you have a dude in the center and his theodolite perfectly goes 180 degrees both directions, and also the person he's viewing is not below their eye level, but they're in his line of sight. They're on his same eye level. That person's scope. Okay, so this is what he sees in both directions. So it can't be the case that there's something obstructing their view from each other. It could be possible there's refraction happening, but
there has to be, because even on a flat surface that would. Oh, actually, no, sorry. Even on a flat surface that would happen. So you're right. The surface would be acting like it's flat. You'd see a center line to the guy's eyes.
Kosho just said.
Well, Jeremy, I'm talking to Kosho.
Come on, let's go off what Kosho just said.
No, I was responding to Kosho.
All right.
Really? Come on, be fair, Jeremy. So Kosho, you're right. Yeah, if there's enough refraction to where I see right at that guy's eye level, which I only see on a flat plane, and if I can see that, well, that would say the Earth looks flat, and apparently it looks flat. We would all agree. Turn around behind you.
All right.
No. The Earth can be round, and that's
my
still
turn.
big play.
No. It would look.
Yeah. Zanuck, my turn, bro.
It actually almost probably not even going.
Zanuck.
So we have it's right eye level, and the other guy behind you see eye level. Yes, those two guys will be able to see each other because it's that much refraction.
This whole thing's gonna get derailed by the time I get
Zanuck,
to it. Zanuck.
Can you not hear Jeremy?
Yeah, he doesn't care.
I was in the middle of a
He's
sentence.
trying to save Kosho. He knows
I
what
was
Kosho
finishing
said is
the
fucking
sentence
crazy.
to Kosho.
All right. Okay, are you
I wasn't
done?
listening to anybody because I was speaking.
All right, are you done? He's trying to drag this out. Are you done?
No, let's have 5 more comments about who else.
Okay, Kosho, you said. Listen, Kosho. You said if we do that, right? Those objects definitely will have line of sight on each other, right?
Yes.
Kosho.
Oh yeah, yeah, man, yeah. I picked up a dude the other day, but yeah, to your question.
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? If you see their eyes are at your eye level, they're both at eye level. They will always be seen by everybody. As far as that you can still detect by
Line
eye
of
level
sight
measurement.
has dick all to do with refraction. If it's in
All
your
right, tell
line of
me,
sight,
really,
hang
how do you see? Where have you ever seen? Rakia, what's your story? Tell me your story, Rakia.
if you can see it and you have a line of sight to it, it's in your line of sight. It's just an imaginary thing, man. Whether it's refracted
No.
there,
I'm talking about
illuminated
angular
there,
position.
if it's actually there, whatever, it's in your line of sight. Period.
If you have it, it's not a matter of if; it's a matter of where. Is your eyes lined up with his on the center line of a theodolite? There's a big difference seeing something and knowing where it is. Make sense, Rakia? Now tell me your story.
Personally, have never picked up a dude. I wonder what that. Should I experience that? Hey, this is a good time, Xanax, since we're all laughing and stuff. The other day, I did some work. I did some work in the engine room. I installed a blower, all right, and it was on the side of the boat. And I was just so proud of myself. Installed the piping to draw the air in, screwed it to the fiberglass. Everything was going good. Wired it up, heat shrink, turn on the switch. Everything worked fine. There's huge amounts of air blowing into the engine room. I text all my kids, send them pictures. This is fixed. Check this off the list. Blah blah blah. So then the yard calls me and he's like, "Hey Dave, when you're done screwing holes into the side of your hull, I can go ahead and paint it and fix it, right?" You know the first thing. You remember the Seinfeld episode? He would always say that dude's name. I went
Newman.
Zanuck. I went Zanuck because you always said you were gonna come screw holes in the side in my boat. So as soon as
you went all the way through the hull out to the outside.
Yes, I had like 1.5 inch screws going into this metal plate that was bracket that was holding up this big blower, and I was so proud of myself, dude, because I did, like it was hard to do by yourself, like holding it up, getting it, drill, and I drilled all the way through my hole. And the guy said, "You drilled through your hole." I was like, "Saying it," just like the beat on Seinfeld would go, Newman. I cracked myself up with that. I meant to DM you, but I forgot. Yeah, Newman.
Well, these are really small screw holes. Fill them with silicon.
Yeah, they fixed them. I'll send you a picture of them fixing them right now. It sucked.
Shit. That is funny.
Xanax never been on a boat, so.
Right. I've owned boats for years.
Oh, I mean, earlier, I don't even remember what the hell we were talking about.
Peter, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can actually hear you.
But what does my microphone sound like? Sorry, what does it sound like? It sounds terrible.
It sounds like crap. Just kidding. It sounds fine.
It does, yeah. All right.
Mic's in your pocket.
Huh? Does it sound all right or not?
I can't believe we're still doing this 5, 6 years.
Yeah, what are you doing here, dude?
What are you doing here? I haven't been here for a week. Every day.
I'm killing time freaking driving to Florida. It sucks.
Why are you driving to Florida? You take your boat.
Because they flew and the plane's in Florida.
Oh.
I had to work and they left at a different day.
Just take a
they're riding
they're
riding horses in the water and shit today, sending me pictures while I'm working. I was in the water too, but it was sweat. Today was so
what about
hot.
those alligators?
Dude, I've never seen horseback riding like this. They let them go all the way in the water, like where just the bareback was above the water, and they're standing up taking pictures. Nuts.
Aren't you worried about alligators? Deep water?
They're on the
alligators
beach.
go to salt water?
No, they're on the beach, dude.
Oh, so nothing except the lakes. The freshwater lakes.
Well, I'm sure there's alligators in Orlando, but not in, they're obviously not worried about them. The horse, they ride horses there all the time. This is like an event. Like, you go rent them.
Freak me out. I mean, we don't have anything. We go to the Delta, the scummy days, which are really
Dude, we go out.
The biggest thing we have is a snake,
We go out at night and cruise the river real slow and like shine lights underneath people's piers, and there's alligators everywhere. And people's legs dangling off the pier. You know, they're just out there on their pier chilling, and there's alligators up there.
Dude, that'd freak the shit out.
They don't bother
I'd be
people down.
shooting. They freak me out. They attack humans? Like you water skiing? Do people get eaten with water skiing?
Some do, but I mean, my son was water skiing one time, and we were seeing like hundreds of alligators in this main river, Blind River, and which goes in the Lake Pontchartrain, by the way. But we saw one on the bank that looked like a prehistoric dinosaur, which I think alligators are, but it looked like a blow up. You know, like someone put it there as a joke, right? And my son was skiing right by it. It was real. We got him in the one over there. Huge, dude. The biggest one I've ever seen. I've lived in.
Probably got done eating someone's dog or something. Some German Shepherd.
I don't know. This dude's been eating for a long time. This thing was huge. I'm talking about the biggest one I've ever seen. It was just up on the bank. Son's water skiing right by it.
Because there's a lot of water skiing competition courses out there. A lot of my friends.
I busted my eardrum in slalom competition.
You're an alligator.
That's why I can't hear out of my right ear.
Broken eardrum?
What rope length did you get down to, and how many buoys? I mean, Mr. 4.3. You're so full of shit, bro.
One ball at 32.
One ball at 30. Well, yeah, one ball at 32.
36 miles an hour, though. 36 miles an hour, though. Not 30.
We used to set up courses where we had a camp on AME.
Have you skied the course? You got through it?
Yeah, well, yeah. That's how, like I said,
really?
that's how I busted.
What was your best mark?
I'll be honest with you, dude. I don't even remember. I wasn't very good. I'm only 6 foot. Yeah. I mean, they had guys that were like 6'6" with arms like 4 feet long.
That helps,
you know.
For sure.
Yeah, it's an unfair advantage.
Most of the guys are my size. They just get. I found we were free skiers. Got to be really good, just slamming my elbows in the ground. When we went to the courses, we learned those turns were good, but it's not a fluid event anymore. It's a slam dunk, and you got to learn how to just slam dunk the turn when you get to the slower, shorter rope lengths, and that's really against my style. So I never got like they got. They got into 30. They got into 32s, into the 36, and I could never get past that. Too abusive.
Yeah, you got to have that reach and then the skill and the technique. But that reach is very important, man. You look at all the winners; all of them are over 6 foot.
Well, I know the La Pointes. Keep talking to them, and they send me on the shit they got going because they're still skiing in the Masters divisions because they only ski 34 miles an hour, but the women ski 30. Well, and there's chicks out there every weekend. They're getting down into the 28s, running.
Oh yeah, they're incredible now.
You know, it's an easier deal, but it's still hard out there to ski that rope lane. I don't care any male or female do it because if you don't ski all the time, it won't happen. So much timing and strength. God, the grip strength, the back strength, everything is just a little sport.
Oh, it's decent. Like I could hold my own. I don't remember. I'm gonna have to look it up. You got me. I'm like getting old, and my memory is terrible.
I can still run. I can still run 22. I'll miss like a couple balls first couple. I'll get it like the third time. I'll run it, and it'll be a miracle. And then
I'll just pass one of the lakes.
Then I'll be an invalid for a week. I won't be able to go to gym for a week.
You can work out all you want and go water ski, and freaking every muscle, like muscles you didn't know you had, would ache if you haven't water skied in a while. But I just passed one of the lakes that we skied on a lot. They put a electrical. I haven't been there since they did it, but they put a line where you don't have to have a boat anymore. It picks you up.
Front of you, water.
What about your time on American Gladiators, Zanuck?
Yeah, they're doing a Netflix documentation. Fly down there and talk to.
Wow, dude, you got to post the episode you were on one of these days.
Documentation. Yeah, sorry if I was hot micing Gio.
Oh no, it's good. It's just there was like background noise. There was like Yeah, it seemed like your mic was open.
I think it might. Yeah, I think the mic's a bit rubbish. Maybe that's why. Whoa, wait. Zanuck, you were on Gladiators.
I cannot confirm or deny.
Well, you said you're on it, so.
No, I didn't. I just said that I'm going down to LA to do a documentary.
Huh?
You said you're going to LA to be in a documentary of people that were on the show. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Yep. I didn't say with people on the show. I just said about the show.
And you're going to be in the documentary?
I hope so. We'll see what happens. My footage for sure will be in the my footage will sure will be in the documentary. Is that on Netflix? You can check it out.
What do you do for a living, Zanuck? Who are you, man?
Well, I do
What?
anything I can. Everything.
He's the most muted guy on Discord.
Right.
Yeah, but like
every time I get
like
muted, NASA pays me $15.
Yeah, but what do you do for a living?
I was in sales. Technology
Most
sales.
muted would be Chin or Mabbott.
And you got all this family that worked at NASA and whatnot?
Yeah, my dad was the founder of a successful high-tech company which makes this experiment. My nephew works for a PhD in physics, developing nuclear fusion. My son's a computer science whiz.
That's what's up.
A lot of people in
Nice.
really different interests. Oh, my uncle was head of the, I would say Voyager 1 and 2, to the one ship. What's the other spacecraft we not the Voyager 1 and 2, the other one. Now that I can't tell that story with Voyager, I got to know the right one. Ugh. Which is the most satellite that was out in the 70s?
So what do they all think about your enthusiasm about talking about the Earth not being a globe and NASA not being legitimate and all that?
I think I'm crazy. I think I'm crazy. Why are you doing that? Why are you...
I know knows why I would talk to you guys.
What's that?
I said nobody I hang out with understands talking to the flat earthers. It's like, why do you waste your time?
Well, then when we start talking about some of the topics, they go, "Oh, how did you know that?" And, oh, yeah,
Why don't you just tell them? Well, be like, "Well, I'm on the fence. It might be true. I'm hanging out. I'm trying to figure it out."
Oh my God, they're just put me up. They'd put me up for
close.
adoption.
I'd have to have evidence.
They'd put me up for adoption. I'd be laughed out of the family.
You'd have to slam me with a bunch of evidence.
So what? What brings you back here, Zanuck?
I love the discussions. It's very challenging. Okay. He makes some really good points. We're talking about virtual photons and virtual particle. Are you kidding me? No one studied that when I was in college. I have no idea what that shit is. I mean, idea-wise, but I can't, articulate it. He's got it wired because he's been doing search of the yin-yang. So it's tough to argue it. So I want to know. I want to argue someone that knows something about the high level of some topic. It's interesting. We learned something too. A lot.
But you got all this family that works in the hard sciences. Why not argue with them about it? Why come argue with the flat earth about it?
There's no argument with them. That's what the difference is, right?
Oh.
There's no argument. What's the argument with them? Dark matter doesn't exist. Yes, it does. It doesn't. Here's my proof.
Okay.
There's no argument. The earth is round. Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, it is. It looks flat. Yeah, it kind of looks flat. Where's the argument?
It doesn't look flat to me.
Sounds like there's north up. Like, oh my God. Why don't you fall off the side of the globe? Right? Those are questions like, oh my God.
Why don't you fall off the edge of the globe? I've never even heard that till right then. I've heard fall off the edge of the flat earth, which is just
no, fall off the side of the globe because they don't understand. That you should only be able to, according to some of the people, you should only be able to stand on the North Pole because that's up. And then if you're on the side of the globe, fall off.
I got you. Well, that you're always on top of the ball type theory is The tough one. I get it though. I get that you're being, the center of the earth is the mass and whatever. There's a force holding you to that.
Well, understanding Snell's law is just part of the reason why we have refraction over the globe. The fact that you have a curved surface and a curved atmosphere, it's an order of magnitude more complex to really explain, understand, and even show examples for, or even quantify what refraction is under terrestrial refraction.
I think a lot of those.
Exciting.
I think a lot of those things would happen on a flat plane, like Snell's law, for example. Of course, you're on a flat surface at that point, right? Like, the curvature of the earth as you're looking down at a fish through two mediums isn't the cause of Snell's law in that instance. So you could say that's a flat plane.
Yeah,
right
it is
there, right?
actually.
Yeah,
There's two things that cause light to refract: angle of incidence and the differential medium. You have the refractive index of one medium, refractive index of the other medium, and then the angle at which you penetrate. Those leave one to the other medium.
Right, which has nothing to do with curve Earth when you're looking down at a fish.
No, right. No, you're right. But the reason that
was my point.
Let me presume I'm going to assume the consequence from the consequence. Call me out on it. I'm going to be admittingly doing that. So if the Earth is curved, that means the atmosphere is curved. That means we have a constant changing direction, which we have a constant change of the angle of the light, which will cause refraction at every single change of direction, which is a constant change of calculus. And then you can figure out what refraction value would be for this differential change and this constantly changing direction.
What if you have a curved dome atmosphere over a flat surface? Would that be the same thing? I mean, that's a big what if, but.
Well, no, cool. I mean, I'm processing that. The Earth is flat, but somehow we were.
Yeah, the light is coming through a dome, structure, and also like different mediums, right? Like it would be bending all to hell and back. If there was.
Yes. So if the atmosphere, it would obviously be the atmosphere is curving on the dome the same as the Earth surface completely flat. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I guess so. But would you agree first
then
of
it
all
would curve the same?
Would you? Yeah. So cool. We'll work on both if those scenarios were the same. But would you agree that there's gases that are translucent? Like if light was shining through them or whatever, you wouldn't see that layer, right? Like there's some gases you can't see. We would both agree on that, right?
Gases are invisible.
Okay. There you go. So we agree, right?
That they're invisible. We can't see them.
If those gases, yeah. Well,
just because we can't see
them
doesn't
mean
you
can't see them. Okay, but something being able to shine through it and you can't see what that's shining through is different, right? Isn't that translucent or something like that?
No,
let me get to my point. Yeah, let me get to my point. So if these gases are making some type of structure, in your case, those gases create a layer at a certain point. Like it seems to be thicker at a certain point. I would call that where, like the dome. It's made out of gas. Under certain pressure and temperature, it turns into a into a certain solid structure or, whatever. And
no, I don't know.
You couldn't see it. If it's made of gases that you can't see, then you can never see it.
You cannot see it. So it's not until it turns into a liquid. Sometimes they freeze and turn into a solid, but mostly liquid. So
you go into it. Yeah, if you got to it, you would actually run into it basically, because you couldn't see it. You wouldn't know.
You've run through fog before, right? So fog is water.
All right. Okay. So, but it's more, it's harder to go through, right?
No, it's less fog. Fog is less dense.
So it's easier to go through?
It's easier to go through, much easier.
Really?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Very counterintuitive. Very, very counterintuitive. I had a hard time with it.
So if you kept increasing the thickness of the air with fog, it would get less and less. It'd have less and less friction. It would be easier to go through.
More
I don't
humidity,
see
less
that.
density. Yes, I know. I know. It's counterintuitive.
What about the friction though?
What about
Water,
the?
like
You think that
more.
well now let's say it's raining too.
Well, fog is a lot. You just said fog was a
Because
lot of water, right?
very you have impacts with the water droplets that's compared to the actual density of the air, which is dictated by the humidity, which would be much less. You'd have 100% humidity, which means 1% of that air is actually water vapor, and it is less dense than dry air.
I'm having trouble doing this, and you say it's counterintuitive, but if it's wet, right? It's
F1
more. If
cars.
you're
So
going through,
go look at F1
yeah.
when F1 cars are tuning at a certain track and it's heavily fog or a lot of moisture in the air. They know about the forces acting on the wings. They're much
Get it?
less
No,
downforce.
I'm talking about how much water. Like if you're on a foggy day, you're going through it, you're getting wet, right? Because there's more water in it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's easier to go through.
Yes.
Well, that doesn't make sense in my little brain.
I know. Like I said, it's counter. It's true.
Water is easier to go through than air with less water.
Yes.
Where's the evidence for that?
Yeah, I don't either believe you or
many years of air.
Oh, we're trusting you.
Many years of what? Wait
there, guys, wait there. What are you not understanding about it though? What are you not understanding about what Zanuck's saying?
It's like
Zanuck
saying
said, if the fog has more water in it, like than the air does, it's foggy, so it's more water, it's wetter. He's saying it's easier to go through, like less friction. That doesn't add up to me.
Less drag, because it's
less drag,
dense. Less dense air creates less drag, which is easier to go through. Definition.
Yeah, that's absurd. That's absurted. That's like saying refracting.
Oh, dude, you're just showing. Oh my God, Travis, are you really going to fight on this?
Can you let Travis make his point, though, Zanuck?
No, he said it's absurd. Rather than just calling me a name or get his answer.
Yeah, but
why do you think it's absurd?
You interrupted.
You're not gonna let him finish his sentence because you disagree with him.
Intelligent, Zanuck. I think you're intelligent. I think you're doing it on purpose. You're either intelligent.
Go ahead, Travis. Let's hear your answer.
There's
it's
only
absurd.
two ways.
Why is it absurd?
Yeah, you're either intelligent and you're doing it on purpose, or you're dumb as shit.
I'm doing it on purpose. Okay, Travis, let's hear why you think it's absurd.
Yeah, I'm just going to reiterate what Rakia said by talking about how it's counterintuitive. That is, we have these counterintuitive concepts from the globe model that are similar to saying when light refracts down, it raises the image up. Okay, that's completely counterintuitive. When you have hold on, you have a humid day, when there's more moisture, it's less dense than when it's dry. So when there's dry air with less moisture, it's more dense. That is absurd. And I asked you, where's
Can somebody record this? Hey, I'm going to record it right now. Can you say it again so I can record it?
Yeah, I've said it before. I've said it before.
Hold on.
Yeah.
No.
Okay,
I want to record this.
No, not hold on. He's not done.
Listen, all you have to do, Zanuck, is go on mute, go back about a minute in the YouTube video, and record it on your PC. Okay, it's not that difficult.
Can I just say something very quickly?
Many of the concepts from the heliocentric model are counterintuitively absurd. That's it.
Okay. Well, you said, and everybody heard. Hopefully, you said that the high humidity would be that we say that it's less dense, and you say that's completely absurd. Do I have you correctly on that? Hello, Travis. Can you repeat that again?
I want to go after Travis is done. I want to go next, please.
Oh, hold on. Travis said, if I have a high humidity day. Wait, Travis, can you say that one more time? Just so I got to make sure I'm clear.
Travis? Well, you guys are breaking up for me, so I don't know if I'm going to break up at all.
Oh, I hear you fine now. You're good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So say it again. You said because the air is more dense.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Oh my God! What the fuck, man? Are you going to
say?
No,
sorry, I didn't hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
As far as I can recall from previous discussions, the science says that when the air is less humid, it's more dense, and when it's humid, it's less dense. That doesn't make any sense. It's absolutely absurd. counterintuitive.
To you, it's absurd, but that's the reality.
Hold on. All right, let me
That is
go.
the truth.
Okay, let me. Are you done, Travis?
So this is like other things you say, Travis, where you don't understand it because it is
Yeah, go ahead.
counterintuitive. Wait, I'm talking with.
Xanax. All right, go ahead. Wrap it up because I'm next.
Travis, Jeremy, you weren't even involved in this conversation. Hang on a second.
All right.
So Travis, you say that's counterintuitive, and I agree with you. In fact, I always preface, "Hey guys, it might sound crazy, but yes, the higher humidity air is always going to be much less dense than dry air, and that is one of the follows gas law, physics, dynamics. Just like fog be less dense than dry air, and just like other things we say that are counterintuitive are actually true. Just because you don't understand them doesn't mean they're absurd.
Don't take the bait. He's trying to
Can I
lure you
wait
into
there?
it.
Can anyone hear me a
Hold
second?
on.
Can anyone
It
hear
was
me?
absurd.
I hear
just
you.
means he doesn't understand.
Can I say something very quickly?
Go ahead.
Honestly, Jeremy, I was trying to get in before you. All right, cool.
Fine,
Zanuck, I understand what Zanuck's saying, right? The idea, right, effectively, guys, is that when you have dry air, right, it rests much closer to every molecule. It rests closer together, right? So that creates more of a wall, right, effectively. But it's counterintuitive in some ways, right? What you're saying, but where is high humidity air? Lower down, right? Much lower down, correct? So there's a correlationary factor to this also.
Inside of a cloud, inside of a cloud, it's high humidity.
I know, but I'm saying, listen to what I'm saying carefully, right? Where is the higher humidity air? At lower altitude, then it goes up to high altitude. I agree, precipitation. I understand this, right? I'm not saying that, but there's a correlation to what you're saying that is correct. We know aeroplanes, for instance, right? They don't fly very fast, right? If they're effectively very low, right? And they do fly faster for some fucking reason. I don't know why. Through cloud layers. They dive into cloud layers to fly faster, in fact. Fighter aircraft do, where there's more moisture. Right? And then they'll dive down into it. Okay? I know this to be true. That's all I'm saying. I don't,
The fuck they waiting for me for? I'm pouring shit on the internet. Okay, is it my turn?
Well, Travis will hopefully do he'll do a little Googling. He'll find out that the density of air is actually greater, have anything in it like moisture, and high humidity air is actually less dense. He'll look it up and realize, oh, I fucked up. It is counterintuitive. You're right, and I'm wrong, and I have learned something.
Okay, so listen, Xanax.
Xanax, is it because of the energy? Is it because of the energy inside? That's why it's less dense. It's moving.
Jeremy was next, guys. He was trying to get.
No, it could be all at the same temperature.
I can't even do it right now. I'll be back.
No, come on, do it, Jeremy.
I can't, man. They're all waiting on me. I can't. I'll be back in a 10 minutes.
Come on. We need you. We're waiting for
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
guys. So is water always something that's a coolant? Why is moisture in the air? Guys, think about it. Why is moisture in the air?
Because water has evaporated, changes state.
Right.
Filled the air.
Cool. Right. And what's it doing when it does that?
It goes up.
But it's also taking up space, correct?
It's dissipating.
Thank you.
Taking up space?
In a sense, yeah. But
yeah, sure, take up space. Those molecules
it
are very
takes up space, but it takes up space in a way that discombobulates the whole overall structure of what's there. Right? And if you do that,
structure?
I'm talking about the air itself. I'm talking about the air itself, Zanuck, right? The very air itself. So dry air. Yeah. You already know.
It goes into the air and takes up space. Okay, I can.
But in doing so, it is dislodging other bits of air that were probably much closer together before, is what I'm trying to get at. And if it's much closer together before, right, it was probably more dense.
What they're thinking intuitively is that you got this water molecule, which is made of oxygen and hydrogen, and it is taking up the space of an oxygen molecule and a CO2 molecule, mainly oxygen and nitrogen. The question is, what's actually lighter, oxygen and hydrogen, nitrogen and oxygen? Which molecules have more mass?
Yes.
O2, N2 in the mixture predominantly, almost 90% of the oxygen and nitrogen, and then water vapor would be H2O. The most amount of water that the air can contain, gas form, is about 1%. That'd be 100%. So of that 1% of the air made up of H2O versus prior nitrogen and oxygen, which is more dense?
How would you demonstrate which
Yes.
is? How would you demonstrate which is more dense?
That was my
quite a lot
problem.
of ways. Many,
That was
many
sort of
ways.
what I was saying. There's a little bit of a
I
problem
don't want to
with
hear
like,
many ways. I'm asking you, give me one way that you would demonstrate that dry air is more dense than humid air.
I would demonstrate it with a balloon.
You can measure the
and
force.
the lifting force of a balloon in a humid area and a non same temperature.
That's a good way.
Wait,
Or,
okay,
yeah,
stop.
that's-
Stop. Zanuck, you talked over Moyak. Moyak, say it again.
I said that I would take a balloon and I would check its lifting capacity in a dry area versus a humid area, or humid conditions setup.
That's a good way to do it.
So basically, you're going to test its rate of ascension.
Buoyancy.
Testing its buoyancy, which is the mass that's been displaced weight versus the weight of what's. So the other way I would do it, which is also fan, get a thrust value for RPM, and you can validate it very accurately, and do the same RPM and measure the thrust for moist air or just moist air at the same temperature. See the thrust difference.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? My computer's going in and out here.
That's what she said. No, actually,
I don't understand.
That was about the thrust ratio. Is what I meant. Not your computer. The timing was a little off.
Oh yeah.
Zanuck, I don't understand your. No, I don't understand your scenario. I understood Moyak's.
Well, I'm saying I'm having the air force with the exact same profile and the exact same velocity in a rotational plane is going to spin and generate thrust out of it. Ducted fan. And this ducted fan will produce a certain amount of thrust you can measure with the spring scale, whatever it's hitting. And then you take the air source and change it to humid and see for the exact same RPM, the same CFM of air, because the velocity of that of propellers are going exactly the same. If the thrust is less, it produces less force, so that mass has to be less dense, because density dense is mass per unit. Make sense? But Moyax is the best way. That's the easiest way. Do you still think humid air is going to be more dense than dry air?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. So again, absolutely. He's very assertive. This is why we can't take you seriously. We're not even doing any research. You can't even tell me reasonably why.
That's exactly what I think about you. When you give the answers
That's
that you
fine.
give, I think this is why I can't take you guys seriously. It's absolutely absurd.
Well, you aren't serious because you haven't done any. You can't even give me a logical explanation of why. Why do you think high humidity air is? Just what's your reason?
Hey, listen, I'm back. Relax, Zanuck. So here we go. On the globe.
Ask the question. Let him finish. He was about ready to tell me. I'm seriously curious
I
as to
didn't even
your
hear the question.
You were
I didn't
cutting
even hear
out.
the question. Yeah, you were cutting out, Xanax, so I didn't even hear the question.
Oh, sorry, my connection or something. So, Travis, real quickly, why do you think more humid air, high humidity, air, more dense than dry? What's your logic?
Because you have more particles of water in that volume.
What is the molecule of water made?
You've got humidity. In my understanding, is the presence of water.
Yes.
In the air.
Water in gas form,
Yep.
right? Gaseous form.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the molecular makeup of
right. Is water more dense than air?
In what form? Liquid or gas?
Okay, hold on. Is water? Is water more dense than air?
No.
And the answer is no.
No.
Water is not more dense than air.
No. This is why you're so
God.
naive.
Wait,
You're so
hold
naive,
on.
Travis.
There's no need to call names, okay?
But you're being naive.
I'm not
on
being
purpose, I guess. I don't know.
I'm not
I'm
being
trying to be
naive.
nice. I'm trying to be
Absolutely
nice
not.
to you too. That's why I said water and gas. You said the word water 4 times. Like you, I know what you're insinuating that water's in. No, we're talking about water in gas form.
No, I'm not
water
talking
in gas form. Water. Can I
Fucking
finish?
A, man.
Can I finish? Hold on.
No.
Water in gas form is. I can't finish. Go ahead.
Danik, he said water in gas form, and you asked him that, and he said no, water. And now you won't let him respond.
That makes no sense because water can be in gas form. Salt.
Xanax.
We know that fog has tiny water droplets in it, right?
Water is a gas when you
Fog
have
has
high
water
humidity.
Xanax.
Water is in gaseous form. I'm talking about.
I know, because my mic broke.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Mic's broke.
Listen to me.
So Travis is just plain wrong. He's asserting that water, because in his mind he's thinking of liquid. When water turns into a gas, it is less dense than air. I mean, I could show you. Very easy. Probably have it here handy. Actually, I'll show you the chart. It shows what density is. Much less dense. Much less dense.
I mean, I guess I would be a little confused by it also with fog. Like I was unsure of the answer until I thought about something. If I flash change the temperature in something, it'll turn to a fog, but there's still the same amount of moisture in that same volume essentially. So the density wouldn't have changed much.
Except for the droplets, which are 1,000 times more dense.
Right, but overall,
except for that,
the makeup of the air will be the density will still have the same amount of water per volume.
All right, Stanek, look. Hey, can you hear me? Is my mic better?
You're fine.
Okay, listen. Anytime I look at something on Earth, it's always the light's always bending. I mean, given that we have a steady barring any inversions, the light's always bending in the one direction, right? Just yes or no, because there's many follow-up questions.
There is something called sinking, which is a refractive effect. Sinking
I know, barring that refractive effect. I know, barring
on a
that
very
refractive
cold day with a real hot pavement, and have some sinking.
Okay, barring that effect, always whenever we're looking at something on Earth, we're looking and the light's bending in the one manner, right? It's bending up, we're seeing it lower, right?
Sorry, Vice, I got it backward. Very cold surface, very
hot. My God, forget about that part.
Well, no, I want to correct any errors I make.
I said barring that effect.
But I had to correct the effect. I said the wrong thing. Corrected it.
You're usually always wrong. We never backtrack.
That's not constructive. Go ahead. Say make your question.
Okay. When we look at something, right? Say we're looking at something. Oh my God, I gotta go now. Fucking it. You're an ass, Danik. You know that? You make everything so difficult.
My fault.
You know, Zanuck, what's interesting is your description of the phenomenon sinking is just a sliver of a fraction away from standard refraction. So when you talk about it having an extremity in terms of a temperature gradient, that to me doesn't make any sense where you're getting your information from. Because if you look up Andrew Thomas Young, he will give you a blink test between normal or standard atmosphere and sinking, and it's a fraction of a difference. So it's not an extreme event. So I would love to know where you get your information from.
Zanek, you going to reply?
Well, all these things are happening in a fraction of a sliver. I mean, you're looking at things with high zoom
Okay,
and stuff
you're
like
not,
that. You're
not paying
seeing like
attention.
I was muted. Sorry, I was muted real quick, Mac. Yeah. So when we talk about sinking, usually it's a very, very slight. You said it's a very slight effect, and that how would you explain the complete and utter missing half of an oil well on Black Swan days, where those are chop days, air mixing and blowing around? On the not, you can never see the Black Swan picture. The Black Swan pictures never happen. The Black Swan's pictures never happen on a chop day. They only happen on a calm day. You can't let me talk. You can't let me talk, can you?
Stop talking over each other.
You're not even addressing what I said.
Frank's just talking over him.
Stop it.
I did. I said that you're right. Sinking is usually a very slight effect because you have a very, very, very cold surface.
You're talking over him again, Travis. Do you notice that?
That's not what I said.
Damn it. You said it's very, very slight. And I would agree with you. Very difficult to have a sinking effect. And it's very slight. Not like the half-gone oil rigs on the Black Swan, which show looming. Looming does that makes it appear. And when it's not, there's no sinking, or it's just standard day with some chop mixing. So there's no interaction between the surface and the air. You have these things that are missing half gone, and it can't be sinking. You've already said sinking is very slight. So how can it be so dramatic?
That's not what I said. You still are misrepresenting what I said.
All right, well then you can clarify. I won't interrupt you.
Okay, just real quick so that I'm clear on what you said. What conditions create, or what conditions are necessary to see sinking?
Very, very water and very, very.
He's breaking up too much.
Yeah, did he break up for me?
Yeah,
he broke up for
up.
me.
Yeah, he said very,
very
water.
warm water and very cold air.
Okay, look. Okay, right. Okay, very cold air and very warm water. What are the conditions for standard atmosphere?
Okay.
Slightly colder water than the air.
Incorrect.
It's called a temperature inversion.
No,
yeah,
okay,
it's called looming, and looming gives you the 7. Looming occurs when the water or the surface is colder than the air and transfers some of that heat from the air to the water. That direction, because that's the second law of thermodynamics, that gives you a looming effect because you have a temperature inversion. Normally, temperature goes down as you go up. In this case, temperature goes down as you go down. So that's why you have the inversion. You're not clear on the laws of physics. And obviously, by you thinking that density is greater with humid air, and you're wrong there too. And you said it's absurd. Can I quote absurd? You got to do some research here. You're wrong on what you say.
Okay.
14 psi, 59 degrees is standard refraction. Something like that.
All right. Once again, when you look up Andrew Thomas Young, when he describes the standard atmosphere, he also describes the atmosphere necessary for sinking, and it is just a minor difference between the standard atmosphere that produces looming and the slight change in the atmosphere that would then produce sinking. But the way that you're describing what causes sinking is too extreme. So I'm just trying to tell you that you're in conflict with the science that Andrew Thomas Young presents.
No, you've misunderstood what I've said.
Look, hold on.
Here's the bottom line. Light bends to the denser. If the denser medium is above, and also with the angle of incidence as well, based on the curvature of the surface and this characteristics of the actual air, the atmosphere, that gradient, if that gradient is such that it denser going up during this little corridor, you will have a slight sinking effect. But since the density is usually
great.
going down,
wait, let Jeremy go, because he's in and out and he ain't got much time.
Always tends to bend down, which tends to lift things up.
Listen, man, I've been doing a lot of thinking about this refraction thing. So,
Normal.
Zanik, if I'm
the temperature inversion,
if the light's
going greater. Why are you talking over me?
Because you were done.
Talking.
I'm not done.
Yes, you were.
So normally,
and I'll go
because
after.
the gradient
somebody needs to mute Mute Zanuck.
Fuck,
Somebody
you're
just
not
mute
letting me
Zanuck.
finish the goddamn
No,
sentence.
just let him finish. Just let him finish because I
Thank
got a
you.
question. I got questions for him, but he won't. He's not going to
So
be easy.
generally, I'm not talking about. I want to get out of the way. So stop talking. Talk. So the density gradient usually is denser as you go down. I think everyone agrees. Occasionally, it gets even more denser to the surface than normal, and that's where we have extreme refraction. That's when things are loomed up because light bends downward naturally. Even when there's not much of a gradient differential or a curve differential, you still have mostly a looming effect, which is light bending down. However, in some cases, you can have sinking that light bends slightly upward. Very, very rare occasion, but it does happen. Thank you.
Wait, Travis, did you want to respond to that or?
No, go for it, Jeremy. Go.
Good. Okay. So Zanuck, if the light goes from a less dense medium to a more dense medium, which way is the light going to bend?
It gives me any incidence.
You're breaking up. Your mic's breaking up.
Towards the denser medium.
I need an angle of. I need an angle of incidence. Usually,
I can't hear you. Your mic's breaking up, bro.
Light normally bends down to the denser. You hear me? It has to do with angle of incidence and the differential density. And light generally bends toward the denser medium.
I don't know. Your every other word's chopping. Never mind.
Probably those AirPods.
I know. You came in perfect that whole time you were rambling on with nonsense. Then when I'm
not doing anything different. Light always bends to the denser medium and due to angle of incidence. You get that?
All right. So if we're looking, if the light goes from a less dense to a more dense medium, it's going to go down, right?
What angle? Is it above you? I mean, let's say you're looking down. If I'm going from
Not
less
90
dense
degrees.
to high dense, there's no curving at all because it's going straight down.
Anything but 90. Pick anything but 90 degrees.
It'll move toward the denser medium.
Down.
Light moves toward the denser medium.
Jesus. Dude, you make this so fucking difficult.
Yes,
light
Jeremy.
moves.
Jeremy,
I
I
am not saying anything. You're imploding right now. I'm not saying anything other than the light bends toward the.
This is the anti-flat earther games that he does, where he takes some real simple shit and makes it real fucking difficult and complicated, and then backtracks on his shit. I know. And forget it. Forget it.
Yeah, but did you hear my answer, Jeremy? Did you hear my answer? I would say yes to your answer. Yes.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't even matter what Zanuck says because he'll just go back on it 5 minutes later, like he always does with me. He did it yesterday, the day before that. It's like Groundhog Day.
It depends on the angle of incidence and the denser medium. Bends to the denser medium. That's what light does. It's not that difficult.
In the case of most of our observations, what's the angle of incidence? When we're talking about looking at the horizon and things off in the distance.
It's constantly changing. It'll calculus for that, but it's changing at the rate of curvature. Because the air is also
a non-answer. That's a non-fucking answer.
No, that is the answer. I can't help it if we're not talking about a straight angle like Snell's law dictates. This is Planck's law and a few other laws involved. Calculus that has to determine what the angle of incidence, how that change affects the light's disturbance or deflection. Because every time it makes a turn, there's a change, and if there's a change, it bends a little, and it continues to bend a little as it progresses, propagates through the.
Does anybody else have anything to bring up?
That you haven't looked up air being denser, humid versus dry yet? Have you?
I'm driving right now, Zanuck. Thanks for worrying about me, though.
Oh, you're welcome. And when you come to the hotel, you can.
So in most observations, right, Zanuck, are we seeing light refracting downward or upward?
Most of the times, light bends downward. It bends to the denser medium.
Okay, so you said that water vapor in the air is less dense than the dry air, right?
Correct.
So wouldn't it stand to reason that if we're making an observation over water, there's probably more water vapor closer to the surface as it's evaporating? Then why would it stand to reason that light would be bending downwards towards the less dense medium?
Because, as I mentioned earlier, how much of a percentage of the density is due to the number I gave you? The maximum it can change is only 1%. 100%. And since there's some mixing, less than that. The main factor there in this situation is the angle of incidence and the temperature. That's what they call the temperature inversion, the light bending down. It gets very cold, colder than it's above it, and that density gradient changes slightly and bends.
This is like listening to the I don't even know. This is like listening to an alternate universe of physics that aren't experienced on a day-to-day basis. This stuff doesn't make sense.
Says the guy that thinks less dense air is not humid.
Welcome to the
Yo, real quick, does this mic sound okay? Is this mic okay, guys?
Oh, you're beautiful.
Just shut up.
It is? Okay.
It's all right. It's a little staticky.
Is it
Travis, says the guy that still thinks humid air is
Zanuck, there's no
Somebody
reason.
mute that bastard.
There's no reason to make it a personal attack, Zanuck.
No, you're going from you're speaking from a position of
you're just going to
ignorance.
do it again. You're just going to do it again.
No, it's not an insult. I'm just calling a spade here. You're thinking you know something about something you don't, and you're making fun of me. That's how ironic. If I remember correctly, you just said that listening to me is like listening to someone who has no grasp of physics. But everything I'm telling you is true and correct and focused physics. Everything you said is not.
That's
That
not
is what
I
you said.
It's
What did
the
you say?
Xanac
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You said listening to you is like someone who has no grasp of physics.
No,
explaining
I
physics,
did not
basically.
say that.
What did you say then?
Okay, I'm going to say what I didn't say. I did not say that you don't have a grasp of physics. That's not what I said.
You said listening to me explain physics is like listening to someone who has no idea what physics is.
That's not what I fucking said. What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Just mute this guy. And move on.
My God. Listen, I wish that we had other trolls because I'm so tired of Kosho, Zanuck, Soundly, all these fucks that just do the same thing over and over and over again. It's just insane. I'd rather have a discussion with someone who's open-minded and willing to think outside the box rather than say, no, we know exactly what's happening. This is this, that is that. And if you don't agree with it, it means that you don't understand it. Absolutely no.
You said something about opposite words or something. I mean, I don't know. I can't remember exactly what you said, but you did bash me for not knowing.
Okay, if you feel like I bashed you, I can't help that. I in no
Does anyone
way...
agree with me? Did anybody listen to what Travis had said?
Negative.
Nobody cares.
Nobody gives a shit.
No, I don't care either, really.
I'd like to know, like Travis, you say that moist air should be more dense, and yet you have no evidence of that. It's just an intuition thing, which I can agree. To me, intuitively, that's the answer. But
okay,
we
so
do know that intuition is. We do know that intuition is not the ultimate arbiter of truth.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, that's fair. Look, so I'm going to ask a question, Moyak. You've got a regular day that's low humidity. Okay, so let's say I'm just going to make this up because this isn't my field. I'm not a meteorologist. Okay, so let's say that the precipitation that's in the air is like say 10%. Okay, it's pretty dry.
You're out in Nevada.
But then if I go to but then if I go to South Carolina or Virginia or Maryland on another day and it's really humid, like 97%, and so the the relative humidity in the I don't even fucking know, like
that's the right term.
The moisture in the air is now 55%, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the drier air, there's less moisture, and in the more humid air, there's more moisture. Okay, because you have more of something, that to me would increase the density in that volume.
I would agree with you, except for only if you were in an enclosed space. Maybe.
No,
If
not
I
even.
introduced,
No, don't play along. Let me out.
if I introduced
Mike,
water into
don't give in. No,
no,
you're
I'm
missing the point.
Stop, Zanuck, come on. I'm happy with what I'm trying to say. If I was to take a fixed container and add water to it, then the density would increase. However, in the atmosphere, what you're going to have when you add water to the atmosphere is it's going to displace air. So now you got to decide whether that total weight per volume has increased or density has increased.
Zanuck, what are you talking?
What'd you say? I'm sorry, I got muted.
Yeah, Travis might have cut out. Sometimes he's driving, his connection goes in and out.
But you are going to displace air with that moisture. So now it's a question of, is that air denser or less dense? And I don't think you can do that with intuition. Instead of being 78, 21, it'll now be 77 and a half, 20 and a half, and then water.
You guys hear me?
So is that air bubble in water more dense than the water around it?
No.
All right. I got muted and I got kicked, whatever. Can you repeat the question?
Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Drop out.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Nope.
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
We can't hear you. Nope.
Okay. You can't hear me? Really?
We can hear you fine. Just go.
Okay. So Travis, can you repeat the question? Because I got bumped out. So what Moyak was talking about was if you added water vapor to a jar, but you gave us the perfect scenario. You said one had 55% or humidity, and the other one had 5% humidity. The higher density or the higher amount of humidity, percentage-wise, would have less dense air. Even though it's water, in your mind you're thinking liquid is more dense than air. In vapor form, water vapor is not denser than air. And I don't know why there's a block there for understanding that.
Okay, I did. Okay, I did not originally say that the water vapor is more dense than air. That's not what I said. Okay.
You said two cities. One city had 5% humidity, and another city had 55% humidity. And we're talking about the air density. So I must have missed something after that. Why don't you go from that point forward, please?
Okay, I understand that water vapor is less dense than air. However, air that has 5% humidity has less water vapor. Less. If you have 55% humidity, you have more water vapor in that area.
Okay.
To me, right? To me, if you add water vapor, okay, so look, if I'm in the spring in Maryland, I'm going to keep the same area. Okay, if I go to the Chesapeake Bay in Maryland, springtime, humidity 5%. Go to the middle of summer, 55%, 65%. If I add water vapor now to the area I'm in, to me, that would increase the density of the air in that area.
Well, that's, again, nothing you tell me is changing my understanding of what you're saying. Still, you're wrong. And still, the reason you're wrong because water vapor is less dense than air. Even though you're
adding something to an area. You're increasing
something
that wasn't there before.
Well, that's where Morak's point was actually a little more pertinent. I think it makes sense where he was coming from. He said you're adding it to a jar. You have a jar that has dry air in it, and you add water vapor to it. Are you going to increase the pressure? Because in order to add it, something has to escape. If you don't add pressure to it, my point still reigns true. You open the jar, you pour fog in there, and seal it back up. It's at the same pressure it was before. Would you agree? But now it has 50% more water vapor. Still, that jar with the 50% more water vapor is going to be less dense. Does that answer your question, or give you better guidance to that direction of the answer?
No.
Think about it. A jar, dry air.
No, I don't want to repeat. Listen, we can pick this up, or somebody else can change the topic.
Why wouldn't you want to learn? You would think you're interested.
I didn't say I don't want to learn. I've heard the explanation. I'm going to have to think through it. You're not going to. The flip's not. The switch isn't going to be flipped right now.
Let me give you one more pointer.
Please don't. Please, dear God, don't.
I do. Let me talk to the panel then. If you have 100% humidity, that would only mean that 1% of that atmosphere would be water. That's the most amount that the air can contain, and that changes that based on the temperature and pressure. But generally, that's so 55% humidity doesn't mean that 55% of the air is water. It means that 50% of the 1% is water. So that's one thing you should keep in mind. But water vapor, as you said, you even admitted that water vapor is less dense than air. Even if you replace the water vapor or the air with water vapor, because water vapor is less dense, that volume of air will be less dense because there's more of it that has water vapor, which is less dense than air. So if you have 100% humidity, that air is going to be less dense than if you had not 100% humidity, like zero at a desert. So I don't know how else to explain it because it seems to make sense to all of us. You're not quite grasping it, but that's okay. You'll figure it out.
Okay, hold on. Now, I don't know if Rakia is still here, but at the beginning of all of this, he agreed, or I agreed with him. It doesn't make sense. So he and I, at least, Rakia and I, both agree. I'd love for anyone else who thinks that this explanation for what makes dry air less dense than humid air, if you disagree with my statement that doesn't make any sense and it's actually absurd, speak up.
Didn't you say one thing? You said before that you agreed that water vapor was less dense than air. And as such, if I was to add water vapor to my air, and like I said before, you displace molecules of oxygen and nitrogen with that. There's now a mixture. The density of the given volume will be less dense because I added a less dense material to it.
Exactly. We've got a pressure gradient also that would then the air is able to be pushed upward. Okay.
Yep, all directions.
Also, so air is able to be pushed to somewhere else. It's not a concealed container, right? Remember that. It is because it's got we know it's got a container. We've got gas.
Water vapor rises because it's less dense. It goes up and forms clouds. Don't you get it?
Yeah, we have a gradient, right? So
yeah, the gradient means that the water vapor will actually rise because it's more buoyant than the air around it. So water vapor tends to go up. You ever see steam coming out of pipes in a cold city? Where does the steam go? Why do the pipes on the roof? Why the steam goes up? That's high humidity.
Zanuck, have you ever thought of the fact that vapor pressure is pushing upwards, which means
vapor pressure doesn't push upwards. Vapor pressure does not push upwards. You still have vapor pressure inside of a cloud, and that
energy heats at the surface and then moves away from the surface.
Pressure determines whether you're going to get rain or not.
So wait a second. Let me finish, please. So when the sun is hitting the surface, the energy is being created at the surface. The energy exchange is being created at the surface, right?
Doesn't it heat the atmosphere? No, it heats the atmosphere too.
Well, it does, but I'm just saying the matter material itself, if it has lots of water and the sun is directly there, depending obviously the overall conditions, but there'll be an energy exchange at the surface. It will dissipate. It will cause
it'll radiate. It's called radiate.
It's an energy exchange, right?
Through radiation, yes, upward.
Sure. So that
radiate.
Does that dissipation of
radiation, not dissipation, radiation.
Outward.
Oh, whatever.
Away from the point of energy exchange, it would dissipate. As it does
Why
that.
Why are you using more words than you need to? It's a simple term, radiation.
Shut up, Zanuck.
Why are you cutting him off?
It expands, creating a vapor pressure, and it creates an upward force. And then therefore, if there's an upward force, there must be a downward force. So if we have this constant vapor pressure exchange at the surface of the Earth, you would have to conclude that it's an observation of entropy and not anything other than, whatever you're trying to claim, this density bullshit, whatever. It obviously affects the visuals when you have more moisture in the air, right? The volume doesn't change. What changes, the humidity changes, right? Right?
When the vapor pressure changes,
the volume
you
doesn't
got it
change.
kind of backward.
The volume doesn't change, right?
Well, it
The
can.
volume,
You have Charles' law, you have Boole's law. I mean, what law are you talking about here?
not
You
talking
have a
about
fixed volume?
talking about change. Because if there's a volume change, it would have to indicate that if you add to more volume, it would be more denser theoretically, right? That's the idea.
How do you add to the air mass?
Well, I'm not saying you add to the air mass. I'm saying if you increase volume. So if
Well,
there's,
does the volume change on the Earth?
well, if you're introducing energy, what are you doing?
That doesn't change the volume. You're making up a lot of words and terms. I'm just really confused where you're going with that. Vapor pressure is not upward. Vapor pressure is scale. Hold on. Vapor pressure is. Can I just finish my sentence? Vapor pressure is not up. It does not have a direction.
The air, you're not adding more volume of water to the air.
Vapor pressure does not have a direction. You understand?
Yeah, it dissipates in all directions. I'm just saying.
You said before it goes up. You said it was pushing things up. It doesn't go up.
Well, eventually it pushes up to the surface.
No, it doesn't push up. Oh God, forget. This is crazy.
Zanuck, what is Zanuck claiming light does? What are you claiming light does, Zanuck?
We're not talking about light. We're talking about light. We're talking about air.
My bad. I'm light.
If you have more humidity in the air, because there's a volume of water in the air, right?
There's a volume of water in the air? What do you mean?
It's a volume of water, like
there's a mass of water in the air.
But the volume has to increase. You have to get a change. You need some sort of reaction.
Where are you getting this from? Are you just making this up as you go?
Why are you
just said a mass of water? What's
constantly?
mass? What do you mean by mass? Y'all define it a few different ways. Mass. What do you mean by that?
The amount of something. The amount of matter.
So there's an amount of matter of water in the air?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Give me a definition that's coherent with the sentence you just said.
You have a kilogram of volume.
He said there's a volume of water.
You have a kilogram of water in the air. You have a kilogram of water in gas form in the air. I can tell you what the vapor pressure is for any given volume.
He said there's a volume, and you disagreed with that, and you interrupted
him. Volume,
him.
but it's not a volume of water. There's a volume that's there. The volume is what you work.
You said there's not a volume. There's a mass.
Oh my God, working with Brian and data is a fucking going to be a shit show. Trust me.
Working with you is a shit show.
Yeah, I don't like the word volume.
Everyone's making up. Everyone here is making up science as they go. I'm just trying to keep you on the tracks.
Zanuck, you don't even know what science is, bro. Go listen to the videos, bro. You embarrassed yourself trying to define it. What is it? What are y'all even talking about anyway?
I don't know. Data's talking about a volume and a vapor pressure, and that has a force going up. All that is wrong. That's not what happens.
What's the bottom line, though? What is?
I don't know what he's asking. I wish I knew. Ask him. Why don't you ask him what the bottom line is?
Well, I think he was talking about. I mean, I'm assuming y'all were talking about the way light bends because you claimed that it bends down.
No, we're talking about water vapor being less dense than air. And if you introduce water vapor, Brian, I was in the middle of a sentence, Brian. Please.
Well, the idea is that the fraction of light is due to the density of the atmosphere. The argument is that, well, it can't be the moisture in the air because it's less dense, right, Zanuck? So how do you get the same refraction that we're referring to when we consider that the atmosphere over a distance is dense? That's kind of the argument, right?
Yeah, we can argue all day about what causes it, but I just posted a picture about 3 minutes ago in Live Text 1. 3 pictures, just 3 examples. I can give you more if you'd like, of what light does in reality. So it's bending upward, accumulating over distance. Can you show me light doing what you claim it does? Because you can say what causes what, but we want to see it. I just showed you what light does in reality. Can you show me your reality and what light's doing in over long distance?
What are your pictures? Let's see. Where is your pictures? I don't see your pictures. You're in Livestream 1? Oh, okay, maybe.
It's at 7:29.
Even if the Earth was flat, the picture I just posted would not be possible because light is bending downward. That's allowing you to see further and have objects above the surfer's head when you're taking the picture from at the chest level, 1 foot off the
Okay, I
ground.
just showed you. Otherwise, I want to see your claim. Can you show me your claim?
Deny. Okay.
No, I just showed you
You
in
showed me
real
nothing.
world example. You're the one denying, bro.
You showed me nothing.
Really? So you don't see 3 pictures of light bending up. Show me one of light doing what you claim it does.
That picture. You don't know what the perspective aspect of this is or where the light's going. You're seeing light transfer across a lake. You don't know how high that emitter is.
Two of them are shots out of a video showing the light and multiple directions bending up, bro. You're denying what your eyes see, then, right?
Well, you have to take perspective into account here and how light disperses. A lot of this is dispersing into the atmosphere, and it does look like it bends, but it doesn't.
We also don't know if he's hitting the water and reflecting up. We know very little about this image.
No, like I said, 2 of them are still shots out of videos, okay? They're not hitting the water. You see when it does hit the water.
You're derailing a conversation I was having with
Guess what you do see? You see a reflection.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to you.
Zanuck, you're done.
You give me a headache.
You said it looks like it's bending, but it's just perspective.
You give everyone here a headache, bro.
Zanuck, did you say that just now, really?
It could be.
He did.
I don't know. This does look like there's a curve to it, but if you were looking down a hallway, it's the same thing's going to happen there. It looks like the ceiling is curving up or whatever you want to call it as it gets closer to you. But I'm not sure. I don't know what the deal is with this image.
You don't know how high the guy shining the laser is, where he's positioned, what the water temperature is, what the air temperature is. Yeah, it can curve up. It curves up remember I told you, if the air is much colder than the water.
It always curves up, Danik. I got more examples. I just posted 3, bro.
Don't make encompass.
Show me one of it curving down, please.
Tell me the video.
I just showed you one. I just showed you a picture. Brian, open your eyes. Look at the picture. How is it possible that I can see the top of the surfer's head below the oil rigs if I'm 1 foot off the beach, off the water height? Can't.
No, show me light, bro. Show me light over long distance.
Light.
Doing what you claim it does.
How do I see those platforms if it's not light? Light is what I'm seeing.
I don't want your rhetoric, bro. I want you to show me light doing what you claim it does, please.
I respectfully decline to interact with you.
This is what happens anytime we show them reality. They deny. They say nuh-uh, and then they can't show us anything in return. But they still will not believe what their own eyes see. And they'll come up with all kinds of excuses. They'll start squirming.
I hear you.
Brian, explain my picture, and you can have my ear.
If you want to hear something crazy, ask them if we see it.
I was actually talking to Data. He was trying to argue about the water vapor and the density of the air near the water, and he got derailed by Brian. So if Data wants to talk more about that, I'm more than happy to entertain those questions.
Dude, you've been dominating the entire show since this fucking morning or this afternoon or something. Does anybody else have something to say?
I have no reason to talk to Zanuck, man.
And he tends to turn the show into a fucking shit show, bro. Every time somebody says something that he doesn't approve, he immediately cuts it, which frustrates the shit out of the person he's talking to, which turns the entire show into a shit show. Bro, it's not the second, third, or fifth time we've told you this shit.
Matrix, go look on the internet, see if air density is greater with humid air versus dry air. Go ahead. You'll know why it gets so frustrated.
It makes perfect logical sense for you to tell me to do something that I wasn't talking about of a conversation that I didn't take part of, right? It makes perfect logical sense for you to tell me to do something else instead of acknowledging how you shit on every show you come in.
Now, I'd like to see this video, though, basically looking over the surface of water. If I'm shooting a laser right at the surface of the water, then the denser medium can be up, depending on the temperature of the water and the humidity, stuff like that. You could get it to curve upwards. I don't know. I'd like to see this done.
It always curves up, bro. I got more examples. I just posted 3.
About people talking over people. Do you know how to shut your mouth?
Well, I think what he was asking, he was just clarifying. I think that he was asking for one that shows light bending down.
He could clarify after I'm done, can't he, Jail?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I thought maybe you were done. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, well, you can tell I'm done when I'm not talking, and he was talking right in the middle of what I was saying. So I don't know whether it's the whether we have a density gradient where right over the surface of the water, I've got some high humidity, and that would make it less dense, which would make it curve up. There's lots of reasons for this. I can't answer this for this image.
That's a fair answer, man. That's my explanation too. Is over water. We're gonna see that effect the most over water. That's why these lasers over water always appear to curve up. And yeah, you do see them reflect sometimes, but it's pretty obvious. I got videos and still shots besides that, and so besides us trying to explain it, we like to see things, and that's why I like to show people. Some people deny what they even see. It's ridiculous. Sorry for interrupting you, man.
You could stabilize it a bit by bringing the image or shining the laser from like 50 feet up, and then try and steer down the beam, and then you'll be outside of that really annoying little zone that everybody likes to do these measurements in. Get up to 50 feet, and you're now into a much more homogenized atmosphere.
Can I just interject here and just mention vapor pressure again? Is there an understanding that at the point of energy exchange, there'll be a vapor pressure? This is the exchange of any liquid to gas.
Isn't that vapor pressure exactly where the lights start to refract up?
I know by experiments they use vapor pressure to affect things.
I think you cut out there, bro.
Yeah, you cut out.
I don't think of vapor pressure as being on the surface itself,
pressure, cold,
but I could be wrong. I don't know.
But wouldn't the pressure form exactly on top of the surface of the water right there as the sunlight hit the water? Wouldn't the vapor pressure form right there?
Yeah, but it's something, it would dissipate. Like, if there was any increase in pressure, it would dissipate at the speed of sound. There's no, like, dramatic increase of pressure where this is happening unless you've got, like, tremendous amounts of energy going in.
Yeah, and nobody's ever said that just a change in air pressure causes refraction at all. Nobody's ever demonstrated just changing air pressure a little bit. Maybe if you go all the way to zero or close to zero from 14.7, but that's so gradual. I don't think the change in medium is enough. It's the same medium basically. The only change in medium is the fact that there is a lot of humidity, which we know is less dense, and it's more toward the ground. And then when you get above the clouds, it might invert a little bit, but it's pretty much going to be non-existent the higher you go. So I think the only refractive thing that predominates the air below the clouds is just the presence of water vapor. That's the change in medium.
Well, I would say that refraction becomes just more standardized as you go higher. It doesn't go away at all. You basically, if you look at something and you like we're doing geodetic surveying at the top of mountains, you're still going to have to take into account that refraction. And it'll be much more akin to standard refraction.
There's no such thing as standard refraction.
There is. It's a set point where people decided, which is like, I forget what the numbers are, but it's like at 59 degrees at 1 atmosphere with
7/6R. That's not
what standard refraction is. It's
they claim 7/6R, but that's what the radius is doing, not the light. 7/6R. You're saying what the radius of Earth is doing, not the light. That's just an error bar.
Okay. That's what standard refraction is. That's where they consider standard refraction to start.
What's the difference between standard and extreme refraction?
I don't know the variance, how much it can be. The standard is somewhere, I think, around, and for really long distance objects, is somewhere around 0.5 degree.
Shouldn't there at least be? Hold on, Brian. Just 1 second. Shouldn't there be at least a margin of error between what standard is and what extreme is?
Yeah, there might be. I don't know. It probably extreme is whatever the extreme conditions are. So you could say that you choose when it's 1,000 degrees. And boiling water, then that would be extreme. It depends on the situation. Or
anyway, nobody's ever demonstrated standard refraction.
Nobody's ever demonstrated standard refraction.
Yeah,
I
that's
think that
correct.
every genetic
The way
survey
I just
actually
showed
does.
you the light bending up, you know, I didn't try and quantify it, but it's easy to show because it always happens. That's what light does in the atmosphere. And it makes shit
Okay.
look lower in the distance, progressively over distance. That's what shit happens. That's what really happens in the real world. Anybody can go film it, you know. I'm showing it to you, just not just
Showing
one or
us?
two, but I
I
can
think
post
I
the
gave you a
video
plausible.
from.
I thought you agreed
Are
with
you
me.
denying what you're seeing by
I
chance?
thought you. I thought you agreed with me when I said there's a lot going on down there at the surface, and if I'm shooting that laser just a few feet off the water, that I can have actually a lower density which going, and then the higher density above, which will cause what? The light to bend
Well,
up.
I mean, I've demonstrated it up to about 22 feet. That's the highest I've got. I've never
You got
seen
22
it
foot?
above that. Can you show me an example above that height? I'm just asking.
Do you have the video with the 22 feet? I'd see that.
And well, I will. I'll pull it up and post it. But I want you to acknowledge the few that I did show, real quick, as I do it.
What? Okay, what was your question again?
Well, would you agree that with the laser light doing that, any other light, like over the distance, would make objects appear lower? Would you agree that would be the effect if that's happening?
If light was bending up, yes, it would appear lower.
You guys really need to stop talking to each other with so much fucking ego in your voice. Like, listen to the way Geo talks to people, right? Genuinely, and I ain't licking his ass, right? Genuinely. You guys basically stop one another from learning because you put this, like, egotistical slant on everything.
Who are you talking? Who's you guys? Who are you talking to?
That's a very distinct observation. I
Okay,
agree.
wait there. Okay, wait there. Zanuck, right? He's one of them.
I'm not sure you were
you
listening
might-
to the same conversation that was going on for the past 5 minutes.
No, I'm not talking. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Did you ask
but
for me?
again, I don't know who you guys are. Who are you talking to?
Well, let me say it then. Right. The previous conversation where Zanuck was involved, right? You know, Zanuck was effectively like, you might just learn something, right?
Because it's
just
true.
Like, shit like that. No, but I understand it could be true. That's my point. You don't have to preface it in such a way, though, right? You don't have to
they were
like
completely
put up
shutting
an
down
ego-
my talk, so it's okay.
Zanuck, I understand, right? I get it, but that's what I'm trying to get at. You feed into the negative energy, and then it comes back your way, right? I'm saying, just take the ego out of it. It's meant to be about truth and information, you know? I feel like you're stifling one another's knowledge and the gain of knowledge because of the fact there's emotion involved in it. End of.
When Travis said, you said this, and he gave me a complete repeat of what I told him, that is complete insanity. That is completely insane.
cool.
That's what he said. And it's ironic couldn't be closer to the truth than anything I've heard on this chat all day today.
You know I agree with you on this. So
Yes, I do. Yes, thank you. And thank you for trying to and I should be more tempered. Travis is a nice guy. He's a lot of good, questions, and he's into it. We're all into it. That's why we're here. We should be a little more respectful. And I fall off the wagon and start freaking going nuts as much as anybody does. So I'm sorry.
It's not really about respect. It's not about respect, guys. It's not about respect. You can disrespect each other all day, right? But it's about like a form of I don't know. It's a little bit of ego. It's not ego, but it's kind of like, I'm smarter than you. When it isn't.
I get it. It is an ego thing. You're right. We're saying, hey, you're an idiot. I'm smart, and bow down and pay homage to me. There's a little of that going on with everybody.
Yeah, and I don't know. I just think you're blocking each other by doing so.
I usually try and save my calling people idiots for when they're acting cocky and maligning and whatever else. Like when Whitson is sitting there, snickering under his breath as you're talking and whatever else.
Yeah, what's it, you little prick? Attic. Where is it?
It's 21 feet, man. I was wrong, but it wasn't 22 feet. It's 21 feet.
Nah, he knows I love him,
Okay,
really.
is this it? Is this it? Okay, put on the glasses. Yeah. You have a timestamp, or is this whole?
That's the short version of it, man. You skim through it a little bit.
I just find it very
Don't want to go
strange.
into a 3-hour video.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, I'm gonna post another video. You don't have to respond if you're checking that out now, but I'm gonna post another video with a compilation of different lasers. It's a little longer though, but there's other interesting shit in it. If you get time, I would like for you to look at it later. I'm gonna go ahead and post it.
All right.
Hey, Zanuck, you posted a picture earlier with a line drawn across the causeway of the Pontchartrain Causeway, and it was the inferior mirage.
Yes.
Vanishing line.
Yep.
Well, all I saw was the line that you drew. What were you trying to establish?
That it was a vanishing line. Everything below it was actually this mirage. That was basically reflection, internal reflection of the surface and the image above it. So you've always been a fan of that too. Plus, there's pylons there too that we know how high they are, and that line goes right through the pylons. That is really seen in front of this miraging area.
Right. So if you could remember, to the left of the rise in the causeway, there was empty space. Right.
There was, I don't remember what the left of it looks like on the video, but it was, yeah, it looks just,
It
just
was
like you'd
just
imagine. Everything along that line was mirrored upward in front of it, which is called an inferior mirage.
Right, but the image that you had, the only image of the causeway was the uprise, and then to the left of the uprise in the road. The causeway has an uprise. It has a hill.
The two bridges.
It's not a bridge. No, it's not a bridge.
Because things can go under it. Yeah, ships can go under that.
Okay, the whole thing's a causeway. Okay, my point is,
no, it actually has a raised area where boats can actually go underneath it.
Uprise. That's what I said.
Well, it's a bridge. Part of it is all a bridge, but it's more of a whatever. Okay, uprise. That's fine. It's a raised area where boats can go underneath it.
Okay. So the only part of the causeway that you can see is the higher part, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then, to the left of that uprise is empty space. All you can see is the apparent sky, and then the water below. Okay.
No, you see the reflection of the sky mirrored as following that line of delineation, that vanishing line, as you call it. That is everything below that is miraged, even if there's no road there.
So the sky, right? So the sky is miraged, right?
Yeah, you see it.
Okay,
you can see it eating into. You can see it at the same level as everything else below it to a certain point. That road curves over to the right based on that miraging characteristic, which is fundamentally due to many factors, but you can see it curving to the right on both causeways, and the sky is mirage where the road isn't, because there's nothing below that road. That road is higher than the sides, and that's why it is mirrored downward.
Okay. Where the water apparently ends, what causes that?
That whole surface between the red line and the water is taken up by a mirage. It's hiding it.
It's okay. It's
all
hiding
you're seeing
what?
is the mirage. There's nothing. Yeah, that surface. If you were able to measure that surface height, if it's far enough away, it could be the horizon, but it might not be. If it's close enough, it could be hidden by the mirage. It depends, and that's where we disagree.
Okay, I don't think I didn't hear I didn't hear you actually address my question. Okay, if you look to the bottom of the picture and all you see is water, and then you raise your eyes along the water up until you get to the mirage, what causes the limit to the visible water? Why can't you see any water?
The mirage. The mirage actually interacts with the surface and it makes a mirror.
Okay, so would you agree that the water continues along the plane of the line of sight behind the mirage?
Dude, Have you not seen that picture when there's not a mirage? Is that what you need to see? Is that what you're looking for?
Is it difficult for you to answer a direct
No,
question?
because you're not. It's not a very simple question. You're not really making much sense.
It's a direct question.
It's
Like literally, very direct question.
What is the smart guy? Tell me what the direct question is. Go ahead. You tell me what the direct question is.
You can't keep straight anyway. I'm done.
No. Go
I
ahead.
told you all
You
ago.
see, know it all, asshole. Try to put something
asshole. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Go ahead. No, you can
Let's
tell
have
me
the ad hominem.
Go ahead. Tell me
Let's do ad hom. There we go.
Tell me what you
Come
think
on,
he said.
ad hom. Ad hom your way through it, Zanuck.
No,
ad hom your way through
ad
it.
homing is attacking an argument. I'm calling
And
you because you're being one.
No, you attacked me, and that's not attacking an argument.
That's not ad hom. That's not an ad hom.
And you attacked me, so that's an ad hom.
Ad hom.
Ad homing is attacking me and not the argument.
Ad hom is
Yes.
saying you're an idiot.
Okay, so you don't know what an ad hom is.
No, you don't know what ad hom is. I
Okay,
do.
whatever.
Zanuck,
Look at the next picture. Does the next picture answer your question?
Listen, no ad homs, no name calling. All right, none of that, please. Come on, guys. Zanuck, you know better than that.
Zanuck, I just want you to use your own words, man. Just use your own words.
What did I just fucking say, Janet?
You have to understand. You have to understand, Travis.
So anyway, please, what are you asking me? Where the water goes? Would it continue to go up? No.
Wait. So as you look from the bottom of the picture frame where there's water, and you raise your eyes, you're not raising your eyes vertically. In reality,
How do you not raise your eyes vertically?
Hold on, shush. You are looking over the distance in front of you. So you're not raising your eyes vertically. You're looking straight across the distance in front of you. Okay, so you're raising your eyes. You're looking at the water into the distance, right? And then the water apparently stops. But you continue to look into the distance, and then your eyes reach the causeway. But between the causeway and the water is a mirage.
Correct.
My question to you is, does the water continue along the same plane into the distance to the causeway behind the mirage?
No, you can't see it past the causeway.
I didn't ask you if you could see it. I asked you.
Is there water behind it? Yes, there is water behind it. It exists behind it. You can't see it. I don't know what you're asking for. You're being very vague, very obtuse.
No, I'm not. No, I'm
yes,
absolutely
you are.
Not.
Can anyone else answer him? Anyone else that has a coherent state of mind? Can he try to answer this question? Because I don't know what he's actually asking.
I was about to try, but then you said that last part.
It amazes me that I cannot get you guys to answer this question.
Travis, I put a picture right next to the causeway to show what you see when there's not miraging going on. And you can see the water goes all the way up to the causeway bridges, and then you can't see beyond it because it's being blocked by the causeway.
I didn't ask you about water beyond the causeway. That's not what I asked.
Well, that's what the words sounded like to me, and maybe to other people as well.
No, it did not. Absolutely not. Because
try to form a coherent sentence and ask me again.
No. How about this? Repeat it again, right? Not coherent. Just repeat what you said again, and try and process it slowly. And then, if what you're saying sounds like it's not coherent, try and say it again, bro. Please, I didn't hear it.
Okay. My question simply is this: does the water continue to extend along the same plane behind the mirage to the causeway?
Right.
Yes, Yes, the water level would go up to the bottom of the causeway.
Okay. So.
Wait, no, not exactly that. So no, that also depends. Thanks for bringing that up. Now let me finish. So that line has to do with the observer's position. So technically, in my experience, that line would be, and I drew it in the chat at 4:56 or 56 after the hour. That line will be slightly above where the water level could be. So the water level could be below that, and the line is your observation point on the causeway. Very
So
close.
here's the challenge for you, Zanuck. Just real quick, do a quick blink test with an overlay of the miraged image on top of the image that doesn't have the mirage. So scale it any way you want so that the causeway seems to have the right scale, and then you will see where the apparent mirage limits the water in the other image. You'll see then where the water or where the mirage extends into the proximity of the viewer.
Yeah, I know you. I see that myself.
Which goes into my thesis that is against the mainstream science of mirage. Mirages are not vertically displaced images. They are along the horizontal axis from the viewer.
I would agree with you. I'm not saying that it's horizontally moved. That is a mirage. It's different than looming. There's a lot of times you don't have looming in those situations.
Not talking about looming. There's no reason to bring this up. Don't conflate.
You just said vertically displaced. That's looming.
That's what the science of a mirage is.
Oh God! You know, we'll go.
What are you saying, "Oh God"? Why are you having this reaction?
You're being ridiculous. You're just being ridiculous.
Well, wait. I'm sorry. Wait. Are you saying that the mainstream science does not describe a mirage as a vertically displaced image?
Yes, I am saying that.
You are incorrect.
No, because the miraging has a very broad scope of definitions, and in some cases, things that are loomed, they're considered to be miraged. Sometimes things are invert. They have how many types of mirages are there? There's inferior mirage, there's superior mirages, there's just heat mirages, there's all photo mirages, all sorts of mirages. They're all just apparent displacement, yes, of images, and put inverted or put above it or put even above that in triplicate. Sometimes it's all illusions. Sometimes they're displaced. The actual image is displaced. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's replicated and not displaced. You can easily see if you had all you do is take one more step in all your observations and put a theodolite data on there. If you had some reference point, we would understand what you're saying. But in the meantime, it's all guesses.
All right,
guessing.
Really quick here, Zanuck wants to say that there's all these different types of mirages, but when I just do a quick Google of types of mirages or how many types of mirages are there, there's only two.
Yeah, there's
really two. With sinking and looming?
Inferior and superior.
Oh my God. Zanuck, you don't even know what you're talking about. Sinking and looming are non-mirage atmospheric refractions.
They can call loomed items or towered image miraging. That's a miraging effect.
Wow. Okay, so no.
Oh, well, that's we can agree to disagree there because that is by definition what they are.
Not by definition.
Anytime an object.
A minute. Wait there, guys.
Anytime an object is moved,
wait there, because you just start shouting at each other, right? Zanuck, make it clear. What are you saying? Are you saying there are forms, effects of refraction? Yeah. There are two different.
There's four effects of refraction. Right? There's four effects. Actually, five effects of refraction. In the miraging category, there are different variations. It's more than just superior miraging and inferior miraging.
Right, but inside those two types of
miraging is just something that looks different, an optical illusion.
I'm not asking wait there a second. I'm asking, is there a disconnect here? Let me just say it. I'm saying it, right? Okay. They're talking about two different forms of mirages, yeah? Which there are meant to be two types of. You're talking about the different effects that exist within inside of refraction. Are you talking about those effects applied and them being presented as a mirage? That those effects are effectively what need to happen for a mirage to exist? Because that's what it sounds like.
I was being very clear. There are different types of there's light bending downward, light bending upward. There's superior mirages and inferior miraging. All four of those are mirage effects. If you don't think that's true, it's not a phenomenon.
Wait, lumen is an effect of refraction, right?
Yes, and it is light bending downward, and it is a mirage effect. When you see that object that's higher than it should be, you can say that has been miraged.
No.
Well, that's only one. Okay, well that's it's your opinion.
Okay, just real quick, Zanuck.
Googling too much. You're googling too much.
Zanuck, the one absolute variable in a mirage that must be there is an inverted image.
No, there's actually things that are not inverted that are considered miraging.
Then go ahead and put the citations in the chat, please.
If you do a Google search,
I
guarantee it'll pop up. Okay, I'm gonna Google right now. Google Google Mirage, and I guess this picture that is not inverted will show up. I bet you will.
Yeah, if you type in exact.
No, I want citations.
Type it in.
Zanuck, I want citations.
Let me help out here, guys. I understand what you're saying, right? Okay, Zanuck, don't type in like what you're actually talking, because obviously, let's say for instance a news reporter or a fucking weather reporter talks about, you know, a certain mirage. He might call it a mirage when it in fact is lunar, right?
Many science books call this mirages. Yes.
Yeah, they may say that, right?
Oh, who's correct?
Listen, that's what I'm saying. I think it doesn't really matter, right? But
yeah, I don't
my
either.
point is there's a difference here. It's semantical, but the problem is if the definitions are different, are they different or not, right? Okay, they're probably not different in terms of what your understanding of what refraction actually is. Okay,
Hyperphysics shows a mirage of a boat well above the ocean, not inverted. It's a mirage because this is not even an optical effect. This is just a optical illusion based on fog being between the ship and you. And so it looks like the ship's floating. And I've posted that picture many times. If you do Google or go to Hyperphysics or any physics books at all, it'll show this as an example because it's an optical effect. Even though it's not a traditional refraction-based effect,
yes, but
they
it's
still
not
cause
a mirage.
If it's an optical illusion, they call that a type of mirage. There's 9 famous of mirages that are listed in natural science, and some of them are refractive, and some of them are just illusions. Broken sprocket, the magnetic hill, the light pillars, and the water in the sky. These are green flashes. All these are mirages. All right.
No, you have
the
to do
Omega
some.
Sun. All these things are called mirage. Now, you can disagree, but you're wrong. You've been Googling too long, Travis, and I just urge you to.
There's no reason.
That's not correct.
You know what?
It has to involve atmospheric conditions to be a mirage.
Talking about just semantics.
If not, it's just an optical illusion.
I'm out.
Yeah, because I can show you. Hang on, I can show you an optical illusion I showed the other day with a slanted road, which made the dirt in front of the road look slanted the opposite way. That's an optical illusion. It had nothing to do with the atmospheric conditions. Atmospheric conditions that cause optical illusions are mirages, Zanuck. You are just wrong about just about everything.
Oh, really? Did I just not say there's 9? There's 9 famous mirages.
Yes. Did I just not say I can show you
mirages
an optical
acknowledged
illusion?
by all physicists.
Yeah.
9
Did I just
famous,
say
and
I
none
can
of
show you
them
an
that I
optical
can
illusion
see
with
except for
no
2
atmospheric
are
condition?
Rakia, fuck you and your fucking.
Yeah, just you're upset because I just proved your statement wrong.
No, you're being an idiot. I just told you. Hyperphysics talks about it, which is a physics citation, as well as there's 9 famous mirages, and 4 of them are not refracted base.
Yeah, you can have optical illusions that don't involve the atmosphere. They're just illusions caused by angles or slopes or whatever. The ones that are caused involving atmospheric conditions are mirages.
Shut your trap, please. Waxy just posted one that is not refracted. That is an optical illusion. It's considered a mirage.
Can we get a moderator in here?
Get over it. Fuck yourself. Go all fuck yourself. I'm done.
Wow. Come on, moderator, please. This is insane.
I personally blame it on each and every one of you guys for even engaging with them.
Wait there a second. Wait there, guys. So, I don't know, historically speaking, right, mirages were defined as something completely different, right? So, is there some sort of chopping and changing of these words? And, like, really, you need to look up the actual definitions of the word, right? I get it. Other people have cited it in places. The problem is you need to come to a fucking agreement on terms in some way, right? You have to go, right, are we looking at a historical slant that's then added to what we know now, in where people like to be very loose with how they explain things, Okay, or are we going to define terms in the sense of like just the pure basis of how these things work and what those terms are? I think that's the
the
disconnect here.
definition.
No,
That definition it has to be describing multiple copies of the object. Like the object had to have made a duplicate. So there has to be some duplicate in the image.
That's what I said.
When I was a little boy, the first time I ever heard of a mirage was the man walking through the desert, and he saw an imaginary oasis. It didn't belong there. It wasn't actually there, but they called it a mirage.
That's because it was the sky, right? That's because the sky was being mirrored so that it looked like there was water up ahead, but it was the sky being mirrored. That's a inverted image. It's a duplicate image. That's what I said.
What about phantasmagoras? Are they inverted? No.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, it doesn't. No, but it doesn't have to.
Anyway, the point is, I just put a link in the chat. Showed 9 famous mirages. Some of them are refracted based, some of them are not. They're all based on refraction, basically, but they don't have inverted image like you said they have to. And there's not only 2. Yes, it's common. It's common. Stop. You talked about not being an asshole. Stop. There are 9 images I show you. Not all of them, even the green flash. None of them are inverted. They're all just called mirages. Get over it.
Okay, you know the green flash. Wait there. You know the green flash, Zanik? How come it flashes green then? Like genuinely?
Why? Because a green spot right above that normal circular rim of the sun rarely lasts more than a few seconds. The image appears and disappears quickly. It does not cause a flash across the entire sky. It's caused by the green flashlight light reacting with the Earth's atmosphere because it's a short duration. The phenomenon is difficult to see. You can increase your chance of observing green flash by finding a level horizon, such as the ocean, and waiting for the sunrise or sunset. There it is. There's a definition right there. Green flash.
I didn't understand hardly anything you said. You spoke so fast.
Well, I was basically once told that it was part of that part of the light spectrum, right, as you stated. But I was once told that it was basically inverted for a second. I don't know who said that. It was actually on Discovery, I believe, though.
Well, if you've ever watched a green flash, and I've captured a couple of times, they're not as frequent on sunsets, but they happen at the very corona of the sun.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's there's no inversion. It happens right at the edge, and if it gets to the point to where the sun becomes inverted on itself, then you do get a full, almost like an almond shape green flash.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I tend to think that it's a noble gas excitement.
But like, I want to ask you guys, we're talking about all the different types of mirages. What was the original premise, and what were you guys really talking about before? Zanik, actually, you answer that. Zanik, what were you talking about before? Why did you bring up the mirage thing? Everyone of you. Like, why did that happen?
I actually brought it up.
No, I know, but what was the original point to it?
So my original point is to argue that when we see an inferior mirage, we need to understand that the limit to the physical ground, if it's water, land, when we see the limit to the land or the limit to the water, the limit is due to the mirage. The mirage cuts off the plane of the surface along our line of sight. But we need to understand. But we need to understand that same plane of water or ground continues to extend into the distance. We just can't see.
Yeah, like it's a projector screen that comes up in front of our face at that exact place.
Yeah.
And there is things behind it, right? Even on the globe model, technically, right, what they're claiming is that it's so big, in some senses, right, that if you had a former mirage, maybe not as far away as some of them, right, but like quite a close one, right? Effectively, what they're claiming is that is a projector screen, yeah, and that you should be able to see further than it, but like they don't like to talk about it in that way. I know what you're saying completely. Like, yeah,
Yeah, but
especially on a flat plane. Yeah, obviously that works, but that is the way it works. But they're not going to want to speak about it in that way at all, are they?
I'm
yeah, but it
gonna
doesn't.
post.
It doesn't work.
It does work that way. I'm gonna post something real quick, and I hope you'll appreciate it. Look in the chat in a minute or two.
Why would it work that way?
Well, wait there a minute. So you're saying objects loomed up over the horizon, yeah? Okay. Can you see past them, Kosher?
It doesn't allow you to see further because the range of the distance has increased. It allows you to see further because
Wait
you're
there, wait.
they're objects at the same distance that are just being raised upward because they're being hit by something.
Okay,
So
okay. Let's do
it
the
doesn't bring them
Chicago
closer.
skyline, right? Chicago skyline, right? If you couldn't see it, right, and there wasn't a mirage there, as you would claim, would you be able to see in the air behind where those buildings are, behind them buildings, you'd be able to see air effectively behind it, correct?
Yeah, sure, yeah. Like you said, if there was no refraction, you could just see it in front of you.
Okay. So what I'm asserting is that the building's being loomed up, as you would call it. It's a projector screen that stops you from seeing further, like the air behind it that you just said. Yeah, cool. We're on the same page. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know that we're on the same page, but if you want to look at my post at 8:15.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that they don't go around the idea that you can't, that this thing of a mirage is cutting off how far you can see, in a sense. You know what I mean? He just admitted it because you can see air behind it if it wasn't there, right?
No, I didn't say that.
You
Travis
did.
I
You did
didn't
say
say that.
that. Okay. You
No, I
agreed
said
to
if it was in front. I said if it was in front of you. If this thing was in front of you, you could see whatever. So, like, let's say there's buildings way far behind it, but they're too small to see, and it's just blurred into the
Kosho,
surface. You could
just
see.
look at the image that I posted, Kosho. Use that as you're talking.
Well, no, because I'm talking about something that's not refracted. So you could see that stuff if it was not refracted, but that doesn't mean that the light that's being refracted to you is specifically coming from those buildings. The light that's far beyond that, it's not. There's no reason that it's going to be refracted the exact same way, to you.
Yeah, but see, listen, I can't. What you're doing right now is too abstract. I have nothing to see. I have nothing to look at to understand what you're saying. I have a very clear example of a terrestrial inferior mirage and an aquatic inferior mirage. And my claim is very clear on the image that I put up there. So I would say that we should, those kinds of talking, because they are visual, we can see them and discuss those very examples.
Yeah, I mean, he brought up the specific scenario, but regardless, yeah, in this one, you can see it's just the buildings that are. Well, in both these cases, it's actually the sky that's being duplicated.
Are you? Wait. No. Are you talking about my photo at 8:15?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a truck that is in an inferior mirage, and below it, that is a freighter on the Channel Islands that's in an inferior mirage. So it's not just the sky.
Yeah, that's the sky being mirrored down below it, right?
Okay. So I'm talking about the target itself. Okay? The target itself. You have the road leading to the truck. There is an apparent limit to the road. Why can you not see any more road? Because the mirage cuts off that visibility. But
it blocks it. Yep.
The road continues to go into the distance, and there's a truck on the road a mile away in an inferior mirage, but you can't see the road it's on. Okay? Now, that ship below is doing